Ryan traversed into the kingdom era of the Pokémon world, inheriting a territory teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Just as despair began to envelop him, he unexpectedly awakened the players' summoning system. Players willingly rallied to assist the Eevee tribe in their endeavors. Rumors spoke of neighboring nations mistreating Pokémon, igniting a fervor among players who banded together overnight to transform the territory into a Pokémon utopia. And that was merely the beginning. When the fourth calamity met the Pokémon world, how did the narrative suddenly shift to resemble a blend of Minecraft and Total War? Chapter 1. The Pokémon World. In summary, given the current technological level, it is utterly impossible to develop any virtual reality game. This so-called Pokémon world is nothing but a facade, likely another insipid pay-to-win online game. With a satisfied stretch, Chunyin clicked send and took a few hearty gulps of his fizzy drink. He was a content creator in the gaming sector on the B station of Blue Star, far from the top echelon, yet boasting over 100,000 followers, enough to afford him a comfortable living. Recently, however, the gaming industry had been languishing, and he had exhausted his stockpile of material. With fans clamoring for updates, Chunyin was compelled to devise a method to produce a new video, or rather, to create a new video. Thus, he logged into the Steam platform to explore newly released games. He held no expectations for quality. The past 2 months had been a lull in the gaming industry, and even Steam, the largest gaming platform in the country, was inundated with subpar titles. Yet, even the most dreadful games had their utility. If he could uncover one that was utterly atrocious, he could play it for a while and then unleash a barrage of criticism, effortlessly creating content. Truly, he thought to himself, what a shameless yet brilliant strategy. However, the current landscape of games presented a dilemma. Everything seemed to borrow from one another, resulting in a uniformity that sapped the desire to critique. Until he stumbled upon a title called Pokémon World. Initially, he assumed it was yet another rehashed card game, but upon clicking through, he was met with an astonishingly sparse page. No promotional CG, no gameplay demonstrations, not even a single game screenshot, just a download link for pre-registration, accompanied by a brief game description. This game is exclusively produced by Archaea Studio, employing the latest developments in virtual reality technology to provide players with an experience indistinguishable from reality, offering a fully immersive gaming experience that opens the door to a second life. The game is in beta testing, with limited pre-registration slots available on a first-come, first-served basis. Goodness, this description left Chunyin in stitches. He had encountered game developers who exaggerated claims before, but this was the first time he had seen such an obviously fabricated game description. Glancing at the comment section, he noted only 3 comments, 2 questioning its legitimacy, and 1 speculating whether a bug in Steam's review system was to blame. Chunyin didn't believe it was a bug. Steam's review criteria were notoriously lenient. As long as something resembled a game, it could be listed. Players could always request refunds within the first 2 hours if they felt misled. However, the game's description was undeniably absurd, and the more ludicrous, the better. It provided the very video material he required. With that thought, Chunyin began recording and unleashed his critique in the comment section, which would at least add some entertainment value and help meet the desired video length. After another sip of his fizzy drink, he clicked on the pre-registration link. Current number of registrants: 3. Would you like to register for the game? Yes, no. The game description may be fabricated, but the number of registrants seems authentic enough. Well, Heirai's hoping this game is intriguingly terrible, lest I find myself too apathetic even to criticize. With that, he clicked yes. Knock knock. A series of knocks echoed from the door. Come in. Ryan closed the panel before him and looked up at the visitor. Ah, Uncle White, how is the Scyther's condition? After using the potion you provided, its condition has improved significantly. However, it appears quite despondent and refuses to eat. I fear its body may not withstand this. White expressed his concern. Understood. Let it rest for now. I will check on it this afternoon. You plan to visit it? But young master, you are not. White hesitated. Are you implying that I have always feared these magical beasts? That was indeed the case, but after everything that has transpired these past few days, I have come to realize that harnessing the power of magical beasts is essential to safeguarding the territory. Besides, did a magical beast not just save me? By the way, where is that little creature that rescued me? Ryan inquired. Are you referring to that little Flab? It is currently Flab. Before White could respond, a flurry of purplured fur bounded into the room, glancing around anxiously. Upon spotting Ryan, its eyes sparkled. It hopped over to the table and quickly spun its flower crown before darting behind Ryan, peeking out timidly. Flapum is right here, White said awkwardly. I thought I had instructed Beedrill to keep an eye on it. Buzz. Just as Beedrill entered the doorway with an imposing demeanor, Flab immediately retracted its head and covered its eyes with its flower crown. Flab, you can't see me, but Beedrill had already caught a whiff of its sweet scent. If it weren't for Flab hiding behind Ryan, it would have lunged forward to capture it. I was just hoping to meet this little one, but it seems it has come to me on its own. Ryan turned to glance at Flab. It was my oversight that allowed it to escape, and I apologize for the surprise it caused you. White shot a disapproving look at Beedrill. Not a worry, I just mentioned that I intend to harness the power of magical beasts, starting with this Flab. Your courage and sense of responsibility are commendable. The territory will surely be restored under your leadership. This requires our collective effort. Speaking of which, I need you to assess the damage to the houses in the territory. The weather has yet to warm up, and I do not wish for my people to freeze on the streets. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. With that, White departed with Beedrill. All right. Now that Beedrill has left, how long will you hide? Ryan brought Flab from behind him to the table. Flab cautiously opened one eye and, seeing that Beedrill was indeed gone, sprang up joyfully. Flab, lucky it ran fast. Ryan observed this creature resembling a rambutan, marveling at how close he was to a genuine Pokémon for the first time. Its purpler body was adorned with 2 yellow eyes, the lower part white, reminiscent of exposed fruit flesh, from which 2 tiny feet emerged. Atop its head rested 3 flower petals, rendering it utterly adorable. Ryan reached out to caress Flab's flower crown, feeling the plant-like texture beneath his fingertips. With a body akin to that of a plant, yet lively like an animal, such was the enchantment of Pokémon. I never imagined I would touch a real Pokémon. Ryan's hand trembled slightly, yet he persisted in gently stroking it. Flab contentedly closed its eyes. Though I am uncertain why I have been transported here, having the opportunity to interact with Pokémon feels quite splendid. Ryan chuckled to himself in consolation. He then focused intently on the back of his left hand, where a circular pattern resembling a cross was revealed. Shortly thereafter, a panel materialized before his eyes. Main quest. At least 3 players have reserved the game task completed. Rewards issued. Main quest. At least 1 player has officially logged into the game incomplete. Reward. 100 kilograms of Pokémon food, 3 lottery opportunities. I hope some players log in tomorrow. By the way, these past 2 days have felt like a dream, Ryan murmured, his mind drifting back to the events of the last few days. Chapter 2. Internal and External Strife. Ryan was an ordinary wage slave on Earth, enduring the rigors of a demanding work schedule. Orphaned at a young age, he was quite introverted and had few friends. His sole sources of entertainment were games and anime. Had it not been for his decent appearance, he would undoubtedly have been labeled an otaku. Among the myriad of games and anime, his favorite was the Pokémon series. Perhaps it was the absence of familial and friendly bonds in reality that made him yearn for the unique connection between humans and Pokémon. Perhaps fate itself sensed his passion for Pokémon, for one day after finishing a gaming session and retiring to bed, he opened his eyes to find himself face to face with a middle-aged man clad in armor and a Beedrill by his side. Panic ensued, and before he could utter a word, a sharp pain surged through his head, causing him to faint. In that liminal state between dreams and reality, he absorbed the memories of this new body, those of Ryan. Upon awakening once more, he realized he had truly crossed over into the world of Pokémon. However, the timing of his arrival seemed amiss. It was not during the era of leagues depicted in the games or animations, but rather during a tumultuous kingdom period from long ago. In this age, the Pokémon world was rife with conflict, with wars frequently erupting between nations and territories. The human attitude towards Pokémon was one of fear and exploitation. They referred to them as monsters and used devices to forcibly control them for warfare. With the ever-increasing human population, they encroached upon the natural habitats of Pokémon to sustain themselves. Thus, the relationship between humans and Pokémon could not be described as harmonious. It was akin to a taut bowstring, with some Pokémon even forming hordes to assault human territories. Ryan's father had mysteriously disappeared while attempting to fend off such a horde a few days prior. Although his body had not been found, the prospects were grim. A territory cannot remain leaderless, and as the sole heir to this barony, Ryan naturally inherited it. Yet, the emotional toll of his father's disappearance, compounded by the sudden weight of his inheritance, left him in a daze, leading to a mishap where he fell into the water while surveying his domain. Although he was rescued by a passerby named Tianjuju, the original body perished, leaving behind a soul from Earth. In the days that followed, Ryan feigned recovery, secretly familiarizing himself with this new body and its memories to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. Despite his father's absence, many who knew him remained, particularly Uncle White, who had watched him grow. If Uncle White were to discern anything amiss, one could only speculate how he would deal with the current Ryan. Only today did Ryan muster the courage to step outside and truly engage with this wondrous Pokemon world. Reflecting on this, Ryan couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He had often dreamed of traversing into the Pokemon universe to befriend various adorable creatures, yet he had envisioned the animated realm, not this tumultuous kingdom. That he had landed in such a position wasn't entirely unfortunate, as he was the son of a baron. However, he had yet to experience the idyllic life of being surrounded by maids and petting an Eevee, as his father had gone missing in the battle against the Horde, alongside several knights who had perished, leaving the territory severely damaged and in dire need of reconstruction. Moreover, neighboring lords eyed his land hungrily. The territory was virtually defenseless, and had they not been occupied with the aftermath of the Horde, they might have already launched an invasion. Internal and external strife. Why is it that others experience smooth sailing upon their crossings, while I am beset by troubles? Ryan sighed, ceasing his tasks. What's wrong? Tian Juju queried, looking at him curiously, as if asking why he had stopped. You seem carefree, but then again, you have little to worry about. Well, I suppose I have my own advantages, Ryan replied, glancing once more at the circular pattern on the back of his hand. From the very first day of his awakening, he had noticed the design on his hand, realizing it was his unique advantage. After some exploration, he had mastered its specific functions. This advantage served as a task panel. By completing the tasks presented, he could earn corresponding rewards and lottery chances, such as the healing items he had previously provided for the Scyther. However, task issuance was merely its most basic function. Its most crucial ability was summoning players from Blue Star. His was what Ryan valued the most. In his previous life, he had been quite the gaming enthusiast and was well aware of the Fourth Calamity's devastating potential. If he could guide them effectively, the challenges he faced would be surmountable. Fortunately, players are summoned from Blue Star. If they were from Earth, I might struggle to persuade them, Ryan thought with relief. To his understanding, Blue Star was a parallel Earth, with similar technological and historical progress. Yet many differences existed. Most notably, there was no Pokemon game in Blue Star. Although Ryan adored Pokemon, he had only watched the anime and played through the stories, with little experience in battles. If players from Earth, well-versed in Pokemon, were summoned, he feared he wouldn't be able to guide them effectively. Should things spiral out of control, the destruction wrought by the Fourth Calamity would be beyond the capacity of a mere Baron to withstand. In contrast, summoning players from Blue Star was advantageous. They were unaware and thus easier to direct. I hope someone logs in tomorrow. While I can connect to Blue Star's network through the task panel, I'm not adept at designing game reservation interfaces. I can only leave a link on the gaming platform and hope for a stroke of luck, Ryan lamented as he gazed at the reservation count on the panel, feeling exasperated. After 3 days, only 4 individuals had reserved, and he wondered if anyone would log in the following day. Perhaps they will give it a try after all. The helmets have been mailed directly to their homes. Never mind, I won't dwell on this, Ryan said, lifting Tian Juju into his arms. Let's go persuade the Scyther. We can't skip meals, can we? Mungchi, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Of course, your meal is guaranteed. Meanwhile, Chun Yin stared in bewilderment at the helmet before him. Just moments ago, he had clicked the reservation link, and a sudden knock at the door had interrupted him. Upon opening the door, he found no one there, only a package resting on the ground. Inside the parcel was a sleek helmet emblazoned with the words Pokemon World. Is this a joke? Could this really be a game helmet? Has technology advanced this far? I just clicked the reservation link, and I haven't even filled in my address. Chun Yin wondered, a mix of shock and curiosity washing over him. I suppose trying on won't hurt. Just give it a little nudge, not fully putting it on. Cautiously, he lifted the helmet and placed it gently atop his head. Nothing's happening. I knew it was a prank. Who has the time to? Wait, what? Suddenly, a message materialized before his eyes. 22 hours, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds until the game launches. This game is for real. Chapter 3. The Flying Mantis. It was not an illusion. The text materialized vividly before my eyes, vanishing the moment I removed the helmet. But why was this happening? There was no visor or protective lens in front of the helmet. So how did this countdown appear? Projection technology? Yet, I could not discern any projecting device. Chun Yin examined the helmet repeatedly, yet he remained utterly perplexed, his heart feeling like it was being clawed by a cat. No, I cannot be the only one tormented by this confusion. With that thought, Chunyan promptly called his dear friend Su Ruofeng, explaining that he was in urgent need of assistance. Su Ruofeng, without suspicion, quickly arrived at Chunyan's home. What is it that has you in such a rush to summon me? I came over without even fixing my hair. Upon entering, Su Ruofeng began to complain, for he was someone who took great pride in his appearance, and leaving the house without styling his hair was akin to torture for him. Actually, it's not a trivial matter. It's a significant matter. Chunyan quickly corrected himself, observing Su Ruofeng rolling up his sleeves. He then recounted the entire sequence of events. So, you clicked on a game reservation link, and a helmet was delivered to your doorstep, and upon wearing it, a countdown for the beta test appeared? Su Ruofeng summarized succinctly. Yes, and this game claims to be a virtual reality experience, Chunyan affirmed with a nod. Are you certain you're not filming some prank video? Su Ruofeng glanced around, attempting to locate hidden cameras. I assure you, if I were deceiving you, I would never marry Sanjio. All right, I'll tentatively believe you. He understood the significance of Sanjio in Chunyan's heart and was now inclined to trust his words. What about the helmet? I want to try it on. One moment, I'll fetch it for you. Chunyan retrieved the helmet from inside and handed it to Su Ruofeng, watching as he donned it. Are you certain I'll see the countdown upon wearing this? I see nothing. Su Ruofeng exclaimed, removing the helmet in confusion. How can that be? I can clearly see it. Chunyan snatched the helmet back and put it on, the text and countdown reappearing before his eyes. It seems the helmet is linked to an individual. Only the wearer can perceive it. But how does the manufacturer possess your biometric information? Su Ruofeng pondered, somewhat bewildered. How would I know? The address could be explained by clicking the link, revealing my IP address, but the personal binding is indeed perplexing. What do you intend to do? Call the police? What would I even say? That I clicked on a game reservation link, and not only did I suffer no loss of life or property, but they also gifted me a helmet? Chunyan rolled his eyes. That does seem impractical, and given that the helmet is personally bound, no one else would see anything if they wore it. They certainly wouldn't believe you. Forget it. We'll find out what this game is all about tomorrow. Chunyan said with a hint of resignation. For now, that's all we can do. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Share that link with me. I'll make a reservation as well. Of course, and since there's a camera at your door, we can see who delivered the package. After bidding farewell to Su Ruofeng, Chunyan picked up the game helmet once more. May you bring me surprises tomorrow. Delicious. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Ryan adjusted the sweet bamboo, which was nearly toppling into the feeding bowl. Look how savorily sweet bamboo is eating. The food must be quite delectable. Are you truly not going to try any? Ryan inquired of the flying mantis. Sniff. The flying mantis disdainfully turned its head away. I understand you're feeling unwell. Your father only took Nidoking to fend off the beast tide, leaving you here in the territory. Do you feel abandoned? Sniff. Not at all. You know you were not abandoned. Your father left you here to deal with any stragglers. There will always be some Pokémon that breach our defenses. As Ryan spoke, he gradually approached the flying mantis. It was proven true. Without you, our territory would not merely suffer minor structural damage. Sniff? The flying mantis looked at Ryan, perplexed. In its memory, this young master had always feared them, never daring to come this close. Father is missing, and everyone is saddened. But that is no reason for us to wallow in despair. He entrusted you with the responsibility of safeguarding this territory, into which he poured countless efforts. Ryan endeavored to infuse his voice with fervor. But in your current state, you are not only failing to protect the territory, you are a burden to it. Can you live with yourself knowing your father trusted you? Or are you simply too frightened by the beast tide, choosing to languish in despair? Sniff. The flying mantis lifted its head in anger, glaring fiercely at Ryan. Yet, Ryan showed no fear, advancing even closer to the flying mantis. What? Am I not speaking the truth? You are refusing to eat, merely seeking to starve yourself and evade all of this. Ryan placed his hand on the flying mantis's shoulder. Even I, a coward who has feared you since childhood, can muster the courage to rise for the territory and dare to approach you. What do you have to escape from? The flying mantis gazed at the hand resting on its shoulder, its anger gradually subsiding. Although it had not grown up under the care of Nidoking like Ryan, it had spent many years in his company and was well aware of Ryan's fear of them. But now Ryan was willing to approach them for the sake of the territory, which significantly impacted its heart. Moreover, your father is merely missing. Should he return one day and witness you in this state, how disappointed would he be? Ryan softened his tone. Do not betray your father's trust. Rise again and join me in protecting this territory. Ryan nudged the food forward. The flying mantis glanced at the food before it, then at Ryan's face, which bore a striking resemblance to its father's, and ultimately bowed its head to begin eating. Ryan observed the flying mantis devouring its meal, a twinge of guilt washing over him. His previous words had indeed been rather harsh, carrying a hint of moral coercion. Yet, there was no alternative. The territory was in dire need of the strength that the flying mantis could provide. Its pride was too great. No amount of flattery would suffice. And only such words could ignite its fighting spirit. Young master, Lord White wishes to report something to you. He is currently waiting in the study. I understand. I'm off now, Sweet Bamboo. Let the flying mantis be for a while. Ryan cradled Sweet Bamboo and returned to the study. Young Master Ryan. The assessment of the damage to the territory's buildings has been completed. 28 houses have suffered severe destruction and are uninhabitable, while nearly 100 others require repairs. Unfortunately, we lack sufficient timber. As soon as he entered, White began to relay the situation. Moreover, during the defense against the beast tide, to secure better visibility and construct fortifications, Lord Nord ordered the felling of all trees surrounding the territory. Now, to obtain timber, we must venture into the Firefly Forest. But the lumber team is reluctant to go due to fear of the magical beasts, preferring punishment to facing them. What do you suggest we do? If they are unwilling to go, we cannot force them. The beast tide has just ended, and morale is fragile. We cannot apply too much pressure. Let them be for now. Once the timber arrives, we can have them assist with the repairs. As for the timber issue, I will handle it. Prepare several carts for transporting timber. I will need them tomorrow. Ryan instructed. Understood. I will prepare them right away. After White departed, Ryan gazed at the patterns on the back of his hand. The novice task for players had finally materialized. The indigenous people harbored a fear of Pokémon. Yet players remained undeterred, eager to showcase the wonders of these creatures. All was in readiness, with only the favorable winds awaited. He hoped that all those who had made reservations would log in tomorrow. Ryan brimmed with anticipation for the morrow. Chapter 4. Players log in the second day arrived swiftly. No need to feel anxious, just treat it like playing a murder mystery game. Ryan slapped his face gently, striving to make his expression appear more natural. In his previous life, he was not adept at communicating with others, and the prospect of playing an NPC and interacting with players intensified his nervousness. As he feared revealing any flaws, the creation points began to dwindle, indicating that someone was already creating characters. The creation points were one of Ryan's unique abilities, possessing numerous functions, one of which was the creation of players' physical forms. The task panel merely projected the consciousness of players from Blue Star and did not provide physical bodies. The creation of a player's body required the expenditure of creation points. Ryan earned a certain number of creation points daily, with the amount increasing as his territory expanded and flourished. Conversely, if his territory faced destruction or was occupied, the daily allocation of creation points would diminish. And if his territory were entirely claimed by others, he would no longer receive any creation points. Although Ryan's territory had not been invaded, it had suffered considerable damage, resulting in a limited daily acquisition of creation points, which was also the reason for restricting the number of participants in the beta test. Young Master, the reception room has been tidied up, and I have dismissed the servants. You may summon the divine guests now, White respectfully reported. This morning, when Ryan mentioned needing 2 larger rooms to summon divine guests, White thought Ryan had sustained a head injury from falling into the water. However, when Ryan conjured a bag of food out of thin air, White's skepticism began to waver. According to Ryan, he had received divine inspiration during his fall, granting him the power to summon divine visitors, who were immortal beings here to assist them in building their territory. Although White had his doubts, he could not explain how the bag of food had materialized, so he complied with Ryan's request to prepare the reception area. This matter must not be disclosed to a third party. If it reached the ears of the zealots at the Sea God Temple, it could lead to significant trouble. Ryan reiterated. He had contemplated using the miraculous summoning of players to inspire hope, but the entire Allied kingdom was devoted to the worship of the sea god, Logia. His own territory had previously housed a church of the sea god, which had been destroyed by a beast tide, resulting in the bishop's death. Yet, a new bishop would soon arrive to rebuild the church, and if they discovered Ryan's ability to summon divine guests, they would undoubtedly invite him to the sea god temple to investigate how he accomplished it. I understand. I swear by my honor and life that I will not disclose a single detail, White declared solemnly. There's no need to be so serious. How could I not trust you? I will head to the reception room now. Please guard the castle entrance, Ryan instructed. At your command. Meanwhile, Chun Yin had already donned his helmet early, eagerly awaiting the countdown to conclude. After Su Ruofeng returned home yesterday, he also clicked on the reservation link, and a helmet arrived at his doorstep. However, he did not see who delivered the package, as the camera footage had momentarily frozen at that moment. Chun Yin found it too coincidental. Why would it freeze precisely when the package was being delivered? This incident only bolstered his belief in the game. After all, if such miraculous feats were possible, Developing a virtual reality game was surely within reach. 3, 2, 1, 0 as the countdown ended. Chun-Yin felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, plunging him into darkness. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the darkness, compelling him to open his eyes. What the hell? Why am I in the air? In a state of panic, Chun-Yin glanced around, realizing he was floating above a lush forest. Wait, why am I moving on my own? Before he could process this, his body plummeted downward uncontrollably. I'm afraid of heights. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, his body abruptly halted and began weaving through the trees. I can pass through these trees. It seems I'm still in a soul state. Is this the opening animation? Gradually, Chun-Yin came to understand that he currently lacked a physical form, so there was nothing to fear. He began to delight in observing his surroundings. This light, the texture of the trees, the ripples of the water. It all looks so real. This game is amazing. Though he could not yet touch anything tangible, the visuals were enough to leave Chun-Yin in awe. Are those strange creatures the Pokémon mentioned in the game? Wow, that caterpillar is enormous. And that stag beetle is massive too. Are those two birds fighting? Their wings look small, but the wind they generate is quite powerful. Before Chun-Yin could examine further, he soared out of the forest and into a town. The town exuded a medieval Western architectural style. Was it still in a feudal society? There were plenty of NPCs, each with distinct appearances. The attention to detail in this game was exceptional. Which company possesses such capabilities? Lost in thought, Chun-Yin flew above the town castle, where a prompt appeared before him. Welcome to the Pokémon world. Before you embark on your adventure, please create your character. What is your name? Silent and taciturn, character name successfully registered. Please design your body and appearance. A silhouette resembling him appeared before Chun-Yin, allowing him to adjust various attributes and details at will. Oh no, not the face creation part. Adjusting every little detail is too tedious. I'll just randomly change 10% instead. It's a pity I can't change genders. Otherwise, I would love to try a female character. Character creation completed. Please begin your adventure in the Pokémon world. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Could you at least let me down? Wait, you're not going to oh no. Before Chun-Yin could finish his sentence, his body plummeted again, and his consciousness fell into darkness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying on the ground, his back feeling quite cold. Cold? Am I not in the game? Could it be? Chun-Yin sat up abruptly, first touching the ground, then taking a deep breath. What the hell? This sense of touch. This sense of smell. It's just like reality. This is truly a virtual reality game. The experience feels so real that it seems somewhat surreal. Has technology advanced this far? Why was there no hint of this before? The two others who awakened alongside him were equally astonished. Wow, this is indeed an immersive game with all 5 senses intact. I've only read about this in online novels. I can't believe I'm actually experiencing it. Am I dreaming? I can even feel pain. One player pinched his arm hard, grimacing as he rubbed the spot. Are you Ruofing? Chun-Yin asked, glancing at the player nursing his arm. Yinzi, why do you look different? Did you not customize your face? How do you look just like in reality? Why would I customize my face? I look perfect as I am. Any alteration would detract from my beauty. Chun-Yin watched Su Ruofing, who wore a proud expression, and felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. By the way, this game is incredible. It feels too real. If it weren't for the name hovering above your head, I would have thought you were an NPC. Indeed. It's hard to believe a game can achieve such realism. Another player chimed in. Hello, let me introduce myself. My in-game name is A Leaf Knows Autumn. You can call me Old Yi. Old Yi observed that Chun-Yin and Su Ruofing seemed to be acquainted, so he took the initiative to introduce himself. A Leaf Knows Autumn? The name immediately suggests a gaming deity. I am known as Last Night's West Wind, but you may call me West Wind. I am silent and reticent. You can simply call me. Before Chun-Yin could complete his introduction, the door to the reception room swung open. A man clad in a black suit entered, cradling a purple creature in his arms. The 3 players gazed at him with curiosity, just as they were about to speak. They were interrupted by the man's voice. Welcome, esteemed guests from the Divine Realm. I understand that you have many questions, but before I explain the situation, I kindly ask you to don your garments. Ryan surveyed the trio before him, who were completely unclothed, feeling a deep sense of exasperation. He had indeed prepared clothing and had waited outside for a moment, yet upon entering, he was still met with 3 swaying forms of indescribable nature. Children should not look. Beware of the needle's eye. Ryan hurriedly covered Sweet Bamboo's eyes. Bewildered? Chapter 5. Novice Guidance. Ryan gazed at the 3 individuals before him, frantically dressing, and let out a sigh. The Genesis point could only construct the players' bodies, leaving even undergarments beyond its capabilities. Thus, players initially appeared in their natural state. To mitigate this, Ryan had deliberately summoned the male and female players separately, preparing garments in advance. However, The players seemed overly exhilarated, oblivious to the clothes surrounding them. Fortunately, he first attended to the male players. Had he gone to the female quarters and found them similarly unadorned, it would have been quite the social faux pas. Once the 3 male players had donned their attire, Ryan led them to the female quarters, confirming at the door that they were appropriately dressed before entering. Observing the 5 players, 3 men and 2 women, before him, Ryan felt a surge of excitement. He had anticipated a turnout of 2 or 3 at most. Yet all 5 of his reservations had materialized. Main quest: at least 1 player has officially entered the game, task completed, rewards distributed, delighted by the rewards. Ryan commenced the player guidance segment he had prepared. Esteemed guests from the realm of deities, welcome to Firefly Town. I am Baron Ryan, the lord of this land. In our world, wondrous creatures known as Pokémon inhabit every corner. They are intelligent and endearing, possessing an array of peculiar abilities. As he spoke, Ryan raised his sweet bamboo, which amiably greeted the players. Wow, how adorable. It resembles a mangosteen. Is it inspired by that fruit? It smells delightful. I wish to take a bite. The sweet bamboo, startled by the remark, promptly hid behind Ryan. Wait, it can understand us. It seems quite intelligent, one player remarked. Clearing his throat, Ryan interrupted their chatter. As you can see, Pokémon possess an intellect not far removed from that of humans. Some are even more astute. Both humans and Pokémon are creations of the creator god, intended to coexist harmoniously. However, due to wars and various other reasons, the relationship between humans and Pokémon has deteriorated into a state of hostility. If this continues, a catastrophic conflict is inevitable, resulting in widespread devastation. To prevent such an outcome, the creator god has chosen me as his sole emissary, tasked with averting this calamity, and has sent you, divine visitors, to assist me. In the time to come, I hope we can work together to restore this world to its rightful course. Having completed his opening address, Ryan exhaled with relief, uncertain of its impact. Yet, observing the players' excited expressions, he felt reassured that his introduction had been effective. Is this the game's background introduction? It sounds rather compelling, though I wonder what the actual gameplay entails. After all, this is a virtual reality game. I would relish playing even Tetris here. By the way, how does one log out? Su Ruofing inquired, not wishing to find himself trapped in the game like a character from a certain anime. Are you referring to returning to the divine realm? You all bear the creator god's insignia on your wrists. By focusing your minds, you can choose to return. However, only your souls will depart. Your bodies will remain here, so it is advisable to find a safe location before logging out. Upon hearing this, Su Ruofing promptly tested the option and confirmed the ability to log out, which greatly reassured him. You must be delirious from watching too much anime, Chenyin remarked. Although he had his own questions. Where can we access the player interface? Where can we view our levels and attributes? How do we engage in battles and level up? I did not comprehend what you just said. As for battles, it naturally involves commanding Pokémon to engage in combat. Now, let me clarify something. Alright, you will understand these matters in due course. Our immediate priority is to restore our territory. Please follow me, Ryan interjected, keen to curtail further inquiries lest he inadvertently reveal any weaknesses. Time was of the essence, and it was a considerable feat to have reached this point. First, he had guided the players on a tour of the town, akin to an opening animation, and then granted them the ability to create their own avatars, including the character customization phase. Yet, being no game designer, he acknowledged that certain aspects could have been better executed, and he would have to improve gradually over time. Before we proceed, I must emphasize one point. I am the sole emissary of the creator god. My commands represent his will. Should anyone choose to defy my orders, I possess the authority to send them back to the divine realm and revoke their rights to return to this world. Ryan's tone grew more serious, fully aware of the fourth calamity's disruptive potential. Without strict regulations, who could predict the chaos they might unleash? Wait, does that imply this NPC possesses the authority to ban players? That seems rather extreme, Su Ruofing whispered to Chen Yin, nudging him. Perhaps he is the game's protagonist, with the developers using him to regulate our actions, Chen Yin mused. However, this game seems rather rigid. They risk players quitting outright with such harsh penalties. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ruofing realized the absurdity of his question. Chen Yin regarded him with a bemused expression. Brother, this is a virtual reality game. Countless individuals yearn to play it. They certainly won't miss you if you choose to leave, he retorted. A soft laughter erupted nearby, and the two turned to see a female player with 2 buns in her hair stifling her giggles. My apologies, I did not mean to laugh. Your expression was simply too amusing, she said, introducing herself. Hello, I am known in the game as Bells Ringing, but you may call me Bell. This lovely lady beside me is Sia. Greetings. No need to mention my game name. It's displayed above us. Just call me Shifeng, and this is Yanzi. The gentleman over there is Lao Yi. You needn't apologize. The question I posed was indeed a bit foolish. Speaking for myself, as long as I can play this game, I will gladly follow whatever Lord Ryan instructs. Suru often declared, raising his voice to convey his loyalty. As they conversed, they arrived at the castle entrance. And as the doors swung open, sunlight gradually poured in. Wow, the warmth of the sunlight feels incredible. Even the sand is so distinct. This truly resembles the real world. The players were once again taken aback by the astonishing realism of their surroundings. Meanwhile, White, who had been waiting at the entrance, looked on in astonishment at the gathering. He had thoroughly checked beforehand. No one but Ryan could possibly be within the castle. Where had these individuals come from? Could they truly be guests from the divine realm? Realizing this, the typically composed White felt a surge of excitement. It appeared that young Master Ryan had indeed received divine inspiration, and their territory was finally saved. Ryan noticed the tears glistening in White's eyes, but chose not to comment. Instead, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and turned to the players. This is Knight White, our secretary and captain of knights in Firefly Town. Should you have any questions about the territory, feel free to ask him. Furthermore, aside from myself and the White Knight, you are forbidden from disclosing your identities as visitors from the divine realm to anyone else. Those who contravene this directive shall bear the consequences. If inquired by others, you shall simply state that you are newly arrived wanderers. Observing the players nodding in understanding, Ryan commenced the announcement of the first task. Chapter 6. The Lottery and the Pokémon device. A few days ago, our territory was besieged by a horde of beasts. Thanks to the collective efforts of everyone, we successfully repelled the onslaught, yet numerous houses suffered damage, necessitating the felling of trees to repair them. Ryan gestured towards several carts parked nearby, laden with lumbering tools. Each person was to push a cart, and this time, I shall accompany you. Uncle White, please lead them to the city gates while I fetch the scyther. At that moment, White realized the solution Ryan proposed to address the shortage of timber. But he wondered whether these esteemed visitors from the divine realm would truly be willing to engage in such arduous labor. Just as he was about to inquire, he noticed the divine guests, their faces alight with enthusiasm, eagerly lifting the carts, clearly impatient to set off. White promptly dismissed his questions. It seemed that a mere mortal like himself could not fathom the mindset of beings from the divine realm. Henceforth, he decided to heed Master Ryan's guidance. Ryan observed the players' actions with some amusement, yet he could empathize. He too had felt exhilaration while undertaking quests and games. Moreover, in their eyes, this remained a virtual reality experience. All right, let us depart and regroup at the city gates. Understood. The players swiftly hoisted their carts and scampered after White. After watching them leave, Ryan did not rush to find the scyther, but instead headed to the study to partake in a lottery. Previously, the main quest had awarded him 6 lottery opportunities, none of which he had utilized. The players were about to venture into the Firefly Forest, a place teeming with Pokémon that harbored a less than amicable relationship with humans, some even harboring animosity. Although accompanied by Scyther for protection, Ryan wished to test his luck with the lottery, hoping to draw some useful items. Let us begin with a trial draw. May Arceus bless me with a stroke of luck. Congratulations. You have drawn 3 Pokeballs. Pokeballs. Ryan gazed at the classic red and white orbs in his hand, uncertain whether to feel pleased. On one hand, these were the most fundamental items from the Pokémon games and anime, falling short of his expectations. On the other hand, it was an epic-making invention in the Pokémon world, wholly replacing existing Pokémon devices. Why only 3? I recall they can be crafted from apricorns, right? Though Ryan pondered this, he realized he had no knowledge of the crafting method, and even if he did, he would not dare to produce them on a large scale. His current strength was still feeble, and he understood the principle that the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be felled. His weakness made him acutely aware of the many considerations he had to bear. Never mind, let us proceed with another draw. I'll go for 5 consecutive draws. Congratulations! You have drawn 1 bug repellent spray, 5 mini experience candies, 3 sweet honey, 3 Pokeballs, and 5 sticky balls. The panel displayed the uses of these items, revealing some differences compared to the game and anime. The Pokeballs required no further explanation. Bug repellent spray in the game prevented players from encountering weak wild Pokémon for a certain number of steps. But the one he drew required manual spraying to repel Pokémon. The mini experience candies functioned similarly to their counterparts in the game, boosting Pokémon levels, but without specific experience value increments. Sweet honey attracted wild Pokémon, while sticky balls, when thrown, could immobilize Pokémon upon impact. As Ryan surveyed the items laid before him, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that ordinary task rewards would consist of basic items like Pokémon food and healing potions, with the truly valuable items hidden within the lottery. While the drawn items were undoubtedly useful, they still did not meet his psychological expectations. Seemingly sensing Ryan's discontent, the panel unexpectedly displayed a message. This lottery is a beginner-level draw. Completing certain tasks will unlock higher-level lottery opportunities. Oh, there are higher-level lotteries? What can be drawn? How many tasks must one complete to unlock them? Ryan eagerly inquired, yet the panel offered no response. I had hoped you could communicate like others' golden fingers do. It seems this text was preset to appear after the first draw, he mused. Although the panel could not answer his questions, his spirits lifted considerably. Regardless of how many tasks it required, there was now a glimmer of hope. Enough of this. I should join Scyther and the players. Ryan stashed his prizes away and set off to find the Scyther. Upon reaching the lounge, he found the Scyther in a much improved state compared to the previous day. Devoid of its earlier despondency, its eyes brimming with determination. It seems you have truly rallied. Splendid. This is the Scyther I remember, the one that never admits defeat. Are you ready to battle? Sa. The Scyther raised its scythe-like arms, signaling its readiness. Excellent. However, before we set off, there is something we must do. Ryan produced a Pokeball and addressed the Scyther. No matter what happens, do not resist. You must trust me, all right? Though the Scyther looked puzzled, it nodded in agreement. After receiving its consent, Ryan gently tossed the Pokeball toward it. As the Pokeball opened, the Scyther transformed into a stream of red energy and was drawn inside. Its Pokémon device falling to the ground. The Pokeball wobbled slightly before emitting a satisfying click. Yes, I have captured the Scyther, Ryan exclaimed, striking a pose with the Pokeball. Admittedly, while the act felt somewhat embarrassing, it was undeniably exhilarating, fulfilling a long-held dream for Ryan. Ahem, come forth, Scyther. He glanced around, ensuring no one had witnessed his earlier antics, before releasing the Scyther. Upon its release, the Scyther regarded Ryan with a bemused expression, puzzled by how such a small ball could contain it, yet it felt rather comfortable inside. This is a Pokeball. You can rest inside it whenever you wish. And you need not wear the Pokémon device anymore. Only then did the Scyther notice the device lying on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, it picked up the device and signaled for Ryan to help it don it. In truth, given the mutual trust between the Scyther and Ryan's father, they no longer required the Pokémon device. The only reason it remained was to reassure the subjects. However, Ryan was determined to transform the relationship between humans and Pokémon. This device symbolized the distrust between the two. Humans would select young Pokémon and tailor devices for them, and should a Pokémon defy orders, the device would unleash electric shocks or other punitive measures. After enduring multiple punishments, Pokémon would develop psychological scars, and even as they grew stronger, they would hesitate to break free from the devices, continuing to obey human commands. Ryan could not accept such a device. As long as it existed, the relationship between humans and Pokémon could never improve. He was unconcerned about others doubting him for not wearing a device. While controlling Pokémon with devices was the norm, many individuals either chose not to use them or could not afford them. Observing Ryan's steadfast refusal to don the beastly apparatus, the flying mantis chose not to press the matter further. It too found the contraption quite uncomfortable, feeling that its own prowess could not be fully realized while encumbered by such an item. I recall that in the Legends of Arceus game, wooden Pokeballs existed in ancient times. Could it be that the era I inhabit is even more antiquated? Or perhaps it is a parallel world? Regardless, pondering such matters serves little purpose. Come, Flying Mantis, let us venture forth to meet those delightful players. Off we go. Chapter 7. Shadows in the dark. As Ryan approached the city gates, he observed players excitedly surrounding White and the Beedrill, chattering incessantly. Among them, a female player named Bells was even daringly touching the Beedrill. Uncle White, how did you catch this magnificent wasp? Could you teach me? She inquired. They say it's called Beedrill. By the way, Bells, aren't you afraid? How can you dare to touch it? Why should I be afraid? This Beedrill is so adorable. Adorable. Suru often shuddered at the sight of the Beedrill's menacing front legs and its poisonous stinger at the tail. He simply could not fathom why Bells found the Beedrill charming. Cough, cough. Ryan deliberately cleared his throat, drawing the attention of a few players. However, their gaze lingered only for a fleeting moment before they fixated on the nearby Scyther, rushing over in a frenzy. Wow, this mantis is so cool. Those scythes on either side could easily slice someone in half. Is this also a Pokémon of the Lord? It looks incredibly powerful. Does it have any special abilities? I think it's just okay, not as cute as the Beedrill. Ryan found the cacophony overwhelming. He could not comprehend how 5 individuals could generate such a torrent of chatter. Enough, he interjected. I understand your excitement and curiosity upon arriving in this world, but I must ask you to exercise some restraint. The place we are heading to is perilous, and if you continue to act so recklessly, I will have to reconsider your eligibility to accompany me." Upon hearing this, the players immediately fell silent. This was the only quest they could currently undertake. Failing to participate would leave them lagging far behind the others. White observed Ryan's ability to quell the guests from the divine realm with just a few words and felt a mix of admiration and relief. He could hardly understand the behavior of these divine guests. They had not ceased their antics throughout the journey. They either bombarded him with bizarre questions or insisted on touching everything, emitting gasps of wonder after each encounter. Moreover, they approached others, inquiring if they required assistance. Their enthusiasm frightening many locals back to their homes. They even attempted to push open doors to peer inside, questioning whether it was possible to enter every building. Feeling exasperated, White had summoned help to bring the bee drill, hoping it would intimidate them enough to cease their peculiar conduct. While they did settle down, he and the bee drill bore the brunt of their curiosity. The divine guests showed no fear of the bee drill, instead surrounding them, incessantly firing questions, with one girl even daring to touch it. Had he not insisted the bee drill remain restrained, it might have struck out long ago. White recounted this situation to Ryan in detail, then quietly asked, "Young Master Ryan, are you certain they are guests from the divine realm? Their behavior is quite peculiar." "Indeed. They are from the divine realm. They may have just arrived in this world and are still adjusting," Ryan replied. "You should inform the frightened locals that these individuals are refugees who wish to assist us out of gratitude for our territory's hospitality, albeit with a touch of overzealousness. As for their unusual behavior, you can attribute it to their unique customs." Ryan felt a tinge of helplessness. These players had a knack for causing chaos. In just a short absence, they had managed to create such a stir. "Understood. I hope everything goes smoothly for you and that you return safely," White said. He wished he could accompany Ryan on this journey, but he realized he could not control these divine guests. Moreover, he understood that only through rigorous trials could Ryan grow into a competent lord. As he watched Ryan's retreating figure, White silently prayed, "Lord Nord, wherever you may be, please watch over young Master Ryan and ensure his safety." Meanwhile, within the castle of Ironthorn Town, located to the west of Firefly Town, Baron Bach glared ominously at a cloaked figure before him. "I have just received word that the young master of Firefly Town is alive. Your attempt has failed once again." "Impossible. I clearly instructed the Dream Eater to hypnotize him, controlling him to fall into the river. I ensured he had no life signs before I departed," the cloaked man retorted in a low voice. "But the fact remains that he is alive. This is not your first failure. Previously, you assured me that the beast tide would only impact other towns, and my town would suffer no losses. And yet, the beast tide struck my territory no less severely than any other." Bach exclaimed angrily, rising to his feet and pointing at the cloaked man. "You claimed that if we cooperated to instigate the beast tide, you could guarantee the safety of my town. Once the tide subsided, I would easily conquer neighboring towns. And now, I can't even clean up my own mess. I have already explained the beast tide. It was merely a minor miscalculation. Besides, did I not divert part of the tide to neighboring Firefly Town? Your territory suffered some damage, but the losses were not catastrophic. You still have the capacity to conquer other towns," the cloaked man replied. "Also, I detest being pointed at." The cloaked man abruptly raised his head, revealing a darkness beneath the hood, with two faint red lights glaring at Bach. At that moment, Bach recalled that the figure before him was not merely his subordinate, but a partner of equal strength. He reluctantly lowered his hand, but continued to speak defiantly. "Now, because of this unusual beast tide, those lunatics from the Sea God Temple have been drawn here. How can I dare to openly conquer other towns? They will surely suspect me. You also claimed you had a way to ensure the young master of Firefly Town would die naturally, leaving his territory without an heir. I could then manage it without anyone raising an eyebrow. And now, he is alive and well." This time, the cloaked man did not refute him. In truth, he too was baffled as to why Ryan had survived. "This is indeed my oversight. I will find a way to rectify it. The investigation team from the Sea God Temple is nearby, so I cannot act openly. However, I know a mercenary. For the right price, he can eliminate anyone. Won't those from the Sea God Temple become suspicious? The Sea God Temple is only interested in our church. They won't scrutinize other matters too closely. A fabricated scene of accidental death should suffice. If you are truly concerned, we can always eliminate the assassin afterward to cover our tracks," the cloaked man stated nonchalantly. "You people from the Shadow Church are ruthless, but I like it. Let us proceed as you suggest." "Very well, I shall make contact immediately." With that, the cloaked man turned to leave, casting a final glance at the column in the hall. Once the cloaked man departed, Baron Bach slammed his hand on the table. "A mere minor miscalculation? Do you really think I am unaware? That beast tide was deliberately drawn to me. Had we not prepared in advance, We would have been swept away, and I would have become his puppet. My lord, it seems he has noticed me. A shadow emerged from behind the column, kneeling before Bach. It would be more suspicious if he hadn't noticed you. The Shadow Church is particularly sensitive to life forces. I intended for him to detect your presence. Only by exhibiting a semblance of suspicion and volatility can I diminish his wariness towards me. Bach gazed intently beyond the castle, while the cloaked figure who had just exited the fortress seemed to sense something amiss, turning to cast a glance back at the castle before letting out a derisive snort. Humph, fool. No matter how you perform, it will not alter the inevitable outcome. The shadow of my deity shall ultimately envelop the entire world. Chapter 8. The initial encounter between players and Pokémon. Finally, we are nearing our destination, thought Suruofing, pausing to catch his breath as he gazed upon the lush forest ahead, a stark contrast to the barren ground behind him. The realism of this game was a double-edged sword. While it was captivating, one had to traverse the landscape step by step. He found himself reminiscing about the automated pathfinding features of the old browser games. Then perhaps you should return to those games. It's not a flaw that this one feels so lifelike, retorted Chun Yan, rolling his eyes at Suruofing's sentiments. Oh, I'm merely expressing my admiration for this game's authenticity, Suruofing replied, dismissing Chun Yan's sarcasm. At that moment, they observed Ryan, who had been leading the way, come to a halt. He turned to a nearby rock and, with a hint of exasperation, called out, "Enough hiding. The Scyther has already caught your scent. Will you not come out? I could send the Scyther to fetch you." No sooner had he spoken than a shadow of vibrant purple-red darted from behind the rock, lunging towards Ryan. In a swift motion, Ryan caught it, his hand gently stroking the flowered calyx of the sweet-scent Pokémon. Weren't you supposed to wait at home? How did you sneak out? Aren't you afraid of being snatched by a Spearow? The sweet-scent Pokémon, undeterred, seemed to respond with a defiant flare. Ryan chuckled. I truly can't do anything with you. But first, let us wipe off that sweat. Your fragrance is overwhelming. He affectionately dabbed at the sweet-scent Pokémon as perspiration, pondering why it was so fond of him. His predecessor had never interacted with it, so it couldn't be mere forgetfulness. As Ryan delved into his memories, a fervent gaze fixated on the sweet-scent Pokémon in his arms. Excuse me, my lord, may I hold that Pokémon? Inquired a female player named Sia. Ryan was taken aback by her request. He had noticed since the beginning. While her fellow players were animatedly exclaiming their astonishment, she remained composed, her expression unchanged. It made Ryan wonder if she was emotionally detached. Yet, her eyes now burned with an intensity that unsettled him. Very well, you may hold it for a moment. He consented, not wishing to dampen her enthusiasm for Pokémon. The sweet-scent Pokémon showed no resistance, so he handed it over to her, with trembling hands. Sia took the sweet-scent Pokémon. Though her expression remained cool, internally she was a tempest of excitement. Oh my goodness! It's so adorable! How can such a delightful creature exist? If only it were fluffy. Regardless, this is a moment to cherish, she exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy. Ryan, oblivious to the players' inner thoughts, led them into the Firefly Forest. Upon entering, they witnessed numerous Pokémon scurrying away, while those unable to flee trembled in place, desperately attempting to hide. Why do they run at the mere sight of us? I barely caught a glimpse before they vanished, lamented Ryan, disheartened by the evident rift between Pokémon and humans. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. You will have many opportunities to interact with them later. For now, pick up the tools from the cart and begin chopping wood, he instructed. Understood. The players eagerly grabbed their tools, ready for action. Before you chop, ensure there are no Pokémon in or around the trees to avoid harming them, he reminded them. Got it. Watching the players' enthusiasm, Ryan nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, the Scyther, eager to join in, expressed a desire to chop wood as well. How could I forget you? Go ahead, Ryan said, granting permission. The Scyther, adept at sharpening its limbs by cutting trees, approached a trunk and, with a swift motion, felled it with a clean swipe. The players, astonished by the display of strength, gasped, did it just take down a tree that easily? It's incredible! We might not even need to help. It can handle everything on its own. Quickly. We should chop before it finishes all the trees, or our rewards will diminish, urged one player, hastily increasing their pace. Fortunately, after the Scyther had knocked down a dozen trees, Ryan called it to a stop, allowing the players to breathe a sigh of relief. This game is truly fascinating. We're competing with an NPC for tasks. This indicates that the NPC possesses specialized artificial intelligence, rather than following a scripted routine. I wonder if this is unique to the protagonist, or if all NPCs have such intelligence. That seems improbable. Such luxury seems reserved for the main character alone. Yet, I've observed the townsfolk. None of their movements or dialogues have repeated, and they react to us in real time, Chen Yin recalled. Reflecting on the vivid fear displayed by the townspeople, I find it reasonable, This is a virtual reality game after all. The technology to develop AI for NPCs is not insurmountable, another player remarked. Indeed, you make a valid point, but why would this technology be wait? The grass beside you appears to be moving, Suruofing exclaimed, turning his gaze to investigate. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a blue creature, adorned with green grass, frantically darting forward before colliding with a tree and tumbling to the ground. Is that also a Pokémon? Why does it resemble a potted plant? What could possess it to run into a tree? Suruofing mused. It was startled by you. Hurry and ask the Lord how to handle this, urged another player, who had begun to notice more hidden Pokémon. Wow, that Caterpie is enormous. And that one has horns on its head. Wait, did that morning glory just grow legs and run away? And why does this bug have mushrooms growing on it? As the Pokémon realized they had been discovered, they panicked and fled in all directions, creating chaos among the players and Pokémon alike. Scyther, use Shadow Clone. Block their escape, commanded Ryan. The Scyther swiftly created several clones, positioning them to obstruct the frantic Pokémon. Sweet scent Pokémon, release your aroma, Ryan ordered once more, with a joyful chirp. The sweet scent Pokémon twirled its calyx, dispersing its calming fragrance. The aroma soothed the frightened Pokémon, gradually calming their frantic hearts. Next, Ryan retrieved 2 bags of Pokémon food, distributing them among the players. You've yearned to interact with Pokémon, and now is your chance. They are much calmer now. Take this food and approach them gently. Excitement surged among the players as they eagerly took the food and approached the Pokémon. The creatures, sensing no malice from the humans and drawn by the delightful aroma of the food, began to relax. Here, would you like a treat? Chinyin offered, extending a single hand filled with food towards the blue creature. The creature hesitated, glancing up at the smiling human before succumbing to the temptation of the food and leaning down to eat. The other Pokémon, inspired by its bravery, followed suit and began to nibble at the offerings from the players. There is still a slight itch, but goodness, the speed at which they are consuming their meal is astonishing. Is it truly that delectable? I yearn to savor it as well. West Wind. Do you not have any shame? Competing with Pokémon for food, have you forgotten the time you wished to taste dog food, only to be chased around your home by your own dog? Goodness, why do you disclose every little thing? Ha. Observing the jovial players and the Pokémon engrossed in their meals, Ryan finds this scene remarkably harmonious. This, indeed, is the future he desires. Chapter 9. The Transportation Dilemma. Upon recognizing that these humans bore no ill will, many concealed Pokémon emerged from their hiding places. Although the weather had yet to warm, and food was scarce in the forest, they could not resist the allure of Pokémon food and approached the players, eagerly accepting their offerings. Lord, what is the name of this Pokémon? Why does it have grass growing on its head? It's called Oddish. It naturally has grass atop its head. And what about this one? That is a Caterpie, and the one beside it is a Weedle. Ryan introduced each Pokémon to the players, grateful that his memories from a previous life remained vivid, along with the knowledge of magical creatures he had acquired since childhood. Shouldn't we create something like a Pokédex? However, there are no cameras in this era to capture images. Will we have to sketch each one by hand? My knowledge is also limited, which could pose a challenge. Wait, why must I handle this alone? Why not let the players conduct the investigations and create it as a long-term task? Ryan realized that he had not fully adjusted his mindset, attempting to take on every task himself and inadvertently diminishing the players' involvement. This was not ideal, as it lessened their engagement and increased his own burden. The matter of the Pokédex could wait. The immediate priority was to procure lumber. With this in mind, Ryan called upon the players to continue their woodcutting. The Pokémon, having finished their meals, did not flee but instead remained curiously observing the players. Understanding that the players were chopping wood, they not only refrained from intervening, but some even attempted to assist. Witnessing this, Ryan felt a swell of emotion. These Pokémon could be described as possessing pure, kind hearts, or, more bluntly, as naive. They were willing to show goodwill to humans after merely being fed, despite the fact that tree felling was destroying their habitat. They not only showed indifference, but even sought to help. No wonder such powerful beings were often subjected to human mistreatment. The players also noted this and felt an increased fondness for the Pokémon. Must we really chop down these trees? Isn't that equivalent to dismantling their homes? Suruofing expressed his reluctance, his actions slowing. Unfortunately, you've seen the damaged houses in the town. Many are now homeless. We cannot allow them to sleep on the streets. Moreover, this is a special circumstance. We wouldn't typically fell this many trees, but we will need to build houses in the future. We cannot remain in the castle indefinitely. Houses need not be constructed solely from wood. We could attempt to fire bricks. Brick houses are far superior to wooden ones, though I am unsure of the extent of freedom within this game. Chinyin stretched his shoulders and wiped the sweat from his brow. After only an hour or two, he already felt sore and worn out. It seemed the physical attributes of his character were rather lacking. In truth, it was not just him. The physical attributes of the other players were similarly deficient. When Ryan created bodies for the players, he did not endow them with particularly high initial stats, primarily due to a lack of creation points. The higher the players' attributes, the more creation points were required to construct their bodies. As previously mentioned, due to the degradation of the territory, Ryan's daily acquisition of creation points was limited, and he needed to reserve some for emergencies, which necessitated reducing player attributes. This resulted in the players appearing somewhat fragile, but this was merely temporary. Attributes could be enhanced in the future. Furthermore, battles in this world primarily relied on Pokémon, so players did not require exceptionally high physical attributes. Ugh, I can't push this at all. Cut back on the load, will you? Do you think I'm a beast of burden? Su Ruofing gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength, yet the cart remained immovable, forcing Qian Yin to unload some of the wood. This is not sustainable. How many trips will it take to transport this little? The territory is quite far from here. Ryan recognized the issue. Chopping the trees was straightforward, but transportation posed a significant challenge. Observing the surrounding Pokémon, he saw them eagerly attempting to assist with the cart. Yet they were small creatures and lacked the strength to be of much help. Watching the Pokémon laboring to push the cart, a thought struck Ryan. Scyther, Butterfree. I need your assistance. He produced a jar of honey and imparted a few instructions. The two Pokémon nodded in understanding before soaring deeper into the forest. All right, everyone. Take a moment to rest. I will resolve the transportation issue. Long live the Lord. I'm exhausted. I feel as though my body might fall apart. This game is incredibly realistic. I'm not only tired but also parched. Upon hearing Ryan's words, the players slumped to the ground, panting heavily. There are water bags on the cart, and I brought some orange berries. Everyone can have a few to replenish their energy. Ryan retrieved the prepared berries, and the players gratefully accepted, devouring them eagerly. Wow, these berries are delicious and incredibly juicy. Lingdang took a bite of the orange berry, her eyes lighting up as she continued to savor it. Aren't you curious about the taste system? It's identical to reality. What's there to be curious about? They've already arranged for your sense of smell and touch. How could taste be any different? I even plucked some grass to taste while in the territory. I already knew there was a taste system. Seeing Su Ruofing's smug expression, Chunyin shook his head in resignation. The taste is fine, but the key point is that there is a sensation of fullness after eating. This sensation can also be simulated. This game is truly remarkable. I wonder if it could be even more realistic, such as whether one could defecate. Indeed, I tested it while in the territory. Urination is possible. Though I haven't yet attempted defecation, but it should be feasible. You've tried that. I must admit, you are quite impressive. Chunyin found himself somewhat in awe of Su Ruofing. He had never seen him so unrestrained in reality, yet here in the game, he had fully embraced his true nature. Do you think the Lord will resolve the transportation issue by calling for help from those in the territory? Not a chance. If they could come, they would have by now. Didn't you hear Uncle White say those people are quite afraid of Pokémon? I don't understand their fear. These Pokémon are adorable. Lingdang gently pet the round spider on her shoulder, her face radiating uncontainable affection. Su Ruofing's eyes twitched slightly. He felt this girl's taste was rather peculiar. Before he could voice his thoughts, several figures emerged from the depths of the forest. Scyther and the others have returned. What Pokémon are following them? Is that a Heracross? I saw it in the opening animation. How cool. Is the Lord intending for them to assist us with transporting the wood? Behind Scyther were 3 Pokémon, their deep blue shells gleaming, each sporting a robust horn atop their heads. Ryan felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated encountering Heracross. This Pokémon was renowned for its immense strength, reputedly capable of lifting objects weighing 100 times its own body weight. Now, the transportation issue could be effortlessly resolved. Chapter 10. Employing Pokémon previously. When Ryan witnessed the Pokémon attempting to assist in moving a cart, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Since the weaker Pokémon were unable to lend their strength, it would be prudent to seek out the more robust ones for aid. Consequently, he retrieved the sweet honey he had drawn and instructed the Scyther to venture deep into the forest to find stronger Pokémon to assist them. Offering the sweet honey as a reward, the Scyther did not disappoint, successfully locating a trio of Heracross. The 3 Heracross maintained a cautious distance, their eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Initially resistant to the idea of aiding humans in transporting goods, they ultimately succumbed to the allure of sweet honey. Coupled with the persistent persuasion of the 2 Pokémon, Ryan sensed their apprehension and approached them slowly, sweet honey in hand, along with several bags of Pokémon food. We mean no harm. We simply request your assistance in transporting some timber. This sweet honey and the food shall serve as compensation. If you harbor doubts, feel free to inquire with these Pokémon. They can vouch for our intentions. The Heracross surveyed their surroundings, glanced at the sweet honey in Ryan's possession, and ultimately nodded in agreement to assist. Meanwhile, the onlooking players were captivated by the sight of the Heracross, particularly the 3 male players, whose eyes gleamed with excitement. After all, what boy has not played with beetles in his youth? Now, witnessing such magnificent Heracross, their hearts raced with exhilaration. Stop dawdling. There are ropes on the cart. Tie them to the Heracross. At Ryan's urging, the players snapped back to reality, hastily flipping the cart and securing the ropes to the 3 Heracross. 2 of you stay here to continue chopping wood. The other 3, each with a cart, follow me back to the territory. Who is going back? One player inquired. It doesn't matter who returns. They have to come back anyway. We can't transport all this timber in one trip. We'll switch shifts later. After a brief discussion, the players decided that Old Leaf and 2 female players would return first. Once their plan was settled, Ryan turned to the Scyther and instructed, I will head back to the territory. Please remain here to protect them and return with them tonight. Let us go. With that, the 3 Heracross bent their hind legs, their wings fluttering, and took off like arrows. The remaining players stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. What are you waiting for? Hurry and follow. Ryan shook his head in exasperation before pursuing them, sweet honey clutched in his arms. Wow, they're incredibly strong. And they can run too. Do they even know the way? Exclaimed one player. Let us not talk. They'll vanish in no time. The players swiftly followed suit. On the walls of Firefly Town, several militia members stood guard. While the structure was referred to as a wall, it was merely a modest stone barrier, 3 to 4 meters high, serving more as a symbolic gesture than a functional defense. Do you think those refugees can bring back the timber? My house is utterly uninhabitable. For the past few days, my family has been staying with relatives. This situation cannot continue. A militia member expressed his concern. Who knows? You saw it this morning. Those refugees seemed a bit off. Yet, their willingness to enter Firefly Forest is commendable. Another replied. Didn't Lord White say it was part of their unique customs? Even if we distrust them, we must trust our Lord. I certainly trust our Lord, but wait. What is that smoke ahead? Monsters. Sound the horn. The militia members scrambled to blow the horn, its deep sound resonating throughout the territory. Upon hearing the horn, the townsfolk felt a pang of anxiety. The devastation from the recent beast tide was still fresh in their minds, and the thought of facing another wave was daunting. They hastily prepared to flee, only for the horn to abruptly cease. Why has the horn stopped? Are there even monsters? One citizen questioned. Could it be that those guards mistook something? It's unlikely. This has never happened before. Shall we go check at the city gate? A few brave townsfolk ventured toward the gate. Upon arrival, they found the militia gathered around their lord, speaking with reverence and admiration. Beside their lord stood 3 monstrous creatures, not only refraining from attacking, but seemingly hauling several carts of timber. Little Arthur, what on earth is happening? The townsfolk, emboldened, approached but dared not disturb Ryan, instead inquiring with a militia member. We spotted monsters while on guard and quickly sounded the horn. However, when they approached, we realized there were humans alongside them, those refugees and Lord Ryan. Our Lord instructed us to cease the horn, revealing that he had employed these monsters to assist in transporting timber and urged us not to panic. Is that true? Can monsters be employed? They won't harm humans? I have always believed Lord Ryan was capable. From a young age, I knew he would succeed. No. You previously claimed Lord Ryan was afraid of monsters and could never be a lord. Slander. You're slandering me. I'll charge you with defamation. Although the townsfolk were skeptical, the evidence before them was undeniable. The 3 monsters stood docile, displaying no inclination to attack. This dramatically shifted their perception of Ryan. Truth be told, while they had supported Ryan's inheritance of the territory due to him being the sole heir of the former lord, their trust was tenuous. How could a lord who feared monsters adequately protect the land? Yet now, Ryan had not only overcome his fear, but had even managed to employ monsters for the territory's benefit, an accomplishment the former lord had never achieved. This rekindled their faith in the future of their land. This was precisely the outcome Ryan had hoped for. While there were alternative methods for transporting timber, he sought to foster interaction between the townsfolk and Pokémon, gradually dispelling their fears. Moreover, he aimed to restore their confidence in him and the territory's future. Now, it appeared that he had accomplished all these goals, a veritable trifecta. Enough talk. Uncle White, please gather some people to handle the timber transfer. These few must return for more transportation. Understood. I'll summon help immediately. White's eyes sparkled with pride and satisfaction. Upon hearing the horn, he had rushed to the walls, anticipating a fierce battle, only to find this unexpected scenario. This realization filled him with pride for Ryan, further solidifying his belief that Ryan had indeed received divine insight. How else could he have transformed so drastically? After overseeing the timber transfer, Ryan chose not to accompany the players back into the forest, confident they understood the process well enough to proceed independently. His primary focus now was to enhance the game and elevate the player's experience. As he pondered what had originally captivated him in games, was it the quests? The rewards? He gazed at the remaining creation points on his panel, initiating his plan for game completion. Chapter 11. The players' first capture. As dusk fell, the players returned to their territory, utterly exhausted, feeling as if their bodies were on the verge of collapse. Suruofing rubbed his sore shoulders, reflecting that he had never engaged in such grueling labor in reality. Indeed, the fatigue was palpable, perhaps due to his inadequate physical condition. He hoped that as he leveled up, things might improve. After all, it couldn't be the case that they would perpetually be tasked with chopping trees. I think it's not too bad, he remarked. With so many Pokémon accompanying us, it's quite enjoyable. Belle, brimming with energy, chimed in. Of course, it's easy for you. You just whisked away a Pokémon. If only I had one willing to follow me, I wouldn't feel so tired. Suruofing gazed enviously at the round spider resting on Belle's shoulder. Shouldn't it be the case that my handsome face could attract Pokémon? Could it be that they find me unappealing? Alas, sometimes beauty is a burden. Please be quiet. Chunyin thought about how he could slap Suruofing against the wall, regretting his decision to invite him to try this game. If only I could capture a Heracross. But alas, it just helped us and left without a word. Old Yi reminisced about the dashing figure of Heracross, expressing his fondness for such Pokémon. No worries. Given today as transportation volume, we should be able to complete the task by the day after tomorrow at the earliest. So you still have a chance, Chunyin reassured Old Yi. As they conversed, the players arrived at the castle, where servants guided them to the study. Observing Ryan, who was engrossed in his work, Bill quietly remarked to Sia, I just realized how handsome our lord is. He seems even younger than Leo in real life. Sia nodded in agreement. Before their discussion could progress further, Ryan lifted his gaze toward them. Thank you for your hard work today, but the task remains unfinished. We still require everyone's effort. Yes, the players replied wearily. Ryan understood their lack of enthusiasm. The task of logging was indeed tedious and exhausting. He needed to find a way to rekindle their spirits. Of course, I want to let you go unrewarded. Once the task is complete, I will distribute rewards, with special accolades for the highest contributors. The mention of rewards instantly captured the players' attention. Rewards? What kind of rewards? I suddenly feel invigorated. The rewards don't concern me. I simply enjoy chopping trees. The players were suddenly filled with fervor, eager to embark on their tasks. Now, it is quite late, and you should return to the Divine Realm. We shall continue with the logging tomorrow, Ryan announced. The flow of time here matched that of reality, and dawn was imminent in Blue Star. Are we logging off? Have we really spent a full day in the game? The players felt a twinge of reluctance. Excuse me. My lord, what will happen to this round spider if I log off? Belle pointed to the spider perched on her shoulder. Only then did Ryan notice the spider's presence, feeling quite astonished. He hadn't expected that on the very first day, a player had already managed to capture a Pokémon. In his anticipation, he thought it would take several days of interaction for a Pokémon to trust a player. Clearly, this player named Belle was exceptional. Do not worry. There will be dedicated personnel in the castle to care for these Pokémon. However, this is only temporary. You will eventually need to find ways to manage them yourselves. With the current player count being low, Ryan could still assist them with the Pokémon. But as the number of players increased, they would have to rely on their own skills. There is another solution to this issue. Because you are the first among the visitors from the Divine Realm to capture a Pokémon, this is your special reward. Ryan produced a Pokeball and handed it to Belle. He had deliberated for quite some time before deciding to use the Pokeball as a reward. His initial concern was that if others discovered he possessed numerous items capable of sealing and controlling Pokémon, it might incite envy. However, upon further reflection, it became clear that this world was not lacking in items that could seal Pokémon. The Ocean Temple had special crystals capable of doing so. These items, however, were rare and not as ubiquitous as the magical beast devices. Therefore, as long as he did not use the Pokeballs on a large scale, it should not attract undue attention. Moreover, given the precarious state of the territory, whether or not to expose the Pokeballs was moot, others might attack regardless. Thus, it was more beneficial to reward the players, enabling them to enhance their strength. What is this? A decorative item? Belle inquired curiously, examining the small sphere in her hand. This is called a Pokeball. It can expand and contract. As for its purpose, come forth, sweet bamboo. Ryan tossed another Pokeball gently upward, which opened automatically, releasing a beam of white light that revealed Sweet Bamboo's form. As you can see, this is a tool for capturing and carrying Pokémon. You can store the round spider within this Pokeball, ensuring it won't wander off when you return to the Divine Realm. Is it truly that magical? Won't the Pokémon feel uncomfortable inside such a small ball? Not at all. The environment inside is quite comfortable. And it even helps to restore some of the Pokémon's strength and injuries, Ryan explained. Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you, my lord. How do I use it? Simply tap the Pokeball against the Pokémon, provided that it has acknowledged you, or is too weak to resist. Otherwise, it may break free, rendering the Pokeball useless. Are you suggesting that this item can forcibly capture Pokémon? Chun Yin interjected. Ryan hesitated briefly, but decided to answer honestly. Indeed. As long as you can defeat the Pokémon, you may use the Pokeball to capture it. Although Ryan had not intended to disclose the Pokeball's capability to forcibly capture Pokémon, he reconsidered. After all, capturing through battle was a hallmark of the Pokémon game. Moreover, most Pokémon tended to accept those who had bested them, rarely harboring resentment. As for his concern regarding players capturing Pokémon indiscriminately and neglecting them, at least for now, it was unlikely, as he did not possess an abundance of Pokeballs. What if I have Bell assist me in defeating a Pokémon, and then I use the Pokeball to capture it? Would that work? Chun Yin continued to inquire. It would work, but the Pokémon captured in such a manner would not acknowledge you, meaning it would neither obey your commands nor hesitate to attack you. Personally, I dislike such practices. I hope you can befriend the Pokémon and earn their voluntary loyalty. Chun Yin grasped Ryan's intention. Having others assist in capturing would not only result in the Pokémon being unmanageable, but would also lower Ryan's favorability. At that moment, Belle understood the usage of the Pokeball. Enlarging it, she addressed the round spider. Round spider, are you willing to become my partner? The round spider, gazing at Belle's expectant eyes, approached and touched the Pokeball, subsequently transforming into a red beam and being absorbed within. The Pokeball wobbled a few times before emitting a delightful chime. Is this a success? Yes. Awesome, Belle exclaimed, joyously bouncing in place upon receiving Ryan's nod. Ugh, I feel so sore. How can she be so lucky, capturing both a Pokémon and a Pokeball? Su Ruofing grumbled enviously. This Pokeball must be the achievement reward for capturing the first Pokémon. No worries, we will have another chance tomorrow. Let us log off for now. Chun Yin speculated, already guessing what the special reward would be for the next day. Ryan instructed the servant to guide the players to the pre-arranged house for their offline experience, while he himself prepared to execute the meticulously crafted game plan. Meanwhile, those players who had gone offline began to stir a ripple of excitement in the real world. Chapter 12. An unparalleled experience in gaming. Chun Yin gradually opened his eyes, beholding the familiar confines of his bedroom. A sensation akin to having traversed through time enveloped him. Could it be that he was not merely dreaming? He removed the VR headset, and the vivid experiences from the game lingered in his mind with striking authenticity, devoid of any dreamlike haze. After confirming multiple times that this was no illusion, Chun Yin erupted into laughter. Haha, to think that in my lifetime, I could experience virtual reality gaming, truly. I have no regrets. As he continued to chuckle, tears began to shimmer in his eyes. Chun Yin was a fervent gaming enthusiast. It was once said that if one wishes to cease enjoying something, they should treat it as a job. Yet, he held an opposing view. Even though gaming was his profession, his passion for it remained undiminished. This was why he would criticize poorly made games, not merely for the sake of entertainment, but out of a deep-seated frustration with their shortcomings. Wait, hadn't he been critical of this very game? Suddenly, Chun Yin recalled his comments on the Steam platform. He hurriedly opened his computer and, rather than deleting his previous remarks, he added, "Brothers, I must confess, I was foolish and ignorant to dare disparage such a magnificent game. However, I shall not erase my earlier comments. Let this serve as a penance for my reckless words. This game was indeed a consummate embodiment of virtual reality, surpassing the depictions found in the popular online gaming novels of years past. While those narratives might have claimed a realism of 70 or 80%, this game could boast an astonishing 100% realism. Whether in terms of lighting effects or sensory experiences, it flawlessly mirrored reality. At times, it became nearly impossible to discern whether one was in a game or the real world. Although he did not comprehend how this was achieved, it did not hinder his eagerness to extol the game's virtues. Furthermore, the freedom within this game was exceptionally high, devoid of excessive constraints. Players could interact with any object and NPCs, with the laws of physics from the real world seamlessly applying within the game. For instance, one could incinerate wood into charcoal, much to the delight of sandbox enthusiasts. As for gameplay, while this game could be classified as an MMORPG, it did not rely on personal combat, nor feature swords and sorcery. Instead, it was populated with a plethora of Pokémon, with players commanding these creatures in battle, akin to pets from previous games. However, these extraordinary Pokémon were far from mere pets. They possessed their own thoughts and emotions, exhibiting intelligence that often eclipsed that of domesticated animals. wielding formidable powers such as breathing fire and unleashing electricity, endearing themselves to all. Having only played for a day, Chen Yin was still unfamiliar with many aspects of the game, so he decided to pause his commentary for the moment. In summary, this game was nothing short of extraordinary, destined for greatness, and poised to become the top game worldwide. Oh, to preempt any accusations of being a shill, let me disclose my identity. I am the content creator known as the Silent Gamer on Platform C. I will also share this comment on Platform C, and should I speak any falsehoods, I hereby vow to withdraw from the internet, allowing everyone to hold me accountable. After a flurry of typing, Chen Yin nodded in satisfaction at his comment. It was quite good. Despite the all-nighter, his mind remained remarkably clear. Wait, how was it that after a night of gaming, he felt so refreshed, as if he had just awakened from a restful slumber? Did playing this game equate to a form of rest? If so, that meant he had gained double the time compared to others. In other words, it was as though he had doubled his lifespan. Wow, this game truly was. Just as he marveled at this revelation, his phone rang. Upon answering, Su Ruofeng's excited voice came through. Hey, Yinzi. Did we encounter each other in the game last night? I can't be dreaming, right? It can't be that we both had the same dream. You are not dreaming. This game is indeed real. Chen Yin chuckled, amused by their shared apprehension regarding the previous night's adventure. Ha ha ha. I knew it was real. Thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't have had the chance to play this game. By the way, before logging off, we exchanged contact information, right? I'm thinking of creating a gaming group to bring everyone together for discussions. Having a group would certainly be convenient. Once you set it up, just add me in. No problem. I'll hang up now. Let's chat in the group. Shortly after hanging up, Chen Yin received Su Ruofeng's invitation. Last night's West Wind invites you to join the Pokémon Psychic group. Do you accept? What a delightful name for a group. Pokémon truly is the best. I accept. Last night's West Wind. Yinzi has joined. All 5 players are here. We can discuss everything about the game in this group. Bells ringing. Why are you the group leader? That feels a bit unreliable. Shouldn't I, the first person to capture a Pokémon, be the leader? Last night's West Wind. Cursed be your boasting. I'm already feeling envious. You better watch out, or I'll silence you. One Leaf Knows Autumn, the Silent Gamer. You are indeed that content creator from Platform C. I've even watched your videos. Bells ringing. Wow, is that true? How can you be sure he is the content creator? One Leaf Knows Autumn. This content creator commented on the game we're playing and even shared a screenshot of his comment on Platform C. Plus, with a name like the Silent Gamer, who else could it be? Last night's West Wind. Yinzi, are you really this high profile? Your fans must be going wild. Chen Yin glanced at his account dashboard and smiled wryly. Indeed, they are in an uproar. Some are even criticizing me, claiming that I've sacrificed my integrity for the sake of profit. Last night's West Wind. So, what are you planning to do? The Silent Gamer. Nothing at all. The truth speaks for itself. Once they experience it for themselves, they'll understand I was right. Shiyu, this game has an official website now. The link is below the reservation link. I've copied it for you all to check out. Shiyu suddenly chimed in with important news. Everyone in the group eagerly clicked on the official website link. The website's interface, like the reservation page, was rather simplistic. This left many questioning why. Having developed such advanced virtual reality technology, they couldn't make the website more aesthetically pleasing. Currently, the official site only featured 3 main sections: a player forum, game announcements, and a Pokémon encyclopedia. The player forum was a space for players to interact, which made the gaming group seem somewhat redundant. The Pokémon encyclopedia aimed to introduce various Pokémon. However, it only listed the names of the creatures they encountered the previous night, lacking images. It was noted that players could contribute to the encyclopedia. As for game announcements, it contained a single update notice. An update on the very first day? It seems there were quite a few issues during last night's testing. However, Chen Yin did not notice any bugs. What features were updated? Driven by curiosity, he clicked on the update announcement. Chapter 13, Game Update. Announcement for the continuous update of Pokémon World Closed Beta version. Update contents. 1. Introduction of a level system. Players can now view their own level as well as that of their Pokémon. Upon leveling up, players will experience enhancements in physical attributes, while Pokémon will see an increase in various abilities. Most Pokémon will evolve into new forms upon reaching certain levels. 2. Introduction of an attribute panel. Players can now observe their attributes, which will automatically improve upon leveling up. Other methods of enhancing attributes are left for players to discover on their own. 3. Addition of a task center. Players can enter the task center to accept quests and receive various rewards upon completion. 4. Introduction of a favorability system. Every action taken by the player will influence the favorability of NPCs and Pokémon within the game. If favorability drops too low, NPCs will cease to issue quests, and Pokémon may occasionally disobey commands. Conversely, high favorability can yield hidden rewards. 5. Optimization of certain scenes and resolution of existing bugs. These comprise all the enhancements that Ryan has made to the game. While it may seem straightforward, the implementation was, in fact, quite simple. The most significant aspect is undoubtedly the level system, which not only categorizes strength, but also ignites players' desire to elevate their levels, thereby enhancing the game's allure. The level configuration for Pokémon is quite elementary. They inherently possess levels and the concept of gaining experience through battles. Albeit this is often imperceptible to the average person who can only make rough estimations. Ryan utilized creation points to introduce a feature that allows players to view their Pokémon's levels. While not entirely accurate, it provides a glimpse into the current capabilities of the Pokémon. For the player's level configuration, Ryan established an experience bar that fills up before a level up occurs. Upon leveling, creation points automatically augment the player's physical attributes. Although the enhancements are modest, a sufficiently high level will yield physical attributes comparable to those of a trained knight, albeit not quite on par with a sage. As for the sources of experience, Ryan has temporarily instituted two methods. One is acquired through combat, and the other through task completion rewards, thus fostering players' enthusiasm for undertaking quests. Speaking of tasks, after players logged off, Ryan not only received rewards for their initial gameplay achievement, but also activated the side quest and daily quest segments, along with the shop module. Currently, there is only one side quest, which involves constructing and repairing homes within the territory, offering 2 chances for a lottery draw as a reward. Daily quests abound, including tasks such as weeding, litter cleanup, and rescuing wild Pokémon, with at least a dozen tasks available at a glance. The rewards for these tasks consist of spirit coins, which can be used to purchase items in the shop. The items available include rewards and items Ryan had previously acquired, such as Pokémon food, healing potions, and even Pokeballs. However, the prices are exorbitant, provoking a sense of indignation in Ryan, who deemed them akin to those of unscrupulous merchants. Given the multitude of tasks, Ryan realized he could not complete them all by himself. Thus, the task center was established to enable players to undertake quests while he dispensed rewards. Of course, Ryan would impose a nominal handling fee, just a slight one. The remaining attributes panel requires little elaboration. The favorability system is designed to regulate player behavior, discouraging them from engaging in excessively outrageous actions. This series of updates did not demand an inordinate amount of effort. It can be said that the functions of creation points are exceedingly advantageous, allowing for the creation of an official website while also aiding in refining the game. However, this update consumed a considerable amount of his creation points, and with future player upgrades and revivals also necessitating creation points, Ryan's reserves became alarmingly depleted. This simply would not do. He resolved to arrange for repairs to the houses first thing in the morning, as constructing an additional house would yield a slight increase in creation points each day. Ryan found himself restless. Had it not been for the late hour, he would have sought someone to commence repairs immediately. Meanwhile, players had read the update announcement and began to engage in discussions within the chat group. One leaf knows autumn. So much has been updated on just the first day. Last night's West Wind. It's the closed beta phase. Such rapid updates are entirely normal. Silent and Taciturn, you have played many games. What are your thoughts on this update? Silent and Taciturn, I haven't played any virtual reality games before, but this update is quite intriguing. Last night's West Wind, do elaborate. Silent and Taciturn, I won't reiterate the update details. They've been thoroughly covered above. I simply feel this update has made the game feel more game-like. Last night's West Wind, can you articulate that further? Silent and Taciturn, in simple terms, this game feels so realistic. I don't know how you all feel, but I sometimes feel as though I've transcended into another world. The hyperrealism of the game can blur the line between reality and fantasy. While it allows us to experience a second life, prolonged exposure may induce a sense of disorientation, leading some individuals to believe that the game world is the true reality, thereby evading their actual lives. Therefore, this update introduced several game-specific features, such as levels and attributes, to remind us that this is merely a game and cannot replace reality, while simultaneously enhancing the game's enjoyment. Jingle bells, that's quite profound, yet I oddly find merit in your argument. One leaf knows autumn. Most games yearn for increased realism, yet this one seems to be diminishing its own authenticity. Last night's West Wind, you make a valid point. However, you were rather bold to place the official website link directly on the homepage of the C site. Are you not concerned about backlash? Silent and Taciturn, why should I be afraid? The more players we have, the more it proves I'm not deceiving anyone. Moreover, as a content creator in the gaming sector, I must promote a good game when I encounter one. Last night's west wind, impressive. Your promotional efforts have yielded remarkable results. Many have flocked to the official forum, and the number of reservations has surged. Silent and taciturn, I must depart for work now. See you all tonight. Observing that the group had fallen silent, Chunyin set down his phone. He did not need to work, but he still had to update his video content. With that in mind, he reluctantly opened the Steam platform again, seeking a game to review. However, his mind was wholly consumed by the game Pokémon World, leaving him disinterested in others. Why can't this game allow video recording? With technology so advanced, can't they incorporate a recording function? Chunyin lamented, cradling his head in despair. If he could record videos, it would not only silence the naysayers, but also ensure that such virtual reality game content would undoubtedly become a sensation, alleviating his worries about what to film. Never mind. I'll just say I've become overwhelmed by criticism and need time to recover my spirits. Chunyin skillfully devised an excuse for his delayed updates and then hummed a tune as he headed for a shower. At this moment, Ryan remained oblivious to the fervent discussions sparked by his seemingly simple update. Even if he were aware, he would merely marvel at the players' imaginative capacities and might inwardly acknowledge their sentiments, perhaps even exclaiming, "Indeed, you are absolutely correct. That is precisely my thought." And now, he found himself troubled by yet another matter. Chapter 14. Spring plowing. The repairs on the house had yet to be completed, and the issue of spring plowing had already arisen. Ryan rubbed his temples in distress. Are you suggesting that our stock of grain seeds is limited, compounded by the fact that many fields have been left fallow? Consequently, the yield from this spring's plowing may diminish? Indeed, the beast tide arrived quite unexpectedly, leaving many of the residents unable to relocate their grain and seeds in time. Although our granaries contain some reserves, the quantity is insufficient. White continued to elaborate. As for the abandoned fields, most are at the periphery of the territory, close to the glimmering forest, and have suffered severe damage from the beast tide. The residents dare not cultivate there. After hearing White's explanation, Ryan felt a throbbing headache. The issue of food supply was paramount. If the residents could not find enough to eat, it would not only erode their faith in him as their lord, but could also incite unrest. Is it not possible to purchase seeds from other territories? I fear that may prove difficult. The neighboring territories do not maintain good relations with us, and they too have been besieged by the beast tide, likely leaving them without surplus seeds for sale. Given our current seed stock, how much do we anticipate the food yield will decrease? By at least 30 to 40%. If no one tends to the fields at the edges, the reduction could be even more significant, White replied. 30 to 40%. How much grain do we have in our granaries? Can we compensate for this reduction? There is some grain available, but most of it must be lent to those residents who could not relocate their supplies, and a portion must also be reserved for Lord Countess taxes. In other words, we are left with the sole option of increasing the yield per acre. With insufficient seeds, we must cultivate more food from fewer seeds. This is not insurmountable. Though I am not well versed in methods of enhancing food production, I am certain the players are knowledgeable in this regard. Just like the players from Earth who delight in agriculture, we can assign those lands the native residents fear to the players for cultivation, thus disseminating their farming expertise throughout the territory to boost food production. With this thought, Ryan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Do not worry, Uncle White. I have a general plan to address this issue. It is getting late. You should rest now. Yes, you too should retire early and avoid overexertion. White gazed at Ryan with a hint of concern, recognizing the weight of responsibility he bore at such a young age. All right, I shall rest now. Ryan, feeling fatigued after a day of managing players and updating the game, made his way to his bedroom. Upon entering, he found Sweet Bamboo already asleep on the bed, mumbling something in her slumber, appearing particularly adorable. This little one knows how to charm. Watching the endearingly clumsy Sweet Bamboo, Ryan could not help but smile. Yet, charm is a skill in itself. At least it brings me joy. I cannot expect her to resolve my problems, however. Wait a moment. A thought flashed through Ryan's mind like lightning. Sweet Bamboo may not be able to help, but other Pokémon certainly can. He suddenly recalled a fanfiction he read in his previous life, wherein the protagonist utilized Pokémon for farming and enhancing yields. A particular phrase resonated with him. Pokémon are the primary productive force. Ryan found this statement profoundly true. The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed, causing him to erupt into laughter. Ha ha ha. In a way, you have indeed aided me. Ryan excitedly scooped up Sweet Bamboo and began to spin in place. Confused, Sweet Bamboo blinked awake, gazing at Ryan with a bewildered expression, unsure of why he was so joyous. However, upon hearing that she might be the reason for his happiness, she puffed up with pride. Apologies, I did not mean to disturb your slumber. No worries, Sweet Bamboo replied sleepily. Ryan gently patted Sweet Bamboo's flower bud, and embraced her as he drifted into sleep. Morning arrived swiftly. The 5 players logged in punctually, gathered in the lounge to discuss their attributes. I have 6 points in both strength and constitution. It seems decent, but what does a mere 3 points in intelligence signify? I, Su Ruofeng, refused to accept this. Hearing Su Ruofeng unintentionally reveal his real name, Shun Yin sighed in exasperation. With that level of intelligence, anything above 0 would be a miracle. Are you disparaging me? What are your attributes? Su Ruofeng inquired. Mine are fairly balanced, Chen Yin responded, focusing intently on the patterns on the back of his hand as he opened his attribute panel. Game ID, Taciturn level, LV. 0 physical attribute strength, 4 agility, 6 constitution, 5 intelligence, 6 experience, 0 100. The total attribute points among them should be relatively similar, merely differing in focus. I wonder if the points gained upon leveling up are allocated by the player or distributed randomly by the system. Su Ruofeng shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever. As long as it enhances attributes, it's good enough. Besides, this game relies on Pokémon for battles, right? High attributes don't matter much anyway. Chun Yin disagreed, instinctively feeling that these attribute points must hold significance. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a servant knocked on the door, summoning them to the study. Upon reaching the study's entrance, the players tidied themselves up. Given the presence of a favorability system, they wished to leave a good impression on Ryan, the main character of the game. Knock, knock. Enter. Ryan was momentarily taken aback by the noticeably more serious demeanor of the players compared to the previous day, quickly realizing the positive influence of the favorability system. This indicated the necessity of such a system. After a day of acclimatization, I trust you are now familiar with this world. I shall refrain from excessive dialogue and hope you continue to strive toward completing your tasks to incentivize everyone. The individual who excels in woodcutting will not only receive the special reward I promised yesterday, but will also gain the right to cultivate a plot of land. At this announcement, the players' eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you suggesting we can freely utilize this land? Can we construct buildings on it? Are there any restrictions on what we can plant? Where will the seeds come from? Do we get to keep the harvested grain? Ryan addressed their inquiries one by one. The land is strictly for agricultural use. You may plant whatever you wish, but for now, we can only provide grain seeds. After harvest, aside from a portion reserved for territory taxes, everything else belongs to you. Now, you have yet to receive the land, so there is no need for excessive questioning. Go ahead and start cutting wood. Heracross should be waiting for you. Charge. The land shall be ours. With those spindly arms and legs. You think you can compete with me? Damn it, that West Wind fellow has already taken off. Hurry and chase after him. Observing the players' exuberance, Ryan nodded in satisfaction. If he were to simply distribute land to the players, they might be pleased, but they would not necessarily value or cherish it. However, presenting it as a reward changes the dynamic. They would undoubtedly treat the land with care. Alas, I feel increasingly like a ruthless capitalist. It must be the panel's influence on me. Ryan unhesitatingly shifted the blame onto the task panel. Seeing the players working diligently, he knew he could not remain idle. It was time to seek out Pokémon that could assist with the cultivation. Sweet Bamboo, go summon Scyther. We must find the little farming prodigy. Chapter 15. Pokémon born for farming. Ironstone Mountain lies between Firefly Town and Thorny Town, standing at a modest elevation of approximately 500 to 600 meters. This mountain is rich in mineral resources, including the rare iron fragments essential for crafting magical devices. The competition for ownership of these treasures has led to frequent conflicts between the two towns, contributing to their strained relations. Currently, due to the beast tide, both territories are preoccupied with rebuilding, leaving them with no surplus manpower for mining. As a result, the mountain exudes an air of desolation. While Ryan diligently ascends it alongside his 2 Pokémon, his purpose for this journey is not to extract minerals, but rather to seek out Pokémon that can assist in farming. The mountain is home to numerous Pokémon, who are notably less fearful of humans than those in the forest. As Ryan surveys his surroundings, he notices several Pokémon discreetly observing them. With humans having frequently visited the mountain for mining, these Pokémon have grown accustomed to human presence, yet harbor no fondness for them, as the mining activities disrupt their habitats and deplete their food sources. To his delight, Ryan observes that most of the Pokémon around are Geodudes and Magnemites, along with a few Rhydons. Ah, is that a Shrimish? Quite a rare sight indeed. Ryan marvels at the Pokémon he encounters. Having only seen them in games and animations before, witnessing them in reality is an entirely different experience. Regrettably, none of these are the Pokémon he seeks, so he resolves to explore a nearby cave. After a brief walk, Ryan discovers an entrance to a cave. He retrieves a torch he had prepared in advance and advises his 2 Pokémon. There may be dangers within. Be ready for battle. With a determined expression, Ryan leads the way into the cave. Not long after their entry, A swarm of shadows lunges towards them. Just as his scyther prepares to strike, Ryan shouts, "Hold your attack. Get down." Cradling his Spritzee with one arm, he urges Scyther to crouch down beside him as a flock of Zubats swoops overhead, veering away without engaging them. Indeed, it is the Zubats. They were merely startled by the light. Had Scyther attacked, it might have provoked an unnecessary confrontation. Rising to his feet, Ryan brushes off the dirt and presses onward. Suddenly, a few oval-shaped creatures emerge from the ground, curiously surveying their surroundings. How do we end up here? Who led us here? Before they can ponder their situation further, they spot a human gazing at them with palpable excitement. At last, I've found them. Scyther, don't let them escape. The creatures, caught off guard, are quickly pinned by Scyther's sharp limbs, which are accompanied by an intimidating glare that seems to demand, "Are you impressed? Don't move. Don't move." Excellent. Scyther, you're becoming increasingly adept at this. The intimidation technique is quite effective, Ryan praises, then instructs Spritzee to emit a soothing aroma. Following this familiar routine, the oval creatures gradually calm down. Ryan, observing the creatures with brown heads and red noses, half buried in the ground, feels a surge of joy. These are the Pokémon he seeks, the Diglett. Renowned for their agricultural prowess, Diglett aerate the soil as they burrow, and their droppings enrich the earth. Moreover, upon evolving into Dugtrio, they learn the move Dig, making them truly ideal companions for farming. Please, do not be afraid. We mean no harm. We merely seek your assistance, Ryan endeavors to soften his smile. Producing prepared roots and Pokémon food from his backpack, he succinctly articulates his request for their help in farming. Upon hearing Ryan's proposal, the Diglett convene to deliberate. Though reluctant to leave their home, the allure of Pokémon food proves irresistible, as does the promise of roots, a favored delicacy. The limited flora on the mountain leaves them often hungry, forcing them to tirelessly search for food. Ryan assures them that if they assist in farming, he will plant their preferred trees nearby and provide Pokémon food. This prospect ignites their interest, for tilling the land is akin to their daily wandering, a task they find effortless. Envisioning a life of ease, the Diglett ultimately accept Ryan's invitation and inquire if they may summon more companions. Ryan is more than willing to oblige. Shortly thereafter, several more Diglett emerge from the ground, including a few Dugtrio, all summoned by the previous Diglett. Upon seeing the roots and Pokémon food laid out, they enthusiastically agree to Ryan's request. Surprised by the smoothness of the encounter, Ryan joyfully leads them out of the cave. What a fortunate day this is, devoid of obstacles. Perhaps a challenge would be beneficial to temper my exuberance, Ryan muses, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, he neglects a crucial point. One should not tempt fate too early, lest joy turn to sorrow. Just as he prepares to descend the mountain with his Pokémon, he senses a tremor beneath his feet. Scyther's expression shifts to one of concern as it gazes ahead at the mountain path, while the Diglett hastily burrow back underground, fearful of exposure. Surely not. Ryan gasps, witnessing a colossal onyx barreling toward them, wishing he could reprimand himself for his careless words. Quick, take cover. He swiftly guides Spritzee to safety while directing Scyther to evade the impending threat. With a thunderous roar, the onyx crashes into a massive boulder by the roadside, its anguish cries echoing as debris cascades down. Scyther swiftly positions itself in front of Ryan, shielding him from the falling rocks. It brandishes its arms, preparing to retaliate against the onyx, but Ryan halts it. He realizes that the onyx bears no intention to attack them. Rather, it is thrashing its tail against the rock wall, its cries filled with distress. Is it injured? This vantage point offers no clarity. Taking a calculated risk, Ryan steps out from his hiding place, shifting his position to discern the condition of the onyx's tail. After dodging several falling stones, he finally finds a suitable vantage point. Peering closely, he discovers a white object lodged within the crevice of the onyx's tail. Is it a piece of metal? No. This object is writhing. Could it be a Pokémon? Ryan rubs his eyes to confirm his sight. Indeed, it is a Cacnea. Chapter 16. The encounter with Cacnea. How could it be Cacnea? How did it become ensnared in the tail of Onyx? Cacnea, a notably rare Pokémon, had suddenly appeared before Ryan in this extraordinary fashion. Though his mind was flooded with questions, there was no time for contemplation. The immediate priority was to extricate Cacnea from the body of Onyx. Sweet Bamboo, could you release your fragrance? Ryan implored, hoping to soothe Onyx with the aroma of Sweet Bamboo. However, the intense pain that Onyx was experiencing could not be alleviated by mere scents. Despite Sweet Bamboo's efforts to emanate its full fragrance, Onyx remained agitated. Thank you for your efforts. You should rest for a moment, Ryan said, observing Sweet Bamboo's withering form in his arms. He understood that it had truly exerted itself. The once vibrant calls of Sweet Bamboo had turned weak, seemingly devoid of energy. Calming Onyx appeared impossible, so Ryan pondered how to restrain its movements. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Ah, I might have something for this. He recalled a sticky ball he had won in a lottery the previous day. This item was designed to limit a Pokémon's movements. With that thought, Ryan swiftly retrieved a sticky ball, grateful he and T claimed all his rewards at once. According to the panel rules, tasks and lottery rewards could be stored indefinitely, allowing for retrieval at any time and in any quantity. However, once taken out, they could not be returned to the panel, so Ryan typically only withdrew rewards when necessary, using the panel as a storage space. Holding the sticky ball, Ryan was uncertain whether it would effectively restrain Onix, yet he saw no alternative. He hurled the sticky ball towards Onix with all his might. The ball traced an elegant arc through the air before striking Onix with precision. Upon witnessing his success, Ryan couldn't help but feel exhilarated. His childhood experiences with throwing sandbags had not been in vain. Upon impact, the sticky ball burst open, releasing a viscous white substance that enveloped Onix's body. Instantly, Onix's movements slowed significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan approached the tail of Onix, locating the Cacnea trapped within the crevice. He grasped Cacnea firmly and pulled with all his strength. But to no avail, Cacnea remained steadfastly lodged. Given that Onix had struggled fiercely to dislodge it, Ryan's smaller stature rendered his efforts futile. Both Scyther and Sweet Bamboo wished to assist, yet their combined efforts were insufficient, leaving them anxiously watching from the sidelines. As Onix seemed on the verge of breaking free from its bindings, an epiphany struck Ryan. How foolish of me. Perhaps I have been influenced by that player named last night's West Wind. He promptly produced a Pokeball, targeting Cacnea's rear with the throw. A beam of red light emerged, capturing Cacnea within the Pokeball. To Ryan's astonishment, it emitted a simple ding without much resistance. Really? I captured it directly? This outcome surpassed Ryan's expectations, as he had anticipated Cacnea would escape from the ball after a brief struggle, sparing him the exertion of pulling it free. Instead, it seemed that being stuck for so long had drained Cacnea of its strength, making it an easy capture. Upon feeling the absence of pain in its tail, Onix realized that the human before it had rendered assistance. Lowering its head, it let out a soft growl, seemingly expressing gratitude. Just a verbal thank you? How about some tangible action? Ryan chuckled, but Onix appeared to take him seriously. It gestured for him to wait, and then turned away. Shortly thereafter, it returned, spitting out several stones from its mouth. Are those gold nuggets? And a moonstone, dark stone, and even a leaf stone? Ryan marveled at the assortment of stones scattered before him, astonished by Onix's treasure trove. Noticing Ryan's lack of response, Onix nudged the stones forward with its head. These were gems it had unearthed during its burrowing, collected simply for their aesthetic appeal, and now it wished to gift them to the human before it. Uncertain of their value, Ryan certainly appreciated the stones, yet his conscience weighed heavily. Onix was oblivious to their worth, but he was not. I was merely joking earlier. My help didn't come with any expectation of reward. Please, take these stones back. Ryan sincerely declined. However, Onix did not heed his words and instead positioned itself to block the path. The implication was clear. If Ryan refused the stones, he would not be allowed to leave the mountain. Faced with this obstinacy, Ryan was at a loss. Realizing he had no other choice, he finally conceded. Let us compromise. I will accept your gift, but there are far too many stones. I will select just one. If that suits you, nod. If not, I will stay here with you. Onix, seeing Ryan's resolute expression, finally acquiesced. That is more like it. Now let us see what to choose. Before he could make a selection, Sweet Bamboo leapt forward, rubbing its face against the leaf stone, eyes filled with yearning. Cacnea, you are quite clever, picking something beneficial for yourself, Ryan remarked, shaking his head in resignation. What could he do? Sweet Bamboo was too adorable to deny. I shall select this one, he said, picking up the leaf stone. Realizing Ryan would not take any more stones, Onix picked up the remaining stones in its mouth, bowed in gratitude once more, and burrowed away. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded, Ryan mused. Next, it was time to address this little one. He released Cacnea, only to find it had already fallen asleep. You're quite carefree, aren't you? How could you possibly bump into Onix? Cacnea groggily opened its eyes and, upon spotting Ryan squatting before it, turned to flee in fright. Why are you running? I saved you. Hearing the familiar voice, Cacnea halted. Although it had been trapped and couldn't see, it recognized the voice of the human who had rescued it. Cautiously, it returned. After being stuck for so long, you must be hungry. Cacnea initially shook its head, but its stomach betrayed it with a rumble. Grr, embarrassed, it nodded sheepishly. There's no need to be shy. I don't have any iron ore, but let us settle for some Pokémon food for now. The Pokémon food, a basic reward, was suitable for all types, though perhaps not as flavorful as its preferred dishes. Nonetheless, Cacnea seemed to relish it, and once it finished eating, Ryan inquired about how it had ended up trapped in Onix's tail. After a brief display of gestures from Kokodora, he had gained a general understanding of the events that transpired. Chapter 17. The arrival of the Great Bear. This particular Cacnea originally lived harmoniously with its clan. Yet it was deeply discontented with the monotony of such a life, yearning for the wonders of the outside world. Seizing an opportunity when its parents were distracted, it stealthily ventured out. Initially, it intended to simply explore the surroundings before returning, boasting to its companions about its adventures. However, in a moment of miscalculation, it stumbled into a cavern, lost its bearings, and inadvertently provoked a swarm of Zubat. The relentless pursuit of the Zubat caused it to dash blindly, resulting in a collision with the tail of a resting onyx deep within the cave. The events described above were pieced together by Ryan through a mix of Cacnea's gestures and his own conjectures. While the details may not be entirely accurate, they likely bear a close resemblance to the reality. What are your plans now? Ryan gently stroked Cacnea's large, round head, finding its texture quite pleasant. Cacnea began to long for home, missing its parents and friends. I shall assist you in finding your way back, Ryan declared, feeling a twinge of concern for the somewhat oblivious Cacnea. If left to its own devices, it might very well collide with another Pokémon. Cacnea was profoundly grateful to the human before it, who not only rescued it but also provided sustenance and now pledged to help it return home. It seemed that the notion of humans being inherently malevolent, as its parents had claimed, was not entirely accurate. This human was, in fact, quite benevolent. Unaware of being dubbed a Good Samaritan, Ryan instructed the Gophers to wait for him at the foot of the mountain, planning to reunite with them shortly. He then set off with Cacnea to seek the path home. Although Ironstone Mountain was not particularly high in elevation, its vast expanse and intricate terrain made the search for a few Pokémon amidst the sprawling wilderness a daunting task. After searching for quite some time, they had yet to locate Cacnea's home, and Ryan himself was on the verge of getting lost. Continuing aimlessly was not a viable strategy. Do you not have any recollection of these paths? Ryan asked, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. Cacnea shook its head, its voice tinged with melancholy. It truly could not remember. After falling into the underground cavern and being carried away by the Onyx, the paths before them were entirely unfamiliar. Cacnea contemplated surrendering to despair, but the thought of being unable to return home filled it with sorrow. The idea of being alone and vulnerable, subject to the whims of other Pokémon while potentially facing starvation, brought tears to its eyes. At that moment, the human knelt beside it, wiping away its tears. What is there to cry about? If you cannot find your way, you may follow me for now, and we can search together later. Hearing Ryan's gentle words, Cacnea's eyes widened in astonishment, as if the human had transformed into a beacon of hope. Really? It seemed to inquire. Indeed, it is true. I will provide for you, and once you find your way home, you are free to depart. So, will you accompany me? Cacnea eagerly nodded, fearful that Ryan might change his mind. Let us descend the mountain. The Gophers await us. As they made their way down, Ryan instinctively opened his interface. Why has the creation point been depleted? It was used for player body construction. Has there been a player death? It appears something has gone awry. I must return to the territory to assess the situation. With urgency, Ryan quickened his pace down the mountain. Time reverted to the morning, where players were diligently chopping wood. Yinzi, must you work so tirelessly? Do you not take a moment to rest? Su Ruofeng expressed admiration for Chun Yen, who continued to labor without pause. Given that chopping wood was strenuous work, it was customary to take breaks after an hour of continuous effort. Yet, Chun Yen had been at it for nearly 2 hours with no signs of fatigue. Is the special reward truly so significant to you? Chun Yen paused, acknowledging his weariness. The player's physical capabilities were not significantly superior to those in real life, and he was indeed exhausted. The special reward is enticing, likely a Pokeball, but my primary concern lies with the rights to cultivate land. Chun Yen took a swig from his water pouch, wiped his mouth, and continued, Yesterday, we experienced firsthand that this game incorporates thirst and hunger mechanics. One must eat when hungry and drink when thirsty. While we do not yet know if characters can die from thirst or starvation, given the game's realism, such a possibility is quite high. This necessitates a stable source of food and water. Water is manageable to procure. These rivers are clean and potable. But what of food? We are still in the novice phase. Lord Ryan may provide some sustenance. But what then? Will we have to purchase it? Su Ruofeng was bewildered, taken aback by the implications of land cultivation rights. Indeed, obtaining food will require significant funds, Chun Yen elaborated. Though this game world is fantastical, its setting mirrors that of the medieval West, with underdeveloped agricultural technologies, resulting in low food production and consequently high prices. With land cultivation rights, not only can we be self-sufficient, but we can also sell any surplus food. As more players enter the game, they too will require sustenance. The other 4 players grasped the importance of land rights. recognizing their significance. Truly impressive. You are a seasoned player with keen insights into the game's nuances, Oldie praised. This is merely a consequence of experience gained from playing numerous games, Chen Yin replied modestly, then shifted the topic. By the way, where's Heracross? Did not Lord Ryan mention that they were to meet us here? Indeed, we have toiled for nearly 2 hours. What could be delaying them? They wouldn't have absconded with their reward, would they? Unlikely. These Pokémon are generally sincere and kind-hearted. Perhaps they encountered some unforeseen circumstance. As the players continued to speculate about Heracross, a series of roars echoed from deep within the forest, followed by a stampede of Pokémon rushing towards them, including the 3 Heracross from the previous day. The Heracross approached the players, gesticulating animatedly, yet the players lacked Ryan's understanding and could not decipher their frantic motions. Only upon seeing the massive brown bear charging towards them did the players comprehend that Heracross was urging them to flee. Goodness! A level 33 Pokémon. What are you waiting for? Run! Unfortunately, they had delayed too long, and escape was no longer feasible. As the bear bore down on them, Old Yi stepped forward. If this continues, we will surely be caught. I will draw its attention away. He halted, seized a stone, and hurled it behind him, successfully inciting the bear's wrath before sprinting in the opposite direction. The other players had no time to dissuade him and could only continue their mad dash towards the forest's edge. Su Ruofling, not forgetting to turn back and remind, said, Old Yi, climb up the tree and hide. It surely cannot reach you. Old Yi, heeding the advice, found a large tree and ascended, believing he was safe. However, the massive bear swiftly scaled the tree with remarkable agility, outpacing him. I shall remain silent. Su Ruofling, feeling a twinge of pity, covered his eyes. The demise was indeed too tragic. Chapter 18. Mission abort. The players scrambled out of the forest, collapsing onto the ground once they confirmed that the enormous bear had ceased its pursuit. West Wind, you truly are unreliable. Consistently proposing foolish ideas and urging Old Yi to climb a tree, only for him to be caught like a fish in a barrel. I must inform Old Yi that you insulted him. Su Ruofling lamented. How was I to know that Pokémon could climb trees? It's commonly said that when encountering a bear, one should either play dead or climb a tree to hide. Su Ruofling wore a look of grievance. His intentions had been good. In reality, aside from polar bears, all bear species are adept climbers. The Pokémon resembled a grizzly bear, known for its climbing prowess. Beside them, Xia took it upon herself to educate. Oh, I genuinely did not know that. Why didn't you remind me? I did, but none of you heard me. Xia sighed, feeling her presence was almost non-existent, her words falling on deaf ears. It's my fault. I'll apologize to Old Yi later. That bear's paw could have flattened him. I wonder if it hurt. Su Ruofling recalled Old Yi's demise, a sight too gruesome to bear. It shouldn't have hurt too much. Beyond a certain threshold, one no longer feels pain in this game, which is quite considerate. How do you know that? When did you conduct such tests? I didn't conduct tests. I accidentally got scratched while chopping wood yesterday, and the wound was considerable, yet I felt no pain. Chen Yin revealed a scar on his arm. That is fortunate, but I wonder how long it will take him to respawn. Typically, death incurs penalties in games. Well, we can ask him when he logs back in. Right now, the pressing issue is how to deal with that Pokémon. Chen Yin was still preoccupied with his special rewards and farming. If the giant bear lingered, how could he continue his lumberjack endeavors? That Pokémon is level 33, surpassing even the level of the Lord Scyther. We certainly cannot handle it with just the 4 of us. Among them, apart from Lingdang who had a level 3 Spinarak, the others possessed no Pokémon. Confronting the giant bear would yield a fate not much better than Old Yi's, merely varying in the degree of being flattened. It seems we must return to seek Lord Ryan's assistance. Hopefully, he has a solution. The players, with no other options, rose to prepare to return to their territory. As they stood, a throng of Pokémon encircled them. Their original habitat had been overtaken, leaving them homeless and now seeking help from these humans. Through their previous interactions, the Pokémon had developed a modicum of trust in the players, instinctively hoping for their assistance. The players, unwilling to abandon the Pokémon, decided to return to their territory together. This sight startled the militia on guard. Witnessing a parade of Pokémon approaching, they feared another beast wave was upon them. Thankfully, one keen-eyed individual recognized the players among the Pokémon, thus preventing the sounding of the alarm. Otherwise, after 2 consecutive days of erroneous alarms, they would have faced the ire of their neighbors. However, the militia dared not allow the Pokémon entry into the territory, despite the players' persistent entreaties. They remained outside with the Pokémon. Upon learning of the situation, White refrained from making unilateral decisions and personally delivered some food, offering his apologies. Having learned of the affection system's existence, the players warmly welcomed White, repeatedly gesturing that no apology was necessary and engaging him in conversation. When Ryan returned to the territory, he was greeted by an unusual sight, for players and their Pokémon sitting on the ground, sharing a meal and frolicking. Even the typically composed Uncle White was seen smiling, a rare display of joy elicited by the players. Ryan found this scene touching. Regrettably, he lacked a camera, or he would have captured it as a memento. White was the first to notice Ryan's arrival. He quickly composed himself, rising to report the situation. I understand. Let those beasts temporarily reside in the castle courtyard. Please issue a notice to the citizens to remain calm. Moreover, Uncle White, you look quite handsome when you smile. Do so more often, Ryan teased. Why yes, I will attend to it right away. White replied, somewhat flustered, and hurried off, anxious that Ryan might see the blush on his face. As Ryan watched White depart, he couldn't help but chuckle. This rare side of Uncle White was indeed a sight to behold. The players possessed a remarkable ability to elicit such happiness from him. Turning to the players who were intently observing him, Ryan spoke, I have gathered the details, based on your descriptions, that Pokémon is likely a circle bear. Circle bears are known for their temperamental and formidable nature. Escaping its clutches was indeed a stroke of luck. Yet, the reason behind its current agitation remained unknown. Hearing Ryan's words, Heracross paused mid-bite, hesitantly approaching Ryan and gesturing. Not this again. Who can decipher that? Suruofing scoffed from the side. Oh, I see. No need to apologize. It's not your fault, Ryan reassured, nodding as he observed the gestures and comforting Heracross. How can you understand that? Suruofing exclaimed, astonished. Was it a special ability of the game as protagonist? Heracross indicated that the sweet aroma generated by their breakfast of sweet nectar had attracted the circle bear. Although they had promptly offered the remaining nectar to the bear, it evidently was not satisfied and retaliated, causing chaos among the surrounding Pokémon. Ryan succinctly conveyed Heracross's message. Wow, that circle bear is quite the villain. I thought all Pokémon were gentle and kind. In reality, animals and nature often battle over food, the rules of the wild. What shall we do about our mission? Chun Yin inquired, raising his hand, fearing Ryan might declare the mission null and void. The mission is temporarily suspended. Once we drive away the circle bear tomorrow, we can resume our task. If you're unsure of what to do in the meantime, you might visit the mission office. There are many daily tasks available. Only then did the players recall the existence of the mission office, having been so engrossed in their woodcutting endeavors that they had forgotten other tasks were available. As the players flocked to the mission office, Ryan led the Pokémon back to the castle. Along the way, they encountered several citizens who, although still hesitant to approach, watched curiously from a distance. Their fears somewhat alleviated. News of Ryan hiring Heracross had already spread throughout the territory, and the citizens regarded their new lord as a capable individual. Their trust in Ryan significantly diminished their wariness of the Pokémon. Once Ryan ensured the Pokémon were settled in the castle, he began devising a plan to confront the circle bear in the forest. He had considered relocating to another area for logging, but who could say whether the bear would follow the scent? This particular Pokémon held grudges fiercely, since the conflict was already initiated. The only course of action was to drive it away or subdue it, ensuring it would not return to wreak havoc. Otherwise, it would sporadically ambush the players, jeopardizing their peace while chopping wood. Without the ability to fell trees, the reconstruction of their territory would stall. If the houses could not be rebuilt, not only would his side quest remain incomplete, but his daily acquisition of Genesis points would also dwindle. Gazing at the meager Genesis points remaining in his panel, Ryan's eyes ignited with determination. It seemed the circle bear was a foe he could not evade. Chapter 19. Battle Preparations. The circle bear boasts an impressive level of 33, making its strength formidable. In contrast, Ryan's highest level Pokémon, the Scyther, stands at only 28. While level alone does not entirely define a Pokémon's combat prowess, a 5-level disparity is not easily surmountable. Thus, it is imperative to prepare thoroughly before the impending battle. With Uncle White and Beedrill stationed to guard the territory, Ryan realizes he must rely solely on himself. Feeling somewhat helpless, he acknowledges that he summoned the players too hastily. Their abilities have yet to develop, leaving him to confront this challenge alone for now. He reassures himself that once the players have matured, things will be different. For the moment, he decides to draw a prize and see what useful items he might acquire. Previously, he had received 3 lottery tickets as an achievement reward, yet he had not utilized them. Skipping any ceremonial formalities, he confidently declares, I trust my luck. Let us draw. Congratulations, you have drawn Pokeball X3. What? Am I experiencing visual fatigue, or is my vision playing tricks on me? Ryan rubs his eyes and glances at the display once more, but the text remains unchanged. Staring at the 9 Pokeballs on the panel, he resolves to offer a prayer to Arceus before future draws. His luck is clearly unreliable. Nonetheless, obtaining Pokeballs is beneficial, as they will serve well against the circle bear. He recalls the earlier encounter when he helped Kecleon escape. The Pokeballs can be used to obstruct the Circle Bear's attacks. Just then, Kecleon rushes in, gesturing excitedly toward Ryan. You want to join the battle? Ryan asks. Kecleon nods vigorously. Grateful for Ryan's assistance, it eagerly volunteers to fight upon hearing of the impending clash with the Circle Bear. You're still young, perhaps you should wait. Wait, you're already level 18? Ryan had not checked Kecleon's level earlier, assuming it was newly hatched. To his surprise, it had already reached level 18. It seems Kecleon possesses a deceptive physique. Most Pokémon would have evolved by that level, yet it remains in its initial stage. Truly, one cannot judge a beast by its appearance. All right, I'll take you along. We shall battle together. Kecleon chirps excitedly, its adventurous spirit evident. It had often frolicked with companions in the past, which accounts for its high level. However, those playful skirmishes were not true battles. It yearns for a genuine confrontation. Rest well tonight, so you can fully recover by tomorrow. We will take on the Circle Bear then. Although Ryan wishes to resolve the Circle Bear issue immediately to complete the side quest, Scyther has sustained injuries from falling rocks earlier and needs time to recuperate. Thus, they must wait until tomorrow to challenge the Circle Bear. Satisfied with Ryan's affirmation, Kecleon departs, and Sweet Scent, adorned with the grass gem, bounces over to Ryan. No way. Before Sweet Scent can speak, Ryan declines. He instantly recognizes that this little one has come to volunteer for battle as well. What can an 8th level Pokémon contribute in a fight against a foe of level 20 or 30? Aren't you afraid the Circle Bear might swallow you whole? Sweet Scent pouts in displeasure. Don't wear that sulky expression. Besides, you hardly know any skills. How can you fight? If you had even one useful skill, I would take you along. Sweet Scent looks inquisitive, really? Ryan hesitates slightly, pondering whether this little creature might possess hidden talents. However, he quickly dismisses the idea, thinking, what can an 8th level Sweet Scent possibly do? Spin rapidly. What good would that do? The only outcome would be the Circle Bear catching it and it shedding its skin in a desperate escape. Regardless of how he contemplates it, Ryan concludes that Sweet Scent lacks any usable skills and firmly replies, indeed, if you can demonstrate a single useful skill, I will take you with me. Sweet Scent, brimming with confidence, closes its eyes and begins to gather energy, the grass gem atop its head glowing faintly. Initially, Ryan assumes it is merely pretending, but as time passes, he notices small blades of grass sprouting around Sweet Scent. Could it be? He cautiously approaches the emerging grass, sensing a unique energy emanating from it. It truly is the grassy terrain. Ryan is astounded as he gazes at the breathless Sweet Scent. The grassy terrain is a remarkable technique that enhances the power of grass-type moves and restores the health of Pokémon standing on it. Moreover, unlike in the game, there are no turn limitations in reality. As long as one has the stamina and energy, the terrain can be maintained indefinitely. This skill is indeed valuable. But how did Sweet Scent learn it? Ryan's attention is drawn to the grass gem atop Sweet Scent's head. Could it be that the gem is the key? In the game, the grass gem increases grass-type move power once, but does not imply it grants the Pokémon the ability to learn skills. It appears that the items from the game manifest differently in reality. Sweet Scent beams with joy upon successfully unleashing the grassy terrain and looks at Ryan with an expectant expression, as if urging him to praise its achievement. The preparation time for this skill is excessively long, and with so few blades of grass, its restorative effect is minimal. Hearing this, Sweet Scent puffs up its cheeks, indignant at Ryan's disparagement of its hard-earned skill. However, Ryan must concede that the skill is indeed useful. I will allow you to participate in the battle, but you must not position yourself too forward and must obey my commands. Sweet Scent's mood brightens instantly, and it joyfully flutters over to Ryan. He embraces it, gently stroking its flower bud. In truth, his earlier comments were merely playful banter. He feels a deep sense of pride in Sweet Scent. To learn grassy terrain at just level 8 is impressive, even with the gem's assistance, showcasing its remarkable talent. Furthermore, Sweet Scent's dedication to mastering skills is solely to aid him. He does not wish to betray that earnestness. With this, tomorrow's battle will feature 3 combatants, a level 28 Scyther, an 18-level Kecleon, and an 8-level Sweet Scent. Scyther will serve as the main force, Kecleon can create distractions, and Sweet Scent will provide support from the rear. Coupled with his items, they should be able to confront the Circle Bear effectively. Ryan mentally calculates their combined battle strength, feeling a confident 70% assurance of victory against the Circle Bear. Even if they cannot defeat it, he believes they can escape unscathed. This thought brings him some relief. But he resolves to devise several contingency plans, as he is not a player and lacks the opportunity for resurrection. As Ryan continues his preparations for tomorrow's battle, the players have already completed their daily tasks and logged off early, eager to inquire about Old Leaf's experience with death in the game and the associated penalty mechanisms. Chapter 20. The mechanism of death penalty. Oh, Lao Yu. Oh, Lao Yi. I am truly sorry, Lao Yi. Eggplant crying horse. JPG as Su Ruofeng logged off. He expressed his profound guilt towards Lao Yi in the group chat. It's not a big deal. You make it sound as if I am dead. Well, I am indeed dead, but it's not as if I cannot be revived. Lao Yi, in his magnanimity, bore no grudge against Su Ruofeng, understanding that even without climbing trees, he would not have escaped far. Regardless, I must thank you. If it weren't for you diverting the circle bear, we might not have escaped at all. After expressing gratitude to Lao Yi, Xin Yin continued typing. You must not have felt pain upon death, right? Is the penalty severe after death? There was no pain. It was just a blackout, and then I logged off. I barely had time to react. The penalty isn't too bad. I didn't lose any experience points, perhaps because I am still at level 0, so there is nothing to deduct. The revival time is 1 day. If one dies multiple times in a short span, the revival time will extend. Lao Yu shared all the information he had. But we haven't completed a single task. How can you revive without any spirit coins? I can go into debt. The coins will be deducted from the rewards once I complete a task. After reading Lao Ye's message, Xin Yin pondered for a moment and then typed in the group chat. This game's death penalty mechanism is rather peculiar. Seeing this, Su Ruofeng knew Chun Yin was about to embark on a lengthy discourse. He had prepared his bench and sunflower seeds, ready for the performance. Actually, I can summarize it for you. Most games' death penalty mechanisms are beneficial to the game itself. Take early arcade games for example. Allowing players to die could yield more game currency. Similarly, in online games from years ago, players would lose levels and equipment upon death, prompting them to invest more time and money to level up and acquire gear again. Thus, many game developers design gameplay such as siege battles or employ some players as guides to encourage combat among players, aiming to increase player death counts for greater profit. However, the penalty mechanism in this game is quite strange. It does not seem designed to prolong player engagement since the revival time is an entire day, nor does it aim to extract profit from players since the revival utilizes game currency. This mechanism appears to simply discourage players from dying, providing no apparent benefit to the game. Chun Yin articulated his confusion, unable to comprehend why the penalty mechanism was established in such a manner. In my view, you're overthinking it. Why concern yourself with their design choices? As long as it doesn't hinder our gameplay, isn't that sufficient? Upon seeing Su Ruofeng's comment, Chun Yin nearly retorted but then reconsidered. He had to admit there was some merit in what he said. After all, he was merely a player. Why should he ponder over the planner's intentions? It seemed the impact of virtual reality gaming was overwhelming, leading him to believe that every aspect of the game was complex. Reflecting on himself, Chun Yin resolved to abandon the perspective of an evaluator and instead embrace the experience as a player, for that would make the gameplay far more enjoyable. Indeed, I have overthought it. My professional habits are resurfacing. In any case, it's best for everyone to avoid death if possible. The early game time is precious. Understood. When danger truly arises, just run faster than the west wind. Joking aside, with those short legs of yours, can you outrun me? If worst comes to worst, I can have the round silk spider bind you with its web. Damn, such a cruel heart. You're taking advantage of my lack of Pokémon, aren't you? The group chat erupted into lively banter. The following day, when the players logged in, they indeed found no trace of Lao Yi. It appeared that the revival time was indeed a full day, and Lao Yi would not be online until noon. What should we do now? Shall we continue with our daily tasks? Just as the players were deliberating on what to do today, a servant arrived with a message. The Lord has announced that he will be going to hunt the circle bear today. Those willing to accompany him should gather at the city gate, while those unwilling can stay in the territory to complete their tasks. The players exchanged glances and collectively made a decision. Of course we're going. We haven't witnessed a true Pokémon battle yet. Tasks can be completed at any time. Such an opportunity to observe is rare. I'm going to avenge Lao Yi. Thus, the 4 players assembled at the city gate and set off with Ryan towards the flowing glow forest. Before long, they arrived at the site of yesterday's logging. The surroundings were in disarray, with trees marred by claw marks. The circle bear has quite the temper. Do you think our lord can handle it? Su Ruofeng inquired quietly. Of course he can. Have you ever seen a game protagonist defeated by an initial boss? Just consider this battle as a mere cut scene, came the reply. True, but it's a pity there are no sunflower seeds or peanuts. It's somewhat dull just watching. I have popcorn and cola. Do you want some? Really? Quickly. Bring me some. Get lost. Can't you discern good from bad? Do you think you're here to watch a movie? Xin Yin rolled his eyes dramatically. Unbeknownst to Ryan, the players had complete faith in him. To be honest, he himself was not entirely confident in his ability to defeat the circle bear. Nevertheless, there was no turning back. Ryan took a deep breath and pulled out a jar of sweet honey from his inventory, opening the lid and allowing the fragrance to waft through the air. Soon, accompanied by tremors of the ground and a furious roar, the circle bear charged out from the depths of the forest. Roar. It cast a greedy and fierce glance at the sweet honey in Ryan's hands before letting out a furious roar and lunging at him. Facing the aggressive circle bear, Ryan remained composed. He first tossed a sticky ball, successfully hitting the circle bear and immobilizing its movements. Immediately after, he summoned 3 Pokémon. Scyther. Focus your energy after using Leer. Rockruff, Harden, and then use Rock Tomb. Cacturn. Use Leech Seed and prepare to set up grassy terrain. Ryan issued a series of commands, aiming to weaken the circle bear's combat capabilities while enhancing his own team's strength. With this sequence of skills, the circle bear's attack, defense, and speed were all considerably diminished. Roar. The circle bear sensed its waning strength, desperately clawing at the sticky substance on its body, attempting to free itself from the sticky ball's constraints. Ryan, however, would not grant it that opportunity, commanding, Scyther, use Fury Cutter. Scyther ceased its focus, its wings fluttering as it darted in front of the circle bear, raising its scythe-like arms and delivering a fierce slash. The circle bear attempted to raise its arms to defend, but the sticky ball hindered its movement, leaving it vulnerable to Scyther's assault. Roar. The Fury Cutter struck the circle bear's critical point, causing it to emit a series of anguished roars. Now, use Fury Cutter again. Rockruff, tackle it with your head. Without a moment's hesitation, Ryan commanded his Pokémon to continue the onslaught. Bam! Rockruff gathered energy in its head before charging fiercely at the circle bear. The circle bear, already staggered from the sticky ball and Scyther's attacks, was knocked onto its back by Rockruff's assault. Deliver the final blow, Scyther, Fury Cutter. After multiple hits, the consecutive slashes will enhance the power of the attack. The Scyther has already struck twice, thus the potency of this attack is tremendously formidable. With a wail, the bear Pokémon collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Could it be a success? Goodness, is our Lord truly this powerful? This series of assaults left me utterly astonished. The battles between Pokémon are so intense. I yearn to command my own Pokémon in combat. The players nearby excitedly engaged in discussions, as this fierce battle rekindled their desire for Pokémon contests. Have we defeated it? Just as Ryan was about to exhale in relief upon seeing the immobile bear Pokémon, he noticed that the Scyther remained vigilant, its gaze fixed intently on the fallen creature. Could it be? Before Ryan could fully comprehend the situation, the bear Pokémon abruptly rose, its eyes glowing a fierce red as it fixed a furious stare upon Ryan, emitting a series of enraged roars. Roar! Roar! Oh! It seems the fight is far from over. Chapter 21. The Fierce Battle with the Rolling Bear. Alas, the Rolling Bear has risen once more, its eyes now gleaming a fierce crimson. Has it entered a state of frenzy? Can our Lord still prevail against it? Witnessing the Rolling Bear regain its footing, radiating an even more formidable aura than before, the players could not help but feel a sense of trepidation for Ryan. Meanwhile, Ryan wore a grave expression as he regarded the Rolling Bear, his mind swirling with questions. How could it possibly rise after being vanquished? And why did it appear in a state seemingly superior to its prior condition? Could it be a special ability? Yet, both of the Rolling Bear's abilities could only activate under abnormal circumstances, merely enhancing its attack and speed, and could not induce a frenzy state. Before Ryan could ponder further, the Rolling Bear had already broken free from the adhesive ball's grasp and lunged fiercely at the Mothra. Dodge quickly, Ryan commanded urgently. The Mothra deftly sidestepped the onslaught, while the Rolling Bear's razor-sharp claws struck the nearby trees, cleaving one and two with ease. Its power had noticeably intensified. At this rate, the Mothra could withstand only a couple of hits. A third might very well render it incapable of battle. No, it must not land a blow. Use Shadow Clone. The Mothra swiftly maneuvered, creating several illusions, leaving the Rolling Bear bewildered as to which was the true form. Roar. The Rolling Bear, indeed perplexed, shifted its target, swiping at Cacnea instead. However, Cacnea lacked the Mothra's agility and was struck squarely, its diminutive frame sent tumbling. Cacnea, are you all right? Ryan inquired anxiously. Cacnea managed to rise and nodded toward Ryan, indicating its willingness to continue fighting. It had previously fortified its defenses, and since the attack was merely a normal-type move, the damage was minimal. Relieved to see Cacnea relatively unscathed, Ryan turned only to find the Rolling Bear charging at him. He swiftly hurled another sticky ball, striking true once more. Yet, this time, the ball's effect was fleeting, ensnaring the Rolling Bear for but a moment before its massive claws descended upon Ryan. In a moment of desperation, the Mothra interposed itself, absorbing the attack for Ryan. Mothra. The sheer force of the blow forced the Mothra down onto one knee. It attempted to retaliate, but the rolling bear was already preparing its next strike. Just as it braced for another hit, a Pokeball struck the rolling bear, capturing it momentarily. Run. The Pokeball won't hold it for long, Ryan urged, pulling the Mothra to safety. As predicted, the Pokeball failed to contain the rolling bear. Within mere seconds, it burst free, roaring in fury. Initially, the creature had dismissed the insignificant human, but now, it was enraged by the persistent interruptions. It resolved to annihilate this human before turning its wrath upon the other Pokémon. Ryan sensed the malice in the rolling bear's eyes, realizing he had become its primary target. Mothra, do not shield me anymore. I have a plan to evade its attacks. Focus your energy and await my command. The Mothra hesitated, reluctant to let Ryan face this risk, yet upon seeing his resolute gaze, it acquiesced. Once the Mothra entered its charging state, Ryan brandished another Pokeball, taunting the rolling bear. Little bear, do you wish for another round? Fuming with anger, the rolling bear could not tolerate such provocation and raised its claw to strike Ryan. Cacnea, witnessing this, rushed forward to assist, but Ryan halted it. You cannot withstand much damage now. Enhance your defense with Harden. After issuing the command, Ryan hurled the Pokeball at the rolling bear, seizing a few precious moments to distance himself. When the rolling bear freed itself, Ryan tossed another sticky ball. Although this time it was even less effective. Momentarily halting the bear's movements, it allowed Ryan to narrowly evade another attack. The rolling bear, filled with rage from being ensnared twice, was singularly focused on obliterating the human before it. Even as the Mothra, having completed its energy charge, launched an assault, the creature disregarded it and relentlessly pursued Ryan. As the distance between them dwindled, Ryan threw yet another Pokeball, but this time, the rolling bear had learned. It seized the Pokeball, preventing the cap from popping open, and crushed it in its grasp. What? How is that possible? Ryan thought, sprinting toward Cacnea. Cacnea, use Rock Tomb. Cacnea hurled several rocks, slightly impeding the rolling bear's advance. By the time the bear overcame the rocky obstacles, Cacnea had positioned itself in front of Ryan, absorbing another attack. It cannot target me directly. Charge at it with your headbutt. Cacnea complied, propelling itself forward and leaping to strike the rolling bear in the abdomen. The bear staggered back, but quickly regained its footing, raising its claw for a downward strike. Boom. The tremendous force sent Cacnea crashing to the ground, fracturing the earth beneath. Struggling to rise, Cacnea attempted multiple times, but ultimately succumbed, losing the ability to fight. That move wasn't a mere attack, it was a fighting-type move, Ryan realized, now understanding that the rolling bear's strike had dealt quadruple damage to Cacnea. How had it learned such a move? Before Ryan could contemplate further, the rolling bear's colossal claws were upon him once more. This time, he had no recourse to avoid the assault, but thankfully, the Mothra, swift as ever, once again shielded him from harm. Yet, as an offensive Pokémon, the Mothra was not built for defense, and the two recent blows had inflicted severe damage. It could barely maintain its stance. Mothra, can you endure? If it becomes too dire, we must retreat. Ryan had devised several escape plans, confident he could evade if the Mothra could no longer fight. Zap. The Mothra resolutely nodded. It would not flee while it still had a shred of strength. Understanding the Mothra's indomitable spirit, Ryan declared, all right, let us clash with it. It has also sustained considerable damage that likely cannot withstand much more. Observing the panting, battered rolling bear, Ryan felt a flicker of hope. Having already unleashed 2 consecutive fury cuts, if the Mothra could strike true once more, it possessed the power to decisively defeat the rolling bear. He would wager the outcome on this final blow. Go, Mothra. Conclude it with fury cut. The Mothra surged forward, its blades glimmering ominously. In response, the rolling bear swung its massive claw, aiming to crush the Mothra. To ensure the attack would land, the Mothra did not evade but braced itself to endure the blow, simultaneously bringing its blades down in a fierce strike. Roar. Flash. As the techniques clashed, the flying mantis was sent spiraling backwards, crashing into a tree and losing its ability to fight. Meanwhile, the circle bear also fell to the ground, rendering it motionless once more. This time, it should be defeated, thought Ryan, his gaze fixed intently on the fallen circle bear. He had employed all the strategies at his disposal. If this endeavor failed, he would have no choice but to retreat with his Pokémon. However, the most unfortunate scenario unfolded. The circle bear rose again, stumbling towards Ryan with unsteady steps. What a deep-seated grudge it harbored, still intent on attacking him despite its injuries. It seemed his only option was to flee, just as Ryan prepared to withdraw his Pokémon and escape. A purple figure spiraled in and collided with the circle bear's head. This blow sent the already weakened circle bear crashing to the ground once more, raising a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, the circle bear lay utterly still, while the purple figure joyfully bounced on its belly. Could it be? Sweet Bamboo. Chapter 22. The Black Crystal. Ryan had not anticipated that it was Sweet Bamboo who delivered the final blow to the Circle Bear. Employing a technique he deemed rather ineffective, high-speed spinning. At that moment, he felt as though Sweet Bamboo had slapped him across the face. Nevertheless, as long as the outcome was favorable, Ryan was more than willing to endure such a humiliation. Sweet Bamboo, in its blissful ignorance, was unaware of Ryan's thoughts. It only knew that it had contributed to the victory, which filled it with exuberance. Bouncing joyfully to Ryan's side, it raised its little face, eager for a compliment. However, Ryan was lost in thought, staring blankly ahead, completely disregarding Sweet Bamboo. Feeling a pang of annoyance, Sweet Bamboo thought, not only did it not praise me, but it won't even spare me a glance. It spun the flower atop its head and nudged Ryan, managing to snap him out of his reverie. He looked down at the pouting Sweet Bamboo and scooped it up in his arms. My apologies, I was lost in thought. You performed exceptionally well this time. You were instrumental in our victory. You can have any reward you desire, Ryan exclaimed, genuinely praising Sweet Bamboo. Although the majority of the damage had been inflicted by the Flying Mantis and Cocodora, without Sweet Bamboo's final attack, the outcome might have been entirely different. Sweet Bamboo blushed with delight at the praise. It had no desire for rewards, content simply to assist Ryan. Can you still summon the grassy terrain? Sweet Bamboo nodded eagerly, indicating that it could indeed. It had intended to summon the grassy terrain earlier, but the battle had unfolded too swiftly, and with Ryan leading the Circle Bear in circles, it had been uncertain where to place it. Now, with ample energy, it quickly conjured the grassy terrain. Ryan released the 2 Pokémon he had previously stored in their Pokeballs, allowing them to rest and recover on the lush grass. He retrieved 2 potions from his inventory and called upon 2 female players to assist in administering the medicine to the injured Pokémon. The battle had been fierce, leaving both the Flying Mantis and Cocodora severely wounded. Concerned they might worsen on their way back to the territory, Ryan chose to heal them on the spot. Once the potions were used, both Pokémon visibly improved, and Ryan felt a sense of relief wash over him. You all did splendidly today. Return to your Pokeballs for a while and rest. We'll ensure you recuperate properly once we're back at the territory. With a few more words of praise, he returned them to their Pokeballs. Now, let us go investigate the Circle Bear. His curiosity was piqued as to why the Circle Bear had entered a state of frenzy. Before he could approach, he overheard 2 male players murmuring around the Circle Bear. If I had a Pokeball right now, I could easily capture this Circle Bear. After all, even Lord Ryan struggled to defeat it. Wouldn't that make me invincible? I don't know about invincibility, but I do know that if you did capture it, you'd be gone from the game. Have you forgotten that the game's protagonists have the authority to issue titles? Indeed, what a shame. Ryan, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback. Such audacity. The players were plotting to seize what was rightfully his. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they might become a nuisance in the future. Clearing his throat, he addressed them. As you can see, we have successfully achieved victory in this battle. I trust that through your observation, you've gained a better understanding of how to command Pokémon in combat. I hope you will also capture Pokémon that resonate with you and fight alongside them. However, I reiterate, it is best to capture Pokémon personally, as this will benefit your future battles. Do not always expect to reap rewards without effort. At this juncture, Ryan's gaze fixated on Suruofing. Oh no, they must have overheard us. Our rapport with Lord Ryan is bound to plummet. Suruofing panicked, while Chunyin remained unfazed. You're mistaken. It's not we, it's just you. I haven't said anything inappropriate. What do you mean? You're the one to blame. Perhaps you should curb your tendency to speak impulsively. The NPCs in this game are artificial intelligences capable of reacting to your words. Especially since Ryan is the game's protagonist with the power to issue titles, we should be flattering him, not offending him. Do you wish to be ostracized in this game? Goodness, what should we do? Suruofing grew more anxious. If it were another game, he could simply abandon it if he grew discontented. Yet this was the only virtual reality game of its kind, and he had no desire to be targeted by the protagonist. For now, there was nothing he could do but think of ways to improve his rapport in the future. Chunyin shrugged, indicating his own helplessness. Suruofing resigned himself to his fate, contemplating how he might elevate his standing. Observing the players' expressions, Ryan realized his words had made an impact. Given their reckless demeanor, a little intimidation might be necessary to keep them in check. After concluding his speech, Ryan produced a Pokeball, ready to capture the Circle Bear when he noticed an unfamiliar object atop its head. What is this? He crouched down and removed the enigmatic object from the Circle Bear. It measured about the size of half a pinky finger, with a diamond shape and an inky hue that seemed to absorb all light. Could this be the reason for the Circle Bear's fury? Although Ryan did not recognize the object, he sensed something was amiss. Since learning about the Circle Bear's attacks on players the previous day, he had been plagued by doubts. The circle bear was known for its irritable and volatile nature, yet it rarely attacked humans unprovoked, usually just driving them away. However, this particular circle bear exhibited an unusual brutality, having killed a player with a single swipe and entering a frenzied state. Initially, Ryan attributed this to individual variants. But discovering the black crystal on the circle bear only deepened his suspicions. Particularly concerning were the recent reports of a beast tide. Those who returned to the territory claimed that the Pokémon involved in the tide also displayed extreme aggression. It was known that Pokémon would not form a tide to assault a territory unless driven to desperation. There had been no recent conflicts between humans and Pokémon, and resources were adequate, so there was no reason for a beast tide to occur. Could it truly be due to this black crystal? Ryan carefully examined the crystal. If it was indeed the cause, it would imply that the beast tide was artificially induced, as nature would not produce such precisely cut stones. He decided to take it back to the territory for further study. After scrutinizing the crystal for some time and finding no remarkable features, he stored it away and prepared to return to the territory. Successfully capturing the circle bear in a Pokeball, he made his way back alongside the players. Upon reaching the territory, he hurried to his study, adeptly requesting Arceus's blessing. Indeed, he was about to draw rewards again. His earlier distraction had stemmed from the panel's notification. Congratulations. You have achieved the milestone. First victory against a strong foe. Reward, 1 intermediate lottery chance. According to the panel, this reward was initially supposed to be a basic lottery chance, but due to the circle bear's exceptional strength, the reward had been elevated. Thus, Ryan found himself with an intermediate lottery opportunity for the first time, and he was filled with anticipation for the outcome. May the great Arceus bless me. Grant me the fortune of drawing. Congratulations, you have drawn. Chapter 23, Aerial Rotom. Congratulations on drawing Aerial Rotom. To his astonishment, Ryan realized that it was indeed possible to draw a Pokémon from the lottery. Previously, he had only 1 items, so encountering a Pokémon this time, especially one as remarkable as Rotom, was entirely unexpected. Composed of plasma, Rotom can infiltrate various machines and assume corresponding forms. The Aerial Rotom is its transformation upon entering a drone. While this form lacks the combat prowess of its other variations, it possesses the ability to capture aerial footage, not only documenting battles but also providing commentary akin to a referee. Just as Ryan lamented his lack of recording equipment, he received an Aerial Rotom truly. Arceus must have a fondness for him. He felt an immense satisfaction with this lottery result. With Aerial Rotom, he could finally create promotional videos and enhance his Pokémon encyclopedia with photographs. The more he contemplated, the more elated he became, eagerly extracting Aerial Rotom from the panel. The Aerial Rotom was a vibrant green, its head oval-shaped with a triangular protrusion at the center. Below its head was a round body equipped with a camera in the middle, connected to 4 propeller blades. Its large blue eyes were fixed intently on Ryan. Buzz. Facial recognition successful, confirming user as Ryan. Greetings, Master. Aerial Rotom is at your service. Hello. Although Ryan had previously learned from anime that Aerial Rotom could speak human language, hearing it for the first time was still somewhat disconcerting. Ahem. May I inquire how to utilize your services? He stammered, feeling the awkwardness of his own words. Aerial Rotom did not perceive any issue with his statement and replied earnestly, You may articulate your filming needs, and I will automatically fly and capture footage accordingly. Should you wish to operate me manually, please consult the instruction manual and use the remote control for operation. Upon hearing this, Ryan realized that there was indeed a remote control and an instruction manual within the panel. He had been too excited to notice these items earlier. He retrieved the manual and began to read its contents, inquiring, What was your location before I extracted you from the panel? How did you determine I was your master? Ryan had always been curious about the origins of the items within the lottery system. Previously drawn items had been mere tools, leaving his questions unanswered. However, with a Pokémon capable of human speech, he was eager to seek clarity. I gained consciousness upon arriving in this world and possess no memories of my previous state. My sole purpose is to serve you, Aerial Rotom responded, leaving Ryan's question still unresolved. Yet he did not dwell on it. Even if he knew, what could he do? He couldn't simply infiltrate and steal the rewards. After perusing the manual, Ryan picked up the remote control and gave it a try, as it was his first attempt. He struggled with the controls, causing Aerial Rotom to collide with walls several times. After a few more attempts, he finally managed to maneuver it with some proficiency. He directed Aerial Rotom to fly outside the castle, where he could see the territory clearly on the remote's display. Lowering the altitude slightly, he could even hear the voices of the residents. Remarkably, Aerial Rotom flew almost silently, evading detection by most. As Ryan circled the territory, he noticed a group of players engaged in conversation. He lowered the flying height of Aerial Rotom slightly, allowing their dialogue to reach his ears through the display. Old Yi, it's such a pity you missed this morning's battle. It was truly spectacular. Su Ruofing exclaimed, patting Old Yi on the shoulder. Are you lamenting for me? It seems you are merely flaunting your experience, Old Yi retorted, brushing Su Ruofing's hand away. It's just a Pokémon battle. There will be more in the future. His tone was dismissive. Keep pretending. Who was it that kept pestering us about the battle details? This remark thoroughly riled Old Yi, who grabbed Su Ruofing's shoulders and shook him vigorously. You know I wanted to see it. And here you are, boasting. I even saved you. Old Yi exclaimed. I could just shake you to death and make you the second player to perish. Yin, save me. Old Yi is going mad over the battle. You still bring that up? Su Ruofing interjected, unable to resist teasing Old Yi. Chun Yin sighed, realizing that Su Ruofing would never change his boastful ways. All right, enough of this. We still have the task of collecting wood to complete. The circle bear has already been captured by the Lord, so let's hurry and finish this task. Chun Yin interrupted, eager to claim the rewards. Fine, I'll head to the castle courtyard to find Heracross. They seem to like me now. Old Yi released his grip, heading off to search for Heracross. Why would they like you? Su Ruofing asked, puzzled. They admire my brave act of diverting the circle bear. Though they might not understand why I'm unharmed, they respect me for it. One even expressed a desire to follow me. Old Yi boasted, eager to impress Su Ruofing. Seriously? I should have just died then. That's Heracross we're talking about. Such a magnificent Pokémon. Su Ruofing replied, his tone dripping with envy. This is what they call a blessing in disguise. But I suppose you wouldn't grasp that, Old Yi quipped, savoring the moment. Indeed. It is a reward for your valorous actions, a voice suddenly declared. Whoa, who spoke? The voice seemed to emanate from above. The players looked up to see Aerial Rotom hovering overhead. Is that also a Pokémon? It looks like a drone. But isn't this game set in a medieval context? How is there a drone here? Why is everyone fixated on its appearance? Shouldn't we be astonished that it can speak? Exactly. Why is it communicating in human language? Observing the players' astonished expressions on the display, Ryan couldn't help but smirk. Despite having lived 2 lives, his psychological age was still only in his early 20s. Naturally, he wanted to flaunt his newfound treasure. I am Baron Ryan, communicating with you through this Pokémon. Do not be surprised. Pokémon are indeed wondrous beings. Your current task is to gather wood expeditiously, as time has already been squandered. Should you complete this task before returning to the Divine Realm tonight, all of you will be granted the right to use a plot of arable land. The individual who collects the most wood will not only receive a larger plot, but will also be eligible for special rewards. After hearing Ryan's words, the players became less preoccupied with the drone Pokémon and more focused on the enticing rewards. What are you waiting for? Time is of the essence. Let us go. I aim to chop down 100 trees. The players hurriedly set off, and Ryan guided Aerial Rotom back to the castle. Manipulating it is quite enjoyable. However, it would be best if you took control yourself in the future. Ryan reviewed the footage he had just captured and noticed the images appeared somewhat blurred. It seems that his filming technique still requires refinement. Perhaps it would be wiser to allow the Aerial Rotom to handle the photography from now on. As you wish. Simply address me whenever you wish to capture an image. Please refrain from calling me Master. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me Ryan. I shall give you a name as well. Aerial Rotom is rather cumbersome, so I shall refer to you as Xiao Luo from now on. The voice of the Aerial Rotom resembled a synthetic male electronic tone, and the utterance of the word master in that voice was indeed unpleasant to hear. Understood. My name shall now be Xiao Luo. I have asked you not to call me Master. Just Ryan will suffice. Very well, Ryan Master. Chapter 24. Renting the Mole. Motivated by the prospect of rewards, the players successfully completed their wood collection task before logging off. Observing the exhausted yet determined players, Ryan felt a surge of emotion. He had underestimated the potential of the players. Their relentless pursuit of rewards was truly admirable. He even mused that had he offered sufficient incentives when battling the circle bear, these players would have eagerly engaged in combat with it. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the wood collection task, and here are the rewards you rightfully deserve. Ryan distributed experience points and fairy coins to the players. The experience points were automatically credited through the panel, while the fairy coins were crafted from scrap metal by White at Ryan's request. The fairy coins issued by the panel were virtual and could not be withdrawn, only utilized for purchases within the shop module. Since the players did not possess a task panel, he could not transfer these coins to them. Thus, he resolved to create some tangible currency himself, acting as an intermediary. Players could use these coins to purchase items from him, which he would procure from the panel's shop. Naturally, he intended to charge a small commission, ensuring a profit. Moreover, distributing physical currency would enhance the player's sense of achievement, as they eagerly handled the fairy coins. As for the rights to cultivate the land, I will ensure that upon your return from the Divine Realm tomorrow, you will be guided to select your plots. Ryan's gaze shifted to Chen Yin. Among you, the one who collected the most wood is the taciturn one. Hence, your cultivation area will be slightly larger, along with a special reward. Ryan presented Chen Yin with a Pokeball and a Binding Ball. As previously mentioned, the Pokeball serves its purpose, while this Binding Ball is designed to restrict a Pokemon's movements. I utilized this item during my battle with the Circle Bear this morning, and you witnessed its effectiveness. Chen Yin's expression brightened as he accepted the rewards. Initially, he had anticipated only a Pokeball as a special reward, but receiving the Binding Ball as well was a delightful surprise. This item had managed to ensnare the formidable Circle Bear, providing him with an additional means of self-preservation. Content. He stowed away the two items, only to hear Ryan continue. In addition, you may rent a mole free of charge to assist you in cultivating the land. A mole? Is that another Pokemon? It can actually help with cultivation? I only know about whacking moles. Aren't mice typically pests that destroy farmland? Observing the puzzled expressions on several players, Ryan decided to provide a practical demonstration. He led them to the courtyard, where they found moles gnawing at tree roots. Is this a mole? It looks nothing like a mouse, rather, it resembles an earthworm. In reality, earthworms do benefit the soil. Could it be that moles possess similar abilities? They consume tree roots? No wonder the Lord instructed us to bring back some roots when we chop trees. Upon seeing Ryan, the moles gathered around. Having enjoyed a comfortable existence over the past few days, feasting on Pokemon food and fresh tree roots, having fulfilled their initial commitments, they were eager to assist humans in their agricultural endeavors. Moreover, the moles felt uneasy about merely receiving sustenance without contributing, fearing that one day Ryan might no longer require their services. These individuals require your assistance in cultivating the land, but they are unaware of your capabilities. Show them what you can do, Ryan encouraged as he crouched down to address them. With a determined nod, the moles set to work, burrowing into the nearby soil. As they progressed, large sections of earth were turned over. In no time, they had tilled the entire area, leaving the players in awe. Remarkable. They completed the task in such a short time, and their efficiency is astounding. The soil is well turned. With a bit of tidying up, it's ready for sowing. Observing the players' captivated expressions, Ryan seized the moment to entice them further. As you can see, moles are exceptional cultivators, capable of turning over vast expanses of soil in no time. Moreover, their droppings enrich the soil, significantly boosting crop yields. Pointing to one of the moles, Ryan addressed Chen Yin. This mole is yours to rent for free. You need only provide it with some tree roots to eat each day. The other four players, witnessing Chen Yin take a mole, felt a twinge of envy, wishing for a mole to assist them in their own cultivation efforts. Well then, the rewards have been distributed. You may return to the Divine Realm now. We shall meet again tomorrow. Ryan made to leave for the castle. At this moment, one player could no longer contain himself. Wait, might we rent these moles, my lord? Oldie interjected, blocking Ryan's path. Unfortunately, that is not feasible. These moles are designated to rejuvenate the lands of those villagers whose fields have suffered damage. The reason they are being rented to the taciturn one is due to his special reward. You do not currently qualify for such rentals. Ryan shook his head, denying their request, which left the players in a state of dismay. My lord, we too are your subjects, having descended from the Divine Realm to assist you in building your territory. Moreover, we have completed numerous tasks for the land. Our efforts, if not commendable, at least deserve recognition. Please consider renting to us. Well, you do have a point, Ryan feigned hesitation. Seeing Ryan wavering, Old Yi and the others quickly pressed on. Furthermore, we are willing to pay with fairy coins. Ryan's heart leapt. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. After a moment of feigned contemplation, he finally relented. Very well, I shall rent them to you. The players beamed with joy at Ryan's acquiescence and eagerly rushed forward to pay. However, as they attempted to settle the payment, they soon realized their fairy coins were insufficient. Is the fee really this high? My fairy coins only cover 2 days' rent. You're lucky. After deducting the coins I used for resurrection, I can barely afford 1 day's rent. Ryan, sensing their financial predicament, offered them a solution. You may temporarily owe the amount. It can be deducted from your rewards upon task completion in the future. The players were profoundly touched, never having expected their lord to consider their plight so earnestly, willing to lend them funds to rent moles without even charging interest. Thus, when Ryan suggested they could rent 3 moles, they immediately agreed without a second thought. Our lord would never deceive us. Although the rental price for 3 moles was somewhat steep, their superior soil turning speed and the cultivation ability would significantly accelerate crop growth and yield. Since they were already in debt, they figured it prudent to incur a bit more for the benefit of 3 moles. Consequently, aside from the more composed Siya and Chen Yin, who could rent a mole for free, the remaining 3 players eagerly rented 3 moles, burdening themselves with considerable debt. Yet, they remained elated, believing they had secured a bargain, and expressed their gratitude to Ryan as they logged off. Once the players had logged out, Ryan returned to his study. He glanced at the fairy coins he had just issued, now back in his possession, and felt a twinge of guilt. His intention was to have the players cultivate the land with moles, setting an example for the villagers who feared Pokémon. Yet he had to feign reluctance to rent them out. His ultimate goal was to reclaim the fairy coins from the players. This maneuver not only encouraged them to promote the benefits of using Pokémon for farming, but also left them indebted to him. Why do I feel increasingly like a capitalist? I hope the players don't end up hanging me from a lamppost. Ryan murmured to himself, surely not. They even expressed their gratitude as they logged off. Besides, although they have incurred debts, they have also gained joy, which is not a loss at all. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Ryan's contemplation. Young Master Ryan, the circular bear has awakened. Would you like to go and see? Very well, I shall go at once. Ryan replied as he rose and made his way outside, for he had numerous inquiries to pose to the circular bear. Chapter 25. The cause of the beast tide. Ryan entered the lounge and immediately spotted the cuddly bear, hungrily devouring Pokémon food. With its 2 furry paws, it hastily stuffed morsels into its mouth, moving so quickly that it seemed to leave an afterimage. Goodness, how long has it been since it last ate? Ryan thought to himself, astonished. At that moment, the cuddly bear noticed Ryan, and its frantic feeding gradually came to a halt. Hello there, how has your rest been? Ryan raised his hand, intending to greet the bear. However, upon seeing his gesture, the bear quickly shielded its head with its paws, emitting a series of whimpering sounds. Am I really that terrifying? Ryan awkwardly lowered his hand. It appeared that the recent battle had left the cuddly bear with psychological scars. Mistaking Ryan's raised hand for another attempt to throw those peculiar items, it was evident that the bear retained memories of its past experiences, which would facilitate Ryan's inquiries. He approached slowly, soothingly speaking to the bear. There's no need to be anxious. The battle has concluded, and I mean you no harm. Upon hearing Ryan's gentle words, the bear gradually lowered its paws and cautiously gazed at him. Seeing Ryan's friendly smile, devoid of malice, its fear began to dissipate. It then pointed at the Pokémon food on the ground, and upon receiving a nod from Ryan, it eagerly grabbed the food and resumed eating. Ryan took his time, quietly observing. To be honest, the way the cuddly bear devoured the food was quite enticing, enough to make him feel a twinge of hunger himself. Once the bear finished its meal and let out a satisfied burp, Ryan inquired, "Are you full now? Would you like some more?" The bear shook its head, patting its round belly to indicate that it was satiated. "May I ask you a few questions? Were you involved in the beast tide a few days ago? Who placed this black crystal on you? Did you become feral because of this crystal?" The barrage of questions momentarily overwhelmed the bear, which scratched its head in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Noticing the bewilderment on its face, Ryan realized he had been a bit too hasty. He steadied his composure and continued. "Just share your experiences from these past few days. The more detailed, the better. Don't worry about me not understanding. Xiao Luo, please assist me with translation." Ryan instructed the Rotom drone hovering behind him. "Of course, Master Ryan," came the reply. After several instances of refusal, Xiao Luo had finally ceased calling him master, addressing him instead as young master, akin to the servants in the castle. Previously, Ryan had to rely on guesswork to discern the intentions of Pokémon, but with Xiao Luo's help, he could now accurately interpret every word spoken by them. Through the bear's narration and Xiao Luo's translations, Ryan unraveled the truth behind the situation. The bear's ferocity was indeed a consequence of the black crystal, which had also instigated the beast tide a few days prior. According to the bear, they had been living peacefully in the forest, albeit with scarce food. They had no intentions of forming a beast tide. However, a few days ago, several cloaked humans had appeared, and their leader used a large-nosed Pokémon to subjugate them. Subsequently, they affixed the black crystals to the powerful Pokémon and sprinkled some black powder on the weaker ones before departing. Once the cloaked figures left, the cuddly bear and its companions suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to destroy, becoming exceedingly irritable. They were filled with resentment towards humans, believing that humans had taken their homes and food. Thus, they formed the beast tide and began attacking human territories. During their onslaught, they encountered human resistance, and many Pokémon, including the cuddly bear, succumbed to a state of frenzy during the battle. The bear described entering this berserk mode after sustaining considerable damage. Although it gained strength in its frenzied state, it lost all rationality, driven solely by a desire to obliterate everything in sight. After some time, it eventually exited the frenzied state, feeling exceedingly weak and instinctively fleeing the battlefield. However, it remained under the influence of the black crystal, becoming violent and irritable, harboring hatred for humans. That was why, upon sensing the sweet aroma, it had aggressively seized the opportunity to attack, relentlessly pursuing players until Ryan finally subdued it, restoring its calm demeanor. As the bear recounted its tale, it cast a timid glance at Ryan, recalling how it had once left a human in ruins. It feared that Ryan might retaliate against it, even considering the possibility of being killed. Ryan discerned the terror in the bear's eyes. Do not be afraid. I understand that your previous actions were not of your own volition. Besides, that human is alive and well, so you need not feel guilty, he reassured, gently patting the bear's paw. I have grasped the situation. What do you plan to do next? Will you return to the forest or stay with me? Although Ryan had already befriended the cuddly bear, he did not wish to compel it into battle. He sought companions of shared ideals, not merely tools for conflict. The bear hesitated for a moment, then pointed at the empty bowl on the ground, softly growling. It was inquiring whether it could have such food every day if it chose to follow Ryan. Xiao Luo translated, Of course, you will have plenty of Pokémon food. You can eat as much as you like. Ryan waved his hand grandly, making a bold promise. The Pokémon food from the panel shop was not expensive, and he could easily afford to feed not just a cuddly bear, but even a Snorlax. Moreover, there would occasionally be extra treats. Ryan produced a jar of sweet honey, waving it tantalizingly in front of the bear. Upon seeing the honey, the bear's eyes lit up, nodding enthusiastically as if it were a rattle drum, indicating its willingness to accompany Ryan. All right, another foodie has joined the ranks. This jar of honey shall be your nutritional supplement. Recover well here, and from now on, we shall be companions. With a joyful roar, the cuddly bear embraced Ryan, showering him with affection. Enough with the nuzzling. You're drooling all over me. Hurry up and eat. Ryan chuckled helplessly as he watched the bear blissfully indulging in the honey. Apart from the flying mantis, he had captured 3 Pokémon, 2 of which had followed him simply for the food. Truly, Pokémon would never become subservient unless their needs were catered to. At least his sweet bamboo was different, genuinely captivated by his charm, unlike the others who were merely food-driven. Speaking of which, where did Sweet Bamboo go? Sweet Bamboo is currently practicing the move grassy terrain in the courtyard. It feels it did not assist you adequately in the last battle and is striving to enhance its strength, Xiao Luo replied. That little one is simply too endearing. Ryan felt a surge of affection and wished he could embrace Sweet Bamboo right then. Never mind, I shall not disturb it. Please call Uncle White and inform him that I have matters to discuss. Understood, I will notify him immediately. As Xiao Luo flew away, Ryan retrieved the black crystal, examining it closely in his hand. Those cloaked figures, are they? A bunch of charlatans. I will surely capture you. Ryan clenched the crystal firmly, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Chapter 26. The Beastmaster and the Knight. Are you suggesting that the recent beast tide was artificially induced? White gazed at Ryan in astonishment. Initially taken aback by the fact that Rotom could articulate human speech, he was now further shaken by the revelation that the beast tide was orchestrated. This revelation profoundly impacted his psyche. Indeed, it had become almost indisputable that the beast tide was a result of human intervention. Those cloaked figures had utilized the dark crystals to disturb the minds of the magical beasts, instigating them to harbor animosity towards humanity, thus triggering the tide. Ryan produced one of the black crystals and handed it to White. As he examined the crystal in his hand, White found himself convinced by Ryan's assertions. He clenched the crystal tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. In the struggle against this beast tide, all of his knights had perished, and even Lord Nord, to whom he had sworn allegiance, had vanished amidst the chaos. Although he appeared outwardly composed during the day, at night, when solitude enveloped him, the resentment and anguish within threatened to consume him. He loathed his own powerlessness, detested the magical beasts, and even distanced himself from his comrade, the Beedrill. He understood that Beedrill was not like the beasts in the tide, yet he could not overcome his inner turmoil. Now, learning that the beast tide was incited by humans, White experienced a tumult of emotions, an enlightenment coupled with guilt towards Beedrill, but predominantly, an overwhelming rage directed at the cloaked figures. He yearned to see them dismembered. Suddenly, White lifted his head and addressed Ryan. My lord, please entrust me with the task of locating those cloaked individuals. Ryan discerned the hatred burning in White's eyes. I summoned you with the intention of assigning you this investigation. However, given your current state, I believe it would be prudent to assign this task to someone else. White, bewildered, exclaimed, Why? Do you not trust me? I assure you, I will find those scoundrels and bring them to justice. Enough. Can you not remain calm? With your judgment clouded by rage, how can I entrust you with this mission? Ryan struck the table forcefully, his tone more severe than ever before in their exchanges. White, realizing his lapse in composure, lowered his head in silence. I understand your hatred for those cloaked figures. I share it as well. The knights who fought alongside me fell victim to the beast tide they incited. My father too is missing amidst the chaos. The thought of it ignites a desire for vengeance within me. Yet, we must not allow hatred and fury to dictate our actions. We must remain rational. Only then can we uncover their whereabouts and eliminate them. Listening to Ryan's words, White gradually regained his composure. He felt ashamed, despite being the elder. He lacked the steadiness of a mere youth. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Please forgive my recklessness. There is no need for apologies. Anyone would feel anger in such circumstances, which only reflects your strong emotions. Ryan softened his tone and continued, since you have regained your composure, I shall assign you the task of investigating the cloaked figures. Remember, this is strictly an investigation. Even if you do encounter them, do not engage in conflict. They possess formidable strength, capable of easily controlling the circle bear. We are not yet their equals. Understood. I will ensure those involved in the investigation exercise utmost caution. White nodded in agreement. By the way, you might consider assigning the task of investigating the cloaked figures to the visitors from the divine realm. They are immortal and thus well suited for such missions. Ryan suddenly recalled the players. Their ability to respawn meant that discovery during the investigation would not deter them. And even in death, they could return with valuable intelligence. But do the visitors from the divine realm not only heed your commands? I cannot direct them, White expressed concern. Recognizing the divine visitors as ideal candidates for the investigation, but fearing their lack of obedience. Do not fret. Remember the coins made from scrap metal I had you forge? Use those as rewards. They will certainly follow your lead. After all, the players are burdened with debts. As long as you offer them some currency, they will comply with your instructions. Ah, very well. I shall proceed to post the task tomorrow. Although White was puzzled as to why the divine visitors would accept scrap metal as payment, he resolved to follow Ryan's guidance. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Ryan casually inquired, preparing to conclude their conversation and seek out Tian Zhuzhu. Yet White indeed had something to report. I do have an issue to address. When shall we select new knights? The territory's defenses are alarmingly weak, and I am overwhelmed on my own. We urgently require additional knights. Knight selection. Ryan fell into contemplation. In this Pokémon world, those who could control Pokémon were referred to as Beast Masters, while knights were essentially Beast Masters appointed by the Lord. Though they appeared similar, the distinction was significant. Becoming a Beast Master was relatively straightforward, as long as one could command a Pokémon, even a Magikarp. One could claim the title. However, the path to knighthood was far more challenging. One either began as a knight's retainer, undergoing rigorous training and selection until finally being appointed by the Lord, or one had to possess exceptional strength that caught the Lord's eye, leading to direct appointment as a knight. The former required time, while the latter demanded prowess. In short, attaining knighthood was no simple feat, of course. The benefits of being a knight surpassed those of an ordinary beastmaster. Besides ascending into the noble class, gaining favor with the Lord could result in the acquisition of land, allowing one to become a minor lord. Previously, Firefly Town boasted over a dozen knights, positioned firmly in the mid-tier among baronial territories. However, during the defense against the Beast Tide, all those knights perished, leaving Firefly Town in a state of vulnerability. Thus, White felt an acute urgency to replenish their ranks with new knights. Yet, as far as I know, those knight retainers are still in their initial training phase and are not even Beast Masters. How can we conduct a selection? White was at a loss for words. Ryan's statement was indeed accurate. It was unreasonable to appoint individuals who had yet to even encounter a magical beast as knights. For now, do not worry about the territory's defenses. Other regions have also suffered from the Beast Tide, sustaining losses comparable to ours. Furthermore, I have heard that the Sea God Temple has dispatched a reconnaissance team to investigate the origins of the Beast Tide in this area. Anyone making significant moves will attract their attention. If someone dares to attack us under such circumstances, we shall present this black crystal to the Sea God Temple and request their protection. White found Ryan's reasoning sound, though he still felt uneasy. But what if the reconnaissance team departs? We still need our own fighting strength. I am well aware of that. Do not forget, we also have the divine visitors, whose growth rate is remarkably swift. By that time, they should be capable of engaging in combat. However, we must not overly rely on them. Let us select a portion of the retainers to interact with the magical beasts in the courtyard. They are quite amiable towards humans. And we should strive to enable those retainers to become beast masters. Ryan recognized that players would inevitably have downtime, and relying solely on them for territorial defense was unwise. It was essential to cultivate some native combat strength as well. Understood. I shall proceed to select suitable knight retainers. Concerning the future of the territory, White was unwilling to squander a moment. Wait. First, seek out some skilled agriculturalists or individuals of considerable esteem among the populace, and have them come to the castle to meet me tomorrow morning. I wish to demonstrate to them what true farming entails. Chapter 27. A subtle agricultural revelation for the indigenous people. The following morning, the players logged in early, accompanying White to the pre-assigned fields. On the way, White casually mentioned the investigation of the black-robed individuals, to which the players eagerly agreed, as they were in dire need of elven coins. However, that task would have to wait. Their minds were entirely consumed with the prospect of farming. White was not in a rush. For the investigation of the black-robed figures was a long-term endeavor that would not be completed in haste. Yet, he was intrigued by the players' fervor for tilling the land. Their eyes sparkling at the sight of the fields, sleeves rolled up and ready to labor. This was a manifestation of cultural divergence. Farming was ingrained in the players' very essence. A primal desire shared by all from the land of flowers. Unfortunately, most were constrained by reality and lacked the means to cultivate the earth, finding solace only in farming games or agricultural-themed shows. Now, presented with a vast expanse of land identical to that of their reality, they could cultivate freely, an opportunity that filled them with uncontainable joy. White, belonging to the traditional aristocracy, could hardly fathom the players' passion for agriculture. Nonetheless, their willingness to farm was ultimately beneficial for the development of the territory. With this thought, White relinquished the groundhogs to the players and turned to seek out skilled farmers and those of high prestige. Meanwhile, the players immersed themselves in their agricultural endeavors. By the time Ryan awoke, the clock was nearing noon. He rubbed his temples, feeling a lingering drowsiness from an extended slumber. He had been preoccupied with various affairs of the territory and guiding the players, scarcely enjoying a restful night. Last night, Sweet Bamboo, noticing his exhaustion, insisted he cease working and forcibly encouraged him to rest, even releasing calming scents to ensure he slumbered deeply. With a contented stretch, Ryan felt significantly more invigorated. Exiting his chamber, he found White waiting at the door. "My apologies, Uncle White. I overslept and made you wait," he said, genuinely regretful. "No. It is I who should apologize for taking the liberty to instruct the servants not to disturb you. You have been overworked and needed a proper rest," White replied. "Thank you for your concern. I did indeed rest well. Have you located the individuals I instructed you to find?" "Yes, as per your directive. They are waiting for you in the reception hall. Please escort them outside the castle. I will join you shortly after I tidy up." Ryan quickly prepared himself and led the subjects to the players' fields. He gestured towards the industrious players and addressed the subjects. "I have brought you here in hopes that you may learn from these migrants farming techniques to enhance our crop yields." Upon hearing this, the subjects erupted into discussion. Why should we learn from them? What could a group of migrants possibly teach us about farming? Indeed, I have been farming for decades, surely. I cannot be outdone by a few youngsters. They are barely out of childhood. They likely do not even know how to wield farming tools. Their voices filled the air with skepticism, doubting the players' agricultural prowess. "Silence," Ryan commanded, halting their chatter. It seemed his authority was insufficient, as the subjects dared to question his orders. If his father had been present, they would not have uttered a word, complying unquestioningly. However, this was understandable. Ryan had only recently assumed the role of lord, and the subjects had yet to develop sufficient trust in him. Moreover, concerning matters of food, they were understandably hesitant to experiment. Observe how they cultivate. After witnessing their methods, you may decide whether to adopt them. Rest assured, I will not employ any coercive measures. Ryan recognized that mere words would not suffice. Witnessing the practice would be far more convincing. Soon, the subjects were astonished by the players' actions. They were actually directing magical beasts to till the land, and their speed was remarkable in mere moments. They had cleared as much land as Ryan could in half a day's labor. Why are they burning those dead branches and leaves? And what is that gray substance they are scattering onto the soil? The peculiar tools puzzled them further. The subjects, despite their extensive farming experience, could not comprehend the migrants' techniques. Could it be that Lord Ryan was indeed correct, and these migrants possessed methods to significantly increase crop yields? Finally, one subject could no longer restrain their curiosity and asked, "My lord, will their methods genuinely enhance our crop yields?" "Perhaps it is best for them to respond," Ryan replied, summoning Chinyin to address the subjects' queries. Chinyin was more than willing to share his knowledge, as he sought to enhance Ryan's rapport with the subjects. "How can we command magical beasts?" "You mean the groundhogs? They are leased to us by Lord Ryan, and these little creatures are exceptional at tilling and turning the soil. Their waste also enriches the earth. Of course, relying solely on their waste will not significantly enhance the soil's fertility, which is why we have burned some plant ash and scattered it across the land." "What is plant ash?" "Plant ash is the residue left after burning vegetation. It is rich in potassium, phosphorus, and other trace elements, which can—" "Do you not understand?" To simplify, applying plant ash makes the soil more fertile and eliminates pathogens, promoting better crop growth. As for that tool, it is called a seed drill, used for sowing seeds. Due to time constraints, I constructed a simplified version, but it is far superior to hand sowing. It saves time and effort and allows for more even seed distribution, conserving seeds. Chunyin addressed each inquiry from the subjects. Are there any other questions? Why is everyone silent? If not, then I shall take my leave, my lord, to resume my work. Not realizing the impact his explanations had on the subjects, Chunyin bid farewell to Ryan and returned to the fields. Unbeknownst to him, the methods he described had left the subjects speechless in awe. After a prolonged silence, the subjects gradually regained their composure, their expressions filled with excitement as they turned to Ryan. My lord, is what he said true? Of course it is. Otherwise, I would not have encouraged you to learn from them. By employing their farming methods, we can not only save time and labor but also increase our crop yields by at least 30%. Ryan held up 3 fingers, waving them before the subject's eyes. 30%? You cannot be serious. The subjects exclaimed in disbelief. Why would I jest about matters of food? Many of you are seasoned farmers with decades of experience. Surely you can discern whether these methods can enhance our yields. Some subjects turned to the seasoned farmers among them, who huddled together for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although they did not fully grasp the principles behind these methods, their years of farming experience suggested that these techniques could indeed yield substantial improvements. Seeing the seasoned farmers nod, Ryan continued, if you remain uncertain, I can pledge my family's honor. Should employing these methods result in decreased crop yields, I will provide compensation. The choice is now yours. Will you embrace the farming techniques of these migrants? The subjects exchanged glances, then eagerly proclaimed, I will learn. I want to learn. It was clearly I who expressed the desire to learn first. You should take a step back. Observing the eager citizens vying for their turn, Ryan chuckled with satisfaction. Without imparting a modicum of agricultural astonishment, it would truly be an affront to the millennia of cultivation history of the Flower Kingdom. Take your time to learn. Chapter 28. The urgent need for new players. After a morning of diligent study, the representatives of the settlers had nearly mastered the farming techniques employed by the players. These methods were not particularly complex. The only challenge lay in the construction of the plow. However, Chunyin took the initiative to disassemble and reassemble the plow on site. Meticulously explaining its structure to them, the settlers were deeply moved. These nomads were indeed good-hearted individuals. Not only did they brave dangers to fell trees and aid in the reconstruction of homes, but they also generously imparted their farming knowledge without reservation. Though their behavior could be somewhat eccentric at times, their merits far outweighed these quirks, and the settlers had come to accept them. While the players were unaware of the inner thoughts of the settlers, they could discern a notable improvement in their attitudes. It appeared that their goodwill had significantly increased, much to the players' delight, which in turn made their teaching efforts more enthusiastic. Observing the lively and harmonious interaction between the players and the indigenous people, Ryan nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. Not only had better farming methods been promoted, but the relationship between the players and the natives had also been strengthened. Furthermore, it allowed the indigenous people to engage with Pokémon. Given the substantial role that the mole Pokémon played in agriculture, the natives, despite their initial fears, were now willing to cautiously approach them in hopes of enhancing their crop yields. Several settlers were tentatively drawing near to the moles, attempting to communicate. The moles, for their part, displayed a commendable friendliness, undoubtedly solidifying the settlers' resolve to rent them. The representatives, being skilled cultivators of the community and holding significant esteem, had collectively decided to rent the moles, which would likely encourage other settlers to follow suit. This development would greatly improve the relationship between the natives and Pokémon, paving the way for a future where the indigenous people would no longer fear these creatures, bringing them one step closer to peaceful coexistence. Ryan was quite satisfied with this emerging situation as the territory was progressing positively. However, another issue had arisen. The players were in short supply. Initially, the number of game pre-registrations had been modest, prompting him to summon only 5 players. Although the number of pre-registrations had increased following Chunyin's promotions, Ryan had refrained from summoning additional players to conserve his creation points. Yet, the existing 5 players were now insufficient to meet the demands of the territory's development. Vast tracts of farmland remained abandoned due to the indigenous people's hesitance, and daily tasks at the mission still required completion. Additionally, players were needed to investigate the mysterious figures in black and to safeguard the territory. In short, even if he were to split the 5 players in half, it would still not suffice. He resolved to summon new players tonight more than before. Ryan glanced at the remaining creation points displayed on his panel, preparing to utilize the majority of them for summoning, while reserving a small portion for emergencies. However, with so many pre-registrants, how could he select the most suitable players? Ryan felt a pang of worry. He feared that he might inadvertently choose some lackadaisical players who would be unmanageable. Although he could banish them if necessary, it would be a waste of creation points. If only all players could be as commendable as the initial 5. reflecting on his good fortune. He noted how high their quality had been, including the taciturn but skilled player. Wait, while he might not know who would be suitable for the game, the taciturn player and others certainly would. He could simply ask them to recommend some players. It is said that like attracts like. And Ryan believed that the players they suggested would undoubtedly be more reliable than those chosen at random. Yet, how to convey this to them? To the players. Ryan was merely a highly intelligent NPC and could not approach them about player matters in that capacity. Such discussions could not occur within the game, but perhaps outside of it. As the clock struck 6 in the morning in Blue Star, the 5 players logged off, and the chat group buzzed back to life. Last night's West Wind. Family, can anyone relate? I, who usually finds it exhausting to go downstairs for a package, spend an entire day farming. Even more shockingly, I feel like I could keep going. I want to farm again tomorrow. One Leaf knows Autumn. Who isn't? By the way, the taciturn master is truly impressive. He can even make a plow, which has been a tremendous help. Taciturn. Oh, not really. I just followed some online tutorials. The making process is quite simple. And you all managed to learn it as well, didn't you? Bells ringing. On that note, we have to thank Oldie for lending us her cross. Otherwise, the two of us weak women would really struggle to pull that plow. See ya. Thank you. One Leaf knows Autumn. Ah, it's all trivial. We help each other out. Last night's West Wind. Whoa. Someone claiming to be the game planner for Pokémon World is applying to join the group. Upon hearing Su Ruothing's message, the group fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into chatter. One Leaf knows Autumn. No way. Is that for real? Bells ringing. Do virtual reality games even have planners? How did he know our group ID? Taciturn. If there's a game, there must be a planner. I just wonder what he hopes to accomplish by joining us. Last night's West Wind. Well, let's add him and ask directly. Last night's West Wind has added Xiaoji to the group chat. Xiaoji. Hello, everyone. I'm the game planner for Pokémon World. You can just call me Xiaoji. Bells ringing. Hello, Xiaoji. Are you really the planner for this game? Xiaoji. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, I can share some in-game details. Like how last night's West Wind tried to prank her across and ended up getting knocked down. Last night's West Wind. Ahem. Okay, that's enough. I believe you are indeed the planner. The other players quickly accepted Xiaoji's identity as the game planner, especially since he seemed to know everything happening in the game. Bells ringing. So, Xiaoji has been observing us play. Isn't it thrilling to feel like you're being watched? Ryan's lips twitched slightly at this remark. What a strange comment. He was merely observing openly. Indeed, this Xiaoji was Ryan himself. He had connected to the Blue Star network through the panel, registered a chat account, and pretended to be the game planner. By joining the players' chat group, he could not only receive their feedback promptly but also seamlessly request their recommendations for new players. Xiaozi. I was simply observing the game's operational status, not intending to spy on you. Bells ringing. Hee, I was just joking. It's part of your responsibilities, right? May I ask why you joined the group, Xiaoji? Finally, the crux of the matter had been reached. Just as Ryan was about to respond, he was interrupted by Su Ruothing. Last night's West Wind. Why call him Xiaoji? Call him Master Ji. Master Ji joined the group for a reason. No need to explain to you all. One Leaf knows Autumn. So flattering. For the matter of flattery, I would crown you the strongest. Ryan stared at the chat, his head filled with black lines. How did the topic veer off course again? Taciturn. May I ask? Master Ji, how did you develop such advanced virtual reality technology? Why have we never heard of your company before? With such technology at your disposal, why choose to develop a game? How long will the game be in beta testing? What charging model will you adopt after public release? Will this game expand internationally in the future? Chun Yin unleashed a torrent of questions he had been accumulating for days. Last night's West Wind. No wonder you were silent for so long. You were holding back a grand reveal. He promptly shifted the topic. Xiaoji, let us discuss these matters later. I joined this group with a purpose. On one hand, to gather your insights regarding the game, and on the other, to seek your recommendations for friends who might wish to partake in the game's beta testing. After Ryan sent this message, the group fell into a brief silence, which was soon followed by a surge of excitement. Chapter 29. Internal testing player recommendations. Upon learning that they could recommend internal testers, the members of the group expressed their excitement. Last night's West Wind exclaimed, Is that true, Ji? When does the recommendation begin? Ling Air chimed in, Finally. New companions are coming. I can't wait to tease those adorable newbies. A Leaf Knows Autumn retorted, Haven't you only played for 3 days? You speak as if you're a seasoned veteran. By the way, are there specific criteria for recommendations? Sia added a simple, bubbling JPG. The discussion flowed, leaving Ryan with no opportunity to interject. At that moment, Xinyan stepped forward to halt the chatter. The reserved one said, Everyone, please pause. Let's allow Xiaoji to elaborate on the recommendation of internal testers. The group gradually quieted, finally granting Ryan a chance to speak. Xiaoji began. Firstly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support of Pokémon World. Through these 3 days of testing, we have identified and rectified numerous bugs, resulting in a generally stable game. However, many issues remain undiscovered. Hence, we have decided to expand the testing scale to uncover these problems and enhance the game's perfection. Ryan initially outlined the reasons for increasing the number of internal testers, and Xiaoji continued to expedite the identification of game issues. We require a batch of dedicated internal players. Each of you has demonstrated exceptional performance in the game, and we trust that the individuals you recommend will also be outstanding. Consequently, each of you will have 2 recommendation slots. Ideally, the candidates should possess a particular skill, which will assist us in better testing various aspects of the game. A Leaf Nose Autumn asked, has Xiaoji finished? May I speak now? What qualifies as a particular skill? The term seemed somewhat ambiguous to Old Leaf. Xiaoji clarified. While we refer to it as a particular skill, our requirements are not stringent. For instance, being an excellent cook, capable of building houses, designing clothing, or even recommending experienced players from other games will suffice, as long as they approach the game with seriousness. Sia inquired, must everyone recommend someone? Is it permissible not to? In reality, she had few friends and was uncertain whom to recommend. Xiaoji responded, certainly, we won't force you to recommend players. If you lack suitable candidates, you can transfer your recommendation slots to others in the group. If no one else requires them, we will reclaim the slots and randomly select from those who have made reservations. I must emphasize that these recommendation slots are strictly non-transferable for monetary gain. Any discovered transactions will result in the relevant accounts being banned. Last night's West Wind reassured, rest assured, G. With only 10 recommendation slots, we wouldn't even consider selling them. Sia, if you lack candidates, would you consider giving your slot to me? I would be immensely grateful. Xiaoji added, distribute the recommendation slots among yourselves. Please privately send me the names and addresses of your recommended candidates by 6 o'clock tonight, and I will arrange for them to receive the game helmets. All right. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Enjoy your gaming. The players understood the workload of the game developers and refrained from attempting to retain him. After bidding farewell to Ryan, they began discussing potential candidates in the group. After closing the chat group, Ryan visited the official website. He intended to summon 15 internal testers, allocating 10 slots to Chen Yin and his group. The remaining 5 slots would be selected from those who had made reservations. It wouldn't be fair to let them reserve without purpose. He first checked the number of reservations. Current reservation count, 188. This figure was rather auspicious, though it exceeded Ryan's expectations. He hadn't anticipated that Chen Yan's promotion would yield such results. The official forum was predominantly filled with comments from Chen Yan's fans. A little mushroom from the picking girl remarked, is this the game recommended by Xiaoyan? The official website is rather simplistic. Tear Your Umbrella commented. Xiaoyan must be doing this for the money. Couldn't he choose a better game? George's Peppa speculated, do you think there's a possibility, just a possibility, that everything Xiaoyan said is true? I'm not old 8 joked. I'm dying of laughter. Fans are defending him here. And they're still calling it a virtual reality game. If this game is real, I'll do a live stream while standing on my head and eating feces. Ryan felt a strange urge to grant a slot to this individual after reading that comment. He was curious to see if they would follow through on their words. Unfortunately, the person had not clicked the reservation link, so Ryan couldn't offer them a slot. If you have the ability, never click the reservation link. The moment you do, I shall fulfill your wish for free food and drink. Ryan refrained from scrolling further. The comments were overwhelmingly negative. He began to examine the information of those who had clicked the reservation link. The panel's network connection feature was remarkably powerful, capable of easily infiltrating any electronic device to retrieve information. Ryan focused on the gaming records of these individuals to evaluate their performance in standard games. To his delight, one person had played numerous strategy games and even produced several guides, most impressive, thus earning a slot. Another individual had deceived young girls in a dress-up game? That was utterly disgraceful. He promptly submitted the details to the authorities. Another player had struggled for 6 months against the first boss and only tiger, attempting hundreds of times without giving up. Such perseverance warranted consideration. After meticulously reviewing each reservation player's information, Ryan ultimately selected 5 whom he deemed suitable. Goodness, has it become this late? He mused. Checking each profile was indeed time-consuming. But he intended for this to be the last time. In the future, he would select players randomly. Currently, he could only earn a limited number of creation points, meaning he had to be judicious and waste not a single point. Once he amassed sufficient creation points, he could summon players at will, and if he selected someone unsuitable, he could simply ban them. By then, he wouldn't mind a few creation points. The 5 players also finalized their recommendations, and with the 5 he had chosen, The total reached 15 internal testing slots. He sent the game helmets to these 15 individuals through the panel, having already experienced this once. The thought of new players logging in the next day filled him with anticipation. No, I must practice my opening lines once more. I've forgotten most of what I memorized earlier. Ryan felt wide awake and decided to rehearse his introduction. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, the 15 selected internal testers looked on in astonishment at the game helmets in their hands. Their reactions mirrored those of Chun-Yin upon receiving his helmet, filled with disbelief. Nevertheless, regardless of their faith in the situation, none of them discarded the helmets. Instead, they eagerly anticipated the arrival of night. Chapter 30. The newcomer Lin Mu is one of the 15 newly added beta players, a slot graciously provided by Chan-Yin. Both of them are content creators on C-Station, boasting a similar number of fans. However, while Chan-Yin dabbles in various games, Lin Mu has a penchant for management and construction games. Their acquaintance blossomed during an offline gathering, where they discovered a mutual appreciation for each other's personalities. Consequently, they frequently interacted on C-Station and occasionally ventured out together, gradually forging a close friendship. Just a couple of days ago, when Chun-Yin faced backlash from fans for sharing a comment about the Pokémon world, Lin Mu vocally supported him. Nevertheless, despite the camaraderie, Lin Mu remained skeptical about the existence of virtual reality games, suspecting that Chun-Yin was merely capitalizing on trends. This skepticism persisted until the morning when Chun-Yin called him, fervently swearing that he was not deceiving Lin Mu, insisting that the virtual reality game was indeed real and that he had secured a coveted beta slot for him. To be honest, Lin Mu initially thought Chun-Yin had lost his mind and even considered taking him to see a psychologist. However, moments after hanging up, a game helmet was delivered to his doorstep, which piqued Lin Mu's belief in Chun-Yin's claims. By 6 in the evening, Lin Mu eagerly donned the helmet. As drowsiness enveloped him, he slowly closed his eyes, only to be greeted by a beam of light illuminating his face. Huh? I was just lying in my bedroom. Where did this light come from? Lin Mu gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself suspended in midair. Am I dreaming? Did I just fall asleep? Before he could gather his thoughts, his body began to move uncontrollably. After traversing through forests and towns and engaging in character creation, it finally dawned on Lin Mu. He had entered the game. Wow, Chan-Yin truly wasn't lying. This is indeed a virtual reality game. Once Lin Mu's consciousness melded with his in-game avatar, he was utterly astounded by the immersive sensory experience. The visual and auditory elements were already apparent during the opening animation, but he was unprepared for the tactile and olfactory sensations. As he touched the wooden floor, he felt its distinct roughness beneath his fingertips. Bringing his fingers to his nose, he detected a subtle scent of wood. This game is phenomenal. Lin Mu was instantly captivated. He rose to survey his surroundings and noticed several players awakening, all equally astonished by the hyper-realistic game environment. They uttered exclamations of awe, their hands exploring the textures around them. One player even took a bite out of a table leg, grinning contentedly after spitting out wood shavings. This game even has a taste system. Incredible. Lin Mu was taken aback by this player's audacity. Glancing at the name above his head, chicken stewed with mushrooms, he mused that such a name clearly belonged to a food enthusiast, explaining his fascination with the taste feature. At that moment, Lin Mu noticed a large inscription on the wall behind this mushroom-loving player. Though he had never encountered such writing before, he instinctively understood its meaning. Please put on your clothes first. Realizing his lower half was exposed to the breeze, Lin Mu hurriedly grabbed the clothing on the table and dressed. The surrounding players, upon witnessing this, promptly followed suit. When Ryan entered the room and saw the players clad in their outfits, he nodded in satisfaction. Finally, there were no more embarrassing sights. His efforts in writing that message on the wall had paid off. In truth, the linguistic differences between these two worlds were significant. Players from Blue Star could not comprehend the language or script of the Pokémon world. Therefore, Ryan had ingeniously incorporated a translation feature during character creation. This function would automatically convert players' spoken words into the Pokémon world language, while the native speech would translate into the players' native tongues. However, when it came to written language, players could only understand the Pokémon world script. Any writing they wished to do required personal learning. Follow me. Ryan led the players to the reception hall, where 2 female players were already waiting. Once all 15 players had gathered, they couldn't contain their excitement and began chattering enthusiastically. This game is absolutely amazing. It's indistinguishable from reality. Isn't that the truth? If it weren't for the names floating above your heads, I'd think I had crossed over. This handsome gentleman must be an NPC. He looks so refined. The reception hall erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market. Silence. Ryan attempted to quiet the players. However, their exuberance rendered them deaf to his words, and they continued to chatter away. All right, so you want to compete in volume, do you? Ryan retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and tossed it into the air. Pancham, give them a roar to remember. With a thunderous roar, Pancham emerged, instantly silencing the players with its formidable presence. All eyes turned to Ryan and Pancham, the players realizing that their previous noise had not been out of mischief, but rather a failure to hear him. Once the players quieted down, Ryan began reciting the opening speech he had memorized the night before. Esteemed visitors from the Divine Realm, welcome to Firefly Town. I am Baron Ryan, your host here. In our world, extraordinary creatures known as Pokémon inhabit every corner. They are intelligent and endearing, possessing a myriad of unique abilities. Ryan gestured to Pancham beside him. This one is adorable? The players gazed at the intimidating Pancham, suppressing their urge to voice their thoughts. Yet Ryan remained oblivious to any potential criticism, passionately continuing his address. In the time to come, I hope we can work together to restore this world to its rightful path. Ryan recited his carefully crafted opening speech verbatim. After all, it had taken him considerable time to compose it, and unless extraordinary circumstances arose, this introduction would be his standard. Furthermore, there were numerous prohibitions within the territory, and players could inquire about the specifics with previous visitors or Secretary White. Any violations of these prohibitions will result in immediate expulsion from the Divine Realm, along with a permanent ban on re-entry to this world. Although these players were meticulously selected and possessed high standards, they were still part of the fourth catastrophe. A precautionary warning was necessary to prevent unforeseen incidents. After hearing Ryan's words, the players were astonished by the NPC's immense authority, but felt little resistance. They understood that a game with such high realism must have its constraints. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Moreover, even if they opposed the rules, what could they do? It was a seller's market. Those unwilling to comply would find many eager to take their place. Having emphasized the prohibitions, Ryan guided the group of players out of the castle. Chapter 31. The old mentoring the new. What an astonishing sky. The light. The wind. Is this truly not the realm of reality? Throughout my life, I have accumulated virtue and performed good deeds. Thus, it is only fitting that I partake in such a game. Incredible. From this moment forth, should anyone dare to claim that this game is a deception, I shall confront them with fervor. As the players emerged from the castle, they were once again awestruck by the scene before them, unable to suppress their exclamations of admiration. Meanwhile, Ryan stood quietly, absorbing the praise. To be frank, he had grown somewhat numb to such compliments. Initially, when the first 5 players expressed their admiration, he felt a flicker of joy and pride. Yet, after hearing such accolades repeatedly, his heart had long since settled into calm indifference. He even found himself idly comparing the enthusiasm of the two groups of players. Indeed, the older players were far more expressive. The vocabulary of the newcomers simply paled in comparison. At that moment, the 5 seasoned players were gathered at the castle entrance, critiquing the new players. Look at their naive expressions. What a bunch of amateurs. It's merely a virtual reality game. Why the overexcitement? Su Ruofing remarked with a hint of disdain. Xinyan quickly countered. Who is it that, upon entering the game, pinched themselves and sprawled on the ground searching for grass to nibble? Your display was far more exaggerated than theirs. I was merely testing the game's pain and taste systems. Su Ruofing retorted. These newcomers only know to exclaim wow and awesome. They are nowhere near our level. They clearly need guidance from seasoned players. Unbeknownst to him, nestled among the newcomers was a player even more audacious than he, who had taken a bite out of a table leg upon entering the game. Chen Yin, uninterested in further debate, recognized the truth in Su Ruofing's words. The reason the veteran players were foregoing their own pursuits to await the newcomers was indeed to mentor this new generation. That very morning, Ryan had issued a task to them, to lead the new players in familiarizing themselves with their surroundings and to impart various essential tips. The more newcomers they guided, the greater the rewards of sprite coins they would earn. This prospect excited the debt-laden veteran players immensely. It was a splendid task, allowing them not only to impress the newcomers, but also to earn money to pay off their debts. Thus, despite Su Ruofing's apparent disdain for the newcomers, he was secretly eager to find opportunities to mentor more of them. Chen Yan, having seen through his intentions, patted him on the shoulder and said, "All right, enough of the pretense. I'll have a newcomer assigned to you." "Really, father?" Su Ruofing asked, his eyes wide with surprise. "Indeed, I have no debts of my own. So let us help you earn some sprite coins to repay yours." "Thank you, father. By the way, don't you have 2 more newcomers?" Su Ruofing's gaze shifted to the other 2 new players. "Get lost. You think you can take more? I promised this morning to personally guide Lin Mu. And I intend to give the other newcomer to Old Yi. He has lost quite a few sprite coins upon resurrection." Fine. Just don't give me that newcomer. Let Old Yi have them. His debts are the highest among us." "Finally, you've spoken some sensible words," Chen Yin replied, feeling a sense of pride, as if watching his child grow up. "Don't forget to tell Old Yi it was I who gave him the newcomers." If he is moved, he might just part with a her across for me. Heh. Goodness. Here I thought you were finally behaving like a decent person. Only to find you coveting someone else's Pokémon. Ryan, having calmed the new players, entrusted them to Chun-Yin and the others. The notion of the old mentoring the new had been in his mind since he contemplated summoning new players. Having seasoned players guide the novices would yield far better results than if he led them himself. After all, he was merely an NPC within the game. And there were many things he could not articulate freely. Even logging off had to be framed as returning to the divine realm, far less convenient than direct player-to-player communication. With players taking on the task, he wouldn't need to exert himself so much. He recalled the tense moments when he had personally guided 5 veteran players, feeling a constant strain, fearing he might say something amiss. Even so, he had nearly exposed his identity due to a few questions from Chun-Yin. A stark contrast to the ease of the present moment. As Ryan watched the players depart, he yawned lazily. He had been too excited the previous night to sleep well. Perhaps it was time to return and catch up on some rest. Well, did I deceive you? Isn't this game magnificent? Chun-Yin said proudly to Linmu. Magnificent. This game is extraordinary, absolutely mind-blowing. Linmu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. By the way, are there really this many NPCs in the game? As they strolled through the bustling streets of the town, Linmu was astonished by the sheer number of NPCs surrounding them. In most games, having dozens of NPCs was already impressive, yet in this game, he had already counted over 100 just in the span of 2 streets. If this continued, wouldn't there be thousands of NPCs in this town? The abundance of NPCs is not what you should be astonished by. Rather, observe their actions closely, Chun-Yin encouraged. Upon hearing this, Linmu focused on the NPCs around him, scrutinizing their every movement. Soon, he discovered something remarkable. None of these NPCs followed a fixed pattern of behavior. Were all their actions truly random? What an incredible number of programs must have been set up. Not so. You're still thinking too small, to my knowledge. These NPCs are powered by artificial intelligence, nearly indistinguishable from real people. Is that for real? Thousands of artificial intelligences? This game is truly extravagant. Absolutely. They've even developed a virtual reality game. What a few artificial intelligences in comparison. Chun-Yin recounted Su Ruofeng's previous retorts, and it must be said, the effect was quite impressive. Linmu found himself convinced. However, unlike before, this time he was not merely speculating. He had received confirmation of the information. As for the source, it was, of course, from his inquiries with the planner Xiaoji. While providing recommendations to Xiaoji, he had also shared some of his hypotheses about the game. Xiaoji confirmed that some of those guesses were indeed accurate, including the fact that the NPCs were powered by artificial intelligence. This revelation thrilled Chun-Yin, and he promised to keep Xiaoji's disclosure a secret from everyone. In essence, treat the NPCs as if they were real people. Do not regard them with the same indifference as in other games. I certainly do. I have always respected NPCs in other games. Oh, please. Remember when you played that city management game? To boost the hospital's profits, you connected the city's sewage system to the drinking water supply and caused an entire city of NPCs to fall ill. Hey, that was for the sake of video content. Linmu replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Regardless, your attitude toward NPCs must be respectful, especially towards Lord Ryan. It would be wise to flatter him. I am well aware of that. After all, he possesses the power to grant titles. Not only that, he is the main character of this game, with the progression largely guided by him. It would be unwise to offend him, otherwise, your experience in the game will undoubtedly suffer. Chun-Yin warned with a serious expression. Wow, this NPC is that powerful? By the way, how do you know all this? Don't concern yourself with my sources, just follow my advice, as I have no intention of leading you astray. This information was also one of the speculated confirmations from the planner Xiaoji, and thus he could not divulge it to Linmu. All right. Let us head over to the task office. There's a task they're perfectly suited for you. Chun-Yin brought Linmu to the task center, pointing at a particular assignment on the task board and remarked, you do enjoy simulation and construction games, don't you? This task is perfectly suited for you. Linmu stepped forward to examine the task description, only to have his eyes twitch uncontrollably. Do you really consider repairing houses as a form of management and construction? Chapter 32. The Irrigation Dilemma. What on earth does fixing houses have to do with managing construction? Linmu exclaimed loudly. In simulation games, don't you have to build houses as well? The two are quite similar. Not at all, Chun-Yin retorted. In the games I played before, I could construct houses with just a click of the mouse, but in this game, I actually have to get my hands dirty. Well, that's the essence of the game, isn't it? We're here for the realism. The wood you use to fix the house is from trees I've cut down myself. Chun-Yin recounted his initial struggles upon entering the game. You're in a better position than I was. At least you can complete tasks in the town. We had to venture deep into the forest to chop down trees, nearly getting wiped out by a bear in the process. Furthermore, that was an urgent task with a substantial reward in spirit coins. If I didn't have to tend to the fields, I would have taken it long ago. Tending to fields? This game allows for farming? Lin Mu sees the key phrase. Indeed, this game essentially replicates a real world, so of course, farming is an option. The plot of land I farmed was a reward for completing the tree chopping task, but it seems there are no such tasks available now. However, you can rent land using spirit coins. To encourage new players to start farming promptly, Ryan had issued a new decree, allowing players to spend a certain amount of spirit coins to gain the right to cultivate land. What? You say you have no money? Not to worry. Our benevolent Lord even provides interest-free loans, ensuring that new players can also experience the joys of farming. Then why must I repair houses? Why not just farm directly? Lin Mu questioned, puzzled. Because the gophers have all been borrowed by the civilian NPCs. Even if you rent land now, you won't be able to cultivate it right away. It would be better to earn some extra coins over the next few days to reduce your debts. What are gophers? Gophers are, it's complicated to explain right now. Just trust me on this. All right then, I'll accept the task. Although Lin Mu didn't fully grasp Chunyan's words, he was confident that Chunyan wouldn't lead him astray, and thus he accepted the task of repairing the house. That's the spirit. You go ahead and complete your task. I need to get back to farming. If you have any questions, feel free to find me. My plot is located at. After detailing the location of his farm, Chunyan temporarily parted ways with Lin Mu and returned to his agricultural pursuits. Lin Mu then picked up his tools and commenced the task of repairing the house. The situation for other veteran players and newcomers was quite similar. Veteran players would recommend that newcomers first undertake a task to practice their skills after introducing the basic game mechanics. This way, they could earn some spirit coins and enhance their understanding of the game. Therefore, veteran players chose not to take on tasks today, preferring to allow newcomers to have their turn while they continued to farm. When Ryan awoke to survey the territory, he was quite pleased with this scenario. Both veteran and novice players were diligently working to develop the territory, and there were no unforeseen circumstances. This batch of new players approached the game with a serious attitude, devoid of any reckless behavior. It seemed that having veteran players recommend testers had indeed proven effective, as the newcomers exhibited commendable qualities. However, just as Ryan was reveling in this flourishing scene, he suddenly noticed a significant issue. Both natives and players were resorting to the inefficient method of carrying water on their shoulders for irrigation. This puzzled Ryan. While it was understandable for the natives to employ such primitive means due to their outdated farming techniques, why were the players doing the same? Upon inquiring with several players, he learned that it wasn't a matter of unwillingness to adopt more advanced irrigation methods, but rather that the conditions simply did not permit it. Ryan's territory boasted numerous rivers, and the distance between these rivers and the fields was minimal. Thus, the natives had long resorted to carrying wooden buckets to fetch water for irrigation. Naturally, the players sought a more efficient method. Yet, after researching the relevant information, they discovered that the irrigation issue was far from straightforward. In the real world, ancient people often dug wells beside their fields for easy access to water. However, the players lacked the necessary tools and knowledge of well-digging techniques, forcing them to abandon this approach. They considered creating irrigation tools, such as water wheels, but large irrigation devices were not as easily fabricated as simple plows. After much effort, the players found themselves unable to produce even the most rudimentary human-powered water wheel. They could only hope to find a woodworker among the new players to handle the task later. However, that was a matter for the future. For now, the seeds had been sown and desperately required watering. They couldn't simply wait idly. Ultimately, with no viable options left, they had no choice but to resort to the most primitive means of irrigation, just like the natives. After grasping the situation, Ryan fell into contemplation. Irrigation was indeed a pressing issue. If not resolved swiftly, players would be unable to engage in any other activities for days, merely toiling over fetching water for irrigation. This would not only squander their growth time, but also dampen their enthusiasm for the game. After all, no one enjoys playing a water-fetching game. Ryan realized that the players had already explored all conceivable solutions, and he found himself without a better idea. Should he truly seek out a woodworker among the new players and wait for them to create irrigation tools? Yet, this method was fraught with uncertainty. There might not even be a skilled woodworker among the newcomers, and even if there was, significant time would be required to craft the tools. People can wait, but seeds cannot. Sighing, Ryan felt overwhelmed by the series of problems. Can I catch a break? He muttered. Suddenly, he felt his fingers brushing against the spirit ball at his waist. Oh, how could I be so forgetful? Ryan chastised himself for being sidetracked by the players. In his preoccupation with real-world irrigation methods, He had overlooked the fact that this was a Pokémon world. Why bother constructing a water wheel when water-type Pokémon could suffice? Just a few days ago, he had successfully enlisted a group of gophers to assist with farming. Yet it had not occurred to him to utilize Pokémon for irrigating the fields. After all, Pokémon are the true driving force of productivity. With this realization, Ryan ceased his territorial inspections and turned back toward the castle. He first checked the courtyard for any water-type Pokémon. After a thorough search, he found that most of the creatures present were grass-type and bug-type Pokémon, with no water types in sight. It seemed he would need to venture out again to entice, to charm, a new batch of Pokémon. Ryan wasted no time. He made simple preparations, gathered sweet bamboo and the others, and exchanged greetings with White before stepping out of the territory in search of water-type Pokémon. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows were closely observing his every move. This must be the target of the task. He has finally left the territory. Arbok. Let us follow him. Understood. Chapter 33. Ambushed. Ryan's destination on this journey was the moon-viewing lake, situated at the heart of the Firefly Forest. Although the lake's expanse was modest, it was home to numerous aquatic Pokémon, including the one Ryan aimed to capture. As soon as he entered the forest, he released his Scyther, instructing it to remain vigilant. After all, delving into the depths of the forest meant encountering many formidable Pokémon, and caution was paramount. Behind him, a figure cloaked in black shadowed his movements closely. It was no wonder Ryan dared to traverse the Firefly Forest alone. He possessed a rare item capable of sealing monstrous beasts, hinting at the potential for unexpected fortune. The black-clad individual's eyes gleamed with greed. Such sealing artifacts were scarce and could fetch a handsome price on the black market. However, he decided to bide his time, for they had only just entered the forest, and the vigilance of their quarry was still high. Glancing at the restless Arbok beside him, he continued to trail Ryan. Suddenly, Ryan halted in a relatively open area. Just as the black-clad figure pondered why Ryan had stopped, he heard a loud command. Scyther, wing attack. Before he could react, Scyther's assault was already upon him. Fortunately, Arbok responded swiftly, intercepting the attack and retaliating with Poison Sting, forcing Scyther to retreat. Realizing he had been detected, the black-clad figure stepped out of his hiding spot and curiously inquired, "How did you discover my presence?" Ryan, disappointed that Scyther's attack had not struck its target, shook his head regretfully. "What a pity. I was hoping to catch the mastermind first. All this acting for naught. I doubt you would understand. But do you know what bug sense is?" Scyther sensed your presence the moment it emerged. Bug sense. Does Scyther possess such a skill? The black-clad figure, unable to comprehend Ryan's words, grew irate. "I don't need to know what bug sense is. All I know is that you are about to die." "Oh, you wish to eliminate me? You'll have to get past my Scyther first." With a swift motion, he gestured towards the combat-ready Scyther. The black-clad figure sneered derisively. "Don't try to bluff me. I can see your Scyther's strength pales in comparison to my Arbok." Though the black-clad individual could not perceive Pokémon levels as Ryan could, his years of experience as a beast master allowed him to gauge the power disparity between Pokémon with reasonable accuracy. "You've been pretending not to notice me, hoping to catch me off guard with your Scyther, haven't you? I must admit, that strategy was quite clever, almost successful, just a hair's breadth away." His tone dripped with provocation, aiming to incite Ryan into revealing a flaw. Yet Ryan remained unfazed, crossing his arms and responding languidly, "Indeed, a pity to waste my performance." Seeing Ryan's nonchalance, the black-clad figure threatened, "Stop pretending to be calm. You're doomed today. However, if you kneel and beg for mercy while handing over your sealing artifact, I might consider leaving your corpse intact." "Ah yes, since you are so confident in your ability to defeat me, why waste time talking? Come at me," Ryan taunted, beckoning the black-clad figure with a mocking smile. This reaction seemed to disturb the black-clad figure, who snarled, "Fine. You have guts. I'll see if you can still talk tough when Arbok is crushing your bones one by one." Arbok, Acid Bomb. The black-clad figure commanded his Pokémon to attack. Arbok opened its mouth wide, unleashing several globules of green liquid towards Scyther. With a flash of electricity, Ryan issued his command, and Scyther evaded the Acid Bomb with astonishing speed, charging at Arbok. "Now, use Fury Cutter." As Scyther approached Arbok, it raised its sides high and struck down with great force. Just as I anticipated, the black-clad figure thought smugly. "Arbok, bind it tightly." Arbok absorbed the blow from Scyther and swiftly coiled its lengthy body around it, ensnaring Scyther. Scyther struggled to break free from Arbok's grip, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming, causing it to emit a pained cry. Ryan felt a surge of frustration. He realized he had erred in allowing Scyther to close the distance to Arbok. His lack of combat experience was evident. In his previous life, he had rarely battled other players in Pokémon games, and the turn-based nature of those encounters was a far cry from the dynamic reality of battle, which demanded quick thinking and adaptability. Since arriving in this world, he had scarcely engaged in combat, with his sole experience being a scuffle against a group of bears. Now, the lack of experience was costing him dearly, placing Scyther in jeopardy. Finish it off with Fire Fawn. The black-clad figure commanded, unyielding. Arbok's mouth ignited with flames as it lunged at Scyther. Just as it was about to bite down, a Pokeball struck its body, and it was drawn into the ball, vanishing in a flash of red light. Although Arbok quickly broke free, Scyther had managed to escape its perilous situation. You actually possess a sealing artifact? The black-clad figure was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. The loss of the item meant a significant dent in his anticipated profits. You should know that sealing techniques can only be used once. You 1T hit again next time. I don't know if you have any more sealing items, but rather than waste them, it would be wise to hand them all over to me. Perhaps I might spare your life. Ryan comprehended the black-clad figure's implication. In a moment of surprise, a Pokeball could easily capture a Pokémon, but once the opponent was on guard, the chances of success diminished significantly. Even the bear, whose intelligence was nearly non-existent when enraged, could evade capture after learning from its mistakes, let alone the cunning Arbok. Sighing, Ryan realized his earlier intention to hone his command skills had nearly backfired. Perhaps he truly lacked the talent to be a trainer. He retrieved another Pokeball from his waist. I do indeed possess a sealing artifact, but I regret to inform you that this one cannot be given to you, as it already holds its master. Come forth, Cacnea. Cacnea. What? The black-clad figure widened his eyes in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Ryan had a second Pokémon. The intelligence report had indicated he owned only a Scyther. He quickly assessed Cacnea's strength and, upon realizing it was weaker than Scyther, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. This Cacnea may have a type advantage, but I still hold the upper hand. Then he beheld Ryan retrieving yet another Pokeball. Surely not. A cold sweat began to bead on the brow of the man in the black cloak. Ryan gently tossed the Pokeball forward. Come forth, Circle Bear. Roar. How many beasts do you possess, for heaven's sake? The man in the black cloak was utterly unhinged. Chapter 34. A just beating gazing upon the three ferocious Pokémon before him. The cloaked figure felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate the informant who had deceived him. What utter nonsense had he provided? He had been told that the target was merely a single Scyther, far inferior in strength. Yet, here he was faced with three. Among them, the Teddiursa was at least on par with his Weezing. How was he to contend with that? Sweat poured from his brow as he swallowed hard, attempting to muster bravado as he addressed Ryan. What skill is there in overwhelming me with numbers? Have the courage to face me in a one-on-one duel. I'm open to a rotation battle if you dare. At this stage, he could only gamble on Ryan's youthful arrogance, hoping that his perceived advantage would compel him to accept the challenge. This would afford him the opportunity to leverage his years of combat experience to engage Ryan before making his escape. Very well, I am willing to face you alone. Ryan nodded in agreement, indicating his readiness for a duel. The cloaked man's smile broadened at Ryan's youthful eagerness, but his joy was short-lived as Ryan continued. You can either face all three of us, or we can take turns battling you. The choice is yours. The man's smile froze on his face. Are you mocking me? He shouted in fury. This is not mockery. This is a just beating. Ryan commanded Teddiursa to attack. With a fierce roar, Teddiursa charged toward Weezing. Quick dodge. The cloaked figure urgently directed. Weezing nimbly sidestepped the assault, but Scyther swiftly followed up with a double attack, striking Weezing and sending it flying. Damn it. Use Acid Bomb to drive them back. Faced with the onslaught of two Pokémon, the cloaked figure sought to create distance. Kecleon, provide cover. With a swift motion, Kecleon positioned itself between the two attackers. The green acid splattered against its body, causing no harm whatsoever. Curse it, Kecleon is immune to poison-type damage. I must resort to other types of moves. However, with Weezing being a poison-type Pokémon, its inability to utilize poison techniques effectively crippled its capabilities. The cloaked man recognized this limitation and decided to eliminate Kecleon first. Charge in. Use Bite on Kecleon. Weezing shot forward like an arrow, sinking its fangs into Kecleon. Solidify. Kecleon's body gleamed with a metallic sheen. The impact of Weezing's bite felt like striking steel, its fangs nearly shattered. Before Weezing could withdraw, a massive paw descended upon it. With a resounding thud, Weezing was sent crashing against a tree, letting out a pained groan as it lay incapacitated on the ground. Seeing Weezing felled, the cloaked figure panicked. He rushed to its side and kicked it with force. Get up. Don't lie there feigning death. To fall from such a minor attack is pathetic. Ryan, unable to bear the sight, addressed Scyther. Bring that man over. I have questions for him. Scyther nodded and flew towards the cloaked figure. Mistaking its approach for an executioner's strike, the cloaked man stumbled back, anger flooding his expression. You are forcing my hand. He pulled out a black crystal and forced it into Weezing's mouth. As Weezing swallowed the crystal, its eyes became bloodshot. It rose to its feet, letting out a furious roar before charging at Scyther. Despite Scyther's slicing attacks, Weezing pressed on, seemingly impervious to pain, and clamped its jaws down on Scyther, inflicting severe damage. Just as it was about to continue its onslaught, Teddiursa arrived in time to intervene, tackling Weezing to the ground. Yet, Weezing quickly regained its footing and unleashed a spray of acid on Teddiursa. This time, Kecleon, without needing instruction, positioned itself in front of Teddiursa to absorb the attack. With a headbutt, Kecleon struck Weezing, forcing it back several steps. The four Pokémon were soon embroiled in a chaotic skirmish. In the midst of this turmoil, Ryan found himself at a loss for how to direct the battle. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure stealthily approached Ryan from behind, brandishing a dagger laced with Weezing's potent poison. If I cannot defeat your Pokémon, surely I can overpower you. He understood the adage of capturing the leader first. Drawing closer, his expression morphed into something sinister. Yet, Ryan suddenly turned, a mocking smile gracing his face as though he were observing a jester. How did you notice me? The cloaked figure exclaimed in exasperation. Do you think I am blind? It's hard not to notice a living person clad in black, wandering among greenery. Ryan retorted, bemused. Even if you did notice me, what of it? You stand alone, without a single Pokémon by your side. Killing you will be simpler than dispatching a Magikarp. With a fierce glare, the cloaked figure lunged at Ryan with his dagger. Why must you persist? Ryan sighed, shaking his head before retrieving another Pokeball from his waist. The cloaked figure halted, his mouth twitching as he asked, Do not tell me you possess yet another Pokémon. Congratulations. You were correct. Allow me to reward you with a rapid spin from my Sweet Scent Pokémon. Ryan tossed the Pokeball, revealing the form of Sweet Scent Pokémon amidst a flash of light. Upon emerging, it collided with the cloaked figure's right hand, knocking the dagger from his grasp. A swift spin followed, striking him in the abdomen. Ah! The cloaked figure cried out, collapsing to the ground while clutching his stomach, feeling as if his insides had been jarred loose. Despite Sweet Scent Pokémon's relatively low level, its assault was not something an ordinary human could withstand. Why do you possess so many Pokémon? The cloaked figure questioned, bewildered. He had endured countless trials to obtain his first Pokémon, nearly losing his life to Weezing's toxins while attempting to steal a snake egg. After expending all his savings to have the egg hatched by professionals and borrowing money to create a Pokémon device, he finally acquired his first Pokémon. Over the years, he had labored to complete missions and eliminate others, yearning to repay his debts and earn enough to capture a second Pokémon. Yet, here stood this young man with 4 Pokémon, a sight that filled him with envy. Perhaps it is due to my charm, they simply choose to follow me. And I cannot refuse them, Ryan shrugged nonchalantly. Hearing this, the cloaked figure felt a lump form in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. You. He trembled, pointing at Ryan, at a loss for words to express his current feelings. Regrettably, had he been familiar with the tales of the 3 kingdoms from Earth, he would have known precisely what to say. He will undoubtedly shout that classic line towards Ryan. I have never encountered such an audacious individual. Chapter 35, The emotions of Beast Rain chose to disregard the despondent figure cloaked in black and instead directed his gaze towards the battlefield, where 4 Pokémon were locked in fierce combat. Clearly, the advantage lay with the circle bearers, yet the reckless assaults of the Arbok were inflicting significant damage upon them. With a resounding crash, the Arbok was once again sent sprawling by a circle bear, struggling to rise. It cast a glance at the black-cloaked figure in the distance before charging towards the 3 Pokémon ahead. However, its body had reached its limit. It collapsed after just a few steps, lifeless on the ground. Upon confirming that the Arbok had lost its ability to fight, Rain instructed the circle bear to bring it closer. Observing the near-death state of the Arbok, he produced a healing potion, intent on mending its wounds. Futile effort. Do not waste your energy. You cannot save it, the black-cloaked figure interjected weakly. Ignoring the figure's words, Rain continued to administer the potion. That black crystal has drained its very essence. It is now beyond saving, regardless of how much medicine you apply, the figure continued, his tone devoid of hope. Rain paused, contemplating the figure's statement. Did you know beforehand that consuming the black crystal would lead to its demise? The cloaked figure rose, clutching his abdomen, and responded with a cold indifference. Of course I knew. The broker informed me of both its effects and consequences upon handing me the black crystal. According to him, placing the crystal upon a beast would induce a frenzied state, significantly enhancing its power. Conversely, if directly consumed, the beast would gain immense strength, but would perish once the frenzy subsided. Gazing at the lifeless Arbok before him, Rain turned and kicked the black-cloaked figure to the ground. His voice laced with fury. If you were aware of the consequences, why did you still feed it to the creature? Wasn't it said that merely placing it on the beast would incite a frenzy? Did you desire its death? The figure lay on the ground, letting out a series of derisive chuckles. The marginal increase in strength from merely placing it on the beast was insufficient. Only by feeding the crystal to the Arbok did it stand a chance against you. Furthermore, he abruptly sat up, his expression twisted in malice. I know you possess items that can seal beasts. Rather than allowing it to live, only to be sealed and serve your purposes, it is better for it to perish. What do you regard the Arbok as? A disposable tool? Rain retorted. Is it not so? The figure countered. Beasts are merely tools for humans in battle. No different from swords or blades. I would rather shatter my own weapons than leave them for others as spoils. He continued, addressing Rain. Yet here you are, a lord, naively investing emotions into your instruments of war, even attempting to save a beast that once sought to kill you. How utterly ridiculous. Gradually calming his rage, Rain fixed his gaze upon the black-cloaked figure. I wish to save the Arbok, not to let it die disgracefully at your hands. Moreover, it was following your orders when it attempted to take my life. You claim to view it as a tool, yet you remain oblivious to the profound emotions it harbors for you, Rain asserted. The cloaked figure scoffed, refusing to accept Rain's words. Do you not believe it? Understandably so. Someone like you cannot grasp the emotions of beasts. But consider this. After consuming the black crystal, the Arbok lost its senses and sought to wreak havoc. Yet when you were nearest to it, it refrained from attacking you, instead engaging the circle bears with reckless abandon. Was it not striving to provide you with an opportunity to escape? Rain's words left the black-cloaked figure momentarily stunned. He recalled the earlier scene. Realizing that Rain's assertion held truth, the Arbok had exhibited no inclination to assault him. Furthermore, the Arbok had been aware of the impending death that would follow the consumption of the crystal, having overheard the broker's explanation of its effects. Yet, when compelled to consume the crystal, it had shown compliance, swallowing it down with a hint of reluctance in its eyes. Contemplating these revelations, the figure's body began to tremble. Impossible. How could a beast harbor feelings for a human? It is merely a tool. It should resent me for forcing it to consume the crystal. Why would it sacrifice itself for my sake? Absolutely impossible, he shouted, his words a mixture of rebuttal against Rain and a desperate attempt to reassure himself. Rain, recognizing the turmoil within the figure, chose to remain silent, allowing him to vent his emotions. Gradually, the black-cloaked figure regained his composure, lifting his head to meet Rain's gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I know my death is certain, and I am aware you have questions for me. If you agree to one request, I shall divulge all I know. What is it? Please find a place to bury the Arbok. I do not wish for it to rot in the wilderness. Is that your only request? Yes. Very well, I consent. Rain regarded the black-cloaked figure, now resigned to his fate, without inquiring about the reasoning behind such a request. Regardless of whether it stemmed from guilt towards the Arbok or a newfound clarity before death, the established truth remained unchanged. May I now pose my questions? Ask away. Though my knowledge is limited. Who sent you to kill me? Rain inquired, addressing the most crucial question. I do not know. Those of us in this profession communicate through brokers and task issuers, remaining unaware of their identities. Where did you acquire that black crystal? It was given to me by the task issuer through the broker, intended to ensure my success in eliminating you. Where did you accept the task? In the underground black market of Ocean View City, where assassin tasks are specifically posted. Rain continued to pose several questions, but as the black-cloaked figure had stated, the information he possessed was limited, and Rain did not acquire the answers he sought. He had initially believed this figure to be among those responsible for instigating the Beast-Tide, only to discover he was merely a hired assassin. It seemed the black-cloaked individuals concealed themselves well and harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Otherwise, they would not have employed an assassin to attack him. However, this revelation was not without merit, as Rain now understood that the black-cloaked figures intended to eliminate him, providing him with a trail to follow. I have shared everything I know. Now grant me a swift end. The black-cloaked figure closed his eyes. Rain remained silent, gesturing for the mantis Pokémon to conclude the figure's life. The mantis approached, raising its scythe like appendage high. Just as it swung down, the black-cloaked figure suddenly opened his eyes, fixating on the fallen Arbok beside him. Memories of their shared moments flooded his mind, dining together, training, and executing missions side by side. He had always believed himself to be solitary, incapable of experiencing such emotions. Only now did he comprehend that he was not alone. He had indeed formed attachments. Regrettably, this realization seemed to come too late. Yet, it mattered not. He would soon reunite with the Arbok, and he would take the opportunity to apologize. He hoped the Arbok could forgive him. As the scythe descended, darkness enveloped the black-cloaked figure's vision. Observing the fallen figure, Rain remained silent for a considerable time before addressing his Pokémon companions. Find a suitable location to bury them together. After all, the Arbok would surely wish to be alongside its master. Chapter 36. Marill and Tadbulb. After laying to rest the mysterious figure in the black cloak and the Abomasnow, Ryan pressed onward toward Crescent Moon Lake. As he ventured deeper into the forest, he encountered an increasing number of Pokémon. A few Rattatas frolicked playfully in the grass, inadvertently bumping into a resting Bounsweet. Amidst the flowers, Butterfree and Combee busily gathered nectar. A swinging Farfetch'd exerted too much force, causing a hazelnut to tumble to the ground. Upon impact, the hazelnut exploded, startling the Pidgeys into flight. Observing the vibrant array of Pokémon around him, Ryan felt his previously somber mood lift considerably, and his steps became lighter. After traversing a thicket, Ryan finally beheld the enchanting Crescent Moon Lake. What a breathtaking sight! The pristine surface of the lake shimmered with ripples under the gentle caress of the breeze, the pale blue water glistening in the sunlight like a resplendent sapphire. The lake mirrored the azure sky and fluffy clouds, creating an illusion of an inverted world. By night, the silvery moonlight would cast a clear reflection upon the water, allowing one to gaze upon the luminous moon from its depths, a fitting origin for the lake's name. Ryan released his sweet scent and cacnea, allowing them to appreciate the stunning vista as well. As for his Teddiursa, he decided to keep it in reserve for now, as its imposing presence might frighten the other Pokémon away. In awe, the two little companions raced excitedly toward the lake. Wait for me, Scyther. We'll catch up. Ryan sighed in resignation as he followed, still pondering how to entice water-type Pokémon. Upon reaching the lakeside, Ryan encountered numerous water-type Pokémon, including his two targets, Tadbulb and Marill. After considerable contemplation, he had settled on these two species. While there were many water-type Pokémon, few were suitable for irrigating fields. He quickly dismissed those like Magikarp and Goldeen, which could only thrive in water and could not venture onto land, let alone assist in watering crops. Thus, he sought amphibious water-type Pokémon. Among these, the most fitting were undoubtedly Squirtle and Feebas, although their scarcity made them hard to find. Even if he chanced upon one or two, they would hardly suffice to irrigate the vast agricultural expanse. Ryan also considered Slowpoke, as they could traverse land, and their tails were a rare delicacy. The prospect of watering the fields while enjoying a gourmet treat seemed delightful. However, he swiftly dismissed the idea, for Slowpoke was notoriously lethargic, often lost in thought for 24 hours a day. Communicating with them would be nearly impossible, and even if he managed to bring them back, they would likely remain oblivious to human commands regarding irrigation. Psyduck, too, posed a similar predicament. While adorable, it was plagued by chronic headaches, rendering it incapable of any meaningful action, much less following a watering schedule. After ruling out these options, Ryan realized his choices were dwindling. He needed Pokémon that could walk on land, obey human commands, and possess the innate ability to use the water gun move, all while being numerous enough to be found around Crescent Moon Lake. The only candidates meeting these criteria were Tadbulb and Marill. Marill was a perfect fit, fulfilling every requirement. Although Tadbulb struggled with land mobility, it longed for the terrestrial realm and was eager to walk upon solid ground. Thus, they emerged as the most suitable water-type Pokémon for the task of irrigation. Now, the challenge lay in how to lure them back to his territory. In the past, Ryan had successfully enticed Pokémon, whether it was the Diglett or Cacnea, with food. However, the abundant resources of Crescent Moon Lake meant that its Pokémon had little concern for sustenance. Despite the deliciousness of Ryan's Pokémon food, they would not abandon their long-established home for a fleeting culinary delight. Nonetheless, Ryan had alternative strategies. He retrieved a small stove from his backpack and placed a few incense sticks within. After igniting them, he set the stove down near the Marill. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, the Marill quickly caught wind of it, approaching curiously to inspect the small stove resting on the rocks. The fragrance not only delighted their senses, but also awakened a special longing within them, inducing a profound sense of comfort. Observing the entranced expressions of the Marill, Ryan recognized the moment was ripe to make his move. Emerging from behind the rocks, he startled the Marill, who instinctively turned to flee, yet hesitated, unwilling to part with the delightful scent. Noticing their indecision, Ryan swiftly reassured them, "Do not be afraid, I mean you no harm. I merely wish to discuss a proposition." With arms raised and a smile gracing his face, Ryan's demeanor calmed the Marill, who exchanged glances, sensing no malice from this human. They decided to hear him out. "You must have noticed the enticing aroma. It emanates from the sea breeze incense, which can enhance your breeding chances. Essentially, it will make it easier for you to lay eggs." "Really?" They seemed to respond, nodding in acknowledgement of the truth in his words. Ryan then entered full persuasion mode, assuring the Marill that should they accompany him, they would have an abundance of this incense at their disposal, as well as ample food without the need to scavenge for aquatic plants at the lake's bottom. All they needed to do was water the fields, nothing else was required of them. If Ryan failed to fulfill his promises, the Marill were free to leave at any time, and he would not hinder their departure. Such generous terms naturally appealed to the Marill, especially the allure of the incense. In this Pokémon world, Marill eggs would hatch into Azurill, not directly into Marill as seen in the games. Thankfully, the requirements for egg laying were not as stringent as in the games. They could breed without carrying sea breeze incense, albeit with a lower success rate. If it weren't for the vast numbers of Marill and the existence of similar treasures in certain regions, their population would likely be less than that of the starter Pokémon. Crescent Moon Lake lacked any similar treasures, resulting in a low breeding rate for the Marill residing there, thus amplifying the incense's appeal. As for the origin of the sea breeze incense in Ryan's possession, that story began with his father, but it is best to skip the lengthy recounting. In short, Ryan's father had been a lord for decades, which naturally endowed him with some resources, including the recipe for the incense, one of the key reasons Ryan had set his sights on Marill. Consider this, with the incense, you'll be able to produce more offspring in the future. Ryan felt a tinge of oddity in his words, yet the effect was undeniably positive. After a brief deliberation, the Marill ultimately accepted Ryan's invitation. Excellent. The Marill acquisition was a success. Now, on to the next target, Tadpole. Chapter 37. The battle in the rain. The challenge of enticing the mosquito tadpoles was significantly greater than that of the Marill. While it was possible to lure the Marill with the scent of the ocean tide, the mosquito tadpoles had no particular preferences. Even Pokémon food held little allure for them. Ryan found himself unable to approach them at all the moment he drew near. The group of mosquito tadpoles dove into the lake, denying him even a chance to persuade them. Was he to concede defeat? He glanced back at the Marill, realizing that their numbers were woefully insufficient to meet the irrigation needs of his territory. Just as despair began to settle in, a sudden turn of events occurred. A water gun shot towards the Scyther. With remarkable reflexes, the Scyther cleaved through the stream of water. Who was ambushing them? Ryan turned to follow the trajectory of the water gun, and there it was, a Masquerain? So, that was why the mosquito tadpoles had fled so swiftly. They had gone to seek their elder's assistance. Floating on the lake's surface was a Masquerain, accompanied by a dozen or so mosquito tadpoles. With an indignant glare directed at Ryan and his companions, the Masquerain seemed to convey a message. You dare bully my little brother? Ryan opened his mouth to explain, but swallowed his words as a sudden idea struck him for enticing the mosquito tadpoles. He feigned disdain, provoking the Masquerain. Indeed, I have bullied your little brother. What will you do about it? No wonder the mosquito tadpoles were so timid. They must have a leader just as cowardly as they were. The Masquerain, only daring to attack from the water, had less courage than a timid bug. Come ashore and fight me if you dare. The Masquerain, unable to tolerate such taunts, let out an enraged cry. It swiftly swam to the shore and unleashed a bubble beam at Ryan. Cut it. The Scyther positioned itself protectively in front of Ryan, effortlessly slicing through the bubbles. Close in with quick attack. Ryan employed the same strategy he had used against the Arbok. With no range attacks at its disposal, the Scyther had no choice but to engage in close combat. Fortunately, the Masquerain lacked restraining moves like the Arbok's. Now, unleash Fury Cutter. As the Scyther approached the Masquerain, it launched an assault. The Masquerain, not to be outdone, gathered energy in its white-gloved hands and struck out. The two moves collided, creating a shockwave that pushed them both back a few steps. The apparent strength of the two Pokémon seemed evenly matched. However, in reality, the Scyther possessed a slight advantage. After two previous battles, the Scyther had reached level 29, nearing level 30, while the Masquerain stood at only level 26. The evenness of their battle was primarily due to the Scyther having sustained injuries during its fight with the Arbok. Although Ryan had administered healing items to restore some of the Scyther's condition, its overall power had undoubtedly diminished. Lear. Observing that the Scyther's attack had failed to penetrate the Masquerain's defenses, Ryan resolved to weaken its defenses first. The Scyther fixed its piercing gaze upon the Masquerain, which, intimidated, instinctively attempted to shrink away, only to realize it had no neck and could only squint its eyes. However, the Masquerain quickly regained its composure, realizing it had been intimidated by a mere stare. You think you can intimidate me? I'll show you. In a fit of rage, the Masquerain unleashed a peculiar energy from the spiral pattern on its abdomen. You want to stare, do you? Let me give you a good look. Scyther, don't look at its abdomen. Ryan hurriedly cautioned. The Masquerain displayed considerable combat intelligence by countering Lear with hypnosis. Nevertheless, given hypnosis's inherently low accuracy and the Scyther's preemptive closure of its eyes in preparation, it remained unscathed by the attack. However, this provided the Masquerain with an opportunity to strike. Seizing the moment while the Scyther had its eyes closed, it hurled several clumps of mud, which successfully hit its target. Yet, to the Masquerain's bewilderment, the attack failed to inflict any damage. What? Why did my attack not harm you? The Masquerain's bulging eyes widened in confusion. Ryan couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. He had just praised the Masquerain's combat wisdom, and yet it had foolishly attempted to use ground-type moves against a flying-type Pokémon. Wing attack. Seizing the moment of the Masquerain's bewilderment, Ryan commanded the Scyther to strike again. Just as the Masquerain regained its wits and hastily attempted to retaliate, it was too late. Slash. The Scyther executed a decisive blow, sending the Masquerain sprawling to the ground with a painful cry. Upon witnessing their leader's defeat, the mosquito tadpoles rushed ashore, positioning themselves defiantly in front of the Masquerain. Glaring fiercely at Ryan and the Scyther, they began to gather energy in their mouths, preparing to unleash water guns at Ryan, but the Masquerain intervened, calling out to them and gesturing for them to stand down. Although the mosquito tadpoles were worried for their leader, they complied with the Masquerain's command and retreated to the side. Ryan, observing this, relaxed his stance. He had nearly summoned his bear Pokémon. Clearly, the Masquerain valued its dignity and did not wish for other Pokémon to interfere in its battle. The mosquito tadpoles also displayed remarkable loyalty, which reassured Ryan. Now, if he could just defeat the Masquerain and capture it, his plan to entice the mosquito tadpoles would be nearly complete. Indeed, capturing the Masquerain was his devised method for charming the mosquito tadpoles. Upon seeing the mosquito tadpoles rallying around the Masquerain, he had conceived this strategy. By provoking the Masquerain to come ashore, he could allow the Scyther, with comparable strength, to engage it in battle. Given the Masquerain's demonstrated character, it was highly probable that it would insist on a one-on-one duel, disallowing any other Pokémon from joining the fray. This was precisely why Ryan had refrained from summoning his bear Pokémon. The Masquerain was no fool. It would not engage in a battle against an opponent with a significant power disparity. Defeating and capturing the Masquerain through a fair duel would likely mitigate any resistance it might have. Subsequently, he could persuade it to encourage the mosquito tadpoles to follow suit. The mosquito tadpoles had always looked up to the Masquerain, naturally inclined to heed its call, thus enabling Ryan to successfully capture the mosquito tadpoles. With this plan in mind, Ryan called out to the Masquerain, "Can you continue fighting, or would you prefer to concede?" "Absolutely not," the Masquerain declared, taking a battle stance. "Yet, I find this battle rather tedious. Perhaps we should cease fighting?" Ryan feigned disinterest in continuing the fight. Upon hearing this, the Masquerain became agitated. "You have just inflicted 2 strikes upon me with your Scyther and now wish to withdraw? How can I accept such an insult without retaliating? If you insist on fighting, I propose a condition. Should you lose, you must join me as my partner." Without a moment's hesitation, the Masquerain, now somewhat riled, nodded in agreement. Then, a powerful jet of water was unleashed towards the Scyther. Attempting a sneak attack, the Scyther swiftly conjured several shadow clones to evade the watery assault. In a flash, Ryan resorted to his familiar tactics, but this time, the Scyther was flanked by its clones. This made it increasingly difficult for the mosquito Pokémon to respond, forcing it to strike wildly and only managed to hit one of the illusions. "Execute a series of slashes," commanded Ryan. The true Scyther had already maneuvered behind the mosquito Pokémon, raising its forearms to deliver a swift downward strike. With a resounding slice, the mosquito Pokémon was sent tumbling forward. It had understood that falling would leave it vulnerable to a relentless barrage from the Scyther. Straining to maintain its balance, it pivoted and struck back, forcing the Scyther to retreat. Then, extending its hands, it released a torrent of bubble beam, annihilating the Scyther's shadows one by one. Quite impressive, thought Ryan, but the mosquito Pokémon's reflexes were no longer keeping pace with the Scyther's speed, leaving it to absorb the blows. "Scyther, attack with your wings." The Scyther flapped its wings and lunged at the mosquito Pokémon once more. The mosquito Pokémon retaliated with several jets of water. Yet the Scyther deftly evaded each one. As Ryan noted, the mosquito Pokémon was gravely injured, its reaction time significantly diminished, even its skills becoming increasingly inaccurate. With a thud, the wing attack struck true, and the mosquito Pokémon could not stabilize itself, crashing heavily to the ground. However, it quickly rose, repeatedly striking its abdomen with its hands. As it did, the sky grew ominously dark, and soon, a torrential rain began to fall. "Ah, a rain dance," Ryan mused. "I assumed it would learn rain dance at level 26. Each Pokémon indeed has its unique approach to summoning rain." Watching the raindrops cascade from the sky, Ryan felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the mosquito Pokémon's ability to summon rain, a technique far more beneficial for irrigating fields than mere water jets. The concern arose from the realization that, In this rainy environment, the Scyther's speed would be severely hampered, while the Mosquito Pokémon thrived in it. Given that the Mosquito Pokémon, despite its injuries, was still capable of performing a rain dance, could its ability be that of Swift Swim? The answer would reveal itself shortly. Scyther, use Quick Attack. The Scyther surged forward. But this time the Mosquito Pokémon easily dodged. Indeed, it possessed the Swift Swim ability. This presented a dilemma. Watching the Mosquito Pokémon's speed noticeably increase, Ryan's heart sank. The worst-case scenario had come to fruition. Pokémon with the Swift Swim ability experience a substantial speed boost in rainy conditions. In the game, it doubles. And though the real-world mechanics lack precise values, the Mosquito Pokémon's agility in evading attacks suggested a significant enhancement. While the Mosquito Pokémon's speed escalated, the Scyther's plummeted. The rain weighed down upon the Scyther's wings, severely restricting its flight. This dynamic shift allowed the Mosquito Pokémon to surpass the Scyther in speed. Despite the Mosquito Pokémon being gravely wounded, a single successful hit would bring it to its knees. However, the Scyther was also in a precarious state, burdened by past injuries, and in this weather, it would struggle to land a blow. It appeared a decisive confrontation was imminent. Leaning in, Ryan quietly devised a strategy for the Scyther. "Are you sure you can endure?" he asked. With a determined nod, the Scyther affirmed its readiness. "Excellent. Use Shadow Clone." The Scyther darted around the Mosquito Pokémon, generating clones. However, due to its diminished speed, it could only create 2. The 3 Scythers surrounded the Mosquito Pokémon, launching their assault simultaneously. The Mosquito Pokémon, adhering to its previous strategy, raised its hands and unleashed a bubble beam at the Scyther in front. The front Scyther stood its ground, struck by the bubbles, and vanished. Turning to the side, the Mosquito Pokémon fired bubbles at the next Scyther, which also failed to evade, indicating that the true Scyther was behind it. Without hesitation, the Mosquito Pokémon spun around and unleashed a powerful bubble beam at the Scyther lurking behind. The bubbles struck true, and the Scyther dissipated into nothingness. Wait, where did the last Scyther go? The Mosquito Pokémon pondered, confusion washing over it. Could it be? Swiftly, it turned to the side. But the Scyther's scythe-like blade was already upon it. "Deliver the final blow," Ryan shouted, as the Scyther's blade struck the Mosquito Pokémon decisively, bringing it down for good. At last, triumph was achieved. Ryan exhaled in relief as he gazed at the fallen Mosquito Pokémon, its fighting spirit extinguished. The strategy he devised was deceptively simple, utilizing the true form of the Scyther as a shadow to mislead the Mosquito Pokémon. Having learned from its previous encounter with Shadow Clone, the Mosquito Pokémon was likely to develop a fixed mindset, believing that only the true form would evade attacks. Thus, Ryan directed the Scyther to confront the Mosquito Pokémon's attacks head-on, charging through the bubble beam in a calculated trade of injuries. As long as they could land a hit on the Mosquito Pokémon, victory would be theirs. After confirming the Scyther's ability to withstand one attack, Ryan decided to execute this strategy. While this tactic could deceive a Navi Pokémon, a human observer would easily discern the difference between a shadow and the true form in the ring. After all, the rain would pass through shadows, striking only the true form. Nevertheless, the battle concluded in victory for Ryan and his team. With the Mosquito Pokémon down, the rain gradually subsided, ultimately coming to a halt. A ray of sunlight pierced the clouds, illuminating Ryan's face. He squinted upward, delight filling his heart. Sunny days are indeed preferable. Let's go, Scyther, and check on our future companions to see how severely they are injured. Chapter 38. Is this not artificial rainfall? As Ryan was about to approach the Mosquito King to assess its injuries, a group of mosquito tadpoles rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of their leader. They were filled with trepidation, as the human before them had just defeated their chief. Yet, in their determination to shield the Mosquito King, they stood tall, glaring fiercely at Ryan. "You are truly devoted to the Mosquito King," Ryan remarked. "Rest assured, I mean it no harm. I merely wish to tend to its wounds." He waved the healing ointment in his hand. However, the mosquito tadpoles remained steadfast, unwilling to let Ryan near their leader. "After you've inflicted such injuries upon our chief, who would believe you?" Seeing the resolute little creatures, Ryan felt a deep sense of helplessness. He couldn't simply incapacitate them all, for the Mosquito King would surely refuse to accompany him afterward. Just then, the Mosquito King, who had been lying on the ground, stirred awake. Weakly, it emitted a couple of sounds, signaling the tadpoles to step aside. The tadpoles exchanged glances, and despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to yield to their leader's command. Ryan knelt beside the Mosquito King to apply the medicine. After administering the treatment, he took out a Pokeball and addressed the Mosquito King. "Though you previously agreed to become my companion upon defeat, I shall still respect your wishes. If you wish to join me, simply touch this sealing device. If not, I shall not impose. The Mosquito King gazed at Ryan, whose expression was filled with sincerity. Memories of Ryan's focused care surged through its mind, stirring its emotions. It truly desired to be Ryan's companion, having already committed to his terms. Moreover, it acknowledged Ryan's strength. Yet, it was still concerned for the mosquito tadpoles. What would become of them if it followed Ryan? Ryan discerned the Mosquito King's apprehension regarding the tadpoles and felt a surge of joy. How serendipitous. His goal was indeed to bring along this group of tadpoles. He quickly added, if you're worried about the mosquito tadpoles, I can take them along as well. Really? The Mosquito King questioned, surprised. Certainly. As a lord myself. Caring for a dozen mosquito tadpoles is quite manageable, Ryan assured, patting his chest. The Mosquito King felt deeply moved, not expecting this human to offer refuge to its tadpoles. This human was rather kind. Yet, a sense of guilt lingered within. It felt as though it was imposing a burden on Ryan. Seemingly reading its thoughts, Ryan continued. You needn't feel uneasy. I won't be caring for them for free. I will need their assistance with irrigating the fields. Upon hearing this, the Mosquito King felt considerably reassured. Being of assistance would alleviate its fears of Ryan abandoning them. Furthermore, watering was a task they would find exceedingly simple, as they often played with water in their antics. Thus, it began to inquire whether the mosquito tadpoles wished to accompany it. Naturally, the tadpoles were eager to leave with their leader. Although they felt a pang of nostalgia for their familiar home, they were far more reluctant to be separated from the Mosquito King. Besides, without its protection, they would surely face bullying. It was better to follow their leader to the human's territory and enjoy a comfortable life. Seeing that the tadpoles were willing to accompany it, the Mosquito King made up its mind. It reached out and gently touched the Pokeball, transforming into a beam of red light as it was drawn inside. The Pokeball shook slightly on the ground before becoming still, emitting a chime that indicated Ryan had successfully captured the Mosquito King. Ryan picked up the Pokeball, exhilarated despite this not being his first time capturing a Pokémon. I've captured the Mosquito King, he exclaimed, striking a victorious pose. Ugh, no matter how many times I shout this, it feels so embarrassing. Yet, there's an undeniable thrill. After expressing his embarrassment, Ryan released the Mosquito King. Needing its guidance for the tadpoles, he led them to meet the eagerly awaiting Maril. Both groups, having previously inhabited the vicinity of Crescent Lake, were familiar with one another and interacted harmoniously. After exchanging greetings, they followed Ryan away from Crescent Lake, their eyes brimming with anticipation for their future. In the afternoon, Ryan successfully returned to his territory with the Pokémon. Throughout the journey, he was on edge, fearing another mishap. After all, he had ventured out only twice before, both times with unsatisfactory outcomes. The last time, he encountered a massive onyx, and this time, even more absurdly, an assassin. Ryan concluded that long journeys were not suited for him. Perhaps it was best to remain in his territory and focus on farming. Players working at the edge of the territory quickly spotted Ryan and the throng of Pokémon trailing behind him. Look, Lord Ryan is back with a new batch of Pokémon. Our Lord never returns empty-handed. He always brings something back. The last time, the groundhogs he brought were incredibly useful for tilling. I wonder what these new Pokémon can do. Why not ask him directly? They decided, rushing to Ryan's side. They greeted him respectfully before eagerly inquiring about the Pokémon behind him. This is the Mosquito King and the Mosquito Tadpoles, along with the Maril. They are all water-type Pokémon, Ryan briefly introduced. Water-type? They can wield the power of water? Could they assist with irrigating the fields? Chunyan instantly thought of the irrigation dilemma that had long plagued them. Indeed, I captured them specifically to help resolve our irrigation issues, Ryan responded, casting an appreciative glance at Chunyan for his quick thinking. Is that true? Will we no longer have to carry water back and forth? That would be splendid. I am utterly exhausted from hauling water all day. Long live our Lord. Hold your horses. These Pokémon are not free to use. Like the groundhogs. You will need to pay to rent them. Ryan doused their enthusiasm with a reality check. The jubilant players abruptly fell silent, realizing that they were already in debt. If they rented the water-type Pokémon, their debts would only increase, and they wondered when they would ever be able to pay them off. Understanding their predicament, Ryan chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, he led the Pokémon to a plot of tilled land. Mosquito Tadpoles and Maril, use water gun. Yo, Rilu. The Tadpoles and Maril unleashed jets of water onto the field, completing the irrigation in no time. Wow, they can spray water directly? Their watering speed is astonishing. If we had done this ourselves, it would have taken all day. Forget everything. I'm renting them. I'm already deep in debt, so what I say little more. Upon witnessing the impressive irrigation results, the players immediately shifted their stance, dismissing their concerns about debt. If you find yourself short on funds, you could consider co-renting a Pokémon, Ryan suggested. Co-rent? This water gun is incredibly powerful, but one Pokémon surely can't meet the irrigation needs for such a large field, can it? The players were perplexed. Of course, it's not about co-renting the Marl. It's about co-renting the Mosquito King. The Mosquito King? Why? The reason lies in the fact that the character Mosquito King possesses abilities more suited for irrigation than a water gun. Mosquito King, invoke the rain summon. At the sound of Ryan's command, Mosquito King began to rhythmically pound its belly. Before long, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. Surely not. The players gazed up at the sky in disbelief. Suddenly, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens. Yin wiped the rain from his face, murmuring to himself, "Is this not artificial rainfall?" Chapter 39. Your perception is remarkable. The players stood in awe, gazing at the rain that descended from the sky. They were well aware that Pokémon possessed an array of extraordinary abilities. Particularly, seasoned players like Yin had witnessed numerous battles among Pokémon firsthand. While the moves they employed were indeed wondrous, they were not beyond comprehension. However, what was the situation with the Mosquito King? With merely a few pats on its belly, it had altered the weather, which was utterly absurd. In reality, artificial rain involved dispersing catalysts into the clouds, prompting raindrops to coalesce and grow larger, ultimately resulting in precipitation. This necessitated the presence of clouds, yet, just moments ago, the sky had been completely clear. How could it possibly have caused rain? Yin was filled with curiosity. Are you attempting to apply scientific principles in a game world? Have you lost your mind? Suru often quipped from the side. Well, I've grown accustomed to it. Yin replied, scratching his head awkwardly. This game was so realistic that he often found himself trying to explain its occurrences through the lens of real-world theories. After a while, the clouds dissipated, and the weather returned to clear skies. In truth, the ability to change the weather was not entirely unfathomable. Though the area affected and the volume of rainfall were far inferior to that of a typical rainy day, Lao Yi wrung the water from his clothing. Initially astonished, he soon realized that the rain's extent was quite limited, affecting only their plots of cultivated land while leaving other areas basking in sunshine. Gradually, the other players calmed down, recognizing this fact as well. Indeed, one could only say that the concept of altering the weather was so astonishing that it overshadowed other considerations. Nonetheless, the amount of rainfall was sufficient to irrigate the fields. Shall we co-rent the Mosquito King? Yin suggested to the other 4 players. Their plots of land were contiguous, making co-renting the Mosquito King far more cost-effective than renting individually. The other 4 players, naturally inclined to share the rental, expressed their agreement. Despite claiming that their debts were inconsequential, they still wished to alleviate some burden. Thus, Yin conveyed their intent to Ryan. You 5 wish to co-rent the Mosquito King? That is certainly feasible, but the Mosquito King is not in optimal condition and requires 2 days of rest. During this period, you may use 5 mosquito tadpoles as substitutes at the same rental price. After 2 days of recuperation, you may switch back, Ryan informed them. After a brief discussion, the 5 players concluded that there was no loss in this arrangement and agreed. Following the transaction with the players, Ryan returned to the castle to settle the Mosquito King and its companions. As the time for players to log off approached, Ryan decided to check on the new players. No sooner had he exited the castle than he was intercepted by a newcomer. Esteemed Lord, greetings. I am a new arrival to this world from the Divine Realm. I apologize for the intrusion, but I would like to present a modest suggestion. Oh, please, go ahead, Ryan replied with interest, observing the player named Bo Yan Gui Mu. If his memory served him correctly, this individual was the sole new player brought in by Yin. Yin had surprised him greatly over the past few days, and this new player seemed equally intriguing, approaching him with suggestions from the outset. I have observed that our town lacks public restrooms. Most residents resort to finding random spots to relieve themselves, with only a few using chamber pots at home. However, once they have finished, they often dump the contents directly onto the streets, which can easily affect passers-by and render the entire area unbearable. As Linmu spoke of the passers-by being affected, his voice rose slightly. Earlier that day, while repairing a house, he had narrowly avoided being splattered with excrement. This indiscriminate disposal not only polluted the town's environment, but also posed a significant risk of spreading various diseases. Therefore, I propose the establishment of public restrooms in the town, allowing residents to relieve themselves in designated areas. This would not only improve sanitary conditions but also facilitate the collection of waste for use as fertilizer, thereby enhancing agricultural yield, a solution that serves dual purposes. I hope you will consider this suggestion. After finishing, Linmu nervously glanced at Ryan, sensing no anger from him, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Earlier that morning, Yin had informed him of Ryan's significance in the game. He feared that his comments might provoke Ryan, particularly as he was addressing a flaw in his governance. However, He could not ignore his own aversion to the town's filthy environment. The streets were littered with waste, and one could easily step into an unpleasant surprise. In other games, it might not have mattered, as the separation of screens dulled the sensation, allowing Lin Mu to commend the game's attention to detail. Yet this was a virtual reality game, and he could genuinely smell the foul stench. Even stepping into excrement felt incredibly real, akin to the marketing of various sneaker brands that boasted a stepping-in-poop sensation. This overwhelming realism was pushing him to the brink. He had even resolved that if Ryan rejected his suggestion, he would propose it again at a later time. After all, this was the only virtual reality game, and he could not possibly abandon it over a few unpleasant deposits. Fortunately, Ryan was quite receptive to his suggestion. You are correct. Our town indeed requires several public restrooms. Ryan had been aware of the sanitation issue for some time, but had been preoccupied with other matters and had yet to address it. Since a player had brought it up, it was best to resolve it now. Ryan wished to avoid a scenario where he might one day walk down the street and be struck by falling excrement. Yet, how to resolve this issue? He was not skilled in restroom construction. Ryan fell into contemplation. If you have no further instructions, I shall take my leave, Lin Mu cautiously stated, as he still needed to collect his rewards for the house repair task. Very well, you may go wait. Ryan suddenly conceived a solution. While he was not adept at building restrooms, he could certainly enlist the players to do so. Ryan scrutinized Lin Mu from head to toe and then said, Ahem. Since you proposed this suggestion, you shall take the lead in constructing these public restrooms. Me? Build restrooms? But I don't know how. Lin Mu exclaimed in astonishment, having merely intended to offer a suggestion without the desire to become involved. You don't know? Yet I have heard from other Divine Realm visitors that you are quite skilled in management and construction. That's just in the game. I'm merely a self-proclaimed expert. I was even accused of causing chaos while repairing a house today enough. I have faith in your abilities. I believe you can accomplish this. But your faith does not change the fact that I genuinely do not know how. Upon completion, I shall reward you with the rights to cultivate one plot of land, along with an additional special reward. Your perception is indeed remarkable. I excel in restroom construction. Chapter 40. Brickmaking and Construction. Lord Ryan discerned my potential for accomplishing great tasks at a glance. Thus he entrusted this formidable undertaking to me. Lin Mu, hands on his hips, proudly declared to Chun Yan, yes. So, this capable person is not off fixing the toilets, but instead seeks me out? Isn't it my duty to share both blessings and burdens? I thought of you first to join me in this endeavor, Lin Mu continued, though I hardly regarded being assigned to repair toilets as a privilege. Besides, I had yet to finish tending to my fields. This fortune was better enjoyed alone. Chun Yan waved dismissively, indicating Lin Mu should hasten away and not impede his agricultural pursuits. However, upon witnessing Chun Yan's demeanor, Lin Mu dropped his pretense. Clinging to Chun Yan's arm and pleading, Brother, I implore you. I truly cannot fix a toilet. If I fail to complete this task, my standing with Lord Ryan will plummet. You wouldn't want to see your good brother targeted by the game's protagonist and ultimately abandon the game, would you? Chun Yan felt a chill at the sight of Lin Mu's tearful countenance and hastily attempted to pry Lin Mu's hands away. Release me. Who told you to accept tasks recklessly for rewards? Moreover, if you cannot repair a toilet, do you think I can? Lin Mu resolutely refused to let go, instead tightening his grip. If you do not agree to assist me, I shall not relinquish my hold. Having a partner is far better than facing this alone. And you shan't labor for naught. Lord Ryan stated that all participating players will receive spirit coins proportional to their contributions. Please, dear brother. Lin Mu's voice turned saccharine as he shook Chun Yan's arm. Enough with the insipid flattery. I concede. Now please, release my arm. Chun Yan felt goosebumps rise on his skin, perplexed at how Lin Mu had transformed into such a flamboyant character in the game, a stark contrast to his real-life demeanor. It seemed that everyone had let loose once they entered the game. Had you agreed sooner, we could have avoided this charade. I didn't realize you were so fond of such antics. Upon hearing Chun Yan's acquiescence, Lin Mu immediately let go, wearing an expression of disdain. Mosquito larvae. Hold off on watering for now. Kindly use the water gun to eliminate this pest. Chun Yan turned to the mosquito larvae, who was watering nearby. Whoa. The mosquito larvae looked at Chun Yan in confusion. Weren't you two just getting cozy? Why the sudden shift to aggression? Never mind, we were merely jesting, Lin Mu interjected, genuinely concerned that the mosquito larvae might take him seriously and unleash a water blast. However, his worries were unfounded. Lord Ryan had previously instructed these Pokémon to focus solely on farming tasks and disregard other commands. Chun Yan was well aware of this, and so he intentionally made the remark to unnerve Lin Mu, hoping to spare himself from further annoyance. Let's cease this nonsense and discuss matters seriously. I am truly grateful for your assistance. Do you think we have sufficient manpower, or should we recruit additional players? We certainly need more hands. Relying solely on the two of us would take an eternity to construct anything, Lin Mu replied. Lord Ryan mentioned that if we need more help, we can seek out Secretary White. But we still need players. NPCs can only handle physical tasks. We must rely on our own expertise for the technical aspects. Chen Yin pointed to Su Ruofeng, who was spectating nearby. Let us not worry about others for now. Let us bring this fellow over. He has been watching us for quite some time. Absolutely. Lin Mu, having met Su Ruofeng through Chen Yin, was initially unfamiliar with him. However, camaraderie among men often flourishes with shared experiences, and soon enough, Su Ruofeng joined their cause under the pressure of his peers. The three decided to first research information post-logout, with plans to officially commence the toilet construction the following day. The next day arrived swiftly. Lin Mu logged in eagerly, eager to share his newfound knowledge with the others. I spent the day attending carpentry classes and watched several videos on outdoor toilet construction. I have grasped the general process. Prepare to witness my skills in action. Why did you watch carpentry classes? Did we not agree to build the toilet with bricks and tiles? Su Ruofeng asked, puzzled. When did you all discuss this? I was entirely unaware. Lin Mu responded, confusion evident on his face. Oh no, I forgot to add you to the group. Chen Yin exclaimed. I wondered why you were so quiet in the chat yesterday. You mean to say you all formed a group without me? Lin Mu felt a sense of isolation. Not quite. This group was created by Ruofeng beforehand, consisting of 5 veteran players. We often converse about game-related matters after logging off. In our eagerness to discuss the toilet, we neglected to remind Ruofeng to add you, Chen Yin clarified. So, you all intend to construct the toilet using bricks and tiles? Does that mean my day spent on carpentry was for naught? Why can't we use wood? Lin Mu expressed his discontent at the thought of wasted time. Initially, we considered using wood since our timber supply is ample. However, we realized that wood is susceptible to moisture and can easily deteriorate due to waste. So we abandoned that idea. Instead, we decided to fire bricks for the construction, as brick-built toilets are not only sturdy and moisture-resistant, but also facilitate the collection and disposal of waste. Additionally, this project will enhance our experience in brick construction, making it easier for us to build our own houses in the future. Chen Yin explained the group's consensus to Lin Mu. Lin Mu, not particularly skilled in other areas, but quite receptive to advice, was quickly persuaded. But isn't brickmaking quite cumbersome? Are you certain the three of us can manage it? I did some research and watched videos during the day. It's actually not that difficult. Just follow my lead, Chen Yin instructed, leading them to a muddy area where he directed them to dig mud into wooden barrels. Though Lin Mu did not grasp the connection between the mud and the bricks, he complied. After the trio collected a substantial amount of mud, Chen Yin fashioned an open cylindrical structure from the mud, leaving an air inlet at the bottom. He then ignited some twigs and dried leaves within to rapidly dry the mud using heat. Thus, a rudimentary kiln began to take shape. Next, he carefully arranged pre-cut wooden planks inside the kiln and ignited them, sealing the top of the kiln. He piled mud into a cone shape atop the kiln. And once the internal temperature rose sufficiently, he sealed all openings, allowing the wood to smolder inside. The rest would be left to time. Now, you two should replicate this process and construct additional kilns. Is that truly how we produce bricks? Lin Mu queried, astonished. Not quite. Your bricks are made from wood. We are producing charcoal. Without charcoal, we cannot fire bricks. Why not just use coal? Good question. Why do you suppose we don't? It's not a matter of preference. We simply lack coal. Chen Yin replied, somewhat exasperated. All right then. I'll suggest to Lord Ryan that we consider coal mining in the future, Lin Mu offered sheepishly. That can wait. For now, we must produce charcoal. We can use it to fire bricks starting tomorrow. Must we wait until tomorrow? What shall we do after stacking these kilns? We can start by crafting molds for the bricks from wood and then seek suitable clay for the brick bodies. Chen Yin delineated their next tasks. By the time they completed their assignments, afternoon had already arrived. At last, we're done, Lin Mu exclaimed, exhausted to the point of being unable to straighten his back. We are rather few in number. Let us wait until tomorrow to recruit more players and NPCs, then. We shall not feel as fatigued as we do today. Very well, I shall seek out Secretary White for assistance tomorrow. By the way, there is still ample time before we log off. What do you all plan to do next? Ruofeng and I will certainly continue our agricultural endeavors. As for you, having attended a day of carpentry lessons, it is only fitting that you apply your newfound skills to further the construction of our abode. Undertaking construction is certainly feasible, and it will serve as an opportunity for those who accuse me of causing disruptions to witness the prowess I have acquired through a day's study. Lin Mu is brimming with confidence at this moment. Are you here to create chaos? Why on earth did you dig a hole in the middle of the wooden bed? My sincerest apologies. I mistook it for a toilet. Lin Mu finds himself on the verge of tears, as his knowledge has become muddled. After 3 days of diligent effort, Chunyin and his companions finally succeeded in firing their first batch of red bricks. Although the quality is subpar due to insufficient drying time and improper firing conditions, they have indeed produced bricks. Furthermore, they managed to create some cement using wood ash. Now, they can proceed to construct the toilet. The videos Lin Mu watched regarding toilets have finally proven useful. He directed the players and NPCs, and together they swiftly erected the first public toilet. Behold, my lord, this toilet is constructed entirely from red bricks and cement, ensuring durability, waterproofing, and resistance to decay. Lin Mu explained to Ryan, who had come to inspect the facility. We have divided it into male and female sections with a partition wall. And considering that most of our residents prefer seated toilets, we opted for sit-down toilets instead of squat toilets. Since our territory currently lacks a sewage system, the toilets do not have flushing capabilities. Instead, we placed a wooden bucket underneath for the collection of waste. Ryan listened attentively to Lin Mu's explanation, surveying the toilet's surroundings before nodding in satisfaction. Although it appeared rather rudimentary and had several issues, the construction of a brick toilet in such a short time was beyond his expectations. As for the problems, it is merely a temporary structure, should the need arise. It can always be dismantled and rebuilt. Ryan plans to reconfigure the town when time permits, as Firefly Town has indeed become somewhat dirty and chaotic, lacking even a basic drainage system. You have done exceptionally well, living up to my trust. Construct the remaining toilets in the same manner. Additionally, due to your outstanding performance, I have decided to grant you the rights to cultivate the land as a reward. Once you have completed the other toilets, I will bestow upon you a special reward, Ryan said, patting Lin Mu on the shoulder with a tone of appreciation. Thank you for your reward. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the development of our territory, Lin Mu declared solemnly. Goodness, how is Lin Mu more adept at flattering than I? Su Ruofeng murmured to Chunyin. You are being overly modest, in my eyes. You both are equally skilled in this regard, Chunyin replied. You do not understand. Flattering the protagonist in a game is not mere flattery, it is a necessary strategy. Besides, garnering favor from game characters is far superior to flattering individuals in reality, as NPCs in the game will reciprocate with increased affection, while in reality, people will simply label you a sycophant. After hearing Su Ruofeng's words, Chunyin found himself momentarily speechless. His reasoning seemed rather sound. Perhaps he should also try his hand at flattery in the future. As Chunyin pondered this, he suddenly heard Ryan calling for him. He hurried over and bowed respectfully. My lord, what is your command? Ryan remarked, I have heard from Boyi Guemu that you have been of great assistance to him, contributing significantly to the construction of the toilet. Speak, what reward do you desire? Chunyin glanced at Lin Mu, who was winking at him. What do you think? Am I generous? Lin Mu conveyed with a sly smile. Chunyin nodded slightly in gratitude and replied to Ryan, My lord, I require no reward. It is already an honor to alleviate your burdens. Goodness? Lin Mu and Su Ruofeng exchanged astonished glances at Chunyin. Who would have thought this strong-featured fellow could also learn to flatter? Ryan continued, Your willingness is commendable, but merit deserves reward. Therefore, in addition to the elven coins I previously promised, I will grant you one opportunity to use the Circle Bear. The Circle Bear's usage opportunity? In simple terms, it means you may borrow my Circle Bear for a battle, but it cannot be used to capture Pokémon. Thank you for your generous reward. I shall cherish this opportunity, Chunyin exclaimed with delight. The Circle Bear, a formidable Pokémon of level 30, is the most powerful creature in Ryan's possession. To be permitted a single use is an extraordinary privilege, ensuring his dominance among the players. Moreover, as the Circle Bear's level is likely to increase, Chunyin resolved to save this opportunity for a truly critical moment. Additionally, I have another task for you. The toilet has been constructed, but we now urgently require a place to store a significant amount of waste. This task shall be entrusted to you, Ryan announced to the players. Understood. We shall complete the task promptly. Chunyin and the others agreed with nods. Constructing a cesspool is no challenge for them, given their access to bricks and cement. Once the players departed, Ryan gazed thoughtfully at the newly built toilet. With the toilet completed and arrangements underway for the cesspool, only the transportation phase remained. Firefly Town lacks a drainage system and must rely on human labor for waste removal. This task is not suitable for the players, having come from modern society. They would undoubtedly harbor reservations about such duties. While they might comply if coerced, it is unnecessary, for Ryan has better alternatives. He turned to his attendant and instructed, Notify Secretary White to post a recruitment notice for sanitation workers. Those who are successfully hired will receive 3 meals a day and be exempt from taxes. Understood. I will inform Master White immediately. Players may view waste as disgusting, but the indigenous people do not share this sentiment. Having lived amidst such filth for many years, they are accustomed to it. Furthermore, the generous compensation offered by Ryan is likely to attract many applicants. Another issue resolved. Witnessing the gradual improvement of the territory brings a sense of accomplishment, especially as the Genesis points continue to increase daily. Ryan glanced at the Genesis points displayed on the panel, a faint smile gracing his lips. Side quest: repair the territory's houses. Quest complete. Rewards distributed. The sudden notification startled Ryan. Good heavens, I had nearly forgotten about that side quest. The reward is merely 2 chances for a basic lottery draw. Since there is nothing of significant value, I shall proceed with the draws. 2 consecutive draws, here we go. Congratulations. You have drawn. Chapter 41, the Move Learning Device. Congratulations. You have drawn the Momentum Headband, a move learning device. Upon seeing the lottery results, Ryan was instantly invigorated. He had initially believed he would draw nothing of significance, expecting only to receive a Pokeball like before. Thus, he had not even offered a prayer to Arceus and had proceeded with the draw. To his surprise, the prize was unexpectedly delightful. He hurried back to the castle, seated himself in the study, and began to examine his reward. First, he retrieved the Momentum Headband. Its appearance was akin to an ordinary headband, predominantly red with yellow flame-like patterns adorning it. The effect of the Momentum Headband is that it grants a certain probability of allowing a Pokémon on the brink of fainting to retain a sliver of health. In simpler terms, it bestows a Pokémon with the ability akin to a Legendary Blade. The distinction lies in the fact that the Legendary Blade's effect is guaranteed, while the Headband's activation probability is notably lower, at merely 10% within the game. The odds are similarly modest in reality, yet they can be enhanced through the training of a Pokémon's willpower. This implies that the stronger the will, the greater the likelihood of activation. Ryan was quite pleased with this reward. Despite the low activation rate, it could indeed yield surprising results at times, particularly when combined with moves like Last Resort, which become more potent as health diminishes. It could create miracles in dire situations. Regrettably, none of his current Pokémon possessed such moves. He decided to adorn his Circle Bear with it, allowing for a moment of cosplay as a martial arts bear master. Next, his curiosity was piqued by the move learning device. Ryan set the Momentum Headband aside and retrieved the device from the panel. The move learning device consists of 2 components, one resembling an oversized wristband, adjustable in size and width, and the other akin to a disc. According to the panel's description, the wristband must first be affixed to a Pokémon's head or limbs. Subsequently, the disc is inserted into a small compartment on the wristband, activating the move learning device. Once the Pokémon has learned a new move, the disc is automatically rendered unusable, while the wristband remains available for future use. Thus, in the event of acquiring another move learning device, only one disc would be included. The panel certainly does not incur any losses. After reviewing the description, Ryan promptly accessed the panel's marketplace. As anticipated, the move learning devices were sold separately, with those including the wristband priced 3 times higher than those without. What a cunning merchant. Ryan indignantly closed the panel. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of happiness at having drawn the move learning device. To be honest, he had never anticipated such a device would exist within the prize pool. After all, it had only appeared in the game, with scant mention in the comics or animations. Especially in the animations, Pokémon learning new moves typically required extensive training. Even the formidable Tyranitar had faced considerable challenges while mastering Iron Tail. Yet, with the move learning device, one could effortlessly acquire new moves. The sensation was simply exhilarating. Ryan was not one to adhere to antiquated notions. In his view, whether through rigorous training or utilizing a move learning device, as long as it enabled Pokémon to learn new moves, it was a worthy method. There was no need to neglect a simple tool in favor of forcing Pokémon to learn on their own, as the power of the move would not vary based on the learning method. Let us give it a try. Come forth, Sweet Bamboo. Upon emerging, Sweet Bamboo leaped into Ryan's embrace, chattering incessantly. It expressed its desire to stay by his side rather than remain in the Pokeball. The Rotom, hovering nearby, dutifully translated. All right. Unless absolutely necessary, I want to return you to the Pokeball, Ryan reassured, stroking Sweet Bamboo's flower bud. Sweet Bamboo joyfully soared into the air, exuding its delightful fragrance. Now, let us not dawdle. Time to put this on, Ryan said, placing the wristband on Sweet Bamboo's head and inserting the disc. As the move learning device activated, Sweet Bamboo closed its eyes. Shortly thereafter, the device ceased operation and ejected the now-defunct disc. Sweet Bamboo slowly opened its eyes. What was that like? Ryan inquired, curious. Sweet Bamboo replied, albeit in a disjointed manner. It described feeling drowsy as the machine activated, then entering a dreamlike realm filled with numerous Pokémon who guided it in mastering its skills. After an extensive period of learning, it finally grasped the skill before awakening. The explanation was somewhat chaotic, prompting Rotom to clarify and translate in simpler terms. So that is how Pokémon learn new moves. Quite reasonable. But wait, this technology is far too advanced. Ryan mused, having painstakingly disguised his own world as a virtual reality game employing dream technology. Yet he recognized this was a tangible world, devoid of virtual reality technology. Yet, a mere move-learning device employed such advanced techniques. It could only be concluded that the technological advancements in the Pokémon world were indeed extraordinary, with an array of innovative technologies emerging. Since Sweet Bamboo had learned the move, it was time to test its efficacy. Sweet Bamboo used binding. With a determined cry, Sweet Bamboo transmitted a unique energy to the ground, resulting in a circular knot of grass materializing beneath Ryan's feet. He crouched down and tugged at it with considerable force. The grass knot remained unyielding. This knot was remarkably sturdy. No wonder it could trip even the heftiest of Pokémon. The effect of the binding move dictates that the heavier the opponent, the greater the damage inflicted. However, unlike in the game, in reality, the move required the opponent to be tripped to deal damage. Thus, if one stood still, like Ryan, no damage would be inflicted. You've mastered this move quite well. It seems the move learning device works splendidly, Ryan remarked. Compared to the prolonged effort it took to unleash grassy terrain previously, Sweet Bamboo demonstrated remarkable proficiency in executing binding, managing to release it in a short time. With further practice, instant execution would not be a challenge. Hearing Ryan's praise, Sweet Bamboo proudly straightened its posture. Do you think my extensive practice in the dream was in vain? After showering Sweet Bamboo with compliments, Ryan carried it into the castle courtyard. The courtyard was home to numerous Pokémon that had previously been displaced by the Circle Bear's intrusion in the forest. Although the Circle Bear had since been captured by Ryan, these Pokémon showed no inclination to return to the forest. They enjoyed ample food and safety from other Pokémon, relishing their comfortable existence. Observing these contented Pokémon, Ryan felt they would make ideal first Pokémon for players. Capturing them would pose no difficulty. It seemed he ought to find an opportunity for players to bond with them. Ryan contemplated this in silence. As for why he suddenly desired players to swiftly capture Pokémon, it was, of course, because he had received a new task. Side quest. Complete the sowing of all cultivated land in the territory. Incomplete. Reward. 3 lottery chances. Main quest. At least 10 players successfully capture their first Pokémon. Incomplete. Reward. 5 universal Poké blocks. 5 lottery chances. Chapter 42. The player's first battle. Ryan once again examined the 2 tasks displayed on his panel. The side quest was straightforward. With the assistance of Pokémon, the majority of the cultivated land within the territory had been successfully sown. The remaining small plots could also be planted within the next few days. Completing this task was merely a matter of time. The main quest, however, posed a greater challenge, as only 2 players had managed to capture Pokémon thus far. In recent days, both veteran players and newcomers had been preoccupied with brick-making and constructing lavatories, leaving them little time to engage with Pokémon. The only Pokémon they encountered were the Diglett and Marill that helped with farming, yet nominally, they belonged to Ryan. Through their interactions over the past few days, players had come to recognize Ryan's significance in this game. Even if they had the audacity, they would not dare to capture Ryan's Pokémon. This had led to the current scenario where only 2 out of 20 players had successfully captured Pokémon, effectively transforming what was intended to be a Pokémon battle game into a management and construction simulation. Although the territory had indeed been well developed, one could not overlook the Pokémon. Ryan still hoped that the players would take on the role of knights to protect the land. With this in mind, Ryan resolved to organize a gathering to facilitate interactions between players and Pokémon. In truth, the players greatly admired these clever and adorable Pokémon. They simply lacked the opportunity to engage with them. Moreover, the Pokémon in the gardens, having received Ryan's assistance, were no longer fearful or hostile towards humans, but rather showed great goodwill towards them. When the time came for them to interact, it was certain that several bonds would be formed. Why does this feel so much like matchmaking? Oh, how it resembles the role of a matchmaker. Here I am, a baron, resorting to the duties of a matchmaker. Nonetheless, the thought of the player's astonishing growth rate fortified Ryan's resolve. For the future of the territory, he would embrace this role of a matchmaker. Just as Ryan contemplated how to encourage the players to capture Pokémon, the player Belle, who had already captured a Pokémon, encountered a dilemma. How dare that filthy rodent dig up my seeds right in front of me? Just moments ago, after finishing her tasks, Belle was about to take a break when she noticed a purple figure burrowing in the soil. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a Pokémon resembling a mouse, busily consuming her seeds. This infuriated Belle. After laboriously sowing all the seeds, this creature had the audacity to come and steal them. While most girls might have been frightened by a mouse, Belle was no ordinary girl. She kept snakes and spiders as pets in real life. A mere mouse was simply food for her pets. Grabbing a hoe, she intended to chase the Rattata away. But she seemed to forget that this Rattata was not a weak mouse from reality, but rather a Pokémon. Although the Rattata was not particularly strong, it was not something a physically untrained human like her could handle. Upon noticing Belle, the Rattata immediately discarded the seed it had been munching on, crouched low, revealing its sharp incisors, and assumed a battle stance. It dawned on Belle that perhaps she was not capable of defeating this Pokémon. If I were to say that I'm wielding this hoe to help you dig up seeds, would you believe me? The Rattata, of course, did not believe her and swiftly charged towards Belle. Oh no, it seems I am destined to be the second player to perish. My debts will surely increase. Belle was acutely aware that she could not react quickly enough to the Rattata's alarming speed and could only brace herself for the impending attack. Just as she prepared to endure the Rattata's assault, the Pokeball around her neck suddenly emitted a burst of white light. A figure emerged from the light, shielding Belle from the attack. It was a Spinarak? Belle stared in astonishment at the Spinarak, realizing it had saved her life. Of course, I can use Spinarak to battle this pesky rodent. Truth be told, she had been so absorbed in farming these past days that she had almost forgotten she had another Pokémon. If not for Spinarak's instinct to come forth upon sensing Belle was in danger, she might have truly met her demise beneath the Rattata's incisors. Let me think. What abilities does Spinarak possess? The Lord had mentioned them before. Belle furrowed her brow, attempting to recall Ryan's words, but the Rattata was not inclined to wait for her. The Rattata swiftly lunged forward again, leaving a trail of white light as it charged towards Spinarak. Bam! Spinarak was sent tumbling twice, landing on the ground, gasping for breath. After sustaining 2 attacks, its condition had worsened significantly. I remember now. Spinarak, use Poison Sting on that mouse. Belle finally recalled Spinarak's move and directed it to attack. Spinarak launched several purple needles from its mouth, but the agile Rattata deftly evaded them. This Pokémon is far too quick. The Poison Sting cannot touch it. Belle felt a surge of anxiety, but she could not devise a better strategy at the moment. As Spinarak awaited further orders, it decided to act on its own, shooting out strands of silk towards the Rattata. However, the silk was even slower than the Poison Sting and naturally missed the nimble Rattata. This must be string shot. Lord Ryan mentioned that this move can restrict the opponent's movement. I have a plan. A spark of inspiration illuminated Belle's mind. Spinarak, do not attack just yet. Wait until that mouse charges at you. Then use string shot to bind it. Spinarak nodded in understanding. As the Rattata observed that Spinarak had ceased its assault, it lunged forward once more. Closer, just a bit closer. Belle silently calculated the distance between the 2 Pokémon. When the moment felt right, she seized the opportunity and commanded, now? Spinarak, use string shot to ensnare it. Spinarak unleashed the silk. And this time the 2 Pokémon were so close that the Rattata had no room to evade, becoming firmly entangled in the strands. Aren't you quite the sprinter? Now you can't escape. Spinarak, unleash Poison Sting. Several needles shot forth from Spinarak's mouth, striking true against the ensnared Rattata. With a pitiful cry, the Rattata succumbed, a purplish hue appearing on its cheek. Has it been poisoned? It seems fortune smiles upon me. Belle recalled that Poison Sting not only inflicted damage but also had a chance to poison the target. Deliver the final blow with Poison Sting. She harbored no compassion for the seed-stealing Pokémon. With another successful hit from Poison Sting, the Rattata lay still on the ground. Have we won? Belle glanced at the Rattata's motionless form and inquired of Spinarak. Spinarak crawled over to the Rattata, confirming its incapacity to battle before nodding at Belle. Hooray! Spinarak, you are simply magnificent. Belle joyfully embraced Spinarak, bouncing with excitement. This was her first Pokémon battle, and the exhilarating tension invigorated her immensely. Together, we are invincible. Even against a single mouse, should more come, we shall. Oh my goodness! Belle gasped, staring wide-eyed ahead. In the cultivated land before her, dozens of Rattatas were digging up seeds, with their numbers steadily increasing. We must rally assistance. Lord Ryan, help. Chapter 43. The Plague of Rodents used the double slash. Flying Mantis. Rock Block, Cocodora. Use the Chaotic Claw, Circle Bear. Upon discovering that Rattatas were pilfering seeds from the fields, Ryan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The quantity of seeds for this spring planting was already scarce. Should the Rattatas continue their thievery, the yield would undoubtedly plummet. Without delay, he rushed to the scene, commanding his Pokémon to launch an assault on the Rattatas. Given the prowess of Circle Bear and its companions, dispatching a dozen of the little thieves was as easy as slicing through vegetables. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, the remaining Rattatas scurried into the forest. Just as the 3 Pokémon were about to pursue, Ryan halted them. No need to chase. They VE scattered, and we D only managed to catch 3 or 4. It was evident that these Rattatas were seasoned criminals, fleeing with a practiced finesse, betraying no signs of panic. They had clearly made a habit of raiding the seeds, possessing a wealth of experience. Indeed, Lord Ryan is impressive. With remarkable ease, he has driven away this band of filthy rodents. Ding Dang couldn't help but exclaim. She had struggled to defeat a single Rattata, while Ryan had taken down an entire group in one fell swoop. It was no wonder he was the protagonist of the game. Not only was he formidable, but he was also strikingly handsome. Alas, if it weren't for his title, she would have found a way to flirt with him. With this thought, Ding Dang shook her head regretfully, quickly suppressing her infatuation. She had no desire to jeopardize her title over such trivial matters. Unbeknownst to Ryan, the player beside him was envious of his charm, as he remained preoccupied with the Rattatas. Although he had temporarily driven them away, he knew they would inevitably return to feast on the seeds. He couldn't possibly guard the fields indefinitely. It was best to consult Uncle White, unable to devise a suitable plan. Ryan recalled that the territory had likely faced a rodent plague before. White should possess knowledge on how to combat these Rattatas. He returned to the castle and found White engaged in the selection of nightly retainers, inquiring about how to address the issue of the Rattatas pilfering seeds. Interestingly, one of the knights possesses a ferret beast. It commands a troop of 8 or 9 ferrets. During the spring planting season, they guard the fields, preying on Rattatas that attempt to steal seeds. Their hunting efficiency is remarkable, with very few Rattatas managing to breach their defenses. Even if a couple slip through, they seldom consume a significant amount of seeds, thus not impacting the overall yield, White explained. Ah, I remember. That knight must be Uncle Green. He used to scare me with tales of dead Rattatas, Ryan recalled. Indeed, that is him. Unfortunately, both he and his ferret lieutenant perished in the recent beast tide. After the ferret lieutenant's death, the ferrets chose a new leader, who, unwilling to remain in this sorrowful place, departed with the others. Upon hearing White's account, Ryan felt a deep sense of loss. If Knight Green were still alive, the threat of a rodent plague would no longer trouble him. The ferret lieutenant's kind had proven to be natural enemies of the Rattatas. In the game's Alola region, to combat the rampant Rattata population, ferrets were introduced from elsewhere, effectively controlling the rodent crisis with ease. This demonstrated the ferret's prowess in dealing with Rattatas and aligned perfectly with Ryan's philosophy of harnessing Pokémon to resolve issues. Do you know where the ferrets have gone? Ryan inquired, still hopeful about retrieving them. I'm not entirely sure. I've been preoccupied with the territory's reconstruction and Haven T kept track of their whereabouts, White replied, shaking his head. What a pity. Are there no alternative methods? Surely other territories don't all have ferrets at their disposal? As far as I know, they procure a special potion from Ocean View City and spray it on the fields. The Rattatas despise the scent of this potion and will only approach the seeds if they are exceedingly hungry. However, this potion is not only expensive but also reduces the yield of crops. Reduces the yield? Then what is the point? Ryan exclaimed, taken aback. Reducing the yield slightly is still preferable to total loss. Those Rattatas are extremely greedy. If left unchecked, they will consume every seed in the fields. Resorting to the potion is a last resort, White explained. Is there no other way? Ryan was reluctant to resort to the potion, not only due to its cost, but because it would lead to diminished yields. The quantity of seeds for this spring planting was already significantly lower than before, and he had only managed to increase yields through careful measures like using seeders and fertilizers. Now, with the potion, he would fall short of his goals. He had sworn on his family's honor that if yields decreased, he would compensate his subjects. Though the rodent plague was an unforeseen circumstance, the common folk would not care for that. They would only know that their yields had diminished and would demand compensation from Ryan. It seems we must resort to the most ancient method, sending people to patrol the fields day and night. However, this approach is time-consuming and labor-intensive, requiring the patrollers to possess the ability to deal with Rattatas. They must at least be beast tamers. As you know, our territory is currently in a precarious state, with very few beast tamers available, and we have yet to select any nightly retainers, leaving us without suitable patrol personnel, White lamented. No, we actually have suitable candidates. You mean? Yes, those visitors from the divine realm. But most of them aren't beast tamers. Even if they are immortal, they wouldn't be able to handle the Rattatas, White countered. Don't worry, they will soon be, Ryan said, having already planned to encourage the players to capture Pokémon swiftly to fulfill the main quest. Now, with the rodent plague looming, he needed their strength more than ever. Xiao Luo, go inform all players to pause their current tasks and gather in the castle courtyard. I'll be waiting for them there. Ryan instructed the Rotom that had been following him. Understood. Please wait a moment. I will notify them immediately. The players, upon receiving Xiao Luo's notice, quickly gathered in the castle courtyard, chattering excitedly. What do you think the Lord summoned us for? How should I know? I rushed over here in the middle of digging a pit. Wow, there are so many Pokémon here, and they don't seem afraid of us. Indeed. Some are even watching us stealthily. The players gazed wide-eyed at the Pokémon in the courtyard, having played the game for 3 or 4 days. It was their first encounter with such a multitude of Pokémon. Ahem, silence. A commanding voice resonated from behind the players. Turning towards the voice, they saw Ryan speaking, and they immediately quieted down, eager to avoid losing favor. Ryan stepped forward, surveying the gathering before speaking. I have witnessed your efforts and contributions over these past days. The territory is improving because of you. In gratitude for your contributions, I shall grant you the opportunity to capture Pokémon. You have all seen these Pokémon. If they are willing to follow you, you may capture them. After Ryan concluded, the players stood momentarily stunned, unable to process his words. Eventually, one player timidly asked, "Are you saying we can capture these Pokémon?" Upon seeing Ryan nod, the players erupted into excitement. Chapter 44, The Blind Date Conference. What? We can capture Pokémon too? I have been drooling over old Yes Heracross every day, and finally, I can catch my own Pokémon. After waiting for so long, today has finally arrived, and my long-cherished dream is about to become a reality. You are the Northeast Andy Lau? How do you know I'm from the Northeast? I thought I didn't have an accent. Ryan observed the excited expressions of the players and could empathize with their feelings. When he captured his first Pokémon, he was even more exhilarated than they were. However, he could not comprehend why the players were so loud, their voices nearly scaring the Pokémon away. He raised his hands to signal them to quiet down, and they obediently closed their mouths. At that moment, no one dared to defy Ryan's command. If he were to revoke their opportunity to capture Pokémon, they would have no place to lament their misfortune. Once the players settled down, Ryan began, "Let me briefly introduce the rules for capturing Pokémon. First, you are required to introduce yourselves in front of these Pokémon and do your utmost to win their favor. After you finish speaking, I will allow the Pokémon to make their choice and see if they are willing to follow you. If a Pokémon wishes to join you, congratulations. You have successfully captured it. If not, I'm afraid you will have to wait for the next opportunity. Should your charm be substantial enough to attract multiple Pokémon, you may have the option to choose among them." Ryan paused, granting the players a moment to absorb the rules. Do you all understand the guidelines? Of course. Who wouldn't understand? It's just like if you are the one. Wow, you are so insightful. I instantly grasped it when you put it that way. Seeing the players nod in acknowledgement, Ryan was about to call on someone for their introduction when he was interrupted by a voice. Lord, can those of us like One Leaf Nose Autumn, who have already captured Pokémon, still participate in this event? Bells raised her hand to inquire. Certainly. You have contributed to the development of the territory, and one can possess multiple Pokémon, provided you can maintain them, Ryan replied. What if we choose not to participate? Is there any compensation? Bells gathered her courage to ask further. If you opt out, I will compensate you with some spirit coins. Then I'll pass on it and leave the opportunity for others, Bells said with a grin. She hadn't even fully nurtured her round silk spider yet. She had no leisure to capture a second Pokémon and would prefer to collect spirit coins to settle her debts. Besides, these Pokémon did not align with her aesthetic preferences. Had there been snake-type Pokémon, she might have considered participating. I will also refrain from joining. Oldie echoed her sentiments, wishing to focus on nurturing his Heracross before capturing a second Pokémon. Alright, after the event concludes, come find me to collect your spirit coins. Is there anyone else with questions? No one spoke up. Then let us begin. Silent One, you may go first. Ryan preferred to kick off the event with someone he believed would shine, specifically selecting Xinyan. Xinyan did not disappoint as he approached the Pokémon. Before he could utter a word, a Pokémon bounded towards him. You are the first Oddish I encountered? Xinyan knelt down, gently stroking the Oddish's blue face. This Oddish was the first Pokémon he had fed since entering the game, and he was pleasantly surprised it still remembered him after several days. The Oddish nodded and began to express its eagerness. I hope you will choose me. I will work hard to become stronger and will not let you down. Hovering in the air, the Rotom drone took on the role of translator. Xinyan glanced at the Rotom above and then back at the Oddish, noticing its anxious gaze, as if fearful he might not choose it. Seeing the Oddish's affection towards him, a smile broke across Xinyan's face. All right, let us strive together for strength. He took out a Pokeball that was a reward for a previous task and gently tapped it against the Oddish. With a flash of red light, Oddish was drawn into the ball. Having spent several days in Ryan's courtyard, Oddish was well aware of what a Pokeball entailed, having witnessed Ryan use it multiple times. Thus, Oddish did not resist. The ball shook a couple of times before emitting a satisfying ding. Xinyan picked up the Pokeball from the ground, striving to contain his smile, and respectfully addressed Ryan. Thank you for granting me this opportunity to capture a Pokémon. I shall work alongside Oddish to contribute to the development of the territory. Wow, this kid has become quite the charmer. Su Ruofing exclaimed in surprise to Lin Mu. Who knows, perhaps he has had an epiphany. Lin Mu shrugged, equally perplexed. There's no need to thank me. It was your sincerity that moved the Oddish. Now, don't dawdle, quickly shout that phrase. What? What phrase? Chun Yin looked utterly confused. According to our territory's tradition, after capturing a Pokémon, you must strike a cool pose and loudly declare I have captured XXX. Ryan stated earnestly. Huh, is it possible not to shout? Chun Yin felt embarrassed at the thought. Of course, whether you shout or not is your choice, but if you choose not to, I may perceive you as someone who disrespects tradition, and I have never been fond of such individuals. Understood, not shouting would lower my favorability. Chun Yin promptly raised the Pokeball and declared loudly, I have captured Oddish. Ryan nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the outcome. Excellent. Well done, Yin. Congratulations. Come. Let me share in your good fortune. The surrounding players applauded enthusiastically, which only added to Chun Yin's embarrassment. To be honest, shouting was indeed awkward both before and after, yet during the exclamation, there was a peculiar thrill. Perhaps this tradition serves a deeper purpose. To strengthen the bond between humans and Pokémon? Chun Yin began to ponder. Next, I will not call anyone by name. Does anyone wish to volunteer? With a successful start, Ryan opted not to call players individually. It wasn't merely a matter of convenience. Rather, he found many of their names difficult to pronounce. I'll go. Just as Ryan finished speaking, a player stepped forward. He swiftly approached the Pokémon and boldly announced, Hello everyone. I am Little Chicken Stewing Mushrooms. A northeastern lad. Oh, right. You might not know where the Northeast is, but that's okay. Just know that we are all very loyal in our land. As long as you follow me, I promise you won't suffer any grievances. If I have a meal, so will you. Besides, I am a chef. Although I am not yet familiar with the local ingredients, I will surely create delicious dishes that will satisfy you. Really, don't doubt me. My roasted silkworm pupae are absolutely delectable. Upon hearing these words, the green caterpillar and the unicorn bug instinctively recoiled. Why retreat? Do you not trust me? In reality, even if you were to offer me grass, I would transform it into a delectable dipping sauce. The walking grasses hurriedly sought refuge. Not interested in a meal? No matter. I have other culinary specialties, such as... Enough already. If you continue, all these Pokémon will scatter. Ryan hastily interrupted this mushroom's self-introduction. Goodness. This was not an attempt to capture Pokémon. It felt more like a quest for ingredients. Ignoring the bewildered mushroom, he turned to the Pokémon and inquired. Is there anyone willing to accompany him? The Pokémon collectively stepped back, their apprehension towards this living harbinger of doom evident. I'm afraid not. Wait. One Pokémon has chosen you. Ah, is it truly that one? How intriguing. Chapter 45. Little Snorlax's brother Mushroom felt an exhilarating rush of emotions upon witnessing a Pokémon select him. Though he remained oblivious to the flaws in his earlier words, he could discern that many Pokémon appeared reluctant to choose him. He had braced himself for failure, yet to his astonishment, a Pokémon had recognized his worth. Lord, could you introduce me to this Pokémon? Brother Mushroom inquired, eager to learn about his future companion. This is Little Snorlax. A rather rare Pokémon with significant potential for growth, albeit quite the voracious eater, Ryan explained. He recalled his surprise at spotting a little Snorlax among the group of fleeing Pokémon. Such creatures were seldom seen, making its presence in this dire situation remarkable. Truth be told, Ryan had been tempted to capture it himself. Had he not later caught a similar bear Pokémon, he might have claimed little Snorlax for himself. Now that it had chosen Brother Mushroom, Ryan felt a twinge of regret. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, realizing that all players were allies. The capture of little Snorlax by another was akin to his own, as they would ultimately unite to defend their territory. Moreover, this particular Snorlax's appetite was considerable. While Ryan's resources were ample, sending it off would alleviate some burdens. With this in mind, he cautioned Brother Mushroom. I may have misspoken earlier. Little Snorlax is not just a heavy eater, it is exceptionally so. Are you certain you wish to choose it? Ryan emphasized the word exceptionally. Not to worry. Being a good eater is a blessing. Besides, I'm a chef at heart, and I take joy in watching others enjoy the meals I prepare. If it couldn't eat, I wouldn't even consider selecting it. Brother Mushroom chuckled, feeling an innate connection with Little Snorlax. Very well, since you have chosen Little Snorlax, you must commit to caring for it diligently. Abandonment is not an option. If ever you find yourself unable to sustain it, you may return it to me. Rest assured, that scenario will not arise, Brother Mushroom promised. I hope you remember your words today. Now, go to Little Snorlax. It is waiting for you. With excitement, Brother Mushroom nodded fervently and approached Little Snorlax, bending down to extend his hand. "Hello, little Snorlax. From now on, we shall be companions. I look forward to our journey together." Without a Pokeball to seal their bond, he opted for this gesture to establish their connection. Little Snorlax looked up at him and gently grasped his hand with its tiny paw. In response, Brother Mushroom squatted down to embrace little Snorlax, striking a victorious pose. He then called out enthusiastically, "I have captured little Snorlax." The surrounding players erupted in applause. Upon returning to the gathering, many players sought his advice. "Brother Mushroom, what drew such a rare Pokémon to you? You all heard it, didn't you?" "It must be my culinary skills," he replied with confidence. "Actually, little Snorlax likely chose you because of your proclamation that if there is food for me, there is food for you," Ryan thought to himself, casting a sympathetic glance at him. This brother's future days might be challenging. "All right, who is next?" Ryan resumed his role in facilitating the gathering. Players introduced themselves to the Pokémon in turn, with some successfully capturing Pokémon, even leading to multiple Pokémon choosing a single player. Others, however, left empty-handed, with no Pokémon willing to follow them. Overall, more players succeeded in capturing Pokémon, with a total of 14 achieving this feat after all. This group of Pokémon was quite sociable towards humans. Including the 2 veteran players who already had Pokémon, a total of 16 players successfully captured Pokémon, exceeding the main quest requirements. Main quest: at least 10 players must successfully capture their first Pokémon. Quest completed. Rewards distributed. It seemed the system was quite accommodating this time, not mandating the use of Pokeballs for captures, as long as a Pokémon acknowledged a player. The capture was deemed successful. Why? Why did no Pokémon choose me?" Su Ruofing exclaimed in disbelief. He was one of the unfortunate 4 without a Pokémon, and as a veteran player, he felt particularly disheartened. Among the 5 veteran players, he was the only one without a Pokémon. While even the usually stoic CM managed to capture an Eevee, he felt overshadowed by the newcomers. "What do you think? When you introduced yourself, you spent the entire time praising your own looks. Who would want to join you?" Shenyan chimed in with a smirk. "The Lord asked us to highlight our strengths. My strength is my perfect appearance, so why shouldn't I mention it?" Su Ruofing argued passionately. "If it makes you happy," Chen Yin replied, losing interest in the conversation. "Ahem." Ryan cleared his throat, drawing the players' attention. "Many of you have successfully captured Pokémon. Congratulations. You now have companions to fight alongside you. I hope you treat your Pokémon well and do not betray their trust. For those without Pokémon, do not despair. Opportunities will arise again, and perhaps next time you will encounter a Pokémon more suited to you." At this, Ryan cast an encouraging glance at Su Ruofing, which moved him deeply. Capturing a Pokémon was merely the first step. Nurturing them was of utmost importance, as 2 identical Pokémon could exhibit vast differences in strength. So, how does one enhance a Pokémon's capabilities? There are numerous methods, but I will impart to you the simplest and most direct approach: battle. Engaging in combat with other Pokémon will yield experience, thus elevating your Pokémon's level and strength. Upon hearing Ryan's words, players began to converse among themselves. "The Lord means that simply battling Pokémon will raise their levels, correct? So we could have internal matches to grind experience?" "Indeed. And it doesn't even have to be a real fight. A light spar would suffice, allowing us to repeat the process several times." Ryan understood their intentions. This group was always on the lookout for loopholes that would benefit them. Unfortunately, there were no such loopholes this time. He continued addressing the players. "It is crucial to emphasize that not all battles yield experience. Only those fights where you are wholly engaged will provide your Pokémon with experience. Seeking to feign combat for experience? Absolutely impossible. Furthermore, the experience gained from battling the same Pokémon repeatedly will diminish over time. If you engage in frequent battles with the same Pokémon, the experience received will gradually decrease, ultimately resulting in none at all. Additionally, battling formidable Pokémon will yield greater experience, while encounters with weaker Pokémon will grant minimal experience. This effectively prevents players from exploiting weaker Pokémon for experience. Of course, these rules were not crafted by Ryan. He lacked such authority. He merely had the power to distribute experience to players. The regulations governing Pokémon experience gained through battle existed prior to his arrival in this world. He simply reiterated them for the players. Chapter 46. Establishing the patrol team. I sensed it would not be that simple. Such a game could not possibly harbor such significant flaws. Did you not just express otherwise? Who shall we battle to level up? The Pokémon within the territory belong to Lord Ryan, and we dare not engage them. Indeed. Are we to venture into the flickering forest? The risks would be considerable. Having overheard the players' discussions, Ryan recognized that the moment had arrived. He addressed them, saying, "I understand your concerns. You fear you might not find Pokémon of comparable strength. However, rest assured, I have identified suitable opponents for you. Currently, There are numerous Rattatas in the fields, banding together to pilfer the seeds you have sown, thereby not only destroying your hard work, but also severely impacting the yield of your crops. At this juncture, Ryan cast a glance at the players to gauge their reactions. Each player displayed indignation, their faces marred with anger. The seeds in the fields were the fruits of their labor, now being devoured by the Rattatas. How could they tolerate this? They were counting on the harvest to yield substantial profits. Pleased with their responses, Ryan continued. These Rattatas are of relatively low level, comparable in strength to your Pokémon, making them ideal adversaries. Battling them will not only prevent the seeds from being consumed, but also elevate the levels of your Pokémon, a true win-win situation. Hence, I have established a patrol team tasked with driving away the Rattatas from the fields. Anyone who joins the patrol will receive generous rewards and the opportunity to battle these Rattatas. Who among you wishes to participate? As soon as he finished speaking, the players eagerly raised their hands, expressing their willingness to join. To them, the presence of the Rattatas signified a prime training opportunity. Joining the patrol allowed them to level up while reaping rewards, a most fortuitous prospect. Lord, can someone like me, without a Pokémon, still participate? Su Ruofing asked awkwardly, eager for rewards as well. After a moment's contemplation, Ryan replied, I cannot wholeheartedly recommend your participation in the patrol. Without a Pokémon for protection, you may easily encounter danger. However, if you insist on joining, I shall not refuse you, but the risks are yours to bear. Upon hearing Ryan's words, the other three players without Pokémon lowered their hands. They were unwilling to take such risks, especially considering the substantial cost of resurrection. Yet Su Ruofing remained resolute in his desire to join the patrol, and Ryan had no choice but to acquiesce. Are you out of your mind? To patrol without a Pokémon is tantamount to courting death. Qin Yin furrowed his brow, incredulous. What is there to fear? The circle bear was ferocious. Yet it did not slay me, and what are a few mere mice compared to that? Besides, you'll be right there to protect me, Su Ruofing grinned, wrapping an arm around Chun Yan's neck. Though he lacked a Pokémon, he could still cling to a strong ally. Why should I? Fine, come along. But if you perish, do not blame me, Chun Yan conceded, shaking his head in resignation. There was no way to dissuade Su Ruofing now that he had committed to the patrol. It would only diminish Ryan's favor if he withdrew. So he would have to accompany him. I knew you would not abandon me. If only I were a daughter, I could offer myself in return. Get lost. Once the participants for the patrol were confirmed, Ryan addressed the players. Most Rattatas tend to raid the seeds under the cover of darkness. Therefore, I shall divide the patrol into two teams, one to patrol during the day and another for the night. Given the greater number of Rattatas at night, the danger is significantly heightened, so those joining the night patrol will receive even more substantial rewards. Excuse me, Lord, but won't we only be able to enter this world during the day? A player raised his hand to inquire. Indeed. You will henceforth be able to enter during the daytime of the divine realm, which corresponds to the night in our world. Ryan had long wished to announce this rule, as it benefited both the players and the territory. Players would have the freedom to choose their gaming hours and embark on adventures in the nocturnal Pokémon world, enhancing the game's appeal. For the territory, having players online both day and night would bolster overall defenses, mitigating the threat of nighttime incursions. However, regardless of whether players logged on during the day or night, they could only accumulate a total of 12 hours in this world. Remaining in the game all day long was not feasible. After all, moderation in gaming is beneficial for the mind, while excessive indulgence can harm the body. While spending an entire day in this realm would not physically harm them, save for feeling thirsty or hungry, Ryan did not wish for them to become overly engrossed and neglect the real world. Well, we can actually log in during the day now. I was pondering how to spend my weekends. Now I can simply do it in the game. Hooray. I've yet to experience the Pokémon world at night, so I want to join the night patrol. What a shame. I have to work tomorrow during the day. I'm so tempted to quit my job. Players chimed in, each expressing their eagerness to explore the night in the Pokémon world. Many were freelancers with ample daytime availability, and even those who worked could seize their lunch breaks to log in for an hour or two. Don't tell me you're joining the night patrol. I still have to work. Su Ruofing lamented to Qin Yin. Sorry, but I truly intend to participate. You might as well find someone else to lean on, Qin Yin replied. As a content creator, he could dedicate time to gaming both day and night, so he would certainly opt for the patrol with the higher rewards. How heartless can you be? Observing Chun Yan's indifference, Su Ruofing clenched his teeth and declared, Fine, I'll join you on the night patrol. I'll quit my job first thing in the morning. Have you thought this through? You'd forsake your job for a game? Absolutely. Worst case, I'll heed my father's wishes and return to take over his company. It's no big deal. You're something else. Qin Yin was aware of Su Ruofing's affluent background, but never imagined he would go so far as to own a company. He had initially intended to dissuade him from such impulsive decisions. All right, those wishing to join the night patrol, remain. The rest may attend to your own matters. Once the other players departed, Ryan counted those who remained, and to his surprise, 11 players had chosen to stay. How is it that so many are here? Are they all unemployed during the day? Ryan pondered, but soon understood. Many of the newcomers had been recommended by Chun Yen, and it was true that like-minded individuals often congregated. As an influencer, the players he recommended were mostly fellow content creators or freelancers who indeed had no day jobs. As this new time rule was just implemented today, coupled with the urgency of the situation, I will allow you to return to the Divine Realm for 2 hours of rest, after which you may once again enter this world at night. But this is only applicable for today. Do you understand? Understood. The players responded enthusiastically. Having anticipated waiting until the following day to experience the night in the Pokémon world, only to find they could do so today, their excitement was palpable. Chapter 47. The night of the Pokémon world. As twilight deepened, the players participating in the night patrol logged back into the game after a brief respite. Goodness. This is simply breathtaking. I haven't seen so many stars in ages, lamented one player. If only this game had a screenshot feature. I would capture this and use it as wallpaper. Upon stepping outside the castle, the players were awestruck by the magnificent vista before them. The inky, crystal clear sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, shimmering like precious gems around the luminous moon. The silvery moonlight cascaded gently onto the earth, mingling with the flickering candlelight within the houses, creating an exquisite tableau of nocturnal beauty. Accustomed to the garish lights of their everyday lives, the players could hardly fathom such a stunning nightscape, and they could not help but express their admiration as they strolled down the quiet streets. The absence of the usual clamor brought an unexpected sense of tranquility and comfort. Upon reaching the city gate, they discovered Ryan waiting for them. Tonight marks your first patrol, and I must admit I feel a tad uneasy, so I will lead the team, he declared. The players welcomed Ryan's presence with enthusiasm. Truth be told, the anticipation of engaging in Pokémon battles stirred a hint of anxiety within them. However, Ryan's company offered them a sense of reassurance. This is a warning firework. Should an emergency arise, it can be ignited to signal for assistance, Ryan explained as he distributed the warning fireworks among the players and demonstrated their use. Once the players were proficient, he divided them into 6 groups of 2, with the remaining player paired with himself. Suruofing, since you like a Pokémon, why not join me? Ryan suggested. Certainly. It is an honor to patrol alongside you, Suruofing replied enthusiastically, secretly elated to be paired with someone of greater prowess than he initially intended to align with. It seemed that tonight would proceed smoothly without any unforeseen incidents. With the groups organized, Ryan and the players commenced their patrol. He led Suruofing toward the edge of their territory, close to the Firefly Forest, where the population of Rattata was particularly abundant. Upon arriving at the fields, Ryan quickly noticed numerous Rattata scurrying about, foraging for seeds under the cover of darkness, while the Diglett worked diligently to drive them away. To better combat this rodent crisis, Ryan strategically stationed the Diglett and Water-type Pokémon in the fields, allowing them to collaborate with the patrol team in repelling the Rattata. Naturally, this was considered overtime work, and he generously provided these Pokémon with a variety of delectable sustenance, including the nutritious Pokémon food cubes. The Diglett, having never tasted such exquisite fare, eagerly engaged in this extra duty, realizing the delightful benefits of the little cubes. Regrettably, the Diglett lacked effective offensive capabilities, resorting instead to flinging sand and using intimidation to scare off the Rattata. Conversely, the Marl exhibited remarkable valor, continuously bombarding the Rattata with water guns, while some even ensnared them with their tails, flinging them about with abandon. Ah, truly, they are valiant dragon slayers, Ryan mused quietly. What did you say? Suruofing inquired. Nothing important. Stay here and do not wander. I shall address these Rattata, Ryan stated, producing several Pokeballs and tossing them forward. Come forth, Scyther, Corphish, Teddiursa, and Masquerain. Unleash your attacks upon the Rattata. There was no need for Ryan to direct the battle personally. He also roused the sleeping Bounsweet perched atop his head. Bounsweet, join the fray as well. It's a perfect opportunity to practice your new moves. Bounsweet nodded and hopped eagerly into the battle. Unbeknownst to Suruofing, Ryan had amassed quite a collection of Pokémon. Observing the fierce clashes of Ryan's Pokémon ahead, Suruofing could not help but feel a pang of envy. For he possessed not a single Pokémon, while Ryan had 5, and this was merely what he had captured with Pokeballs. The Diglett and Water-type Pokémon in the territory also belonged to Ryan by extension. Though he recognized Ryan as the main character of the game and felt he could not possibly compare, a twinge of bitterness welled within him. In no time, Scyther and the others had dispatched a significant number of Rattata, causing the remaining ones to flee in terror back to the forest. Your prowess is astounding, my lord. With just a flick of your wrist, you have sent these Rattata scurrying for their lives. Su Ruofing exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to flatter Ryan and enhance his favor. Not yet. This is merely a small skirmish on one plot of land. There are still many more to patrol. Let us continue. Absolutely. Your will is my guiding light. Just speak normally. Ryan replied, slightly overwhelmed by Su Ruofing's excessive flattery, which struck him as overly sentimental and somewhat puzzling. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed through the air. What is that noise? Su Ruofing asked, glancing around anxiously. Having harbored a fear of the dark and of supernatural entities since childhood, he had been reluctant to join the night patrol. His claimed lack of time was merely a convenient excuse. The truth was, he wished to keep his fears hidden from others. That is likely a Noibat. They tend to be more active at night, Ryan reassured him, oblivious to Su Ruofing's trepidation. Interpreting his curiosity instead, he gestured toward the distant firefly forest. Look, the glow from the forest is truly enchanting. It is the very essence of the name Firefly. The forest is home to countless electric fireflies and sweet fireflies, which, at night, use their scents to entice the electric fireflies, guiding them to create geometric patterns in the night sky, just as you see now. Listening to Ryan's explanation, Su Ruofing turned his gaze toward the firefly forest. Captivated by the myriad of glowing forms composing various shapes, he had never witnessed such a remarkable sight before and found himself entranced, his fear gradually dissipating. After repelling another group of Rattata from a field alongside Ryan, Su Ruofing felt his fear had completely vanished. With Ryan and Teddiursa by his side, he felt secure. Not even the most formidable monster could withstand Teddiursa's might. Just as Su Ruofing began contemplating the rewards of their patrol, a firework suddenly illuminated the night sky. It was a warning firework. Someone was in trouble. Ryan glanced up at the firework and estimated the distance. The location of the firework is not far from us. I will go to assist. You stay here. The Rattata have already been driven off, and this area is secure. He quickly addressed Su Ruofing, who, lacking a Pokémon, would only hinder their progress if he accompanied Ryan. After a swift farewell, Ryan dashed toward the source of the firework, leaving Su Ruofing standing in stunned silence. It took him a moment to comprehend the situation, only to realize Ryan had already vanished from sight. Wait, don't leave me alone. I'm terrified of the dark, he shouted, panic rising within him. Chapter 48. The house was stolen by Rattata by the time Ryan arrived at the location where fireworks were being set off. Numerous players were already engaged in battle. Oddish, use acid. Bellisum, dodge quickly. Now unleash Fine Whip. Caterpie, are you alright? I need backup here. The chaos of the battle was palpable, yet it was evident that the players were retreating steadily, with many Pokémon having succumbed to exhaustion. Observing the dire situation, Ryan immediately released his Scyther to aid the players. Oddish, use Absorb. Chen Yin was directing his Oddish in combat against a Rattata. Upon receiving the command, Oddish gathered a beam of green light and shot it towards Rattata. The already injured Rattata, struck by acid, was unable to evade the attack and was hit squarely by the green beam, causing its energy to dwindle. Just as this Rattata was about to succumb to unconsciousness, another Rattata lunged from the side, colliding into Oddish with tremendous speed. Bam! Oddish, focused on executing its move, failed to notice the incoming Rattata and was knocked to the ground. With Oddish down, the Absorb move faltered, allowing the previously injured Rattata to rise again and retaliate against Oddish. Faced with the relentless assaults of two Rattatas, the fallen Oddish could only endure the blows passively, utterly defenseless. Oddish, is anyone able to assist me? Seeing Oddish's condition deteriorating, Chun Yin felt an overwhelming urgency. He called out desperately for help, but the surrounding players were embroiled in their own battles, offering no response. As Oddish neared the brink of collapse, Chun Yin gritted his teeth and rushed in front of Oddish, shielding it with his own body. Don't worry, I'll protect you. The Rattatas, undeterred by the fact that Chun Yin was human, continued their assault, crashing into him with force. Chun Yin felt as though he had been struck by two hammers simultaneously. A surge of blood rising in his throat, filling his mouth with a metallic taste. He stifled the urge to spit out the blood, casting a worried gaze at the unconscious Oddish in his arms, knowing it might not last much longer. He was not afraid of death, for he could revive afterward. But what would happen to Oddish? It needed to remain here to endure the Rattata's attacks. At that moment, Chun Yin suddenly remembered he had Pokeballs. He could capture Oddish in one, and even if he fell, the ball would remain safe from the Rattata's assault. In his worry for Oddish, he had forgotten about the Pokeballs. Had he used one earlier, perhaps he would have had a chance to escape. Now, however, he was locked in by two Rattatas, unable to flee and left to await his fate. Chun Yin swiftly captured Oddish in a Pokeball and then closed his eyes, bracing for the impending assault of the Rattatas. Just then, in this critical moment, Scyther arrived in the nick of time, its blade arms slicing through the air to send the two Rattatas flying. Scyther, noticing Chun Yin with closed eyes, bestowed a look of approval upon him. It had observed Chun Yin's actions but had been occupied aiding other players at the time. Gently nudging Chun Yin, Scyther signaled him to seek out Ryan. Understanding the gesture, Chun Yin hurried towards Ryan's location. Upon reaching Ryan, he spotted several Pokémon lying on a patch of grass, with players administering healing items to them. He released Oddish, cradling it tightly in his arms. Your Oddish is gravely injured. Place it on the grassy field. I have a bottle of good healing potion. You should use it, Ryan said, retrieving a quality healing potion from his inventory and handing it to Chun Yin. He had witnessed Chun Yin's protective actions and felt a deep sense of satisfaction, gratefully accepting the healing potion and thanking Ryan. Chun Yin carefully placed Oddish on the grass and began to apply the medicine. Tangela, can you hold on? Ryan turned to Tangela, who was conjuring grass eater rain. Of course. No problem. Tangela, adorned with the grass gem atop its head, brimmed with confidence, adept at using grass eater rain, with the assurance that Tangela could endure. Ryan felt relieved and turned to the players. Who among you first noticed these Rattatas? It was us. Belle and Sia raised their hands. Please, tell me what transpired. All right. At that time, Sia and I were patrolling this farmland and spotted 3 or 4 Rattata stealing seeds, so we attacked them. During the battle, one Rattata escaped. But we didn't think much of it. However, after a while, a horde of Rattatas appeared, and we simply couldn't hold them off. We had to flee while setting off fireworks. When other guests from the Divine Realm arrived to assist, we managed to retaliate, but the number of Rattatas grew, eventually overwhelming us. If you hadn't arrived in time, we would have surely faced annihilation. After listening to Belle's account, Ryan felt a profound confusion. This doesn't make sense. This farmland is far from the forest and close to the town. Logically, there shouldn't be so many Rattatas. Even 5 or 6 would be the maximum, which is why I had stationed Pokémon here for defense, only players for patrolling. Yet the reality before us shows that Scyther and the others have been battling for quite some time and have not cleared the Rattatas, indicating their sheer numbers. Could it be? Ryan turned his gaze towards the town. There was only one possibility. These Rattatas originated from the town. This would explain why such a multitude of Rattatas appeared in farmland so far from the forest. My goodness, the house has been invaded. However, Ryan had rarely seen Rattatas in the town before. He had only encountered them a few times, often with Uncle Green scaring him with dead Rattatas. Wait, Uncle Green. Yes, it must be because of Uncle Green and Detective Weasel. Ryan slapped his forehead, realizing his recent lapse in intelligence. I should keep my distance from that guy last night's West Wind in the future. I don't want to catch whatever foolishness he has. Previously, the town was protected by Knight Green and Detective Weasel, who were often accompanied by several weaselings. The town essentially served as their stronghold, filled with their scent. The Rattatas wouldn't dare nest there, let alone approach. But with both Knight Green and Detective Weasel perished, and the weaselings having vacated their territory, the Rattatas, lacking natural predators, naturally felt emboldened to inhabit the town. In just a few days, the town was now swarming with Rattatas. Why had he not received any related reports? Logically, if Rattatas were roaming the town, the residents would have surely noticed, yet he had received no sightings. I must return to inquire with Uncle White. Ryan was eager to head back. The presence of Rattatas in the town was no trivial matter. They were not like ordinary mice that scurry away at the sight of humans. Rattatas could actively attack humans. If they were not dealt with swiftly, it was only a matter of time before someone in the territory got hurt. Scyther had already incapacitated the majority of the Rattatas, with only a few managing to escape in the chaos. Ryan followed their fleeing path, and indeed, they were heading towards the town. Scyther, pursue them and eliminate them. He commanded Scyther, the fastest among them, to chase down the fleeing Rattatas, taking out as many as possible. If they made it to the town, it would be difficult to track them down again. Just as Ryan was about to return to the town, a firework suddenly illuminated the distant night sky. Was that towards the cemetery? How could a player possibly venture there? Chapter 49. This can't be a horror game, right? Let us shift our focus to Suruofting. Ryan hurried off to assist other players, leaving him alone in the stillness of the dark surroundings, which rekindled the fears nestled deep within his heart. He had an unsettling sensation that something was silently observing him. No, I must seek out the main group. I cannot remain here. According to the classic tropes of horror films, being alone inevitably leads to unforeseen calamities. Having harbored a fear of darkness and spirits since childhood, he had meticulously analyzed numerous horror film cliches, never imagining they would serve him in this moment. With this thought in mind, Su Ruofing set off in the direction Ryan had taken. However, the fireworks illuminating the night sky had long since faded, leaving him without a distinct point of reference. He could only proceed based on instinct. After walking for some time, a sense of disorientation began to creep in. He had recently seen the warning fireworks and knew the location from which they were launched was not far from him. If he had not strayed from the path, he should have reunited with the main group by now. Yet, there was not a single figure in sight. Suddenly, it struck him. In horror films, running about aimlessly often leads to disaster. How could I have forgotten this glitch? I should hasten back. Perhaps Ryan has completed the rescue and is searching for me. Determined, Su Ruofing retraced his steps. The journey back was relatively uneventful, as he still recognized much of the path. Upon reaching a fork in the road, he halted. Goodness! Which path had I taken? His memory was hazy. Lowering his torch, he attempted to discern the way he had come. I remember. It should be the left path, yes. Confident, he ventured to the left. Yet, with each step, unease grew within him. He had no recollection of this route. It was evident he had strayed once more, and this time, he was utterly lost. How unfortunate! Had I known, I would not have wandered aimlessly. Su Ruofing stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. He considered logging off to wait until daylight illuminated his surroundings. However, Ryan had previously mentioned that logging off would merely return his consciousness to reality, while his physical form would remain here. Who could predict what might transpire overnight? He certainly did not wish to log back and only to find he had to expend spirit coins to resurrect. Perhaps I could set off a warning firework? Ryan would undoubtedly come looking for him upon seeing the fireworks. Su Ruofing held the firework in his hand, hesitating before ultimately stowing it away. No. Ryan had said that warning fireworks should only be used in dire situations. Merely being lost did not warrant such an act, as it would surely diminish Ryan's favorability towards him. He would rather log off and await his fate than lose favor. After all, death could be rectified through resurrection, albeit at the cost of some spirit coins, but improving favorability was considerably more challenging. Never mind, I shall log off and take a gamble. Perhaps nothing will happen by morning. Just as Su Ruofing prepared to log off, he caught sight of a stone tablet not far away. Could it be a signpost? His heart raced with excitement. If it truly was a sign, he might find his way back. He hurried to the stone tablet, extending his torch forward to decipher the inscription. Firefly Town Cemetery? It was not a signpost after all, leaving him feeling foolish for his earlier excitement. Wait, a cemetery? He abruptly lifted his gaze, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the stone tablet. No, it couldn't be. He trembled as he raised the torch to illuminate behind the tablet, revealing a sprawling expanse of gravestones. Goodness! The sight before Su Ruofing sent him stumbling back. His mind racing. Why on earth did I wander into a cemetery? The nighttime cemetery was a profound source of psychological torment for someone like him, who had harbored a fear of ghosts since childhood. It's nothing at all. I merely stumbled upon a cemetery by chance. Besides, it's not as if this game is a horror game. Surely, there are no spirits or the like within. I need not frighten myself. Su Ruofing repeatedly reassured himself as his anxiety gradually began to subside. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a sobbing sound emanating from behind the gravestones. Wah wah wah. The sound sent chills coursing through Su Ruofing's spine. This isn't crying. It must be the wind. He feigned calmness, attempting to rationalize the situation. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck, as if someone were breathing down his back. He shivered, fighting the urge to turn around. According to horror film conventions, one absolutely must not turn back at this moment. He clutched his torch tightly. Its flickering light was his sole source of comfort. However, an unexpected gust extinguished the flame. Please, not this. Su Ruofing's heart raced. He was acutely aware that there had been no wind tonight, that the earlier crying was not the wind at all, and that the torch had seemingly been snuffed out by an unseen force. This series of bizarre occurrences pushed his fear to its zenith. This game can't truly be a horror game, can it? He recalled the game's description, which merely stated it was a virtual reality game without specifying its genre. This meant that it was entirely possible for supernatural elements to be included. Hee hee hee. An eerie laughter echoed behind him, accompanied by a faint, sweet scent. Instinctively, he turned to look, first catching sight of a strange light, followed by a terrifying visage. Good heavens! Su Ruofing's mind went blank, his body involuntarily retreating until he collided with a cold figure. He stiffly turned his head, movements akin to a rusty automaton. Wah wah wah. Before him stood a woman clad in a red wedding gown, her face buried in her hands as she wept, her sobs hauntingly chilling. Su Ruofing felt his heart momentarily halt. There truly are spirits. Terrified, he spun on his heel and fled, igniting a warning firework as he ran. Lord, save me. Observing Su Ruofing's frantic escape, The two figures trailing behind exchanged amused glances before swiftly pursuing him. By the time Ryan and the others arrived, they found Su Ruofing darting about the cemetery like a headless chicken, wailing in terror. Following closely behind were two peculiar Pokémon, Ghastly and Mismagius. When a Pokémon appeared in the cemetery, Ryan recognized the two ghostly creatures in pursuit of Su Ruofing. They were indeed fond of haunting places like cemeteries. Yet Pokémon had never been seen here before. Without further ado, the pressing task was to rescue Su Ruofing. If he were to be frightened further by these two Pokémon, he might genuinely log off in terror. Masquerain, use Bubble Beam. He tossed a Pokeball, releasing Masquerain. With a cheerful cry, Masquerain stretched out its appendages, unleashing a barrage of bubbles, forcing Ghastly and Mismagius to evade. At that moment, Su Ruofing spotted Ryan and the others, scrambling to his side while clutching Ryan's leg, exclaiming, "Lord, you've finally arrived. There are truly spirits here." Chapter 50. Ghastly and Mismagius, is there a ghost? The players who followed Ryan for support were startled by Su Ruofing's cries, glancing anxiously around. Yet, they found no specters. Only two Pokémon roamed the graveyard. "Surely you're imagining things. There are no ghosts here," Chunyan said as he helped Su Ruofing to his feet. "But there is. A terrifying ghostly face and a female specter in a red wedding dress. They chased me for ages," Su Ruofing exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Hearing his certainty, the other players began to feel uneasy. Could it be that this game truly has ghosts? They turned to Ryan, seeking reassurance from him. Ryan observed the frightened players and felt a sudden impulse to tease them. Indeed, this world does harbor creatures akin to ghosts. He paused deliberately, gauging their reactions. "Oh my gosh, there really are ghosts in this game? Don't scare me. This isn't a horror game, is it? I'm out of here. Wait, my helmet is moving." The players were indeed unnerved by Ryan's words. In other games, ghosts might be trivial, easily dismissed through the safety of a screen. However, in this virtual reality where sensations mirrored the real world, encountering a ghost in the game felt akin to facing one in reality, inciting genuine fear. Yet, these entities were merely Pokémon, specifically ghost-type ones. After indulging in his mischievous delight, Ryan shifted his tone to clarify the truth about the so-called ghosts. Ghost-type? That does sound somewhat related to actual ghosts. But as long as they're still Pokémon, I won't be afraid. But why did Su Ruofing claim he saw a female ghost? "Yes, I truly saw a ghost," Su Ruofing echoed, eager for an explanation. "You must have fallen under Ghastly's strange light. This skill can confuse your consciousness. The ghostly visage and the female specter were merely projections of your inner fears, in simpler terms. You experienced a hallucination," Ryan elucidated. "Strange light? A hallucination?" Su Ruofing pondered, recalling the incident. "Indeed, before I saw the ghostly face, I did notice a peculiar beam of light." He suddenly clapped his hands in realization. So there were no ghosts at all. It was merely the Pokémon's skill that induced his hallucination. How infuriating. These two Pokémon made me look foolish. Su Ruofing glared at the two Pokémon ahead, itching for a confrontation. Ghost-type Pokémon are relatively rare, often associated with death and ominous elements. Their forms typically evoke a sense of floating and elusiveness, aligning with common perceptions of spirits. The two Pokémon before them were both ghost types. The one resembling a black sphere was Ghastly, said to be a manifestation of lingering resentment that transformed into a Pokémon, a mere legend, of course, despite Ryan's insistence that it was merely a myth. The players instinctively stepped back, wishing to distance themselves from the ominous black sphere. If they were not in a graveyard, they might have been more inclined to dismiss Ryan's claims. Seeing their reactions, Ryan shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. Soon, once he captured Ghastly, the players would believe him. Indeed, Ryan intended to capture this Ghastly. He had been fond of Gengar in his previous life. Not only was it powerful, but its endearing appearance also aligned with his aesthetic preferences. Now that he had stumbled upon one, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Thus, he had already instructed his Masquerain to stealthily position itself behind Ghastly and Mismagius, hands poised at his waist, ready to unleash other Pokémon at a moment's notice. Should Ghastly attempt to flee, he would strike immediately. However, Ghastly and Mismagius showed no intention of escaping. They likely perceived no threat from Ryan and his companions. Having roamed the wild for so long, they could roughly gauge the strength of other Pokémon. The players' Pokémon seemed weak and injured, with only Masquerain posing a comparable threat, but they had two to contend with. Though Mismagius was slightly weaker, it could still flee if necessary. Thus emboldened, they not only refrained from fleeing, but sought to scare the humans once more. For Mismagius, which thrived on human fear, frightening others was the essence of its existence. Moreover, the fear exhibited by Su Ruofing was simply delectable, and it had yet to satiate its appetite. Ryan, oblivious to their intentions. Recognized their lack of desire to escape and continued his exposition. Gastly's body is primarily composed of toxic gas, endowing it with both ghost and poison attributes, making it a dual-type Pokémon. It is mischievous and delights in pranks and scares for amusement. The green-hued Pokémon is called Mismagius, though it appears quite adorable. It feeds on human fear, and the red orb on its chest. Masquerain, use Whirlwind to block their escape. Do not let them get away. Ryan suddenly hurled 2 Pokeballs, summoning Kecleon and Beartic. As soon as they landed, Kecleon initiated an attack on Gastly and Mismagius. Kecleon employed Rock Tomb to restrict their movement, creating an advantageous environment for Beartic's offensive. Beartic's arm gathered purple energy and struck Gastly forcefully. "Ah!" Gastly cried out, feeling as if its very form was disintegrating. Meanwhile, Mismagius stood frozen, bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to scare these humans? Why suddenly were they being attacked by the humans' Pokémon? Moreover, they had never seen these 2 Pokémon before. Not just Mismagius, even the players were caught off guard, having been engrossed in Ryan's explanations. In an instant, Ryan had engaged in battle with Gastly and its companion. This was precisely the effect Ryan desired. Gastly, being slippery, could easily escape if not caught off guard. He seized the moment to launch an offensive. Beartic, again with the icicle crash. Roar. Beartic's arm glowed with purple light once more, then crashed down toward Gastly, already weakened. Gastly could not evade, and could only watch helplessly as the massive paw enveloped in purple energy struck it, rendering it unconscious. Go, Pokeball. Ryan retrieved an empty Pokeball from his waist and deftly tossed it at Gastly. With a flash of red light, Gastly was ensnared within, the ball shaking slightly before emitting a confirming click. But where did Mismagius go? Yoo-hoo. Masquerain gestured wildly at Ryan. Although he and T brought his Rotom this time, Ryan understood the message. Had it taken the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos? This little creature displayed no loyalty, abandoning Gastly to escape on its own. Ryan sighed, shaking his head. Capturing ghost-type Pokémon that wished to flee was indeed a challenging endeavor. However, it mattered little. His sole objective was Gastly. He picked up the Pokeball from the ground and, upon turning around, found himself under the expectant gazes of the players. What do you all want? My lord, you have yet to utter that phrase. Indeed, have you forgotten the traditions of our territory? Ryan's expression stiffened. How could he have overlooked this? In the past, he had been so focused on enjoying the players' antics that he hadn't anticipated this time would backfire on him. Forcing him to say that phrase in front of so many players was utterly humiliating. Yet, he could not neglect to utter it, for it was he who had proclaimed it as the tradition of their land. As the Lord, he simply could not disregard it. Gritting his teeth, Ryan raised the Pokeball in his hand and boldly proclaimed the iconic line, "I have captured Gastly." Chapter 51. Another Lottery Lord. You are truly remarkable. Your ball-throwing technique is simply splendid. As expected of you, your commanding voice resonates with such authority. Once Ryan uttered those words, the players erupted into applause, showering him with admiration. Their fervent praises aimed to bolster their rapport with Ryan, yet they genuinely found his Pokémon capturing prowess impressive, particularly for the newcomers. Having just embarked on their journey, they recognized Ryan's formidable strength but had yet to witness him in a Pokémon battle. Now, witnessing his effortless triumph in capturing a Pokémon, they gained a clearer understanding of his capabilities. Enough of the flattery, nurture your own Pokémon diligently, and in due time, you shall surpass me. The future belongs to you, the denizens of the Divine Realm. Ryan first offered the players a hearty encouragement before continuing. Due to unforeseen circumstances this evening, your Pokémon have sustained serious injuries. I have decided to suspend patrol duties for now. Return to your territory and rest. We shall resume our patrol later tonight. Rest assured, rewards will be distributed as usual, without any reductions. Although the players' Pokémon had received treatment, their conditions remained poor. Even if they were to continue patrolling, they would likely struggle against even the smallest Rattata. It would be more prudent to return home and recuperate. Moreover, they had already driven away the majority of the Rattata. The remaining few would not consume many seeds in the meantime. Naturally, the players readily agreed, relishing the opportunity for a break while still being able to collect their rewards. Such a fortunate arrangement was rare. Thus, Ryan led the players back to their territory. As they departed, a shadowy figure of deep green quietly trailed behind them. Upon returning to the territory, Ryan promptly dispatched his Rotom drone to summon White to the study. Once there, he released Gastly. As soon as Gastly emerged, it collapsed weakly onto the ground. The damage inflicted by the 2 attacks from Teddiursa had been too severe. It lacked the strength to float. Observing this, Ryan instructed Trevenant to employ grassy terrain and produced a bottle of high-quality healing potion to treat its injuries. Under the dual healing, Gastly gradually regained its composure, floating in the air and gazing at Ryan with curious eyes. Ghastly, from this moment forward, we are companions. I look forward to your support. Ghastly nodded in agreement, recognizing Ryan's strength. Even though Ryan had deployed 2 Pokémon against it, only TYRANT had truly battled it, as the other merely blocked its escape route. In reality, it had faced off against TYRANT alone, a match it had lost. Even if given another chance to battle TYRANT, it would still be unable to win. The painful memory of those claws haunted it. Are you inquiring about that Dream Eater? It took advantage of our inattention and slipped away, but fret not. It should still be lurking around the territory and will eventually return to you. Ryan, sensing Ghastly's concern for its friend, offered some comforting words. A knock echoed from outside the study. You may return to your Pokeball and rest, Ryan said, recalling Ghastly before inviting White to enter. White stepped inside, bowed to Ryan, and inquired, Young Master Ryan, what can I do for you? Have you received any reports of monsters sighted within the territory recently? None that I am aware of. White pondered for a moment before confirming he had received no such reports. How peculiar. Despite the numerous Rattata, not a single sighting has been reported. They must be hiding exceptionally well. There must be a leader among them orchestrating their movements. White, visibly astonished, asked, Are you suggesting there are Rattata in our territory? Ryan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, and in significant numbers. They conceal themselves in the town during the day and venture out at night to pilfer seeds. They are cunning. They have refrained from stealing from the residents' homes, which is why no one has noticed their presence. But why do they choose to steal seeds from the fields rather than the food in the residents' homes? White queried, still perplexed. It is simple. They are uncertain whether the Meowth have truly departed. Once the remnants of their presence in the town dissipate completely, they will undoubtedly target the food supplies. Ryan articulated his hypothesis. White concurred with Ryan's reasoning and asked, What should we do next? Should we search every household for them? That would be too cumbersome and unlikely to yield results. Currently, we have only one viable option. We must locate the group of Meowth that left the territory and bring them back. Ryan declared decisively. By retrieving the Meowth, not only could they eradicate the Rattata in the town, but they would also safeguard the seeds, eliminating the need for continuous patrols. Establishing a patrol team was a measure of last resort, inefficient and prone to unforeseen complications. The players' numbers were limited, and their strength inadequate to contend with the multitude of Rattata. Ryan himself had to patrol the outskirts of the fields. For a day or two, it was manageable, but if this continued indefinitely, even Ryan's robust physique would falter. It was far better to bring the Meowth back to the territory and resolve the rodent issue once and for all. Indeed, this is the most prudent course of action. This afternoon, I spoke with several residents, and some reported seeing the Meowth heading southeast after departing the territory. You may wish to search in that direction. Very well. I shall set out at first light. You should have the knights and attendants patrol the territory thoroughly during the day to prevent any Rattata from harming the residents. Understood. Do you have any further instructions? None at this time. It is getting late. You should rest. Once White departed, Ryan opened his panel. He intended to utilize the 5 lottery chances awarded for completing the main quest. Tomorrow, he would set out to lure Pokémon, and based on his previous experiences, he anticipated that the journey might not be smooth, with potential troubles along the way. Thus, he wished to draw a lottery first, hoping to acquire useful items. My luck was quite favorable last time. Let me try my fortune once more. Draw for me. Congratulations. You have drawn a Pokeball X3. It seems my luck today is rather dismal. A Pokeball was the last prize Ryan desired, thanks to the players. He already possessed ample Pok coins to purchase Pokeballs from the shop. He yearned for items he had not yet drawn previously. Once again, I must rely on the grace of Arceus. May the deity bless me with good fortune for the next 4 draws. Draw for me. Congratulations. You have drawn Antidote X5, Smokeball X5, Move Tutor, and Peat Block. Goodness. A Peat Block. Chapter 52. The boy riding the bear. Ryan gazed at the prizes he had drawn, his heart swelling with excitement. Each of the 4 items was quite impressive. The antidote, as its name suggests, could alleviate a Pokemon's poison status upon use. Situated near the flickering forest, Firefly Town was home to numerous bug, grass, and poison-type Pokémon, all of which possessed moves capable of inflicting poison. Players would frequently engage in battles with these creatures, ensuring a substantial demand for antidotes. At that moment, Ryan couldn't help but envision the profits he would reap. Cough, cough. Wait, why was he solely preoccupied with thoughts of profit? Surely, he wouldn't morph into a nefarious capitalist, would he? That would be unfortunate. He might end up being lampooned by the players. Engaging in profound self-reflection, Ryan resolved to sell to the players at a slightly reduced price, earning 1 less Pok coin. He then turned his attention to the next prize. The smoke bomb, when tossed upon the ground, would create an irregular cloud of dust and smoke, obscuring the surrounding visibility, while the game featured a function that prevented Pokémon from detecting it. The real-life smoke bomb lacked such an effect. It was only logical. Any Pokémon with a modicum of intelligence would surely find it suspicious if a sudden cloud of smoke erupted around them. However, it proved useful as an escape tool, rendering it a valuable item. Next was the move Tutor, and to Ryan's surprise, he had drawn the coveted Protect. This skill was as formidable as Quick Attack. When a Pokémon utilized Protect, it would enter a defensive state, shielding itself from most moves. In simpler terms, it could withstand an attack from the opposing Pokémon. Furthermore, this move was not selective. With a few exceptions like the rare Cacturne, nearly all Pokémon could learn it. The move's impressive efficacy, coupled with its accessibility to a majority of Pokémon, certainly justified its reputation as a divine technique. Regardless, Ryan was immensely pleased with this prize. Even if all the other items were merely Pokeballs, he would still find joy in possessing the Protect move Tutor. With great satisfaction, Ryan stowed away the Tutor and retrieved the final item, the one he had eagerly anticipated, the Peat Block. In terms of rarity and significance, the Peat Block paled in comparison to the Protect move Tutor. However, Ryan was particularly excited about it because it would enable a specific Pokémon to evolve, his very own Teddiursa. The Peat Block could facilitate Teddiursa's evolution into Ursaring during the full moon. How could this not excite Ryan? He had yet to witness a Pokémon's evolution firsthand, and this time it would be his own Pokémon evolving. Most fortuitously, tonight was indeed a full moon. With the Peat Block in hand, Ryan glanced up at the luminous moon in the night sky. It seemed that even fate conspired to hasten Teddiursa's evolution. With an exuberant spirit, Ryan made his way outside the castle, beckoning the players to join him, and with a beaming smile, he addressed them. I once mentioned that the vast majority of Pokémon undergo evolution. Not only do evolved Pokémon undergo significant physical transformations, but their strength is also markedly enhanced. For instance, Secretary White's Beedrill is the final evolution of Weedle. Oh, wait, it might also. Never mind. You wouldn't understand if I elaborated further. Ryan regretted using Beedrill as an example, uncertain if Mega Evolution existed in this Pokémon world. In any case, evolution is one of the most effective means to bolster a Pokémon's strength, and your Pokémon will evolve too. To provide you with an accurate understanding of evolution, I shall demonstrate the evolution of a Pokémon. This is a rare opportunity, so please pay close attention. Come forth, Teddiursa. Roar. Ryan threw the Pokeball, releasing Teddiursa. What? It's Teddiursa? The players gasped in astonishment. Teddiursa was already formidable. To think it could evolve. Before evolving, it could easily knock me out with a single slap. What would it become post-evolution? As the players reacted in shock, Ryan felt a surge of satisfaction. This was precisely the expression he desired. He turned to Teddiursa and said, Teddiursa, this Peat Block will allow you to evolve, enhancing your strength beyond your current capabilities. Do you wish to evolve? Roar. Teddiursa nodded. Most Pokémon were eager to evolve, yearning to become stronger. Only a few, for various reasons, hesitated to evolve, and thankfully, most of those were with the wise elder. With Teddiursa's consent, Ryan handed over the Peat Block. The moment Teddiursa grasped it, a brilliant blue light enveloped its entire body, followed by a transformation. The shape of the blue light soon solidified, and as the radiance dissipated, a Pokémon emerged that bore little resemblance to the original Teddiursa. No longer standing on its hind legs like Teddiursa, it now lay on all fours, yet its height remained comparable. Ursaring's forelimbs were considerably more robust than its hind limbs. Its upper body and limbs cloaked in gray fur, while the rest of its body was brown. Its most distinctive feature was a yellow circle on its forehead, forming a pattern reminiscent of the moon obscured by clouds, exuding a unique beauty. Roar. Ursaring raised its forelimbs and let out a roar, as if to announce its successful evolution to the onlookers. Ryan approached Ursaring, patting its broad shoulder before inspecting its back. Quite spacious, indeed, perfect for riding. In his previous life, he could only ride Ursaring in the game, but now he could finally do so himself. To be honest, he could hardly contain his excitement. Surely, one can ride without a saddle. Ryan mused aloud. He gestured for Ursaring to kneel, then swung himself onto its back. Wow, Ursaring's fur is remarkably coarse, he remarked, though it was still bearable. Leaning forward, he grasped the tufted fur on Ursaring's back. Initially, he instructed Ursaring to take a few cautious steps forward, and he felt no significant jostling. Summoning his courage, he encouraged Ursaring to run. Obediently, Ursaring dashed towards the outskirts of the town. Oh, Ryan felt a twinge of fear at first, but he soon realized that Ursaring's speed was manageable, and riding it felt stable. Gradually acclimating to this exhilarating experience, he let out joyful shouts. Meanwhile, The players outside the castle remained utterly mesmerized, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. They were initially astounded by Teddy Ursa's evolution, having anticipated a gradual transformation akin to a tadpole becoming a frog. Instead, they were taken aback by the rapid metamorphosis into a new form. Just as they were attempting to process this miraculous evolution, they were confronted with the sight of Ryan riding a bear. Am I seeing this correctly? Our Lord is riding a bear. Chapter 53. The haunting presence. Ryan rode around the castle atop his moon bear, savoring the thrill before returning to the fortress. Upon reaching the entrance, he was met with the astonished expressions of the players, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. In his excitement, he had disregarded their presence, charging off on the bear while uttering strange exclamations. Now, he was uncertain how to face these players. Would his carefully cultivated image of dignity and gravitas shatter? No, he needed to divert their attention. Thus, seated upon his bear, Ryan addressed the players. As you can see, certain Pokémon can be ridden, allowing you to gallop freely upon them. Beyond those that roam the land, there are also flying and aquatic Pokémon that can be ridden, granting you access to every corner of this world. Indeed, the players were captivated by Ryan's words. Their attention shifted to the notion of rideable Pokémon. They had been traversing on foot for days. Although the distances were not great, it consumed considerable time, and long walks could be exhausting, especially after tending to the fields. Their legs felt as heavy as lead, yet the journey back to the castle was a necessity, leaving them with a sense of soreness. The prospect of having rideable Pokémon not only promised to shorten their travel time but also conserve their stamina, thus allowing them to devote more energy to farming. Moreover, how impressive it would be to travel on a Pokémon while others trudged along on foot, leaving only a stylish silhouette in their wake. The mere thought of such a scene thrilled the players, who could hardly contain their eagerness to capture a rideable Pokémon immediately. Seeing their exuberance, Ryan empathized, recalling how delighted he had been in the past with a mere mount in those browser games, let alone in this virtual reality experience. Lord, may I inquire which Pokémon can be ridden? Do you think my Caterpie could ride after evolving? Players eagerly raised their hands to ask Ryan about rideable Pokémon. The diversion had been exceedingly successful. Their curiosity about rideable Pokémon overshadowed their concerns about evolution. Ahem, let us pause our discussion on rideable Pokémon for now. Once you have grown stronger, you will naturally be able to capture those that can be ridden. Tonight's theme is evolution. You have just witnessed the evolution of the Moonbear. Are there any questions regarding that? Ryan attempted to steer the conversation back to Pokémon evolution. What conditions must be met for a Pokémon to evolve? Chunyan, less concerned about rideable Pokémon, prioritized the topic of evolution and was the first to raise his hand to inquire. Most Pokémon evolve after reaching a certain level of strength, although the required level varies for each Pokémon. For instance, your Mewtwo must reach around level 20 to evolve, while that Caterpie next to you can evolve at 7 or 8. Upon hearing Ryan's explanation, the player beside Chunyan brightened, surprised that his Pokémon could evolve so soon. However, Chunyan furrowed his brow. Reaching level 20 was no easy feat. Mewtwo had only just leveled up after an intense battle. Moreover, the difficulty of leveling up would undoubtedly increase as they progressed, placing him at a disadvantage against other players if most Pokémon evolved at levels 7 or 8. Ryan discerned Chunyan's concerns and clarified. Pokémon like Caterpie that can evolve at levels 7 or 8 are quite rare. They belong to the bug type and grow rapidly. Most Pokémon typically evolve around level 20 and then again at approximately level 40. Pokémon can evolve twice? Chunyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that evolving at level 20 was the norm, alleviating his fears of competing with other players. He was further surprised to learn that Pokémon could undergo a second evolution. Indeed, generally speaking, Pokémon can evolve twice. For example, my Moonbear evolves from Cubchoo to Beartick, and finally to Moonbear. Naturally, some can evolve only once, and others not at all, such as Heracross from the One Leaf Nose Autumn series. Wait, no, it can actually never mind. It cannot evolve right now, Ryan mused, somewhat vexed that he had chosen a Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution as an example. Fortunately, the players were more concerned with whether their Pokémon could evolve. If Heracross cannot evolve, doesn't that mean it is weaker than those that have evolved? Oldie queried. Not at all. Even without evolving, Heracross possesses strength comparable to that of evolved Pokémon, and in fact, may even surpass some final forms. This might be why they do not need to evolve to enhance their strength, Ryan replied. Upon hearing this, Old Yi felt reassured. It seemed his Heracross was indeed formidable. I have a question. I noticed you gave that dark object to Beartick before it began to evolve. What was it? Do our Pokémon need such an item to evolve? Ling Dang jumped up to ask, eager to ensure Ryan noticed her. That was a rare candy. A specific item that facilitates Beartick's evolution. While most Pokémon will naturally evolve upon reaching a certain level, a select few require specific items to do so. Alright, that's enough for tonight's questions. I have other matters to attend to. You may return to the castle to rest, as we must continue our patrol later tonight. Ryan interrupted the next player's inquiry, realizing the questions could go on indefinitely. His intention was merely to provide a general understanding of evolution, leaving the rest for the players to explore themselves. The players, recognizing the abundance of information they had acquired, ceased their inquiries and prepared to return to digest the knowledge of the evening. I believe there is a saddle in the warehouse that can be modified to fit the Moonbear. I need to make riding it more comfortable. Its fur is too coarse, causing discomfort. I must install a saddle, Ryan thought, pondering his upcoming journey. With no time to craft a new saddle tonight, he could still manage to modify an existing one. With that, he hastened to the warehouse, determined to work through the night on the saddle's alterations. Meanwhile, the players, having returned to the castle's lounge, engaged in fervent discussions. They had gleaned an abundance of information that evening and were eager to share their insights. Yet, amidst the excitement, Suruofing felt isolated, as he was the only one without a Pokémon. He struggled to join in the conversation. Frustrated, he stepped outside the castle for a stroll to clear his mind. However, he soon regretted his decision. It's so dark outside, I should head back. Just as he turned to return, he was startled by a soft sobbing sound behind him. A chill ran down his spine. Not you again. He steeled himself and turned to face the source of the sound, only to find a shadowy green figure lurking nearby. Why can't you just leave me alone? Chapter 54. A blessing in disguise. Why do you keep bothering me? Suruofing exclaimed in despair, directing his ire at the Dream Demon. With a look of rapture, the Dream Demon inhaled deeply, the red gem on its chest shimmering faintly. Ah, this is the essence. The flavor of human fear is simply exquisite. It had barely begun to frighten the human before it was already savoring such high-quality terror. If it were to exert a bit more effort, it could surely feast on an even more delectable banquet of fear. As this thought crossed its mind, the red gem began to coalesce vibrant beams of light. That trick again? Suruofing was all too familiar with this tactic, having fallen prey to its illusions before. I want to be defeated by the same trick twice, he shouted suddenly, startling the Dream Demon before he sprinted toward the castle. By the time the Dream Demon regained its composure, Suruofing had already dashed far away. How infuriating! The Dream Demon puffed up its cheeks, its face resembling a steamed bun. How dare I be frightened by a mere human? I must scare it back. And so it chased after Suruofing in a fit of rage. Help! Brothers, save me! Suruofing cried out. Huh, did someone just call for help? A player near the window remarked. You must be hearing things. Don't scare people at this hour, another player retorted, claiming he heard nothing. Help? Help? No, really. Someone is calling for help. It sounds like West Wind. The player peered out the window. Goodness, it's truly West Wind. He is being chased by that Pokémon called the Dream Demon. Is this for real? Wow, that Dream Demon is bold, coming right to our door. What are you waiting for? Hurry and help him. Other players rushed to offer assistance. The valiant Mushroom Brother was the first to charge out, directing the small Snorlax to attack the Dream Demon. Snorlax, go for it. With a mighty charge, Snorlax barreled toward the Dream Demon, but instead passed right through it. Wait. What? Snorlax stumbled slightly, puzzled by the encounter. Mushroom Brother was equally bewildered, unable to fathom why Snorlax's attack had failed. Could it be that ghost-type Pokémon are truly untouchable, like spirits? That's just unfair. It should be immune to collision-type moves. Let us try something else. Grass-type. Use Absorb. Chunyin quickly reacted, directing his Pokémon to attack. The Grass-type unleashed a green beam, but the Dream Demon deftly evaded it with a swift turn. Indeed, other types of moves still affected. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dodged. Everyone, use moves infused with elemental energy. Chunyin advised. Understood. Spinarak, use Poison Sting. Weedle, let us use Absorb too. Mewtwo, unleash Vine Whip. Following Chunyin's suggestion, the players commanded their Pokémon to unleash moves imbued with elemental energy. However, some players had lower-level Pokémon that had yet to learn such moves and could only watch from the sidelines. Even when Chunyin's Pokémon unleashed elemental attacks, they failed to hit the agile Dream Demon, which evaded each one with ease. The Dream Demon reveled in the chaos, treating the players' attacks as a mere game of dodge. This is futile. We can't hit it at all. It's just toying with us. Enough of this. We're wasting our energy. As their attacks proved ineffective, the players began to abandon their efforts. The Dream Demon looked perplexed at the players, seemingly questioning why they had ceased their assault. If you're not going to attack, then I shall take action. It began to gather a peculiar beam of light, charging once more towards Suruofing. Why is it always me? Out of so many, why do you fixate on me? Suruofing lamented as he sprinted toward the castle. nearly losing his composure. He could not fathom what had elicited such animosity from the Dream Demon. Ghastly, use Lick. Just as the Dream Demon closed in on Su Ruofeng, Ghastly interposed itself, extending its tongue toward the Dream Demon. The Dream Demon halted its pursuit, staring at Ghastly, bewildered. Why are you attacking me? Seeing Ghastly hinder the Dream Demon brought Su Ruofeng to the brink of tears. For the first time, he found the shadowy figure endearing. Ghastly, why don't you have a word with the Dream Demon? Ryan called from the third-floor window of the castle. He had been engrossed in studying his saddle when he heard the cries for help and, upon looking out, saw Su Ruofeng being pursued. He initially intended to intervene, but seeing other players rush out to fight, he decided to let them gain experience against ghost-type Pokémon. Once the players began to falter, and the Dream Demon drew near Su Ruofeng, he deployed Ghastly, hoping it could negotiate with the Dream Demon. Hey, after halting the Dream Demon, Ghastly began to converse with it. Huh? Hey. Huh. Hey. Hey. Cough. Xiaoluo, could you assist me with translation? Though Ryan could generally decipher a Pokémon's intentions through their sounds and gestures, the rapid-fire exchange eluded him. Sure, the Dream Demon is asking Ghastly why it attacked. Does it mean to betray it? Ghastly explains that it has been captured by you, Master, and is now a companion, thus must heed your command. Stop right there. Just translate verbatim. No need for embellishments or formalities. 3 US in one sentence? Who can endure that? Understood. The Dream Demon said, I was coming to save you, but I didn't expect you to become a minion for humans. Ghastly replied. Little brother, I know you well enough. You didn't come to save me. You merely wanted to absorb the fear of this human behind me. The Dream Demon fell silent. Oh, is that a tacit agreement? How intriguing. Ryan observed the trembling Su Ruofeng before summoning Ghastly back and whispering a few words to it. Ghastly nodded in response and returned to the Dream Demon, saying, Hey, our master has said that if you enjoy absorbing the human's fear, why not become his partner instead? You would have a daily feast of delightful fear and never need to part from us. We could play together. The Rotom drone dutifully translated. Ryan sighed. You don't need to translate that. It's what I said. It appeared that the Rotom drone's intelligence was somewhat lacking. Upon hearing Ghastly's words, the Dream Demon found the proposition compelling. If it were to become the human's partner, it could continue playing with Ghastly and it sneaked a glance at Su Ruofeng, nearly salivating at the thought of indulging in delectable feasts every day, envisioning a delightful future. The Dream Demon consented to become Su Ruofeng's companion. Upon witnessing the nod of the Dream Demon, Ryan called out to Su Ruofeng, Congratulations. The Dream Demon has expressed its willingness to accompany you as your partner. What? You must be jesting. Su Ruofeng exclaimed in disbelief. After all, this Dream Demon had been pursuing him relentlessly. How could it possibly wish to be his companion? I'm not jesting. Its relentless pursuit is merely a manifestation of its fondness for you. It is particularly drawn to the aura of fear that emanates from you. Upon hearing this, and reflecting on Ryan's earlier description of the Dream Demon, Su Ruofeng finally comprehended the reason behind its incessant chase. It sought to absorb his fear. Had he known earlier, he would have proclaimed, I, Su Ruofeng, have an abundance of fear. Then, does this mean I have tamed the Dream Demon? He inquired. Of course. Did you not notice the Dream Demon has already taken refuge behind you? Behind me? Su Ruofeng turned around, only to find the Dream Demon hiding behind him, stifling laughter. Goodness, you startled me. The Dream Demon, reveling in the fear it had evoked with such simplicity, felt an overwhelming sense of joy as it circled around Su Ruofeng. Su Ruofeng, too, was elated. Though he had spent a night in fright, he had fortuitously gained a powerful and endearing Pokémon. Finally, he would possess a Pokémon of his own. Ha! I have tamed the Dream Demon. Oh, please don't tug at my hair. Chapter 55. Where has my sweet bamboo gone? As the night passed, the players completed their nocturnal patrols, utterly exhausted, and hurried offline after receiving their rewards from Ryan. Observing this, Ryan's resolve to rescue the Meerkat children intensified. The night patrol required immense concentration and constant movement, which could lead to both physical and mental fatigue. A night or two was manageable, but if this continued, the players would inevitably grow weary of the task. Ryan sought out the blacksmith in the town and shared his overnight research on the beast saddle modification plan. The blacksmith furrowed his brow and remarked, My lord, who informed you of this modification? It was. I just asked someone casually. Ryan intended to say it was his own idea. But upon seeing the blacksmith's furrowed brow, he quickly altered his response. Such an important matter cannot be approached so casually. The proposal you received is utterly nonsensical. Both comfort and safety are compromised. If possible, please bring that person to me. I must chastise him personally. The blacksmith's face flushed with anger. Cough, cough. That won't be necessary. I will deal with him later. Please proceed with the saddle modification using your plan. Can it be completed before noon? Ryan's face also reddened. Not a problem. The modification won't take long. However, you need to leave the beast here for us to take measurements. Very well. Come forth, Moonbear. Roar. Ryan summoned Moonbear. What? What kind of beast is this? The blacksmith staggered back, awed by Moonbear's presence. Having never encountered such a creature before. This is Moonbear, the evolved form of my circle bear. Rest assured, it is quite docile. If you're uneasy, I can remain here, Ryan explained. You managed to tame such a formidable beast? Its aura rivals that of Lord Nord's Nidoking. The blacksmith marveled, calming down. It appears that the current lord possesses sufficient strength to protect the territory, allowing us to rest easy. There is no need for me to linger here. Once the modification is complete, I will send an apprentice to inform you, he added, preferring not to wait idly as he had other affairs to attend to. Time passed, and by noon, the blacksmith had completed the saddle modification and affixed it to Moonbear's back. Ryan mounted it and was pleased with the result. It was both comfortable and significantly more secure than before. He rode Moonbear back to the castle, made some quick preparations, and then departed the territory. This time, Ryan brought all his Pokémon except for Mosquito King, even including the aerial Rotom. The official Pokémon encyclopedia remained blank, and he intended for little Rotom to capture some photographs of Pokémon to update the entries. As for Mosquito King, it was already rented out to a player and likely busy trying to summon rain. Upon exiting the gate, Ryan urged Moonbear to accelerate, heading southeast at a gallop. Moonbear's speed was impressive. Its earlier sluggishness was due to the absence of a saddle, as it feared Ryan might fall off at high speeds. Now equipped with a saddle, it could finally run freely. Soon, they arrived at a path through the forest leading directly to Ocean View City. This road was developed through the contributions of Ocean View City's merchants for easier transportation of goods. To deter Pokémon attacks, they had sprinkled a special potion along the roadside, whose scent was repugnant to Pokémon, ensuring they would not approach. Mummy, Sweet Bamboo, perched atop Ryan's head, grumbled about the unpleasant odor. Just bear with it. This road is easier to traverse. Once we reach the toll gate ahead, we'll head into the forest. Ryan reassured Sweet Bamboo, patting Moonbear, knowing it was also sensitive to the smell. Roar. Moonbear growled softly, indicating its endurance. After a while, Ryan noticed a toll gate ahead, with attendants collecting fees. Merchants are driven by profit. Having invested considerable effort and resources in establishing this road, they certainly wouldn't allow free passage. They set up numerous toll gates, and anyone wishing to pass must pay a fee. Those without money would either have to turn back or brave the perilous Firefly Forest. Some had attempted to force their way through, but the outcomes were never favorable. The gatekeepers were skilled beast tamers, and ordinary folk stood no chance against them. Even if one managed to defeat a gatekeeper, reinforcements from the other toll gates would arrive immediately. Moreover, if one were powerful enough to defeat all the gatekeepers, they would find themselves relentlessly pursued by Ocean View City. Ocean View City was governed by a merchant alliance, and provoking these merchants was tantamount to challenging the city itself. As the most powerful city in the vicinity, facing the wrath of its entire populace would lead to dire consequences. Thus, learning from past experiences, few dared to challenge the toll gates, and most willingly paid the fees. Ryan had no intention of creating conflict. He hadn't planned on passing through this toll gate at all. He nodded to the beast tamers ahead and directed Moonbear to run into the adjacent forest. Sir, shall we not collect a fee from him? One beast tamer inquired of his superior. Relying on the authority of Ocean View City, they often acted with arrogance. Even when someone wished to return or enter the forest, they would still demand a fee. Most people complied due to the city's intimidating power, and the money naturally ended up in the pockets of the gatekeepers. Have you lost your mind over money? Open your eyes and look closely. That man wears exquisitely crafted clothing and rides a formidable beast. He is clearly a noble from a certain territory. We cannot charge him a toll, even at the gate. Do you dare to threaten him? If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. The officer snapped, exasperated by the lack of awareness displayed by his subordinate. Ryan remained blissfully unaware that his attire had inadvertently revealed his noble status as he directed little Rotom to capture photos. Capture that armored larva, and take a shot of that dragonfly too, and over there. Little Rotom whirled about under his command, busily engaged in its task. Suddenly, a blue figure streaked overhead, creating a gust of wind. Is that a blue crow? Ryan looked up. What it holds in its claws resembles you quite a bit, don't you think, Sweet Bamboo? Sweet Bamboo, why aren't you responding? Ryan reached to pat his head, only to find it empty. Wait, where has my Sweet Bamboo gone? Could it be? He suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide with astonishment. Help me. The desperate cry of Sweet Bamboo echoed through the air. That truly is my Sweet Bamboo. Chapter 56. capturing the blue crow quickly. Moonbear. In the shimmering firefly forest, Ryan rode atop Moonbear, pursuing the elusive blue crow. Roar. Moonbear let out a ferocious howl, increasing its speed once more. Meanwhile, Sweet Bamboo was desperately struggling, attempting to twist its floral cap to strike at the blue crow's claws. However, the blue crow held its flower cap tightly, rendering any rotation impossible. It could only wriggle its body in an attempt to disrupt the blue crow's flight. Indeed, the blue crow was affected by the struggle, with its altitude and speed significantly reduced. Go, Mantis, use your wings to attack. Seizing the opportunity presented by the blue crow's descent, Ryan threw a Pokeball and commanded Mantis to launch an assault on the blue crow. Mantis leaped high into the air, propelled by the trees, its wings shimmering slightly as it charged directly at the blue crow. The blue crow attempted to evade by tilting its body, but due to Sweet Bamboo's interference, its movements were not fluid, and it was ultimately struck by Mantis's attack. Quack! The blue crow cried out in pain, its altitude dropping yet again, though its claws remained firmly latched onto Sweet Bamboo, showing no intention of relinquishing its grip. So stubborn? Then don't blame me. Mantis, capitalizing on the momentum, executed a powerful slicing attack from midair. Its sharp forearms raised high as it came crashing down upon the blue crow. This time, the blue crow did not dodge, but instead concentrated energy in its beak and pecked fiercely at Mantis. With a resounding clash, both Pokémon were sent flying in opposite directions. Mantis struggled to stabilize itself midair, while the blue crow collided with a large tree and slowly slid down to the ground. Quack! It strained to spread its wings, attempting to regain flight. But as it lifted its gaze, it was met with a massive claw descending upon it. Accompanied by a wave of excruciating pain, darkness enveloped its vision, and it completely lost its fighting capability. Why is this blue crow so tenacious? Or perhaps your allure is simply too great. Ryan mused as he rescued Sweet Bamboo from the blue crow's grasp. Sweet Bamboo, feeling wronged, burrowed into Ryan's embrace, weeping in fright. It had feared it would never see Ryan again. It's all right. I've saved you now. Just refrain from resting on my head in the future. Your fragrance is far too enticing for avian Pokémon, and one moment of distraction could lead to you being captured, Ryan gently comforted, stroking Sweet Bamboo's floral cap. Sweet Bamboo nodded, acknowledging that it would no longer dare to perch atop Ryan's head. Instead, it preferred to nestle in his arms, where it felt both comfortable and secure. As for the blue crow, do you mind if I capture it? Ryan expressed his desire to catch the blue crow, as its evolved form, Steel Crow, was not only striking in appearance, but also powerful and, like Moonbear, a Pokémon well-suited for riding. Sweet Bamboo shook its head, indicating it bore no animosity and would gladly accept the blue crow as long as it could assist Ryan. You're such a dear little one. How endearing and considerate. Ryan exclaimed, lifting Sweet Bamboo and affectionately rubbing his face against it. Sweet Bamboo shyly shielded its face with its floral cap, its upper body flushing a deeper shade of red. Ryan produced a Pokeball and captured the blue crow, which, having lost its fighting ability, offered no resistance. After reducing the Pokeball's size, he tucked it away and began treating Mantis's injuries. Despite Mantis's superior strength, the type disadvantage meant that the blue crow's peck had inflicted considerable damage. Once Mantis was healed, Ryan mounted Moonbear, ready to set out once again. However, in his haste to chase the blue crow, he had lost his sense of direction. Little Rotom, do you recall which way we should go? He inquired of the hovering Rotom, which had been following closely and should have remembered the path. Regrettably, I was focused on capturing footage and did not track the route. Rotom replied. Did I instruct you to film? Ryan questioned, slightly frustrated. You mentioned before leaving the territory that if a battle occurred, I should ensure to capture it for your promotional materials. Thus, I began filming while you pursued the blue crow, Rotom clarified. Ryan smacked his forehead, realizing he had indeed said that. This is disastrous. It seems we've lost our way. Suddenly, Moonbear let out a low growl. Rotom translated. Moonbear can still scent the trail we came from and can lead us back. Of course. How could I forget your keen sense of smell? Ryan exclaimed with delight. Moonbear's olfactory prowess allowed it to easily locate buried items, making it capable of retracing their steps. Let us return, Moonbear. However, just as Ryan was about to turn back, Rotom interjected. If you're searching for the Meowth, I would advise against going back the same way. Why not? Ryan asked, puzzled. While checking the footage, I noticed what appeared to be the Meowth in the frame. Really? What a coincidence! Ryan exclaimed, hardly able to believe it as he rummaged through his backpack for the remote control, eager to review the video Rotom had captured. To save you time, I have already skipped to the segment featuring the Meowth and enlarged the relevant footage. Very considerate of you, Ryan commended as he scrutinized the display. Indeed, it is the Meowth. After confirming his sight, he shouted in excitement. Ryan had initially thought the search for the Meowth would be arduous. Given the vastness of the Firefly Forest and his lack of knowledge regarding the Meowth's exact location. Finding just a few Pokémon in such a large forest would have been akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He had even prepared to spend the night in the forest, resigned to the possibility of returning empty-handed. But to his surprise, he found it shortly after setting out. You are indeed my lucky star. Ryan jubilantly kissed Sweet Bamboo twice. Quite sweet. Had it not been for the blue crow capturing Sweet Bamboo, Ryan would never have ventured to this location. Otherwise, he would have continued in the southeast direction, which would have led him nowhere near the Meowth. Though Sweet Bamboo was unaware of the circumstances, it proudly puffed up its chest upon hearing Ryan praise it. Mung, as expected of me, Master Ryan. Have you noticed that the Meowth are in a precarious state? They appear to be pursued by another group of Pokémon, Rotom advised. Indeed. They do seem to be fleeing. Did you capture footage of the Pokémon chasing them? Ryan was curious about which Pokémon had provoked the Meowth, as they typically only engaged with Rattata and rarely clashed with other Pokémon. I have. The relevant footage is ready for you to view. He turned his attention back to the remote controls display. This is a Mankey? That explains it. Those rascals will fight anyone, Ryan exclaimed, realizing the nature of the Pokémon on screen. Mankey, known for its irritable temperament, would lash out at the slightest provocation, always eager for a brawl. It would be unwise to provoke the meerkats, for their fate may be dire. Let us hasten to rescue the young meerkat. Ryan rode upon the moon bear, pursuing the direction in which the meerkats had fled. Chapter 57. Retreat in defeat. A group of young meerkats found themselves frantically fleeing through the forest, pursued closely by a dozen monkey creatures. The monkeys, agile and quick, leaped between the trees and swiftly overtook the meerkats, surrounding them entirely. With escape routes blocked on all sides, the meerkats had no choice but to halt, assuming a defensive stance, preparing to confront their attackers. The leader of the meerkats attempted to negotiate with the monkeys, but the creatures disregarded any plea and launched an immediate assault. The meerkats were compelled to retaliate, baffled by the inexplicable hostility of the monkeys. It seemed that merely catching the eye of one of the monkeys incited its rage, prompting it to leap forward in aggression. How dare you stare at me? We must settle this today. One monkey's fury ignited the ire of its companions, who joined in the fray, overwhelming the few meerkats. Outnumbered and outmatched, the meerkats had to concede, fleeing in desperation. Yet the monkeys pursued relentlessly, their tempers flaring as they continued to attack. Even a clay figure can muster some spirit. So what of the meerkats, whose tempers were hardly subdued? With no chance of escape, they resolved to fight with all their might against the rabid monkeys. However, their numbers and strength paled in comparison to their adversaries, with a distinct elemental advantage. The meerkats found themselves mercilessly beaten, lacking any means for effective resistance. Just as the meerkats faced imminent annihilation, a sudden roar echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble. The commotion captured the attention of both the monkeys and the meerkats. They turned toward the source of the sound, spotting a massive bear charging toward them, with a human perched atop its back. The human tossed two spherical objects ahead, summoning two Pokémon into the fray. Scyther, use Wing Attack. Ghastly, unleash Confuse Ray. Seizing the moment while the monkeys were still in disarray, the human directed the Pokémon to launch their assault. Scyther sliced through the air, striking two monkeys and sending them flying. Meanwhile, Ghastly mischievously ensnared one monkey in confusion, causing it to lash out uncontrollably at its bewildered companions. As the confused monkey flailed, another retaliated, resulting in a chaotic brawl between the two. Ghastly, watching the spectacle, chuckled, wishing it had hands to applaud the amusing confrontation. The human, riding on the bear, approached the meerkats, assessing their injuries. My goodness, you've taken quite a beating. Can you still move? The weary meerkats nodded weakly, realizing that this human had come to their aid. Just then, several monkeys charged at them, but the bear swatted them away effortlessly. You are quite unfortunate to have stirred up this mad bunch, the human remarked, observing the monkeys' reckless aggression. These creatures, undeterred by the imposing bear, launched themselves into battle without a hint of fear. Most of the monkeys were around level 20, making this confrontation precarious. The human noted the monkeys' formidable strength, recognizing that while Ghastly had an advantage over them, the potential for the monkeys to possess cunning tactics was a concern. Moreover, it was likely that among them was a leader. If these monkeys were so powerful, the leader must be even more formidable. Suddenly, a fiery monkey swung down from a tree, witnessing Ghastly's antics with its companions. Enraged by the sight of its kin unable to land a hit, the fiery monkey charged at Ghastly, fists crossed and ready to strike. Ghastly, however, merely grinned, allowing the fiery monkey to pass harmlessly through. Sorry, but you cannot touch me. Infuriated by its failed attack, The fiery monkey's frustration was palpable, but it remained rational enough to change tactics. Clenching its fists, it concentrated a surge of purple energy, launching another assault at Ghastly. Knowing all too well the potency of this energy, Ghastly swiftly ducked behind the bear, poking its head out to taunt the fiery monkey. The fiery monkey, incensed by the provocation, pursued Ghastly fiercely. "Moonbear, use play rough," the human commanded, positioning the bear to intercept the fiery monkey. The two Pokémon engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. While it appeared evenly matched, the human understood that the bear was at a disadvantage, given that the fiery monkey's attributes countered its own. In battles where strength was comparable, elemental advantage could decisively turn the tide. After all, not everyone could be a master of overcoming elemental mismatches as some could. Moreover, the fiery monkey had numerous allies, and the other monkeys were no less formidable. Scyther would not withstand their combined onslaught for long. Reflecting on the irony of the situation, the human mused, "I used to command Pokémon to overpower others. Yet here I am, besieged by them. Truly, the cycle of fate is remarkable." It became evident that defeating this horde of monkeys and the fiery monkey was unlikely, prompting the human to prepare his final strategy. "Scyther, use double team to cover your retreat. Moonbear, unleash a powerful tackle." Scyther created several illusory copies to confound the monkeys while retreating to the human's side. The human recalled both Scyther and Ghastly into their Pokeballs, retrieving a smoke bomb from his gear, as Moonbear delivered a powerful blow that sent the fiery monkey staggering back. The human quickly climbed onto the bear's back and hurled the smoke bomb to the ground. Boom! The smoke bomb erupted, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of obscuring dust, concealing their escape. "Cough! This smoke is quite suffocating. What are you waiting for? Let us get out of here," the human urged the still-dazed meerkats. Indeed, his ultimate tactic was to flee. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. "I cannot defeat you now, but I shall return." Finally realizing the urgency, the meerkats followed the human, fleeing the battlefield. After a moment, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing an empty clearing where the humans and meerkats had vanished. The monkeys exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by their sudden disappearance. "Where did they go?" one monkey queried. "How should I know? Ask someone else." "What else with that tone? Do you want to fight? Let us do it, then. I still have some frustration to vent." Thus, the monkeys turned on each other in a chaotic melee. The fiery monkey, witnessing the spectacle, was on the verge of exasperation over the smallest matters. "They can't seem to maintain composure. Can't they be as composed as I am?" Fuming, the fiery monkey joined the fray amidst the chaos. Chapter 58. The challenge of the young meerkat leader. Finally, who managed to escape safely, it was time to rest for a moment. After confirming that the fiery monkeys were not in pursuit, Ryan ceased his flight, preparing to pause momentarily. In truth, neither he nor the Teddy Ursa felt fatigued. It was the young meerkats who struggled to keep up. These young meerkats were already injured, and the relentless escape had drained their stamina, leaving them unable to run any further. Observing Ryan's halt, the meerkats also came to a stop, collapsing onto the ground as they gasped for breath. Ryan dismounted from the bear and retrieved some healing ointment to tend to their wounds. He also took the opportunity to purchase some Pokémon food and Pokeblocks from the panel shop to replenish their energy and nutrition. The scent of the food wafted through the air, and the meerkats lifted their heads, gazing at Ryan with eager anticipation, salivating profusely. As soon as he set the food down, the meerkats pounced upon it, devouring the Pokémon food voraciously. They had been starved in recent days, back in human territory. They merely had to guard the fields, and the hapless Rattata would come to meet its end. During fallow periods, they could even catch Rattata in the towns. Even when they failed to catch Rattata, humans would feed them, leaving them hardly ever hungry for a day. This led them to a false sense of security, believing that acquiring food was a simple endeavor, which emboldened them to leave their territory. However, once they ventured out, they discovered that securing sufficient food was indeed quite challenging. Although the forest was teeming with Rattata, without the allure of crops, these Rattata would not willingly fall into their grasp. Any slight disturbance would send them scurrying away. The meerkats had to take the initiative, scouring the area for food, but this consumed excessive energy and proved inefficient, yielding only a few Rattata, barely enough to satisfy their hunger. It is worth noting that the meerkats' bodies were largely comprised of stomachs, necessitating a considerable food intake each day. Without enough sustenance to restore their strength, they lacked the energy to search for food, resulting in a vicious cycle of hunger. To make matters worse, they endured attacks from the monkeys. Oh, the thought of their miserable existence brought tears to the meerkats' eyes. They wished to return to their territory, but feared whether the new master would accept them. Surely not, for they had departed so resolutely, without a backward glance. The new owner must have been furious. Where could they go from here? Just as the meerkats pondered their uncertain future, they suddenly heard the human, their savior, express a desire to invite them back to their territory. They wondered which territory it was. The Rotom translated, "Which territory could it be other than Firefly Town? Surely you have not failed to recognize me?" Ryan squatted down, believing that the meerkats had followed him because they recognized him. It seemed he had misinterpreted their intentions. Upon hearing his words, the meerkats immediately focused on Ryan's face with excitement. This human did seem familiar. He resembled the boy from their territory who would flee upon sighting them. Could he be the new master of their territory? Ryan noticed the look of confusion on the meerkats' faces and continued, "You may not remember me, but I am now the Lord of Firefly Town." "Oh, you might not know what a lord is. Simply put, I am the leader of everyone in Firefly Town. They all heed my command, so I can invite you back. What do you say? Would you like to return with me?" The meerkats exchanged glances before their gaze settled on the largest among them. This meerkat was their new leader and the offspring of the deceased meerkat detective. Upon receiving the news of his father's death, he had sought to escape the sorrowful Firefly Town, leading the young meerkats away. Although the others were tempted to follow Ryan back, they felt compelled to heed their leader's decision. The young meerkat leader discerned the longing in the eyes of the others. It was clear that they missed their former life in the territory after enduring hardships these past few days. Logically and emotionally, he should agree to Ryan's invitation. Yet a thorn remained lodged in his heart. He could not shake the feeling that his father's demise was somehow tied to the territory. Had it not been for the need to protect it, his father would still be alive. However, this was his own issue. He could not hinder the others from returning to their home. Resolving this, the meerkat leader rose and let out 2 low growls toward Ryan. He declared his intention to challenge him. If Ryan emerged victorious, he would become the new leader of the meerkats and could indeed lead them back to their territory. "Are you certain you wish to challenge me? You still bear injuries," Ryan asked in confusion, unable to comprehend why the meerkat leader insisted on battling him. The meerkat leader took a combat stance, affirming his resolve. "Very well, I accept your challenge. Go, Katani." Upon witnessing the steadfast gaze of the meerkat leader, Ryan nodded in agreement, sending out his Pokémon, which was of comparable strength. Katani, use Tackle. Katani gathered energy at its head before charging toward the meerkat leader. Instead of evading, the meerkat leader also charged at Katani. The collision sent the meerkat leader flying to the ground, incapacitated. Katani looked perplexed at the fallen meerkat leader, wondering if this truly constituted a victory. Had the leader merely been faking? It turned to Ryan, seeking guidance on what to do next. Ryan, too, was bewildered by the meerkat leader's approach. Even if it lacked knowledge of type advantages, it should not have resorted to such a basic attack as Tackle. A move like Bite would have sufficed. He recalled Katani and rushed forward to assist the meerkat leader, fearing that the full force of Katani's Tackle might have exacerbated its injuries. However, before Ryan could reach him, the meerkat leader rose on its own. It growled several times at Ryan, then cast a reluctant glance at the other meerkats before turning to leave. "Why is it departing?" "Little Rotom, please translate," Ryan urged. The translation revealed, "You have won. You are now the leader of the meerkats. I hope you will treat them well, just as the former master did." "Is that all?" Ryan questioned, still perplexed as to why the meerkat leader intended to leave. He recalled Uncle White mentioning that the leader had left the territory to escape the sorrow of the past, and that he was the child of the meerkat detective. Could it be, "Hey, are you really just going to leave? Don't you wish to know the true cause of your father's death?" Ryan called out loudly to the meerkat leader. This prompted the meerkat leader to halt its departure, spinning around and quickly trotting back to Ryan. Gazing at him with a look of inquiry, Ryan wasted no time, promptly revealing the events surrounding the beast-tide instigated by the figure in the black cloak. He spoke earnestly, "Your father perished defending against the beast-tide, while my father went missing amid it. The beast-tide was unleashed by those black-cloaked individuals, our common foes. Their power is formidable, and it is impossible to contend with them solely through individual strength. Only through unity can we muster sufficient force for retribution. Moreover, both of our fathers fought to protect our territory, and now that they are no longer with us, we must inherit their will and continue to safeguard our land. I have already committed to this cause, but what of you? Surely, you do not intend to merely evade responsibility? I believe you are not the kind of coward who shies away. Let us return to our territory together, to seek vengeance and protect our homeland." Upon hearing Ryan's account of the beast-tide's origin, the young mongoose leader was consumed by fury, longing to tear apart those cloaked figures immediately. Then, as Ryan continued speaking, the young leader found his words resonant. Alone, it could not achieve retribution, and it too wished to carry forth its father's legacy. With a low growl, the young mongoose leader extended a claw towards Ryan. Momentarily taken aback, Ryan smiled warmly and grasped the young leader's claw. "Welcome back home," he exclaimed. No sooner had the words left his lips than a brilliant blue light erupted from the young mongoose leader. Is this a sign of evolution? Chapter 59. The fatherly blue jay. As the light faded, the young meerkat leader successfully evolved into a meerkat scout. The appearance of the meerkat scout closely resembled that of the young meerkat, except it stood upright on two legs and was significantly larger in size. Observing the meerkat scout with its hands clasped behind its back, Ryan nearly erupted into laughter. The meerkat scout was blissfully unaware of Ryan's thoughts, consumed by excitement over its long-awaited evolution. In truth, its strength had already met the criteria for evolution, but its inner turmoil had hindered its transformation. It was only after Ryan's words had completely released its mental constraints that it achieved this evolution. Grateful, the meerkat scout silently vowed to protect its territory alongside its new master, much like its father had. The other young meerkats rejoiced upon witnessing their leader's evolution, as if they could see the spirit of their former leader embodied within it. Congratulations on your evolution into a meerkat scout. First, tend to your injuries, and then we shall return to our territory, Ryan said, holding out a healing balm. The meerkat scout nodded. It had endured a blow from Dora while injured, worsening its condition. Had it not been for the revitalizing energy during its evolution, it would likely have been unable to stand. After Ryan had treated the injuries of the meerkat scout and the young meerkats, he began to gather the food scattered on the ground, preparing to return to their territory. Compared to the previous two outings, this excursion had gone relatively smoothly, despite some unexpected events, which ultimately led to the discovery of the young meerkat. Could it be that fortune was finally smiling upon him? Just as Ryan pondered this shift in luck, a Pokeball at his waist suddenly emitted a bright light. Emerging from the luminescence was a blue figure, which quickly snatched a bag of Pokémon food, called out to Ryan twice, and then soared away into the distance. This series of actions left Ryan momentarily speechless. While Pokémon could indeed escape their Pokeballs at will, typically, wild Pokémon that had been captured would heed their trainer's commands and would not leave the ball without a directive, unless their trainer was in danger. For instance, when Belle was about to be attacked by a Rattata, her Spinarak had emerged to shield her from harm. Alternatively, some Pokémon, like Misty's Psyduck or Professor Oak's Oshawott, might simply wish to make their presence known. Yet, no Pokémon would depart from a Pokeball in such a manner as this Blue Jay had. The Blue Jay wishes for you to follow it, said the hovering Rotom. Follow it? Ryan was filled with confusion. But it seemed that this Blue Jay did not intend to flee. It had another purpose in mind, otherwise it would not beckon him to follow. Then let us pursue it and uncover the truth. Meerkat Scout, rest here for a moment. I shall return after addressing the matter with the Blue Jay. After receiving the Meerkat Scout's nod of agreement, Ryan mounted his bear and set off in pursuit of the direction in which the Blue Jay had flown. The Blue Jay appeared to be waiting for Ryan, maintaining a leisurely pace, allowing Moonbear to catch up effortlessly. Ryan glanced up at the Pokémon food clutched in the Blue Jay's grasp. Recalling its earlier reluctance to relinquish the sweet bamboo, even when it had lost the ability to fight, a realization began to dawn upon him. After a while, the Blue Jay gradually slowed its flight and landed on a large tree. From the branches emerged several fledgling sparrows, chirping excitedly as they surrounded the Blue Jay. The Blue Jay deftly tore open the packaging of the Pokémon food, allowing the fledglings to feast on the contents. Indeed, this Blue Jay was hastily returning to nourish its young, Ryan murmured to himself. Once the fledglings finished their meal, the Blue Jay descended from the tree, approaching Ryan. As it opened its beak to speak, Ryan raised his hand to halt it. No need to say anything, I understand. You are a wonderful parent. If you wish, you may accompany me back to our territory with these fledglings, and I assure you they shall want for nothing. Ryan spoke sincerely. Caw. The Blue Jay tilted its head, its eyes filled with confusion. What was this human saying? Did I misunderstand? Little Rotom, lend me a hand here. Realizing the Blue Jay's perplexity, Ryan quickly called upon the hovering Rotom for translation. With Rotom's assistance, Ryan grasped the truth. This Blue Jay was not the fledgling's mother, nor was it even female. It was, in fact, a male Blue Jay. A few days prior, while passing this very tree, it had heard the fledglings' cries for food and had descended to investigate. Upon discovering that the fledglings had not eaten in days and were desperately chirping for nourishment, the Blue Jay had shared its recently acquired food with them. Initially, it believed the fledglings' parents were merely away searching for food and would return shortly. However, after waiting for 2 or 3 days without any sign of its kin, the Blue Jay realized the fledglings' parents might never return. Through their time together, the fledglings, having just hatched, had come to see the Blue Jay as a father figure. Drawing close to it, the Blue Jay, having grown fond of these fledglings, decided to stay and care for them until they were capable of self-sufficiency. Thus, a male Blue Jay without a mate took on the responsibility of nurturing the fledglings. In its quest to feed these little ones, The blue jay had scarcely paused for rest, neglecting its own needs, which led to exhaustion and a dazed state, even mistaking sweet bamboo for berries. After being captured by Ryan, though the blue jay had accepted him, it remained troubled about the fledglings. Consequently, it had emerged from its pockball, guiding Ryan to this location, hoping he would take in the little sparrows. Understanding the situation more clearly, Ryan felt an increasing fondness for the blue jay. He admired its sense of responsibility and commitment. Naturally, he wholeheartedly agreed to the blue jay's request, considering the abundance of Pokémon already under his care. A few fledglings would hardly be a burden. Furthermore, if these fledglings could be nurtured into Corviknight, the territory would gain an aerial taxi service, greatly enhancing travel convenience. Caw. Upon learning of Ryan's agreement, the blue jay flapped its wings in excitement, letting out a series of triumphant calls. The recent days of fatherhood had worn it out, and it was still quite young, having recently left its own parents. The pressure of raising the fledglings had been overwhelming. Now, finally, it had found a suitable caretaker, allowing it to rest. With this thought, the blue jay suddenly felt a wave of intense drowsiness. It staggered over to Ryan, gently pecking at the Pokeball at his waist before returning inside to rest. It seems the Raven Pokémon truly possesses a clever mind. Quickly grasping the use of the Pokeball, Ryan marveled, then turned his gaze to the fledglings floating in the air. The blue jay has likely informed you that you will be following me from now on. Let us set off, first to collect another group of friends, and then we shall return to our territory. Chirp chirp. Just as Ryan was about to embark on his journey home, a new group of guests had already arrived in Firefly Town ahead of him. Chapter 60. Visitors from the Sea God's temple outside the quaint town of Firefly. Several individuals clad in long robes of white adorned with blue patterns sat atop a great seagull, gazing thoughtfully at the distant settlement. This town appears to be in better shape than I had anticipated, remarked one of the robed figures. Yet I fail to comprehend, esteemed Lady Saint, why you would forsake larger cities in favor of this humble town. I have heard that Firefly is among the most severely ravaged by the beast tide, with knights nearly all perishing and even the Lord mysteriously vanished. It seems the new Lord is but a child of no more than 20. Such a town has little future, and it is only a matter of time before it is overrun by neighboring territories. Your efforts to rebuild a church here may yield scant merit. I would advise you. Silence, Knight Mayor. As guardians, our sole duty is to heed the Lady Saint's commands. Her will is our guiding light. Who are you to question her? Apologize at once, interrupted another robed figure, bowing slightly towards the Lady Saint. My apologies, esteemed Lady Saint. Knight Mayor has only recently become a guardian and lacks understanding of protocol. His words, though blunt, stem from loyalty. Please forgive his impetuousness. Realizing his error, Knight Mayor quickly bowed in contrition. I beg your pardon, esteemed Lady Saint. I should not have questioned your decision. Please forgive my transgression. It is quite all right. I recognize that Knight Mayor's intentions are sincere and rooted in concern for me, the Lady Saint replied with a smile, her voice as soothing as a gentle brook. Moreover, I wish to ask Knight Moni to refrain from addressing me as Lady Saint henceforth. I am merely one of 3 candidates for the position of saint in the southern parish, not yet an actual saint. You may call me Aisha, as you wish. Lady Aisha, Moni acknowledged, understanding her intent. Within their circle, it was natural to refer to her as a saint, for they were allies, and such familiarity would not spread beyond their ranks. Yet, it was prudent to avoid such titles in public, lest it fall into the ears of rival candidates who might wield it against her. I understand that many of you do not grasp why I have chosen this small town. The answer is quite simple. It is here that I can truly make a difference. While larger cities boast considerable populations and thriving economies, their rulers will inevitably be wary of us and may actively obstruct our missionary efforts, fearing the dilution of their power. Take, for instance, the nearby port city of Guanhai. By all accounts, that should be our destination, and I assume you share this sentiment. However, I have learned that Guanhai is currently under the thumb of a merchant alliance, rendering the city lord a mere puppet. Moreover, the bishop of the Sea God's temple there consistently reports that our missionary work is flourishing. But could he be lying? Knight Mayor's face was a mask of shock. Indeed, Archbishop Hutton has dispatched someone to investigate Guanhai, and it turns out the bishop has been compromised by the merchant alliance, fabricating reports. Infuriating. As a bishop, he has betrayed his faith and become a lackey of those merchants. Surely, we should confront Guanhai and impose the church's laws upon this traitor. Knight Mayor clenched his fists, eager to seize the bishop at once. Knight Mayor, please, remain composed. The bishop of Guanhai will eventually face judgment, but not yet. The merchant alliance's influence has grown immensely over the past 2 years. We must avoid conflict with them for the time being, Aisha explained calmly. There was a crucial detail she withheld. Although the merchant alliance had corrupted the bishop of Guanhai, thereby striking a blow to the Sea God's temple, They also donated substantial sums of money and treasures to the temple annually through him. This was the primary reason the temple had chosen to overlook the matter. After all, even the purest of faith cannot substitute for financial resources, and the sea goddess temple required significant funds to operate, which the Merchant Alliance conveniently provided. The temple could turn a blind eye to the Alliance's manipulation of the bishop, provided the latter continued to offer generous donations, an unspoken agreement between the two parties. Naturally, only a select few in the upper echelons were privy to this arrangement. Lower-tier guardians like Nightmare remained blissfully unaware. Aisha had only learned of this after becoming a candidate for the saint, as her archbishop repeatedly warned her to steer clear of Guanhai's murky waters. I apologize, Lady Aisha. I was presumptuous, Nightmare said, bowing again after hearing her explanation. Meanwhile, Night Moni shot him a disapproving glare, frustrated that he had forgotten her earlier admonition against questioning Aisha's decisions. Had he not been her disciple, Moni would have long since dismissed him. Thus, you chose Firefly. The newly appointed lord has not yet consolidated power, which will not hinder our missionary work. Moni quickly redirected the conversation. Precisely. Moreover, Firefly has just endured the beast tide and is in a state of disarray, with the populace in turmoil. If we extend a helping hand and reveal some divine miracles, they will undoubtedly fervently embrace the faith of the sea god. At that point, our authority within the branch could surpass that of the young lord, establishing us as the true rulers of this town. Such an accomplishment far outweighs being mere tokens in the larger cities, Aisha declared confidently. Your foresight is admirable. I am certain you will surpass the other two candidates and become the true saint of our southern parish, while we shall serve as your sharpest sword, clearing all obstacles from your path. Moni bowed deeply, now genuinely admiring this candidate for the saint. Initially, he had thought Aisha was merely a compassionate soul, seeking to aid the town ravaged by the beast tide, but he was astounded by the depth of her strategic thinking. After all, she had fought her way through hundreds of candidates from the southern parish to become one of the three chosen. It was unlikely her heart was overly soft. It seemed he had been swayed by the influence of bards, who often depicted saints as paragons of purity. In reality, the thoughts of these candidates for the saint were far more intricate than they could fathom. Yet this was for the best. The guardians had bound themselves to Aisha, sharing a mutual fate in triumph and tribulation. Following a meticulous candidate for the saint was certainly preferable to trailing behind a naive one. Thank you for your kind words. I will rely heavily on the support of you guardians in the future. Now, let us descend and observe the current state of this town, Aisha commanded. At your service. Aisha and her companions directed the great seagull to lower its altitude, preparing to land. Meanwhile, players cultivating at the edge of the territory were the first to notice their arrival. By the heavens! Look, brothers! A fairy is descending from the sky. Chapter 61. Why aren't you surprised? Fairy? What a peculiar appellation. Aisha pondered, her heart filled with curiosity, yet her face adorned with a sweet smile as she addressed the onlookers. Greetings. We hail from the sea goddess palace, here to assist you in the reconstruction of your territory. Might I inquire about the whereabouts of your lord? The players remained silent, staring at her in a daze. How impolite of these commoners. Aisha felt her smile stiffening, yet still received no response. She decided to inquire once more. Excuse me, is your lord within the castle? I wish to pay him a visit. Could someone guide me there? Only after her second query did the players regain their composure, erupting into fervent discussion. Wow, this NPC is stunning. The silver-haired girl is magnificent. She is truly striking. Haha, I declare her my future wife. However, the players seemed oblivious to the fact that these so-called NPCs could hear their every word. How dare you show such disrespect to Lady Aisha? Sir Mayor, filled with fury, drew his sword and pointed it at the players, with several knights behind him brandishing their weapons. It wasn't until they felt the blade's threat that the players noticed the armored knights accompanying the beautiful NPC. Yet, what era were they in? The age of cold weaponry was long past. This was the era of Pokémon. My lord, times have changed. Just as the players prepared to demonstrate the might of the fourth disaster, one player curiously checked the levels of the Pokémon beside them. What the? These Pokémon are almost level 30. No problem then. The players, surrendering gracefully, raised their hands in surrender, realizing that admitting defeat was preferable to dying and spending precious Pokémon coins on resurrection. Enough, Sir Mayor. They did not mean any offense. Please lower your weapons. Aisha gently interjected. At your command. Sir Mayor reluctantly sheathed his sword, then sternly warned the players. Lady Aisha is a candidate for the saintess of our sea goddess palace, holding a position of great esteem. Should I hear any further insolence? I shall risk my life to slay you. Sea goddess palace? Candidate for saintess? The players exchanged glances, recognizing the joy reflected in each other's eyes. They had encountered an important NPC, and with a stroke of luck, they might receive a hidden quest. Thus, the players gazed at Aisha and her companions with fervor, causing Sir Mayor and his knights to nearly draw their weapons again. Aisha, however, found it amusing. After all, she was indeed a candidate for saintess, and it was natural for these commoners to gaze at her with such admiration. Wait, these individuals don't seem like commoners, she mused, taking an interested glance at the Pokémon beside the players. The information indicated that most knights of Firefly Town had perished. Where had these Pokémon tamers come from? Although their Pokémon were weak, the ability to command Pokémon was a strength surpassing that of most individuals, and they would grow stronger over time, posing a significant challenge to her plans. If the young lord had numerous Pokémon tamers by his side, her attempts to manipulate him would become increasingly difficult. It seemed she needed to devise a strategy to win these Pokémon tamers over to her side. With this thought, Aisha smiled even more sweetly and spoke in a gentle tone. Let us not frighten them further. I believe they have recognized their errors. Wouldn't you agree? Ah, yes. Yes. You are absolutely right. We were merely stunned by your astonishing beauty and spoke without thinking. Please do not hold it against us. I apologize on their behalf. Xinyan hastily stepped forward to respond. How infuriating. He stole my thunder. The other players glared at Xinyan before echoing, Indeed, we acknowledge our mistake. We cannot place all the blame on ourselves. Your beauty bears some responsibility. Yes, upon seeing your exquisite face, my tongue slipped beyond my control. The players' flattery flowed in a stream, leaving Sir Mayor and his knights astounded. Could one truly praise another in such a manner? In truth, the players' compliments were not entirely insincere. They genuinely found the NPC named Aisha to be extraordinarily beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, complemented by a pair of exquisite, clear blue eyes, glistening like a pool of spring water, drawing one in effortlessly. Beneath her elegantly arched nose lay small, rosy lips, framed by softly blushing cheeks and a cascade of silken white hair that added an aura of exceptional charm. She was the perfect fusion of the ethereal and the real. No wonder they clamored to claim Aisha as their beloved. Aisha found the players' comments amusing, and since they were so enamored with her beauty, winning them over would surely be simpler in the future. No need for apologies. I understand your sentiments. Might I inquire if you could now escort us to seek out the local lord? Our lord is currently away, and we do not know when he will return. But I can guide you to the castle to meet Secretary White. Xinyan volunteered eagerly. Secretary, you say? That will suffice. I appreciate your guidance. Upon seeing Xinyan seemingly receive a quest, the other players grew discontented. After all, they too could serve as guides. Soon, each one clamored to lead Aisha and her companions. Aisha, noticing the competition, felt a sense of pride. Clearly, her charm was considerable. As these Pokémon tamers were eager to offer their services as guides. One guide is sufficient. I shall select another. I choose the individual accompanied by the Dream Demon. Aisha indicated towards Su Ruofting, genuinely intrigued, for the Dream Demon was a rare creature, possessing peculiar abilities. This person has managed to tame a Dream Demon. They must possess considerable skill, and I must draw them to my side. Such discernment. I knew that attractive individuals would naturally gravitate toward one another. Su Ruofing beamed as he approached Aisha. Have some self-respect. She specifically indicated the person beside the Dream Demon. You are merely an accessory to it. Xinyan whispered in retort. You wouldn't understand. I have no need to converse with someone of your lesser appeal. Lady Aisha, this way, please. You. Xinyan was momentarily at a loss for words. One moment, let us first secure the big-mouthed seagull. Aisha decided to demonstrate the prowess of the sea goddess palace to the Pokémon tamers. She produced a brilliant blue crystal and placed it upon the big-mouthed seagull. As the gem radiated a dazzling light, the seagull gradually transformed into a beam of light and was absorbed into the crystal. The entire process lasted over a minute. Sir Mayor and his knights also retrieved their crystals to store the big-mouthed seagull. Do not be surprised. This crystal is known as the Azure Crystal, a treasure exclusive to our sea goddess palace, capable of sealing Pokémon. Such artifacts are seldom seen by ordinary folk, Aisha proclaimed. Her tone laced with pride, as the accompanying knights stood tall with honor. How about that? Were you astonished? This is the might of our sea goddess palace. Quickly, embrace us into your fold. Wait a moment. Why do they show no signs of astonishment? Oh, I see. You capture Pokémon with crystals. Whereas we cannot afford such luxury and must resort to this. Xinyan produced a Pokeball and swiftly encapsulated the nearby walking grass in under 2 seconds. Aisha. Commander Moni. Other Guardian Knights. What on earth is happening? Chapter 62. Why would anyone consider farming a reward? It is no wonder that these beast tamers were unfazed upon witnessing the scene of the great mouth goal being sealed. They had evidently encountered far more impressive sealing artifacts before. Where did you acquire such a treasure for sealing magical beasts? Aisha inquired with a hint of reluctance. Are you referring to this Pokeball? It was a reward from the Lord, Yin replied, as he diminished the Pokeball in size and tucked it away in his pocket. Aisha's eyes widened in astonishment. This artifact, known as a Pokeball, not only captured magical beasts more swiftly than the Azure Crystal, but also possessed the remarkable ability to expand and contract at will. She glanced at the Pokeball nestled in Yan's pocket, then at the large crystal in her own hand, feeling a pang of envy. She had not anticipated that the local lord would bestow such a precious item to curry favor with these beast tamers. I wish to possess such a convenient sealing artifact, Aisha mused inwardly. However, such treasures must be quite rare. Turning to Su Ruofeng, she noticed he did not appear inclined to capture the dream demon, so she cautiously asked, You don't happen to possess a magical beast sealing artifact as well, do you? Me? I do not. I cannot afford it at the moment, Su Ruofeng replied nonchalantly. Thank goodness, not everyone is fortunate enough to have one. Wait, what did he mean by cannot afford it at the moment? Could it be? Before Aisha could ponder further, a sudden clamor of battle echoed ahead. Mauchio, use Supersonic. Excellent. Little Rattata is now in a state of confusion. Acorn. Take this opportunity to use Absorb. Upon hearing the sounds of combat, the Guardian Knights swiftly drew their weapons and positioned themselves protectively around Aisha, nearly causing Su Ruofeng, who was leading the way, to stumble. Must you be so dramatic? Su Ruofeng remarked with exasperation, thinking these individuals were rather excessive, drawing weapons at the slightest disturbance. Perhaps it was prudent to keep a distance from them. Yin, however, found the knight's behavior intriguing. It seemed that this Aisha was indeed an exceptional NPC. Not only granted the protection of formidable knights but also commanding their loyalty and obedience, following the conventions of the game. Such a prestigious NPC would undoubtedly possess quests worth pursuing, and the rewards promised would be substantial, especially since even her item for capturing Pokémon was crafted from crystal. Indicating her affluent status, he resolved to seize this opportunity to serve as her guide and elevate his rapport with her to secure quests. With this in mind, Yin approached Aisha and the others, saying, Please do not panic. It is merely our companion driving away the little Rattata. Oh, driving away the little Rattata? How fascinating. I must see this. Aisha signaled to the Guardian Knights to make way, following Yin to the source of the commotion. Before them, two beast tamers were commanding their magical beasts to attack the little Rattata foraging in the fields. The duo coordinated seamlessly, quickly dispatching two little Rattatas. Another pair of beast tamers, along with the earlier ones encountered, brought the total to nearly 10. Where had they all come from? Aisha pondered, troubled by the fact that only 7 or 8 days had passed since the beast tide struck. And yet this small lord had managed to amass such a number of beast tamers. After defeating the little Rattatas, the two players turned to leave, only to be greeted by the sight of Aisha and her entourage, their eyes lighting up with excitement, as intuition told them these NPCs held significant importance. Just as they were about to approach, Yin intervened. Gentlemen, are you not part of the daytime patrol? It is past 6 in the afternoon. Why are you still online? Do not mention it. We both had to work overtime today. By the time we logged in, Lord Ryan had already left. And we missed the patrol sign-up, so we are just grinding little Rattatas to level up. You are indeed unfortunate. You will miss out on the patrol task rewards. Tell me about it. It is all that dog of a leader's fault. But being late means we can extend our logout time. And we get to enjoy the nocturnal scenery of this game. By the way, are you on a quest? May we join you? I'm afraid not, gentlemen. This quest requires 2 participants, and we are already at full capacity. You may continue battling the little Rattatas. Really? Are you trying to hoard the quest rewards? That seems rather unfair, one of the players questioned. I have no reason to deceive you. I remember you were recommended by West Wind, who is right over there. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with him, Yin replied earnestly. The player glanced at Su Ruofeng, who nodded in affirmation, convincing him of Yin's honesty. Very well, we shall not delay your quest any further. If there are follow-up missions, do not forget us. Leave us a morsel of the spoils. No problem, I will definitely call for you then, Yin assured them. Once the 2 players had departed, Yin returned to Aisha and her group. You could simply have had the NPC decline them. Why did you feel the need to intervene personally? They might even hold you responsible, Su Ruofeng inquired, perplexed. I was concerned they might spread rumors if the NPC turned them down, which could inadvertently implicate us. Yin replied quietly. Isn't it merely a guiding task? Why be so on edge? You do not understand the identity of this NPC. May I ask why they are attacking the little Rattatas? Just as Yin was about to share his suspicions with Su Ruofeng, Aisha's question interrupted him. Because these little Rattatas tend to pilfer the seeds in the fields, significantly diminishing crop yields, Yin explained. He naturally refrained from mentioning that the two were merely leveling up, as the NPCs would not comprehend such motives. To protect the seeds from damage, we have established a patrol under the guidance of our Lord, patrolling the fields day and night to drive away the little ratatas that come to steal the seeds. Those two are part of the daytime patrol, while we belong to the nighttime patrol. I see. So is your Lord compelling you to do this? It is astounding that he has beast tamers performing such patrol duties. It seems a waste of talent. Aisha provocatively remarked. No one is compelled. We volunteered. By participating in the patrol, we not only receive rewards from our Lord, but also protect the seeds we have painstakingly sown. It is a win-win situation that requires no coercion. What did you say? You sow the seeds? As beast tamers, you are also farming. Aisha was genuinely taken aback. While she was not overly surprised to learn that beast tamers patrolled in some major cities, she had never heard of them engaging in farming. Indeed, the fields we passed earlier were all cultivated by us. What do you think? They look rather good, do they not? Suru often said with pride. They do look good. Wait, you are beast tamers. How can illustrious beast tamers be reduced to farming? Do you not feel humiliated? Aisha asked, her face filled with confusion. Humiliated? Why would we feel humiliated? We are quite pleased. This is a reward we earned through hard work, and most people would be thrilled to have the opportunity to farm, let alone have a field to cultivate. Upon hearing Su Ruofeng's words, Aisha found herself momentarily speechless. Surely, she must have misheard. These beast tamers were asserting that farming was a reward for them. Turning to the guardian knights beside her, she saw their equally incredulous expressions, confirming that she was not imagining things. Yet this made no sense. Why would beast tamers consider farming a reward? Chapter 63. We come from Blue Star Village. Aisha was utterly bewildered by the thoughts of the two beast tamers, who regarded farming as a form of reward. She had encountered many beast tamers, some so formidable that even the high priest treated them as esteemed guests, while others, having only captured a Magikarp, proudly proclaimed themselves as beast tamers. Yet, she had never witnessed any beast tamer who willingly engaged in agriculture. Beast tamers typically harbored a sense of pride. Regardless of their weakness, they often felt superior when interacting with ordinary individuals. They looked down upon the labor of commoners, let alone being asked to cultivate the land. However, the two in front of her spoke of farming not with humiliation, but rather with a sense of pride, as though their ability to till the earth was something to flaunt. Could there be something amiss with their thought processes? Wait, surely, other beast tamers do not share this peculiar mindset, do they? Do your companions also farm? Not all of them. There are a few who do not engage in farming. Su Ruofeng replied. That's a relief. It seems there are still some sensible individuals among the beast tamers. They are currently saving money to rent land in a few days, which would help reduce their debts. Aisha struggled to comprehend the words of this beast tamer. Did he mean that in order to farm, they had to pay the Lord? Are you certain it is renting and not purchasing? She emphasized the distinction between the two terms. Purchasing land would be somewhat reasonable, akin to granting these beast tamers land. Of course, it's renting. We have no qualifications to buy land. Then why do you spend money to farm? What else would it be for, if not for food? Does your Lord not even provide you with meals? For now, yes, but that may not always be the case. Besides, we have hands and feet. Why must we rely on others for sustenance? At this point, Aisha's mind was in utter chaos. She could not grasp what these beast tamers were after. Logically, lords employ beast tamers to cover their sustenance and pay them monthly wages. Yet, these tamer would not only work for free, but even grow their own food. Despite this, they displayed immense respect towards their lord, addressing him as lord with expressions of gratitude. Could it be that they have been brainwashed? Or perhaps hypnotized by some powerful beast? Yet they appeared perfectly normal. Aisha's curiosity about Chun Yin and his companions grew, prompting her to say, having spoken so much, I still do not know your names. Oh, how rude of me. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Aisha from the Sea God Temple, one of the 3 candidates for the Holy Maidens of the Southern Diocese. Following the divine will of our deity, I have come here to rebuild a branch temple. I hope to count on your support. We already knew your name. That tall fellow with the sword mentioned it when he pointed it at us, Su Ruofeng retorted, harboring a grudge and taking the opportunity to tease Mayor. You, Mayor, enraged, reached for his sword again but was stopped by Aisha. He acted in defense of my honor. If he has offended you, I apologize on his behalf, Aisha said, lowering her head slightly. To win over these beast tamers, one must exhibit a humble demeanor. Initially, she believed that the local lord had outdone himself in courting the beast tamers by gifting them precious sealed treasures, making her think she had lost her chance. However, upon realizing the lord's harsh treatment of the beast tamers, Aisha felt a renewed sense of opportunity. Lady Aisha, there is no need to apologize. It was we who spoke disrespectfully first. My companion is rather direct. Please do not take offense, Chen Yin quickly interjected, pulling Su Ruofeng behind him. He did not wish to jeopardize their rapport over a few words. I am called Chen Yin, and he is Su Ruofeng. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. We will strive to fulfill our duties to the best of our abilities. Ch. Chen Yin? What a unique name. Where do you hail from? Are you locals from Firefly Town? Aisha awkwardly pronounced Chen Yan's gaming name, pondering whether such a name could belong to a normal person. Were it not for the genuine expression on his face, she might have thought he was jesting. We are all refugees from, oh yes. We come from Blue Star Village. Our village was ravaged by a beast tide, resulting in heavy casualties, leaving only us few. Fortunately, our Lord took us in. Otherwise, we would be homeless. Chen Yin fabricated the story with utmost seriousness. Blue Star Village? I have never heard of such a place. It appears to be a secluded little village, which explains their peculiar names. It must be their unique naming convention. The young lord was quite fortunate to have taken in beast tamers. No wonder they were so loyal to him. It was indeed a matter of gratitude for being sheltered. However, no matter how great the debt of gratitude, it could not surpass the allure of profit. This young lord seemed to think that his benevolence would ensure his peace, but it appeared she would need to teach him a lesson. With a sorrowful expression, Aisha addressed Chen Yin. I apologize for bringing up your painful memories. This wretched beast tide has destroyed many homes, and we are here to assist in rebuilding. Once the branch temple is completed, we can help you reconstruct Blue Star Village. Oh, no, we are quite content here. We wouldn't want to trouble you. It is no trouble at all. It is our duty. Ahem. We can discuss that later. Now, look over there. That plot of land is being irrigated. Chen Yin hastily redirected the conversation, fearing exposure. What is there to see in irrigation? Mayor scoffed, but when he turned to see several water-type beasts watering the crops, he immediately drew his weapon. You dare to enslave the children of the sea god. His sudden action startled Chen Yin and his companions. Why did this fellow always draw his sword? Who are the children of the sea god? We do not understand what you are saying. Knight Mayor, sheath your sword. If you continue to act recklessly, I shall send you back to the sea god temple. Aisha said, her expression devoid of emotion, yet anyone could discern her rising anger. Please, forgive me. Mayor quickly sheathed his sword and knelt before Aisha in atonement. This was the first time he had seen such an expression on Aisha's face, inducing a profound sense of dread within him. It is my failure to discipline him. I beg your forgiveness. Knight Moni also knelt beside him, glaring at the trembling mayor. Realizing that this fellow had not learned his lesson and would need to be dealt with, Aisha paid no heed to the two kneeling before her, but turned to explain to Chen Yin and his companions. We at the Sea God Temple worship the Sea God Lugia, who resides in the ocean and often appears during storms to rescue those suffering at sea. Thus, our doctrine holds that all water-type beasts are the children of the sea god, and we followers are required to treat them kindly. Knight Mayor merely misunderstood and thought you were enslaving the water-type beasts, hence his fury. Upon hearing this, Chen Yin and his companions understood. So children of the sea god referred to water-type Pokémon. That made sense as to why Mayor was so incensed. He thought they had offended the sea god. Of course, this was merely their self-righteous assumption. If Ryan were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, what nonsense! When did water-type Pokémon become the children of Lugia? For heaven's sake, Lugia doesn't even possess a water attribute. Chapter 64. The Sea God Lugia. The Sea God Lugia possesses psychic and flying attributes, yet remarkably lacks any water attribute. It is indeed hard to believe that a deity of the seas would be devoid of such a fundamental element. While others may hold their skepticism, the inhabitants of the Sea God Palace certainly would not accept this notion. Our esteemed sea god resides within the ocean, effortlessly summoning storms that can last for days with a mere flap of its wings. Moreover, it commands water-type moves. How could it possibly be without a water attribute? Yet, the truth remains that Lugia's powers lie in controlling storms and ocean currents. Perhaps a title such as God of Ocean Currents would be more fitting. Or even God of Wind, as it aligns more closely with its abilities than the title of Sea God. In contrast, the title of Sea God would be more aptly bestowed upon Kyogre, the embodiment of the ocean, which not only wields the power to manipulate water, but also has the capability to expand the ocean's expanse. Most importantly, Kyogre possesses solely the water attribute, truly embodying the essence of legitimacy. However, one must consider that ancient people had no knowledge of Lugia's attributes. Even among the residents of the Sea God Palace, few have ever laid eyes upon Lugia. Most rely on legends or descriptions from others to envision the form of Lugia. In their eyes, Lugia, which emerges amidst storms and effortlessly pacifies the tumultuous sea, is undoubtedly the sea god. Even if Ryan were present, He would likely only scoff at the idea that all water-type Pokémon are descendants of Lugia, though he would still acknowledge the title of Sea God. After all, compared to Kyogre, who awakens with thoughts of battling Groudon, Lugia frequently aids humanity at sea and is cherished by the people. As one of the original divine beasts, Lugia commands a certain level of prestige. In prior games and animations, Lugia's mere appearance carried a significant air of authority. Despite its past humiliation of being captured by Team Rocket, that instance was an effort to rescue a young Lugia ensnared in a trap. Furthermore, in the realm of Pokémon animations, few divine beasts maintain their dignity. Even the great ocean sovereign, Kyogre, can be hooked with a fishing rod, let alone the infamous Suicune, who was captured by a mere Pokeball. In summary, the designation of Lugia as the Sea God by the Sea God Palace is not without merit. Yet the insistence that all water-type Pokémon are its progeny is somewhat tenuous. It is worth noting that some water-type Pokémon cannot even survive in the ocean, thriving instead in freshwater environments like rivers and lakes. Even among those that dwell in the sea, they do not heed Lugia's commands, nor are they its subjects. This description may be more aptly applied to Manaphy, the Prince of the Ocean, who possesses the ability to communicate with any Pokémon, thereby commanding those of the sea. Of course, only Ryan is privy to this information, as even the inhabitants of the Sea God Palace remain unaware. As for Chunyan and his companion, they are oblivious to the fact that Lugia is a Pokémon. They believe the so-called Sea God is akin to deities from reality, merely figments of imagination. However, they understand the significance of faith in this era and hurriedly explain to Aisha, "We do not enslave these water-type beasts, they willingly assist in irrigation." Indeed, I noticed they are not equipped with beast devices and appear to interact joyfully with those around them. Wearing smiles, Aisha remarked, observing the beasts joyfully watering the plants while frolicking with humans. A smile unconsciously graced her face, as it had been long since she had witnessed such harmony between humans and beasts. Her smile left Chunyan and his companions momentarily stunned. "Whoa, why do I suddenly feel a flutter in my heart? She looks so beautiful when she smiles," Suru often exclaimed, clutching his chest. "Indeed, she appears more charming now." Chunyan nodded in agreement. Aisha's previous smile, while sweet, had carried an air of artificiality, lacking the natural warmth of her current expression. "Where did these water-type beasts come from? You recently faced a beast tide? Do you not harbor any fear of them?" Aisha inquired, turning her attention back to them. The Maril and others were brought back by Lord Ryan. Every time he ventures out, he returns with a batch of beasts, each possessing their own utility. Initially, we were quite fearful of them, but after spending time together over the past few days, we discovered these little ones are quite endearing and significantly aid in farming. Gradually alleviating our fears, Chen Yin replied. His response was not mere conjecture, but a conclusion drawn from observing the NPC's behavior over the past few days. His words reflected the sentiments of the NPCs. "Ryan? Is your lord's name truly Ryan?" Aisha murmured, her curiosity piqued as she repeated his name. As a newly appointed lord, he had the audacity to bring beasts into a town recently afflicted by a beast tide, relying on their strength for agriculture. Such audacity is not common. Most impressively, he has managed to foster harmony between his subjects and the beasts, an achievement that is truly commendable. Indeed, many cities are now harnessing the power of beasts for their development, yet they merely view them as tools, subjecting them to relentless exploitation. It is rare to find a town like Firefly Town that treats beasts with kindness. In fact, it may be the only one. Furthermore, given that Firefly Town had recently endured a beast tide, the residents likely carry psychological scars. Ryan's decision to introduce beasts into the community was akin to pouring salt into an open wound. If not handled delicately, it could easily provoke resentment and rebellion among the populace. Yet, Ryan has persevered, achieving remarkably positive results. It appears this young lord is quite extraordinary. Aisha set aside her previous underestimation of Ryan. To have garnered the loyalty of so many beasts in such a short span of time, and to have convinced them to willingly assist in agriculture, was no small feat should she continue to underestimate Ryan. She would be unworthy of her position as a candidate for the Saintess. "Please rise. This time I shall not hold Sir Mayral accountable, but should another mistake occur, I shall not be so lenient," Aisha announced, turning to Moni and Mayral. She had initially intended to take this opportunity to dismiss Mayral, as his single-mindedness and recklessness could soon cause her significant trouble. However, Mayral remained loyal to her, and at times, such a personality could prove valuable, particularly as a means to gauge Ryan's character. Given Mayral's propensity for recklessness, any misstep he might make could be easily attributed to him, thus avoiding suspicion. "Thank you, Lady Aisha," Mayral exclaimed, unaware that Aisha viewed him merely as a tool to test Ryan. Gratitude filled his heart, and he silently vowed to ensure Aisha faced no distress. Ceremony, however, sensed Aisha's underlying intentions but chose not to voice them. A useful ally is better than one without purpose. Let us continue. Aisha said with a smile to Chen Yin and his companion. That smile is even more beautiful than before. Su Ruofeng whispered quietly. What did you say? Aisha inquired. Nothing, please, this way, he stammered. Before long, the group arrived at the city gate. Chapter 65. Where is my reward? Hey, weren't you supposed to be on patrol? Why are you back? The militiaman at the city gate greeted Chen Yin and his companions. After spending a few days together, the locals had begun to accept the group of refugees. Although these refugees exhibited somewhat peculiar mannerisms, they had indeed been of great assistance. Not only chopping wood and repairing houses, but also imparting valuable agricultural techniques to enhance food production. Moreover, like the noble knights of old, they had tamed magical beasts, commanding them to chase off the little ratas that were pilfering seeds. This had undoubtedly improved the locals' attitude towards the players, who were now regarded as part of Firefly Town. There's been a sudden situation. These individuals are guests from the Sea God Temple, seeking an audience with Lord Ryan. However, since the Lord is currently away, I thought I would first introduce them to Secretary White. Is Lord White in the castle at the moment? Chen Yin briefly explained the situation to the militiaman. Only then did the militiaman notice the few individuals clad in white robes following Chen Yin. He glanced at their attire, which indeed resembled that of the town's priest. Lord White is currently addressing the nightly attendants at the training grounds, which may not be suitable for your visit. Perhaps you could wait at the castle entrance. I shall inform Lord White at once. Thank you for your assistance. After watching the militiaman depart, Chen Yin turned to Aisha and said, Let us proceed to the castle. Secretary White will arrive shortly. Aisha nodded, following Chen Yin into the town. Upon entering, she was struck by the cleanliness of the streets, devoid of any foul odors. Having visited numerous towns before, some quaint like Firefly Town and others grand like Coastview City, she noticed a commonality. They were often dirty and smelly, with some urban streets barely offering a place to step. In contrast, while Firefly Town may not possess the splendor of those larger cities, it was remarkably cleaner than she had anticipated, much to her surprise. She had braced herself to navigate through filth, only to find her concerns unwarranted. The streets in your town are quite clean. It appears the residents possess a high level of civility, not casting waste about carelessly, Aisha complimented. You arrived at an opportune moment. Had you come a few days earlier, the streets would not have been so tidy. The Lord has employed many individuals to clean the streets and transport the accumulated waste to the cesspool. Furthermore, regulations have been established. Henceforth, one must either use public restrooms or personally dispose of waste in the cesspool, prohibiting indiscriminate dumping, with penalties for violators. Thus, the streets have become clean, unrelated to the residents' qualities. What is a public restroom? Aisha inquired, pointing towards the building. That structure is a facility designated for public use, came the reply. Was this public restroom conceived by your lord? Not precisely. It was proposed by one of our companions, who suggested it to our lord, and he readily accepted the idea, instructing us to construct this facility. Do you still engage in the construction of restrooms? Why not? Su Ruofeng replied, observing Aisha's puzzled expression. Indeed. They had managed to cultivate the land. Constructing a restroom was hardly a daunting task. After inspecting the restroom, they continued their journey towards the castle. I had heard that the buildings in your town were severely damaged by the beast tide, yet it appears otherwise, Aisha remarked as they walked, noting the well-preserved structures, which contradicted her earlier intelligence. Of course they are intact now. Have you inquired who helped repair them? Su Ruofeng looked at Aisha with anticipation, his expression urging her to ask. Upon seeing his expression, Aisha deduced who had undertaken the repairs. So, you beast masters also engaged in the restoration of houses? Indeed. Not only did we repair the homes, but we also felled the timber required for the construction, Su Ruofeng proudly proclaimed. Aisha, however, felt little surprise at this revelation. She had become somewhat desensitized to it. In this brief time, her perceptions of beast masters had been profoundly challenged. She chose not to engage further with these two, fearing that continued conversation might alter her perceptions of other beast masters. Noticing Aisha's disinterest, Chen Yin and the others ceased their explanations. Upon reaching the castle entrance, they found Secretary White waiting for them. Chen Yin quickly introduced Aisha and her companions. When White learned that the young lady before him was a candidate for the saint, his eyes widened in astonishment. The celestial visitors may not have understood the significance of a saintly candidate's presence, but White certainly did. He immediately bowed respectfully to Aisha and said, I sincerely apologize for not realizing it was the esteemed saint visiting. I failed to greet you properly. Please forgive my oversight. Aisha responded with a warm smile and returned his greeting. There is no need for apologies, Secretary White. We failed to inform you in advance. And it was indeed rude of us to keep you waiting. Not at all. I have only just arrived. Let us not dwell on such matters. Please, allow us to enter the castle and rest for a while. We can discuss everything inside. White gestured for Aisha and her companions to enter. Just as Aisha was about to step through the castle gates, Su Ruofing could no longer contain himself and called out, "Hey, Aisha, please wait a moment." Turning to him, Aisha's eyes were filled with curiosity. "Do you have something else to say?" Did you forget something?" Su Ruofing stammered, unable to directly ask for a reward. "Oh right, I did forget." Upon seeing Aisha's sudden realization, Su Ruofing's heart raced with excitement. "So, you finally remembered to reward us. Thank you for guiding us here and for all the introductions. I truly appreciate it," Aisha said before turning to follow White into the castle. "Is that it? Just a simple thank you? No reward at all? This NPC is rather stingy." Su Ruofing elbowed Chun Yin beside him. "Weren't you the one who said this NPC had a distinguished identity and offered substantial rewards for completing tasks? Where is my reward? Did he not express gratitude? Isn't that enough of a reward?" "Hardly. I risked being slashed by that mad leader here, and I spent the entire journey introducing her to the town. After all that, I only receive a word of thanks? Calm down. I was merely jesting. I think not receiving a reward now might actually be beneficial. Have you never encountered this in games before? Typically, such tasks accumulate rewards and are distributed at once. Why the rush? Is that true? Hey, where are you going? Believe it or not, I'm off to deal with the little Radas. Wait for me. Let us team up tonight. My dream thief is powerful." Chapter 66. Analysis by Chun Yin. As Chun Yin and Su Ruofing walked along the streets of the town, preparing to fulfill their patrol duties, Su Ruofing voiced his concerns. "Are you certain this task offers cumulative rewards?" "I cannot be certain," Chun Yin replied, shaking his head. "Cumulative rewards are merely a trope from previous games. What we are engaged in now is an unprecedented virtual reality game." He continued, "However, even if there are no rewards in the end, I believe it is still worthwhile. At the very least, we have improved Aisha's favorability and gathered a wealth of intelligence." Su Ruofing, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively. "What good is enhancing her favorability? She is notoriously stingy, offering no rewards whatsoever. One cannot dismiss it so lightly," Chun Yin countered. "At times, favorability outweighs rewards. Our guiding task is quite simple. Even if there are rewards, I suspect they would be of little value. It is far better to increase favorability and fish for greater opportunities in the long run." "Are you so certain she possesses a task?" Su Ruofing questioned, still skeptical about Aisha harboring any quests. "Can an ordinary NPC be accompanied by such formidable knights?" Chun Yin retorted. "Furthermore, you must have noticed how respectfully Secretary White treated Aisha. Her status is undoubtedly elevated. Do not forget this game is set against a backdrop of Western medieval times, and the Sea God Temple is clearly a religious organization. You are aware of the immense power wielded by the Church during the Middle Ages, are you not? Are you suggesting that the Sea God Temple is the epicenter of power?" Su Ruofing turned to look at Chun Yin. "Not quite. In reality, the Church's power does not extend to omnipotence, and it is unlikely to be the case in the game as well." When Secretary White welcomed Aisha, his demeanor was respectful yet not servile, while Aisha treated him with courtesy. "I am uncertain of the position of the Saintess candidate within the Sea God Temple, but judging by the knight's demeanor, her status must be significant. Aisha, as a Saintess candidate, is obliged to show respect to a mere town secretary, indicating that the authority and influence of the Sea God Temple are not as substantial as one might think," Chun Yin analyzed. "Your arguments are contradictory. One moment you claim Aisha is a distinguished Saintess candidate, and the next you assert that the Sea God Temple's power is limited. You are leaving me quite confused. Just tell me directly if we can expect tasks and rewards from her in the future," Su Ruofing said, his eyes reflecting a naive clarity. "I am merely relaying information." Chun Yin clarified. "It is entirely plausible for someone to hold a prestigious status while also wielding limited power. Consider the kings of Western nations today. They possess little authority and are but mere symbols, yet who could deny their noble status? Aisha, with such a noble standing, has ventured to our humble town, which surely suggests she carries a task. This is the crux of what we need to uncover. If she is indeed here to assist us in rebuilding the town, she will undoubtedly require our aid in the future. Conversely, if her intentions are less than honorable, we could still obtain a task from Lord Ryan to counter her, as we are the only players familiar with her. In summary, as long as we cultivate a good relationship with her, tasks and rewards will surely follow." Chun Yin asserted confidently. "What do you mean by less than honorable? Is Aisha a villain?" Su Ruofing inquired, perplexed. "I am uncertain, but I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss." Why would a dignified Saintess candidate come to our town to rebuild a branch temple? I refuse to believe it is purely out of benevolence. Should we report this to Lord Ryan? We must ensure he is not deceived by that wicked woman. There is no need. This is merely my speculation. If we can discern that Aisha is somewhat dubious, then surely Lord Ryan can as well. Do you think everyone is as dim-witted as you? Why do you have to drag me into this? Just focus on your admiration for Ryan, Su Ruofing exclaimed, leaping onto Chen Yan's back and wrapping his arms around his neck. Quickly, let go. Are you attempting to commit patricide? Chen Yan coughed. Who told you to call me dim-witted? Yet, after your reminder, I do feel that Aisha harbors ulterior motives. Throughout this journey, she has persistently inquired about the town and Lord Ryan, almost as if she is trying to instigate animosity between us and him. Su Ruofing released his grip and pondered Aisha's behavior, increasingly convinced that something was indeed amiss, while she has not expressed it outright. Her expressions and words imply that other beast tamers receive superior treatment, almost as if she is championing our plight. Ah, your intellect appears to have sharpened considerably, Chen Yan teased. Shut up. You can't actually think I'm a fool, can you? Speaking of which, just how high is the treatment of beast tamers elsewhere? Do you think we could? Absolutely not. I regret ever complimenting your intellect. Can it only rise to a certain level? Chen Yan interrupted. In other regions, the high status of beast tamers is due to their scarcity. As you have observed, the game world's natives exhibit a profound fear and aversion to Pokémon, seldom engaging with them. Moreover, the costs associated with creating beast tamer devices are exorbitant, resulting in a limited number of beast tamers. This is why their treatment is so elevated. Yet do not forget, while the natives fear Pokémon, we players do not share that fear. As the player base expands, so too will the number of beast tamers. Lord Ryan certainly has no shortage of them at his side, and their treatment will naturally diminish. Besides, what benefits are there in following others? They may offer us currency, but the natives' currency differs from the Poké dollars we require. What good is their money to us? If Lord Ryan suspects you of treachery, he may very well revoke your title, and you will have nowhere to lament your fate. Upon hearing this, Su Ruofing recognized the folly of his previous thoughts and offered an awkward smile. I merely spoke in jest. How could I ever betray Lord Ryan? With Aisha's esteemed status, her tools for capturing Pokémon are unlikely to surpass your Pokeballs. There is no future in following them. That is all I need to hear. Lord Ryan is the game's protagonist and influences the game's progression. Aligning with him is far superior to any other option, Chen Yan reiterated, genuinely concerned that Su Ruofing might act impulsively. Rest assured, my loyalty to Lord Ryan is as steadfast as the sun and moon, Su Ruofing assured. He is not here at the moment, so no matter how much you fawn over him, he cannot hear you. You say that as if you haven't been fawning over him yourself. Just moments ago, while they conversed, the two arrived near a cultivated field. Enough of this chit-chat. Let's engage in a battle with some Rattata, Chen Yan exclaimed, releasing his Oddish. Absolutely. My Dream Eater is itching for a fight, Su Ruofing replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Just as they prepared for battle, a voice echoed from afar. Go. There are plenty of Rattata ahead. You may begin your buffet feast. Before they could react, several shadowy figures darted towards them, deftly capturing the Rattata in the fields and swiftly devouring them. Delicious. The authentic taste of rodents. This is certainly not duck neck. One of the figures exclaimed as it swallowed a Rattata whole before pouncing on another. Chen Yan and Su Ruofing stood frozen in astonishment, only regaining their senses after a moment. Good grief. Have we just been robbed of our prey? Chapter 67. Unwelcome visitors in merely a short while. The figure of the Rattata had vanished from the cultivated land before Chen Yan and his companions. What kind of Pokémon is this? How could it so effortlessly capture the Rattata? And why did these Rattata not resist, merely fleeing in a panic? Su Ruofing exclaimed in astonishment. This Pokémon is known as the meerkat, a natural predator of the Rattata. When the Rattata see them, they are paralyzed with fear and thus do not dare to fight back. Ryan, riding on his moon bear, approached Chen Yan and his companions, taking the opportunity to introduce the meerkat to them. Meerkat? Is the Lord planning to use them against the Rattata? Chen Yan inquired after bowing to Ryan. Indeed. While your patrols can drive away numerous Rattata, this method is time-consuming and labor-intensive, merely addressing the symptoms rather than the root of the problem. Many Rattata will continue to invade and steal seeds, even appearing in the towns. Therefore, I have decided to introduce this batch of meerkats. As they are the Rattata's nemesis and can effortlessly resolve the rodent infestation, Ryan explained. Upon hearing Ryan's response, Chen Yan turned to observe the hunting meerkats. Noticing their exceptional prowess in dealing with Rattata, as they swiftly eliminated a significant number of them, far surpassing their own efficiency. Watching these meerkats, Chen Yan felt a surge of curiosity. Capturing a single Pokémon was a daunting task for players, Yet Ryan could return with a whole group each time. Moreover, each of these Pokémon proved to be highly useful. Previously, he had brought back moles adept at tilling the soil, water-absorbing Marilu, and tadpoles. And now he had introduced several meerkats to combat the rodents. Chunyin wondered just how Ryan managed to persuade such a diverse assortment of Pokémon. By the way, with these meerkats being so powerful, will we still need to patrol in the future? Su Ruofing whispered to Chunyin. Indeed, Chunyin replied, momentarily forgetting his astonishment at the meerkat's rodent-catching abilities. He realized that these little creatures might very well take over their jobs. Chunyin hastily turned to Ryan and asked, "May I inquire, my lord, will we still be required to carry out patrol duties? With the meerkats in place, you will no longer need to patrol. I will cancel the patrol tasks. However, your rewards for tonight will still be distributed as usual." It seemed that their tasks had indeed been usurped by the meerkats. Chunyin exchanged a resigned glance with Su Ruofing, realizing that this patrol assignment had a time limit. "Very well, you may resume your work. I shall return to the castle to settle these little ones. Tian Juju, stop teasing them and quickly bring back the Qingling." Ryan called out behind him. "Mungji." Tian Juju twirled onto the bear's back, followed by several Qinglings. As soon as the Qinglings arrived, they began pecking at Tian Juju, causing it to shed tears and seek refuge in Ryan's embrace. Mingji. It lifted its pitiful little face, tearfully complaining to Ryan about the Qingling's antics. All right. Who told you to provoke them? You already smell delightful, and yet you intentionally emitted a fragrance to attract the Qinglings. It's no wonder they mistook you for a fruit." Ryan chuckled, patting Tian Juju's flower crown. Realizing it was in the wrong, Tian Juju did not argue further, merely mumbling softly and sticking out its tongue at the Qinglings. Though the Qinglings were eager to peck at Tian Juju again, they feared Ryan might become upset, especially since their father was contained within the small ball at the human's waist. Thus, the Qinglings refrained from advancing and instead began to play among themselves. Once again, Ryan, the Lord, had returned with not only meerkats but also captured several avian Pokémon. Chunyin pondered what purpose these new Pokémon might serve. Before he could contemplate further, Ryan turned to him and asked, "By the way, during my absence, has there been any disturbance in the territory?" "There have been no disturbances. But this afternoon, a few guests from the Sea God Temple arrived. One girl claimed to be a candidate for the Saintess, and they wished to meet you. However, you were not in the territory at the time, so I took them to the castle to see Secretary White." "Guests from the Sea God Temple? A Saintess candidate?" Ryan muttered, initially asking out of casual curiosity, but now intrigued by the information. "I must go to meet them." "Oh, and since you acted as their guide to find Secretary White, consider these spirit coins as a reward for your assistance." He produced a handful of spirit coins and handed them to Chunyin before riding off on the Moonbear. After Ryan departed, Su Ruofing snatched the spirit coins from Chunyin's hand and counted them with glee. "Ah, the Lord is indeed generous. My debts will be reduced." He embraced Chunyin joyfully. "Wait, didn't you just?" Chunyin began, but Su Ruofing covered his mouth. "Brother, don't mess with me. Lord Ryan hasn't gone far. If he hears you, my favorability will plummet." Chunyin forcefully pried Su Ruofing's hand away and spat a few times on the ground. "Have you even washed your hands before putting them on my mouth? Now you're scared? Where was this caution before?" "I was just joking. What are you planning to do now? Didn't they cancel the patrol tasks?" Su Ruofing retorted. "You know that the patrols are cancelled, right? With these meerkats around, there won't be a ratata in the fields anymore. If we don't take advantage of tonight to catch some, there won't be any left to catch in the future." "You're right. Then wait for me. Didn't we agree to team up tonight?" Su Ruofing called as he chased after Chunyin. Meanwhile, Ryan had arrived at the castle but did not hurry to meet the Sea God Temple visitors. Instead, he first settled the Qinglings in the courtyard. He then summoned a servant to notify White to come to the courtyard, as he wished to familiarize himself with the circumstances surrounding the Sea God Temple. After a while, White arrived in the courtyard, bowing to Ryan and asking, "Young Master Ryan, was your journey successful?" "Quite successful indeed. I have brought back the meerkats. Their leader has even evolved into a meerkat commander. I have left them in the fields to deal with the ratata there, and they will handle the ones in the town by tomorrow." Ryan replied, stretching lazily. "I cannot believe you retrieved the meerkats so swiftly. Truly, the Firefly town is blessed. We need not worry about the rodent plague any longer." White exclaimed, his face beaming with excitement. He had initially prepared comforting words for Ryan, thinking he would return empty-handed. Yet here Ryan was with the meerkats. "Indeed, I shall finally enjoy a good night's sleep tonight. But enough about that. I heard a few guests from the Sea God Temple have arrived." "Yes. The Sea God Temple has sent a Saintess candidate along with several Guardian Knights. They are currently waiting for you in the reception room. Would you like to meet them? There's no rush. They can spare a little time. First, Please enlighten me about what a Sanctus candidate entails, as I am rather unfamiliar with this matter. Understood. The Sanctus candidate is. After hearing White's introduction, Ryan couldn't help but click his tongue. He looked up at the castle's reception room, murmuring to himself. It seems they come with ill intentions. Chapter 68. The Sea God Temple and the Sanctus candidates. Through White's introduction, Ryan gained a general understanding of the Sea God Temple and the Sanctus candidates. The Sea God Temple is the only legally recognized religion in the Kingdom of Arad, venerating the sea god Logia alongside the deities of the Flame Bird, the Frost Bird, and the Lightning Bird. Influenced by the temple's promotion, a majority of the populace in the Kingdom of Arad professes faith in Logia, with even members of the royal family being ardent devotees. Typically, one would expect a religion of such significant influence to wield considerable power, akin to the churches of medieval Western Europe. However, the reality is quite different. Despite the deep-rooted faith in the sea god, the temple's power is severely suppressed by the monarchy. The reasoning is straightforward. The deities worshipped by the past churches were fictitious and did not manifest, allowing the church to fabricate divine decrees to expand its authority. In contrast, Logia is a real entity endowed with great wisdom. It is aware of the admiration it receives from humanity and the religion established in its honor. Yet, Logia remains indifferent to human worship, extending aid solely out of benevolence. In Logia's view, all humans are equal. It does not communicate exclusively with those who believe in it, nor does it convey any divine messages to them. Initially, the Sea God Temple expanded its influence rapidly, even able to stand on equal footing with the royal family. However, over time, the monarchy discerned that Logia was not particularly concerned with the temple. At most, Logia would occasionally communicate with them out of acknowledgement for their efforts in conducting rituals, but it disregarded the temple's unreasonable demands entirely. Upon realizing this, members of the royal family straightened their backs, recognizing that the temple's power was merely a facade. The ability to communicate with Logia was of little consequence. They could do so too, and even commoners saved by Logia could occasionally have a word with it. Since Logia showed no favoritism towards the temple, the monarchy decided to hold the temple accountable. The royal family's strength far surpassed that of the Sea God Temple. Previously, they had tolerated the temple out of fear of Logia, but upon uncovering the truth, they swiftly launched a counteroffensive. Naturally, the temple could not contend with the formidable power of the monarchy, and its authority was quickly usurped. Had it not been for the consideration of Logia's sentiments and the temple's influence among the common folk, the monarchy might have eradicated the temple entirely. Following this blow, the Sea God Temple was gravely weakened, but they learned to be cunning. They first covertly expressed submission to the king, then publicly proclaimed their allegiance to the royal authority in the name of the sea god. In essence, they declared their willingness to serve the monarchy without hesitation. The royal family was pleased with the temple's attitude and did not impose further restrictions, even designating the temple as the state religion, allowing them to continue promoting the worship of the sea god. Unbeknownst to the monarchy, the Sea God Temple never relinquished its ambition for power. They merely bided their time, awaiting the right moment. As the Kingdom of Arad began to decline, the royal family's control weakened significantly, leading to instability within the kingdom. With frequent conflicts among territories and the northern kingdom of Frelm encroaching, the monarchy became preoccupied and relaxed its grip on the temple. This was precisely the opportunity the Sea God Temple had been waiting for. They seized a portion of power and established 3 knightly orders, thus creating their own military force. Through years of development, their authority saw significant enhancement. Although still subjected to the royal family's suppression, their situation improved markedly. They no longer obeyed the monarchy's every command, but gradually shifted towards mutual cooperation. Consequently, the Sea God Temple has emerged as a formidable force in the Kingdom of Arad that cannot be overlooked. Within this powerful entity, the position of the Sanctus candidates remains notably elevated. The hierarchy of the Sea God Temple resembles that of the past church, with power and status ascending from the Pope, Cardinal, Archbishop, Bishop, Priest, to ordinary monks and nuns. Though the son and daughter saints do not possess formal powers within the hierarchy, their status is exceedingly high, second only to the Pope, and cardinals must pay their respects upon encountering them. Moreover, while their authority may appear absent in public, they can effectively command personnel below the rank of cardinal and even mobilize the 3 knightly orders of the Sea God Temple. Generally, the knightly orders respond solely to the Pope's commands, with even cardinals requiring papal authorization to engage them, underscoring the elevated status of the son and daughter saints. Their high standing stems from their dual role as mediators with the sea god Logia and as candidates for the next pope. They occupy a position of immense prestige within the temple. Thus, the selection of the son and daughter saints is conducted with utmost rigor. The Sea God Temple is divided into northern and southern dioceses, with the northern diocese selecting the son and the southern diocese selecting the daughter. Regarding the selection of the daughter, the temple initially shortlists several hundred nuns characterized by their pure faith. After a series of stringent evaluations, 3 candidates are ultimately chosen. These candidates are permitted to select a subtemple for a year-long assessment. Upon completion, the results are evaluated by the cardinal, who selects the candidate with the most outstanding performance for the Pope's final decision. If the Pope finds the candidate suitable, she becomes the new saintess. Although the selection process appears transparent, it is, in fact, a manifestation of the internal power struggles among various factions within the Sea God Temple. No one genuinely believes that a mere nun could ascend to the position of saintess without substantial support from a faction. Each candidate who successfully emerges from the selection process is backed by a particular faction. For instance, Aisha enjoys the support of the Archbishop from the southeastern region and has also attracted the attention of a cardinal, which facilitated her selection as a candidate. Of course, the other 2 candidates undoubtedly have their own factions backing them as well. However, regardless of the strength of their support, the ultimate outcome hinges on the assessment results. Thus, the choice of the subtemple becomes exceptionally crucial, as it determines their chances of becoming a true saintess in the future. The candidate named Aisha, instead of choosing from numerous large cities, has opted for the Firefly Town, which undoubtedly implies ulterior motives. It seems we have been underestimated. Ryan pondered for a moment, already suspecting the intentions of Aisha and her companions. Since the inception of the Sea God Temple, there has been a desire to transform the kingdom of Arad into their theocratic state, a notion that continues to influence them to this day. However, their current territorial control is still minimal, and should Aisha manage to secure a new territory for the temple, her achievement would be monumental. What do you imply? How infuriating. How should we deal with these scoundrels of the Sea God Temple? White, possessing considerable intelligence, quickly deduced Aisha's intentions, his eyes ablaze with fury. Let us endure for now. We shall see through their schemes without revealing our knowledge. We cannot afford to confront them openly at this moment. They dare not brazenly undermine me, for should word of it spread, no noble would spare them. Come, let us meet with our guests and not keep them waiting. Ryan rose and made his way to the reception room. Upon arriving, he instantly spotted Aisha, who was feigning sleep with her eyes closed. Upon hearing the doors creak, Aisha opened her eyes and turned her gaze towards Ryan. At that moment, an identical thought crossed their minds. He is rather good-looking. Chapter 69. You need not test me. Though taken aback by Aisha's stunning beauty, Ryan refrained from lingering too long on her visage. Instead, he scrutinized the knights guarding her before speaking up. I apologize for the delay. I had some matters to attend to outside and have only just returned to the territory. No need for concern. We have not waited long. You must be Baron Ryan, the Lord of Firefly Town, Aisha replied with a smile as she rose to her feet. Indeed, I am the Lord of this place. Please, call me Ryan. You must be the esteemed lady of the Sea God Temple. Secretary White has introduced you to me. I regret not being able to greet you in person, Ryan said, bowing slightly to Aisha. That is not an affront. We did not inform you in advance. Furthermore, I am not yet a saint, but merely a candidate. You may call me Aisha, she returned the gesture. Then let us dispense with formalities. You may call me Ryan, and I shall call you Aisha. How does that sound? That works for me. Aisha nodded in agreement. However, the knight, Mayor, standing behind her was less pleased. Lady Aisha is merely being polite. Do you dare disregard formal titles? He placed his hand on his waist, ready to unsheath his sword and reprimand Ryan, but was restrained by Knight Moni beside him. Moni shot Mayor a warning glare, signaling him to remain calm. Recalling Aisha's previous displeasure, Mayor begrudgingly relented. Ryan, oblivious to the altercation, invited Aisha to take a seat before settling into his own chair, idly fidgeting with his fingers. The spacious parlor fell into a profound silence, creating an awkward atmosphere. Why does he not speak? Aisha pondered, vexed. As a baron, he seems oblivious to the most basic etiquette, leaving me in this uncomfortable silence. She was unsure of Ryan's intentions and wished to dispel the tension. Did you have any fruitful endeavors during your outing? I heard from your subjects that you frequently return with a host of magical beasts, each possessing unique attributes. How does she know of this? Ryan mused, recalling that it must have been the 2 players who informed her. He was indifferent to the knowledge being public, after all. The villagers could certainly spot the Pokémon in the fields. Even without the player's disclosure, she could likely infer the truth. I brought back a few meerkats. As you know, they are the natural predators of Rattata. I intend to harness their prowess to address the rodent infestation in the territory. Utilizing meerkats is indeed an excellent strategy to eradicate Rattata. I must admit, I am somewhat impressed by your ingenuity, Aisha remarked. Her gaze toward Ryan imbued with admiration and respect. This was an expression she had practiced extensively, and no man could resist the allure of her reverent look. Aisha felt a swell of confidence within her. You are correct. I too hold a degree of admiration for my own cleverness, Ryan replied, accepting her compliment with a straightforward nod. Aisha found herself momentarily speechless at Ryan's brazen self-praise, and once again, the parlor was enveloped in silence. How infuriating. This scoundrel is utterly unpredictable. His words are impossible to respond to. Aisha felt a surge of frustration. She had never encountered someone like Ryan before. In the Sea God Temple, people would rush to curry favor with her, relishing even the briefest conversation. Yet here, Ryan barely offered her a word. No, I must remain composed. Aisha endeavored to steady her nerves before querying Ryan. Are you not curious as to why we have come to Firefly Town? I am curious. Ryan replied, his expression unchanging. What kind of curiosity is that? Aisha nearly exclaimed, exasperated. Who exhibits curiosity with such a stoic demeanor? And if you are curious, why not inquire further? Cough, cough. We have learned that Firefly Town has suffered greatly from a beast tide, leading to significant losses. Even our branch temple was destroyed, and all the priests and monks perished in battle. Thus, the Sea God Temple has dispatched us to assist in the reconstruction of your territory and to re-establish the branch temple, Aisha explained, noting Ryan's continued silence. I am deeply sorry for the loss of Father Camille. He perished in the defense of Firefly Town. We shall always remember his contributions to our community, Ryan said solemnly, his words resonating with sincerity, in stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. In Ryan's memories, Father Camille was not only kind and helpful to the villagers but also courageous and just. Upon learning of the impending beast tide, he could have chosen to flee, as the priests of the Sea God Temple were not obligated to defend the territory. Nevertheless, he resolutely remained, leading the monks into battle, ultimately sacrificing his life. For such a man, Ryan held profound respect. Regrettably, individuals like Father Camille were few and far between within the Sea God Temple. Perhaps it was his sense of justice that rendered him incompatible with the temple's hierarchy, leading to his relegation to a small town like Firefly. Aisha sensed the shift in Ryan's tone, realizing he possessed a strong sense of loyalty and honor. The Sea God Temple would surely recognize Father Camille's valiant deeds and soon commend him. Aisha fabricated this notion, aware that the temple's higher-ups had likely forgotten about Father Camille. To them, he was merely a nameless priest whose death was hardly worthy of acknowledgement or commendation. She uttered this to leverage Ryan's sense of loyalty, hoping to perpetuate the dialogue. Such recognition is well-deserved. As for your offer to assist us in rebuilding our territory, it is unnecessary. Our land is gradually returning to stability and does not presently require aid from the Sea God Temple. However, regarding the reconstruction of the Sea God Temple, Firefly Town can extend its assistance. Please, share any requests you may have, Aisha replied, surprised by Ryan's unexpected response. Ryan, upon hearing Aisha mention Father Camille, no longer left her in silence, but instead engaged in conversation, albeit with words that took her by surprise. Hadn't the Sea God Temple been the one offering assistance? Why had the tables turned? Very well, Aisha responded stiffly, her smile faltering. She had intended to leverage the goodwill of aiding Firefly Town's reconstruction to propose a few reasonable requests, but Ryan's outright refusal of her help, while insisting on reciprocating, left her quite flummoxed. This was precisely why Ryan had chosen to remain silent earlier. In such circumstances, the first to speak typically assumes a disadvantage, allowing the other party to dictate the conversation's rhythm. Ryan had skillfully stifled Aisha's intentions before she could articulate them, leaving her with no recourse. Realizing the situation had shifted unfavorably, Knight Moni discreetly nudged Mayor, and as Mayor turned to him, Moni subtly gestured for him to comprehend. However, Mayor appeared perplexed. Failing to grasp the implication, Moni sighed, shaking his head before leaning in to whisper, "You should provoke that lord," incite him into a confrontation. Upon hearing Moni's suggestion, Mayor's eyes widened, and after a moment of contemplation, a look of realization crossed his face. Excellent. It seems he has finally grasped the intent, Moni thought, relieved that Mayor was not beyond redemption. Moni, the knight, felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. Shortly thereafter, he heard Mayor speak with unwavering resolve. Master, there is no need to test me any further. I assure you, I shall never act impulsively again. I shall test you, my dear grandmother. Chapter 70. The challenge. Moni was nearly driven to exasperation by Mayor, almost cursing aloud. He had initially mistaken his seemingly enlightened expression for a sign of understanding, only to find that he remained as foolish as ever. How had he been blind enough to take on such a disciple? With a resigned sigh, Moni accepted the reality. No matter how dim-witted, he was still his disciple. Moreover, the very reason he had taken him on was due to his admirable, straightforward character. Little did Moni know Mayor's straightforwardness would manifest in such an extreme manner. I did not test you. I instructed you to challenge that lord to assess his strength and simultaneously to curb his arrogance. He whispered to Mayor. Really? It's not a test? Mayor asked, incredulously. Of course not. Will you go or not? Yes, I shall go at once. Mayor replied, his face lighting up with delight. He had long harbored disdain for the lord named Ryan, not only for his lack of respect towards Lady Aisha, but also for audaciously rejecting assistance from the sea god temple. Such insolence was simply intolerable. Stepping forward, he announced, Good day, Baron Ryan. I am Mayor, the guardian knight of Lady Aisha. Given your refusal of our temple's assistance, I presume you possess considerable confidence in your own strength. Might I request a demonstration? Ryan regarded Mayor with confusion. The reconstruction of the territory had little to do with his personal prowess. Impudent. How dare a mere knight challenge Baron Ryan? Step back at once. Moni interjected, immediately kneeling in apology before Aisha. My sincerest apologies, Lady Aisha. It is my failure in discipline that has allowed him to affront Baron Ryan. Please forgive me. You ought to seek Lord Ryan's forgiveness, not mine. Aisha retorted, her voice sharp. Then, turning to Ryan with a smile, she continued, I apologize, Ryan. My subordinate is overly proud and reckless, unaware of his own limitations in challenging you. However, this may serve well. Your strength will surely teach him a lesson, illustrating the truth that there are always greater powers beyond. Ryan understood their elaborate charade. They were orchestrating this performance. First, they had Mayor issue a challenge. Then Moni had reinforced Ryan's stature, and finally, Aisha had coerced Ryan into accepting the challenge under the guise of educating her subordinate. Such manipulation was audacious indeed. Realizing their intent, Ryan recognized that they sought to gauge his strength while simultaneously showcasing the might of the Sea God Temple, intending to instill fear in him. After all, they presumed that his youth indicated a lack of formidable power. This assumption was further fueled by their knowledge of his childhood fear of magical beasts. Though it appeared that Ryan could now confront such creatures, they believed that his strength had not significantly improved in a short span of time. This was one of the reasons Aisha's group had chosen to settle in Firefly Town. A weak lord would be easier to subjugate. Let us not speak of education, but rather engage in a friendly bout. This location is insufficient. Let us proceed to the training grounds. Ryan consented to Mayor's challenge, recognizing their desire to assess his abilities. He was eager to demonstrate who would truly be left in awe. Arriving at the training grounds, they found numerous knights and retainers engaged in rigorous practice. These knights treasured the opportunity for selection, aware that this might be their singular chance to ascend to greatness. Thus, despite the late hour, they persevered in their training. Observing their dedication, Ryan felt a sense of satisfaction. Regardless of their innate talents, such perseverance and tenacity would surely yield commendable achievements in the future. In stark contrast, Mayor and his companions regarded the knights with disdain. In their eyes, the training methods were primitive, and the overall strength was lackluster. This only served to deepen Mayor's contempt for Ryan. If his subordinates were so weak, surely Ryan could not be too formidable himself. Aisha, too, noted the knight's training. But unlike her companions, she felt a slight heaviness in her heart. She had not anticipated that, aside from the magical beast tamers, Firefly Town possessed additional latent strength. Although these knights were currently weak, their potential for growth was unpredictable. She could only hope to subjugate Ryan before they blossomed into something formidable. Cease training and clear the grounds. The Lord shall engage in combat against magical beasts. White called out to the knights. The Lord is participating in a magical beast battle? The training knights exchanged excited glances, having never witnessed a proper magical beast confrontation, especially one involving their lord. Having heard White speak of Ryan's prowess, they were eager to finally witness it firsthand. Excuse me, Lord White, may we observe? One knight raised his hand to inquire. White hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and turned to Ryan for guidance. Let them watch. Oh, and Mayor, you have no objections, do you? I have none. Mayor was more than eager for the knights to witness his triumph over Ryan, relishing the thought of humiliating him before his own subordinates. Then it settled. Let the knights observe from the sidelines, Ryan directed White. Understood. White relayed the news to the knights, who erupted in cheers. Humph, enjoy your cheers while you can. Soon enough, you'll have no reason to smile, Mayor muttered under his breath. What did you say? Nothing. I was merely preparing to unleash the magical beast. He replied, hastily producing a radiant blue crystal and caressing it gently. A beam of blue light shot forth, gradually revealing a turtle-like Pokémon. This is a violent devouring turtle? The creature resembled a prehistoric alligator, adorned with a horned head and a shell of stone, imposing in its weightiness. Its defining feature was its serrated teeth, reputed to be able to sever steel and rock. Oh, I didn't expect you to recognize the violent devouring turtle. Such beasts are rare in the kingdom of Arad. Aisha was intrigued by how Ryan came to know of it. I only have a passing familiarity. By the way, your crystal's release speed for magical beasts is rather sluggish. In a dangerous situation, you might not have time to unleash them. Ryan deftly redirected the conversation, unwilling to divulge his sources of knowledge. Indeed, it is somewhat slow. Hence, we always release one magical beast beforehand during expeditions. This time, we were riding a large-mouthed seagull, making it inconvenient to carry them along, hence their confinement in the crystal. Aisha explained, then added, actually, the blue crystal can release magical beasts rapidly in emergencies. Shattering it allows for instant release. Once shattered, can it still be used? No. Truly, the sea god temple is extravagantly wealthy. Discarding such fine crystals so carelessly, Ryan remarked, extending a thumb in admiration, then retrieving a Pokeball from his waist, tossing it lightly to release a moon bear. Roar. As the moon bear emerged, it let out a fierce roar, its formidable presence startling Mayor and the others. What manner of beast is this? Chapter 71. I don't believe you can defeat me instantly. The imposing figure and fierce aura of the moon bear left Mayor and his companions in utter shock. Although they were unfamiliar with this magical beast, it was evident that its strength was formidable. How infuriating. Which scoundrel gathered such intelligence? They claimed that the Lord of Firefly Town had never encountered magical beasts since childhood. So where did this colossal bear come from? Surely it could not have been tamed within the span of mere days. Mayor felt a tumult of anger and panic. Initially, he had been confident in his ability to defeat Ryan, but the sight of the gigantic bear caused his confidence to wane. His uncertainty stemmed from his lack of knowledge about this magical creature, while Ryan seemed well acquainted with his rampaging turtle. This disparity in information could easily place him at a disadvantage during the battle. The creature, known as the moon bear, had evolved from the circle bear. Though the specifics of its evolution remained unclear, it likely possessed attributes akin to the circle bear, in addition to ground attributes, making it a rare and powerful magical beast. Just as Mayor was at a loss for what to do, a voice broke through the tension, providing a brief introduction to the moon bear. Following the sound, he realized it was Aisha, who was turning to address Ryan. I am quite curious how you managed to tame this magical beast, or whether it evolved from the circle bear. Have you mastered the specifics of its evolution? I am equally intrigued about how you acquired this information. You mentioned that the moon bear is rare, yet you can articulate its attributes and even know it is an evolved form of the circle bear. Ryan did not respond to Aisha. Instead, he inquired about her source of information. Of course, I learned it from the Codex of the Sea God Temple. Our temple boasts a rich history and has documented extensive information on magical beasts over generations, compiling it into a comprehensive guide. The details of the moon bear are indeed included, albeit with limited information. Aisha candidly revealed her source of knowledge, as it was not a secret. Then why do they not recognize it? Ryan pointed at Mayor and his companions, noting their evident unfamiliarity with the moon bear. Such valuable information cannot be widely shared. I only gained access to the Magical Beast Compendium after becoming a candidate for the Saintess. Aisha spoke with an air of certainty, her expression tinged with confusion, as if she could not fathom why Ryan would pose such a straightforward question. Upon noticing Aisha's expression, Ryan realized he had fallen into a trap of modern thinking. In contemporary society, gathering information is effortless. With a simple online search, one can uncover a wealth of knowledge. However, in ancient society, acquiring such information was exceedingly difficult. A seemingly simple magical beast compendium encapsulates the efforts of countless generations and is not freely accessible to all. I have disclosed my source of information, yet you have not elucidated how this magical beast came to be. Perhaps it was drawn to my charismatic persona. Enough of this. I must prepare for battle. You, Aisha, incensed by Ryan's flippant attitude, clenched her silver teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury. She turned to Mayor, her gaze unmistakably conveying a clear message. Teach him a lesson. Mayor understood Aisha's silent plea, swallowing hard as the pressure mounted within him. Uncle White, could you please officiate? Ryan addressed White. In truth, the most suitable referee would be the aerial Rotom, as its primary role is to oversee such events, rather than serve as Ryan's translator. However, Ryan felt that too much information had already been exposed, and he preferred to keep the aerial Rotom away from Aisha and the others. No problem, White nodded in agreement. Once Ryan and Mayor took their positions on the field, White announced loudly, this magical beast battle will be a one-on-one duel. The victor is determined by incapacitating the opponent's magical beast. Are both contestants ready? I am prepared. I am as well, Mayor replied, forcing bravado into his voice. He repeatedly reassured himself that, despite the moon bear's imposing size, it might merely be for show. Furthermore, He was aware that the moon bear possessed ground attributes, while his rampaging turtle was a water-type magical beast, granting him a potential advantage. Yet, he seemed to overlook the fact that the rampaging turtle also possessed rock attributes, which would be susceptible to ground-type attacks. Then I declare the battle begins. As soon as White's words fell, both combatants issued their commands simultaneously. Moon bear, use glare. Rampaging turtle, use water gun. The moon bear glared fiercely, causing the rampaging turtle to shrink back in trepidation, its defensive posture lowering. However, the rampaging turtle was known for its ferocity, realizing it had been intimidated. It retaliated by unleashing a water gun at the moon bear. Dodge it, Ryan commanded, hoping to guide the moon bear out of the trajectory of the water gun. The moon bear attempted to sidestep, but its massive bulk hindered its speed, resulting in the water gun striking its shoulder. Fortunately, it only grazed it, inflicting minimal damage. Charge ahead. Use rock block to obstruct it. The two issued commands once more. As Ryan understood that the moon bear lacked long-range attacks and aimed to engage the rampaging turtle in close combat, Mayer grasped this strategy as well. He had no desire to engage the moon bear in melee, so he commanded the rampaging turtle to halt its advance while using water gun from a distance to gradually deplete the moon bear's stamina. Smash those rocks with your claw. Roar. The moon bear swung its massive paws, shattering the descending rocks, and continued its charge toward the rampaging turtle. So ferocious? Rampaging turtle, continue with water gun. Mayer, intimidated by the moon bear's ferocity, took several steps back, yet he remained resolute in obstructing the moon bear's advance. Keep smashing, facing the oncoming torrent of water. The moon bear did not evade. Instead, it raised its sharp claws and struck down against the string. The rampaging turtle, a physically offensive Pokémon, had limited power in its water gun. With a slight exertion, the moon bear split the water stream apart and continued its assault against the rampaging turtle. Boom. The moon bear's claws crashed heavily onto the rampaging turtle's head, nearly displacing its horn. Regrettably, the ordinary-type claw attack inflicted minimal damage, further mitigated by the water gun's cancellations, leaving the rampaging turtle with only slight injuries. Use Brick Break. Just as Mayer was still reeling from the moon bear's ability to cleave through the water gun, he suddenly heard Ryan issue another command. Brick Break? Oh no. Rampaging turtle, quickly use Protect. Mayer shouted anxiously, realizing that Brick Break was a fighting-type move that could deal considerable damage to the rampaging turtle. The moon bear raised its colossal paw once more, descending toward the rampaging turtle, which successfully conjured a white shield in front of it to absorb the impending blow. A prime opportunity. Use Shellblade. Seeing the rampaging turtle successfully activate Protect, Mayer exhaled in relief, simultaneously seizing a chance for counterattack. Two water blades manifested on the rampaging turtle's shell and surged toward the moon bear with force. As the water blades neared their target, a triumphant smile spread across Mayer's face. Even if the moon bear had tough skin, it would surely sustain significant damage from the strike. Protect. A voice caused Mayer's smile to falter, disbelief washing over him as he glanced at the arena. Discovering that the moon bear had also conjured a white shield to withstand the rampaging turtle's shell blade. Why is the moon bear using Protect as well? Before he could ponder further, Ryan directed the moon bear to launch an attack. Use Dive to finish it. We will also use Protect. Mayer exclaimed in a state of panic. Yet, before the shield of the devouring turtle could fully coalesce, the entire body of Moon Bear collided with it, sending it hurtling away. The devouring turtle rolled several times on the ground before lying motionless. White rushed over to assess whether it still possessed the capacity for combat. No worries, he reassured himself. The devouring turtle has sustained minimal damage. Its stamina and condition are impeccable. It should not be easily defeated. Indeed, I refuse to believe you can eliminate me so effortlessly. If you truly manage to vanquish my devouring turtle today, I shall. The devouring turtle lost its combat capabilities, and Baron Ryan emerged victorious. Did it truly just get eliminated that easily? Chapter 72. The West Lion Sea Lion. Upon hearing White announce the battle's outcome, Mayer found himself frozen in place, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he gazed upon the fallen violent turtle. Even if the opposing moon bear was formidable, it seemed implausible that it could dispatch his violent turtle in a single blow. The spectators around him were equally astounded. The knightly retainers understood their lord's prowess but had not anticipated such overwhelming dominance, as he effortlessly shattered the opposition. The members of the Sea God Temple wore expressions of disbelief. They were well aware of Mayer's and the violent turtle's capabilities. Among the Guardian Knights, Mayer's strength was second only to Commander Moni, making him a standout among the new generation of knights. Yet, he had been easily defeated by Ryan, indicating that Ryan's power far surpassed that of the other Guardian Knights. Even Commander Moni could not be entirely confident in besting him. Aisha's lips parted slightly. She had mentally prepared for Mayer's defeat the moment she witnessed Ryan command the powerful moon bear. However, she had anticipated a protracted struggle, believing that Ryan would have to exhaust his trump cards to overcome Mayor, allowing for some semblance of dignity in defeat while also gauging Ryan's strength. The reality was that the violent turtle was obliterated in one strike, revealing the extent of Ryan's power, yet leaving the Sea God Temple's reputation utterly tarnished. Not only did they fail to suppress Ryan's fervor, but their morale was also dealt a significant blow. Truly useless. Aisha, allow me to step in. I am confident I can defeat Baron Ryan. Moni bowed before Aisha, seeking permission. Absolutely not. Do you wish to further disgrace us? Aisha replied icily. It was inappropriate for a commander to challenge a newcomer who had only recently begun to engage with magical beasts. Even if he won, it would not be honorable. Moreover, who could ascertain whether Ryan had hidden abilities? Should Moni also fall to Ryan, they would have no face left to remain there. Moni was aware of this, and his suggestion was merely an attempt to alleviate some of Aisha's ire towards Mayor, who was, after all, his disciple. Upon hearing White declare his victory, Ryan stored away the moon bear, wearing an expression of serene composure. He had anticipated that the moon bear could eliminate the violent turtle, which was why he confidently instructed it to use its powerful attack to conclude the battle swiftly. The violent turtle had its defenses lowered from the outset, combined with the moon bear's exceptionally high physical attack and its ground-type move. If this combination could not vanquish the violent turtle, Ryan would have to question whether the opposing side possessed some sort of momentum-enhancing item. What a thoroughly exhilarating battle. Your violent turtle is indeed strong. I merely won by chance, Ryan said as he approached Mayor, extending his hand, having only just accepted the reality of his turtle's demise. Mayor was taken aback by Ryan's words, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Your so-called chance victory amounts to having obliterated my violent turtle? Seeing the smile on Ryan's face, Mayor mistook it for mockery, feeling an overwhelming urge to draw his sword and engage Ryan in a real duel. Yet, deep down, he understood that drawing his sword would mean losing his place in the Sea God Temple, and even Commander Moni could not protect him. Resolving himself, Mayor extended his hand, silently vowing to one day reclaim the dignity he had lost today from Ryan. As they shook hands, Aisha approached them, wearing a somewhat forced smile as she addressed Ryan. You truly are Baron Ryan, effortlessly securing victory in this battle. Surely, this is not your full strength. Oh no, it was merely luck. I merely took advantage of Knight Mayor's unfamiliarity with the moon bear. Moreover, the moon bear is my strongest magical beast, and I had to exert myself fully to achieve victory, Ryan insisted, waving his hands dismissively, inciting further irritation in Mayor. Baron Ryan, you are exceedingly humble, Aisha remarked, glancing at the Pokeball at Ryan's waist, increasingly convinced that he was concealing his true strength, perhaps possessing even more powerful magical beasts than the moon bear. It appeared that their attempts to undermine Ryan would not be easily accomplished, requiring careful consideration moving forward. This was also the reason Ryan chose to reveal a fraction of his power. He did not wish to be viewed as a soft target by the Sea God Temple. After praising Ryan, Aisha took a scepter from one of the Guardian Knights. Atop, it was a deep blue crystal. She gently caressed the crystal, and the scepter emitted a beam of blue light, slowly revealing the silhouette of a Pokémon within. Wow, this is... Ryan recognized the beautiful and elegant Pokémon before him, but having learned his lesson, he refrained from naming it, instead feigning confusion as he looked at Aisha. Is this your magical beast? It is stunning. What is its name? Baron Ryan recognizes the violent turtle, yet does not know this magical beast? Aisha teased. I have only seen information about the violent turtle in an ancient tome. My knowledge of other magical beasts is limited. Aisha did not believe Ryan's words. Such coincidences were too convenient, yet she chose not to expose him. Indeed, this magical beast is called the West Lion Sea Lion, my most trusted partner. West Lion Sea Lion? Such a melodious name, and it appears quite powerful, Ryan remarked sincerely, in his memories from a past life. The West Lion Sea Lion was the final evolutionary form of the Alolan region starter Pokémon, the Poplio. Not only was it aesthetically pleasing, with its sea green flowing mane and adorned with pink starfish, its blue eyes mirroring Aisha's, its slender white body ranked high among Pokémon in terms of beauty. Moreover, the West Lion Sea Lion boasted significant power, utilizing song and water balloons in dazzling battles, playfully toying with its opponents. Most importantly, the fact that it had evolved to its final form indicated a high level. Ryan checked the West Lion Sea Lion's level on his panel, confirming it was an impressive level 36, 2 levels higher than the already elevated Moon Bear. My West Lion Sea Lion is merely a supportive magical beast, not particularly strong. I summoned it solely to heal the violent turtle's injuries, Aisha commanded. West Lion Sea Lion, use life water on the violent turtle, Aisha instructed. The West Lion Sea Lion raised its broad palms, conjuring a droplet imbued with life, which it then cast upon the violent turtle, aiding in its recovery. Remarkably, this West Lion Sea Lion has inherited the move life water. Ryan's eyes widened. He had initially thought Aisha was attempting to deceive him by claiming the West Lion Sea Lion was merely a support Pokémon, but it genuinely possessed healing capabilities. Life water can be used to heal magical beasts' injuries. In the future, Baron Ryan's magical beasts can seek my healing, Aisha smiled at Ryan. Realizing that if force did not work, a softer approach might yield results, showcasing the strength and value of the Sea God Temple. No need. We in Firefly Town have our own healing methods. Ryan produced a vial of potent healing spray, applying it to the Moon Bear's injured arm. Watching as the wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, Aisha was momentarily stunned. What kind of potion is this? Its healing effects are astonishing. Chapter 73. I've caught you. Aisha gazed in astonishment at the miraculous healing potion in Ryan's hand, for she had never encountered a remedy capable of mending the wounds of magical beasts in such a brief span of time. The Sea Goddess Temple possessed its own healing elixir for magical creatures, referred to as holy water. However, the efficacy of this holy water paled in comparison to the life-giving droplets from the Western Lion Sea, not to mention the unparalleled potion in Ryan's grasp. If the elixirs from the Sea Goddess Temple were deemed holy, then the vial before her was undoubtedly a divine concoction. Yet, how could a mere baron like Ryan have acquired such a treasure? Aisha's curiosity swelled, but she was well aware that Ryan would offer only evasive remarks, if anything at all. Thus, she refrained from inquiring about the potion's origin, opting instead to cast a lingering glance at him. It appeared that this young lord harbored many secrets. Not only had he swiftly attained the strength to vanquish a guardian knight, but he also possessed a remarkable artifact capable of subduing magical beasts and an extraordinary healing potion, coupled with the loyal magical beast tamers she had encountered earlier. Aisha found herself confounded by how he had obtained all of this. Could it possibly be a family legacy? However, from what she understood, Ryan's lineage was unremarkable. Lacking any prestigious background, even his baronial title was earned through his father's valor on the battlefield, devoid of any inherited prestige. If it were not a familial inheritance, could it be that he had the backing of other forces? The mere thought sent a shiver through Aisha. Such a possibility could not be dismissed. She suddenly recalled that the Sea Goddess Temple had dispatched them to Firefly Town with the ulterior motive of investigating the cause of the Beast Tide and the Shadow Church. Just days prior, the Beast Tide had ravaged all territories in the southeastern region of the Arad Kingdom, its scale and destructive power unparalleled. The Sea Goddess Temple and the royal family took the matter very seriously, assigning dedicated personnel to conduct an investigation. Preliminary findings suggested that the Beast Tide may have been intentionally incited, likely by members of the Shadow Church. Upon learning this, the royal family entrusted the matter entirely to the Sea Goddess Temple, as the Shadow Church was its sworn enemy. The temple would undoubtedly spare no effort in uncovering the origins of the Beast Tide while simultaneously launching a counteroffensive against the Shadow Church. Indeed, the Sea Goddess Temple acted accordingly, deploying a professional investigation team to the site of the Beast Tide and instructing personnel from the affected towns to cooperate. Firefly Town, being one of the most severely impacted, was no exception. The temple had explicitly instructed Aisha and her companions to focus their inquiries on the Shadow Church. Should they uncover intelligence regarding the Beast Tide or apprehend any members of the Shadow Church, it would be a significant accomplishment, greatly enhancing Aisha's chances of becoming a saintess. The urgency behind the Sea Goddess Temple's investigation stemmed from their awareness that if the Shadow Church truly possessed the means to incite Beast Tides, they would not stop at just one. This group of lunatics would undoubtedly unleash a continuous barrage of calamities, plunging the entire kingdom into chaos. Therefore, the temple was desperate to ascertain the cause of the Beast Tide, as only then could they formulate a response. However, the investigation team had been probing for several days without yielding useful information, merely establishing a preliminary suspicion that the Shadow Church might be colluding with certain territories, possibly hiding within them. Was it conceivable that the Shadow Church had support behind Firefly Town, and that Ryan's miraculous artifacts were provided by them? With those magical beast tamers being trained by the Shadow Church? No, that cannot be. Aisha dismissed her own thoughts. Firefly Town had been devastated by the Beast Tide. With nearly all knights perishing in battle, even Ryan's father had gone missing amidst the chaos, leaving his fate uncertain. Ryan and the Shadow Church were, without a doubt, sworn enemies. How could they possibly collaborate? Yet, that is not entirely accurate. Ryan is unaware that the Beast Tide was instigated by the Shadow Church. He might even think he is merely fortunate, receiving aid from a hidden force. Furthermore, I have heard that the Shadow Church possesses means of manipulating hearts. Perhaps Ryan has been ensnared by them. Aisha lifted her gaze to Ryan, observing that he appeared quite normal, devoid of any signs of control, which only deepened her internal conflict. Meanwhile, Ryan regarded Aisha with confusion. What was the matter with this Saintess candidate? Her facial expressions fluctuated wildly, one moment grave, the next filled with turmoil. Was she truly astonished by the healing potion's effects and contemplating seizing it? Nevertheless, Ryan was not overly concerned. He had confidently revealed the Pokeball and the healing potion, unafraid of Aisha and her companions attempting to snatch them away. He had already anticipated that Aisha and her group would be residing in Firefly Town, and their days together were far from over. He could not simply refrain from utilizing the Pokeball and the healing potion due to their presence, as such restraint would severely impede his growth as a player. Since they would inevitably discover these items, why not showcase them now? Ryan genuinely believed that the Sea Goddess Temple would not dare to act brazenly in an attempt to seize them. If they did, the temple's reputation would suffer tremendously, causing all lords in the Arad Kingdom to be wary of them, a losing proposition for a faction seeking to expand its power. Do you have something to say? Ryan inquired. Taking the initiative, does Baron Ryan have any knowledge of the Shadow Church? Aisha no longer hesitated and directly broached the subject, eager to gauge his reaction. The Shadow Church? I have never heard of it. It sounds like a religious organization, Ryan replied, furrowing his brow. It seemed he had overthought it. Aisha had no ulterior motives concerning the healing potion. But why had she mentioned the Shadow Church? Aisha scrutinized Ryan's expression closely, noting the authenticity of his confusion, which somewhat alleviated her suspicions about him. You are correct. The Shadow Church is an evil religious organization and our greatest adversary at the Sea Goddess Temple. Aren't you more concerned about the royal family? Ryan internally scoffed. They operate throughout the kingdom, employing various means to undermine its stability. For example, the recent beast tide was incited by them. Are you certain they caused the beast tide? Ryan's interest piqued, and he quickly inquired further. I am certain. According to our preliminary investigations at the Sea Goddess Temple, this beast tide was indeed triggered by members of the Shadow Church, though we are still unaware of their methods. Do these members of the Shadow Church wear black robes? I cannot be certain, but eyewitness accounts do mention that they often don black robes. How do you know this? Did you not say you were unfamiliar with the Shadow Church? Aisha questioned, her face a mask of confusion. Could it be that Ryan truly had ties to the Shadow Church? Upon receiving Aisha's response, Ryan clenched his fist tightly, a whirlwind of anger and excitement surging within him. He could not help but shout silently in his mind. At last, I've caught you. Chapter 74. The misfortune diverted east. Since discovering that the beast tide was instigated by the enigmatic figures in black robes, Ryan has been fervently seeking to unveil their identities, but to no avail. However, upon hearing from Aisha today about the identity of these dark-clad individuals, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. Although he may not yet possess the strength to exact revenge, he has finally found a target for his vengeance. I must admit, I am unfamiliar with the Shadow Church. Could you enlighten me with specific details about them? Ryan inquired, eager to glean more information from Aisha regarding the Shadow Church. Why does Baron Ryan take an interest in the Shadow Church? Aisha responded, a hint of skepticism in her tone. You just mentioned that the beast tide was caused by the Shadow Church. The casualties in our Firefly Town were a direct consequence of their actions. They are the enemies of all in our community. Is it not entirely natural for me to seek further information about my adversaries? Ryan retorted, his expression earnest. Indeed, it is quite natural, but what compels me to share such information with you? This is intelligence that our Sea God Temple has painstakingly gathered. I cannot simply divulge it to an outsider unless you agree to certain conditions, Aisha said, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. You were dismissive just moments ago, and now you come seeking my assistance. Let us not rush to discuss conditions just yet. You mentioned that the investigation team from the Sea God Temple has yet to uncover the specific methods employed by the Shadow Church to incite the beast tide. How fortuitous, for I recently acquired such information. I wonder, dear Aisha, would you be interested? Ryan replied, a smile playing on his lips. Impossible. How could you know their methods when you were unfamiliar with the Shadow Church? Aisha's expression was one of disbelief. While I may not know the Shadow Church directly, that does not preclude me from understanding the origins of the beast tide, Ryan sighed, sensing Aisha's lingering doubt. Do you still not trust me, Aisha? Allow me to share a morsel of information. Can you guess why I know that the members of the Shadow Church wear black robes? Is it not because you learned from me that the beast tide was instigated by them? Only 2 days ago, I stumbled upon information regarding a group of black-robed individuals who triggered the beast tide, which led me to conclude that they must be members of the Shadow Church. Moreover, I have no reason to deceive you. The Shadow Church is a mutual enemy, and I merely wish to exchange information, Ryan explained, his sincerity gradually winning over Aisha. In truth, even if Ryan had not shared these insights, Aisha would have gambled on trusting him and divulged everything she knew about the Shadow Church. The rationale was simple. The intelligence concerning the Shadow Church was not particularly clandestine. They had operated within the kingdom of Arad for many years, and numerous factions possessed information about them. For instance, in the black market of Guanhai City, information regarding the Shadow Church was openly sold. Conversely, Ryan held vital information that the Sea God Temple desperately sought, the specific methods that led to the Beast-Tide, knowledge that was scarcely known to anyone else. The disparity in the significance of their information was stark. Aisha, too, required this intelligence to gain an edge in the selection of the Saintess. Provided that Ryan's information was accurate, it would place her in a position of considerable advantage over the other two candidates. Thus, she nodded and began to relay information about the Shadow Church to Ryan. Very well, let me share what I know. As previously mentioned, the Shadow Church is a malevolent religious organization whose members worship a false deity known as the Shadow Demon. They proclaim that the Shadow Demon is the one true god of this world, and one day, the god's shadow will envelop the entire realm, granting eternal life only to those who believe in the demon. To be candid, I suspect that this Shadow Demon is a mere fabrication of theirs. After all, apart from the members of the Shadow Church, no one has ever seen a definitive likeness of the Shadow Demon, and even within their ranks, descriptions of the so-called god vary vastly. While their deity may be a myth, the Shadow Church's power is undeniably formidable. Their influence stretches far and wide. They wreak havoc not only in our kingdom of Arad, but have also made their presence felt in the northern kingdom of Frame, where they exhibit even greater audacity. It is rumored that their stronghold lies on another continent, one that they have already claimed, which is why they have begun to invade our lands. Of course, this is merely speculation, likely a falsehood propagated by the Shadow Church to bolster their own reputation. Nevertheless, regardless of the veracity of this rumor, it reflects the formidable strength of the Shadow Church. If they were not powerful, no one would believe such tales. When the Shadow Church first entered the kingdom of Arad, both the royal family and our Sea God Temple were dismissive, regarding them as just another ordinary grassroots organization. However, they quickly embarked on a series of destructive actions. The most notorious incident occurred 8 years ago when, in a bid to please the so-called Shadow Demon, they attacked a small town, mercilessly slaughtering all its inhabitants as a sacrificial offering to their false god. Thousands of innocent lives extinguished. Such depravity is beyond comprehension. As Aisha recounted this, her voice trembled slightly, her teeth clenched in fury. Upon learning of the heinous atrocities committed by the Shadow Church, both the royal family and the Sea God Temple were incensed. They not only classified the Shadow Church as an evil organization, but also dispatched substantial forces to eradicate them. Logically, with the combined might of these two factions, the Shadow Church should have been swiftly vanquished. Yet, they proved as resilient as carp, managing to withstand the onslaught of both powers for a considerable time. Ultimately, they did suffer a significant blow from our Sea God Temple and the royal forces. But some members managed to escape. This conflict afforded us a clearer understanding of the Shadow Church's capabilities. The surviving remnants no longer operated with the same audacity. Instead, they resorted to covertly sowing discord from the shadows. The Shadow Church has become akin to a lurking predator, ready to strike at any moment, making them even more elusive and challenging to confront. Moreover, in recent years, the Shadow Church has experienced rapid recovery, both in numbers and power. Just a few years ago, they were confined to the central regions of the kingdom, yet now their presence has begun to emerge in the southeastern territories as well. In summary, the Shadow Church is a nefarious religious sect that will stop at nothing to disrupt the harmony and stability of the kingdom, all in pursuit of their ambition to invade and dominate. Aisha concluded passionately, then turned to Ryan, eager to see if he shared her disdain for the Shadow Church's actions. To her surprise, Ryan did not exhibit the expected outrage. Instead, he frowned and asked, "Is that all? Is this the sum of the intelligence your Sea God Temple has painstakingly gathered over the years?" "And no, that is all I know. I have shared everything with you." Aisha stammered. Ryan sighed deeply. "I sincerely advise your Sea God Temple to consider replacing your intelligence personnel. Even a few simple-minded beasts would perform better than them." Mayor nodded in agreement, only to be swiftly reprimanded by Captain Moni, who slapped him, saying, "You dare mock our intelligence staff alongside an outsider. Baron Ryan, please show some respect. I have generously shared information regarding the Shadow Church with you to foster collaboration, not to allow you to disparage our Sea God Temple's intelligence personnel." Aisha retorted, her tone now formal. "Aisha, I am not disparaging. I am merely stating the truth. Your intelligence personnel operate under the aegis of the powerful Sea God Temple, yet have only managed to gather this scant information. Shouldn't it be time for a change?" Ryan countered. "You spoke at length, Yet the valuable information was scarce, merely informing me that the deity worshipped by the Shadow Church is the Dark Demon. Subsequently, you continued to assert their formidable strength and malevolent deeds. But do I truly need you to state the obvious? The recent Beast-Tide has revealed their nefarious nature to all. What I seek to understand is their current manpower, the average strength tier, the types of magical beasts they commonly employ, and the specifics of their most powerful members, not just a simplistic assertion of their might, which is rather redundant. Had they not been strong, they would have been eradicated by you long ago, and there would be no opportunity for a Beast-Tide. After listening to Ryan, Aisha felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness to refute him. She found his arguments quite reasonable, realizing that their intelligence personnel may indeed be somewhat unreliable. Of course, it could also be that her current status precluded her from accessing more detailed information. Ryan, sensing he may have been overly harsh, offered Aisha a few words of comfort. However, to Aisha, this was not reassurance. What does it mean to have a low status? She is currently a candidate for the saint. Does one comprehend the significance of being a saint candidate within the Sea God Temple? Never mind, she thought. I shall not stoop to his level. I still need to extract information from him regarding the methods the Shadow Church used to incite the Beast-Tide. After all, I have disclosed all the information I possess. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Aisha glanced nervously at Ryan, genuinely fearing he might rescind his offer due to the perceived lack of information. Rest assured, although your intelligence may not be of great utility, I am a person of integrity and shall indeed share the information with you. I only hope that we can collaborate effectively in combating the Shadow Church, Ryan reassured Aisha, after which he recounted the events of the past few days. Are you suggesting that the members of the Shadow Church use a black crystal to incite the fury of the magical beasts, thereby triggering the Beast-Tide? Precisely. At that time, I was unaware they were members of the Shadow Church. May I examine the crystal? Certainly. Ryan produced the black crystal he had kept on his person and handed it to Aisha. She held the crystal carefully, scrutinizing it, yet found no abnormalities. Sir Moni, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Can you identify what this crystal is? Moni took the black crystal and examined it closely, then shook his head and replied, I apologize. Lady Aisha, I have never encountered such a crystal, but I can sense a malevolent energy emanating from it. Remarkably, Moni, the Knight Commander, proved to be quite sensitive, able to perceive the energy within. Ryan silently critiqued the situation, feeling disheartened that Aisha and her companions could not recognize the crystal, as he had anticipated that the Sea God Temple, with its vast resources, would have some intelligence on such black crystals. However, realizing they lacked even the information on their long-standing adversaries brought him a sense of relief. He mentally noted the necessity of establishing a more reliable intelligence department. Unlike the Sea God Temple's apparent shortcomings. You mentioned this black crystal was found on the Circle-bear. Why then did our investigation team, having examined numerous magical beast carcasses, fail to uncover a similar crystal? Aisha inquired, puzzled. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps the Circle-bear regained consciousness midway, resulting in the crystal's energy not being fully expended. This is merely conjecture, and the specific circumstances require analysis by your Sea God Temple. But we did not find the crystal. How? Aisha was momentarily stunned, then turned to Ryan with palpable excitement. Are you implying that you wish to entrust this black crystal to us? Indeed, this crystal serves no purpose remaining with me. It is better placed in your Sea God Temple for study, Ryan replied readily. I cannot thank you enough. Rest assured, Baron Ryan. We at the Sea God Temple will undoubtedly discover a method to contend with this crystal and will reward you generously, Aisha exclaimed, clutching the black crystal tightly. It could very well be the key to unlocking the door to her becoming a saint. How could she not be elated? The reward is of little consequence. I merely hope you will swiftly uncover the truth, particularly in investigating the black market in Guanhai City and the adjacent Ironthorn town. Perhaps you may find leads regarding the Shadow Church. Earlier, Ryan had emphasized to Aisha that the assailants had received their mission from the black market in Guanhai City and that their territory had only experienced friction with Ironthorn town. He harbored suspicions that the assassins were hired by the Lord of Ironthorn town through the Shadow Church. The reasoning behind this was simple. He wished to divert attention away from himself and observe the ensuing conflict. When he had first obtained the black crystal, he contemplated using it to request protection from the Sea God Temple. Now, he realized he had been rather naive. Those within the Sea God Temple were even more unscrupulous than the crystal itself. Since protection could not be requested, it was better to hand over the crystal and redirect the Sea God Temple's focus onto the Shadow Church. Ryan believed the situation warranted involving not just the Shadow Church, but also Guanhai City and Ironthorn town. The information about the black market in Guanhai City was provided directly by the assassin, while his mention of Ironthorn Town was purely speculative, motivated by their constant attempts to encroach upon his territory. Therefore, regardless of whether Ironthorn Town was indeed involved, he intended to cast blame first. Given the stakes involved with the Shadow Church, the Sea God Temple would certainly investigate Ironthorn Town, thus affording Ryan some time for his own territory to develop. Through his carefully crafted narrative, Ryan not only succeeded in diverting the attention of the Sea God Temple, but also potentially incited conflict among the various factions. If the Sea God Temple truly came into conflict with the Shadow Church, they would likely overlook his modest barony. Furthermore, he could also place Aisha in his debt. Her expression of excitement revealed just how significant this crystal was to her. With these thoughts, Ryan felt immense satisfaction, recognizing he had achieved a trifecta. Truly, I am remarkable. I can even devise such cunning methods to leverage situations to my advantage. Chapter 75. What is his name? Not a problem. Tomorrow, when I return the crystal to the headquarters, I will inform the investigation team and request that they focus their inquiries on the black market of Guanhai City and Taijizan. Aisha readily assured. That's good to hear. By the way, do you really need to handle such trivial matters personally? This is no triviality. This crystal is crucial for dealing with the beast tide. I cannot entrust it to anyone else, she replied. Despite her words, Aisha was primarily concerned about the possibility of others intercepting it en route. The matter pertained to the selection of the Saintess, and she could not afford to be careless. Rest assured, after delivering the crystal, I will return. At that time, I shall bring you the generous rewards from the Sea God Temple. I would rather forego the reward than have you return. Ryan silently mused, then feigned anticipation as he spoke to Aisha. I shall await your good news in the territory. Now, it is getting late. If there is nothing more, you should return and rest. May we stay in your castle for a night? The branch temple in Firefly Town has sustained severe damage and is uninhabitable, Aisha shyly requested of Ryan. Of course. Uncle White, please escort the guests from the Sea God Temple to select their rooms, Ryan instructed White. At your service, White replied, placing a hand over his heart. He then led the guests from the Sea God Temple into the castle. Once they had chosen their rooms, White bowed to Aisha and took his leave. Observing White's retreating figure, Moni quietly remarked to Aisha, Lady Aisha, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Did Baron Ryan truly hand over the black crystal so easily? What alternative do you propose? He likely wishes to leverage our Sea God Temple against Taijizan and must pay a price for that. Are you suggesting he aims to use us as a weapon? Instigating conflict between us and Taijizan? Precisely. Even if a conflict does not arise, it will afford him time to develop. Most critically, it diverts our attention from Firefly Town. He must have long realized our ulterior motives. Aisha reflected on Ryan's actions and became increasingly convinced that he was aware of their purpose. However, I never expected to conceal our intentions for long. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would deduce our objectives upon learning my identity. I had hoped that even if our purpose were exposed, we could still negotiate our demands by aiding in the reconstruction of his territory and demonstrating our strength. I did not anticipate that he would reject our assistance and possess such formidable power. At this, Moni shot a reproachful glance at Mayor, thinking that had he not been so easily defeated by Ryan, they would not be in such a precarious position. Mayor, sensing the disapproval, lowered his head in shame. Since you are aware that Baron Ryan intends to exploit us against Taijizan, why do you still acquiesce to him? Moni inquired, puzzled. Why not agree? Complying with this request incurs no loss for us, and there is a possibility that Taijizan is indeed colluding with the Shadow Church. Even the slightest chance warrants investigation. However, does this not indirectly bolster the strength of Firefly Town? Wouldn't it make it more difficult for us to undermine Baron Ryan in the future? Aisha turned to Moni, bemused by the apparent drop in his intellect, suspecting that he had been influenced by Mayor. It seemed she would need to find an opportunity to send Mayor back to the headquarters. The Knight Commander seems to have misplaced his priorities. Undermining Ryan is merely a means, not an end. Our singular goal remains unchanged, to accumulate merit and secure our position in the Saintess selection. If we can leverage this crystal to discover a solution for the beast tide, or even unearth remnants of the Shadow Church within Taijizan, the merit we gain would far surpass merely undermining a baron. It would also enhance our chances in the Saintess selection. Furthermore, investigating Taijizan aids us in undermining Firefly Town. I understand that Taijizan has long coveted Firefly Town and may launch an attack at any moment. We, as the Sea God Temple, cannot interfere in noble conflicts. Should Taijizan seize Firefly Town, their power would far exceed Ryan's, undoubtedly complicating our aspirations to take control of Firefly Town. Thus, investigating Taijizan not only assists Ryan, but ultimately serves our interests. Upon hearing Aisha's reasoning, Moni grasped her perspective. Regardless of Ryan's intentions, As long as the outcome favored the Sea God Temple, they would proceed. Truly, Lady Aisha, your insight into these matters is profoundly admirable, Moni praised sincerely. Admirable? The one who concocts this grand strategy deserves the real admiration, Aisha murmured to herself. What did you say? Nothing of consequence. Tomorrow, I will return to the headquarters with the Guardian Knights, leaving the task of overseeing Firefly Town to you, Knight Commander. I shall return in a few days. Understood. Please rest assured, Lady Aisha. Over these days I will also observe and gather intelligence on Firefly Town to prepare for the future establishment of our branch temple. Very well. Your efforts are appreciated. It is quite late. Everyone should return to their rooms to rest. Yes. White returned to the training ground, observing Ryan as he watched the training of the night attendants. Young Master Ryan, the people from the Sea God Temple have returned to their rooms to rest. He reported as he approached Ryan. I am aware. This evening's ordeal has passed. The territory will enjoy some peace for a while longer. However, they will inevitably return. How shall we interact with the Sea God Temple when that time comes? White expressed his concerns. We shall simply coexist. They will establish their branch temple while we develop our territory. Our paths need not cross, and for the time being, conflict is unlikely. Weren't you just saying they intend to seize Firefly Town? Why now assert that conflict won't arise? They aim to undermine me, but they dare not take overt action. Our noble status is our greatest shield. As for other means, we will face whatever comes. Isn't that a bit too passive? There is little choice. Our overall strength is not on par with theirs. Maintaining the current situation is already a significant achievement. However, there is no need for concern. Once these divine guests mature, we will no longer fear them. Ryan held strong confidence in the players, believing that with a bit of time for growth, they would not only be untroubled by a mere branch temple, but could confront the entire Sea God Temple without trepidation. Let us set aside that matter for now. While the divine guests are indeed important, we must also cultivate the strength of our territory, such as these night attendants, as they represent the future of Firefly Town. He turned his gaze to the knights in training, who were putting in extra effort, likely motivated by Ryan's presence, eager to make a favorable impression. By the way, after training the night attendants for so long, have you discovered any promising talents? Indeed, there are a few noteworthy candidates. One of them might even be capable of becoming my successor. Oh, now I am quite curious to know what kind of exceptional talent has earned your approval. What is his name? Ryan became intrigued, knowing White's discerning eye. Not a single knight had met his standards before the downfall of the Knight Squad. He often lamented to Ryan's father about his inability to find a successor, yet now he had found one among the night attendants. His name is Yalan. He seems to possess a unique ability. A unique ability? That truly. Wait, did you say his name is Yalan? Chapter 76. Aaron and the Power of Aura. White looked at Ryan with a hint of confusion, unable to comprehend why Ryan reacted so strongly to a mere name. Indeed, the individual in question was named Aaron. Did Master Ryan know him? Not merely acquainted. In his previous life, Ryan had wept for him and Lucario. However, he was aware that this Aaron was not the same as the one from the cinematic version of his past life. After all, he was in a parallel dimension of the Pokémon world. No, I do not know him. You say he possesses special abilities? What do you mean specifically? Ryan swiftly redirected the conversation. Aaron had the ability to sense the thoughts of magical beasts and could also perceive his surroundings. Yet, it seemed he had not yet mastered his powers, as these abilities manifested sporadically and were not under his control. Telepathy combined with environmental sensing indeed. This Aaron bore the power of Aura. What a remarkable coincidence it was for two individuals to share the same name and possess the same aura abilities. Coupled with his own journey through dimensions and the celestial patterns on the back of his left hand, Ryan felt that someone, or rather, something, was orchestrating a grand scheme. He gazed up at the night sky, pondering whether a certain llama, known for tossing stone tablets, was watching him from above. Yet, dwelling on such matters would yield no fruit. Focusing on developing his territory was the most pressing concern at hand. Oh, I believe I have heard of such abilities. Please summon him. I am curious to see what sort of individual has garnered your approval. At once, White responded, turning to call out to the training Aaron. Aaron. Yes. How may I serve you, Sir White? Aaron replied, rushing over. The Lord wishes to see you. Hurry. Understood. Upon hearing that Master Ryan wished to meet him, Aaron hurriedly dashed forward. The other knights and attendants looked on with envy. It seemed this fellow was about to gain favor with the Lord. They were aware of Aaron's special abilities and how highly Sir White regarded him, so being summoned likely meant a recommendation to the Lord. However, their envy was devoid of malice. They had grown up and trained alongside Aaron, their hearts still untainted by ill will, genuinely happy for his fortune. Aaron arrived before Ryan, respectfully performing a knightly salute. You are Aaron? Ryan assessed him from head to toe, noting that he, like the Aaron from his past animated experiences, had black hair, though his features differed, possibly a result of youth. Yes, I am Aaron, currently a knight attendant in this territory. What instructions do you have for me, Lord? Aaron replied loudly, his heart racing with both anxiety and excitement, his hands trembling slightly. Ryan noticed this and smiled reassuringly. There is no need to be nervous. I'm not terrifying in appearance. I only asked Sir White to summon you to see what you look like, especially since you have earned his recognition. Upon hearing this, Aaron became even more excited, astonished that Sir White held him in such high regard. How could Master Ryan say such things? This lad will surely be puffing his chest out now, White remarked, somewhat helplessly. My apologies for letting that slip. However, I trust that Aaron is not the kind of person to become prideful, Ryan said, patting Aaron's shoulder. Rest assured, my lord and Sir White, I will not let this recognition go to my head. I will train even harder and strive not to disappoint you. Aaron vowed, his spirit gradually calming. Excellent. I too believe in Sir White's discernment. He does not misjudge individuals. By the way, I have heard from Sir White that you possess certain special abilities. Could you elaborate on them? For instance, when did you first realize your abilities, and what functions do they serve? Ryan inquired, eager to understand. Certainly. In truth, I have had this special ability since childhood. I would occasionally sense my surroundings. However, as a child, I did not recognize it as a special ability and thought I was merely imagining things. It was only as I grew older that I came to realize it was a unique gift of mine, yet I feared sharing it with others, worried they might see me as a monster, for only magical beasts possess such wondrous powers. Initially, I only had the ability to sense the environment, but during a beast tide, it seemed I awakened another ability. I could feel the anger and hatred within those magical beasts and even vaguely sense human emotions. You can read minds? You never mentioned this before. White interrupted Aaron's explanation. No. It is not mind reading. I cannot discern specific thoughts, merely gauge whether someone harbors ill intentions. I deemed this ability rather insignificant, so I did not mention it. Aaron replied, somewhat flustered. That should not be termed mind reading. It is more akin to heart sensing. You sense that neither Sir White nor I meant you any harm, which is why you disclosed your special abilities, correct? Indeed, that is accurate. A few days ago, I observed you introducing many magical beasts, and I sensed your goodwill towards them. I thought that if you could accept magical beasts, you would surely accept me, so I confided in Sir White about my abilities. Sir White did not regard me as an oddity. Rather, he valued me highly and assisted me in training my special abilities. Regrettably, I am still inept and have yet to fully master my powers, Aaron expressed with a hint of despondence. So, your current abilities are the perception of the environment and sensing the emotions of magical beasts and the moral inclinations of humans. I am familiar with such powers. Really? You know of my abilities, Lord? Aaron exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Ryan nodded. I came across a tome that described your special abilities as the power of aura. All things in existence possess aura, and each individual has it within them. Yet, most cannot perceive it. Only those of exceptional talent can sense and utilize aura, known as aura guardians. These guardians can employ the power of aura to explore their surroundings, and they possess various abilities such as telepathy and the ability to see through objects. Those who master the power of aura can even project it outward to attack others or create defensive barriers. In summary, this ability is immensely potent, and you must diligently train to master the power of aura as soon as possible. So my abilities are indeed the power of aura. Lord, you are truly knowledgeable. Even aware of such hidden information, Aaron gazed at Ryan with admiration. It was merely a fortunate encounter with that book. It also stated that the power of aura can be enhanced through training. You should engage in activities that promote the integration of body and mind to strengthen your aura, Ryan advised. By the way, you have yet to tame any magical beasts, right? The creature most compatible with aura guardians is known as Lucario, renowned for its mastery of aura. Unfortunately, such beasts are quite rare. Ryan shook his head, expressing his disappointment. I already have a magical beast in mind to tame, and it has agreed to become my companion. Oh, is it one of those little creatures in the courtyard? Which one have you chosen? It is a Piku. A Piku? Ryan's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Aaron's response. Goodness, combining the power of aura with a Piku. Are you attempting to emulate the wisdom of a master? Chapter 77. Pokémon Trainer, is there any issue with my choice of Piku? After witnessing Ryan's astonished expression, Yaron curiously inquired. And no problem. Piku is indeed a splendid choice. Ryan replied, concealing the reasons behind his surprise. Internally, he reflected on the uncanny fate that had brought them together. In his previous life, There were speculations that Ji might be Euron's reincarnation. To his astonishment, Euron bore a striking resemblance to Ji. However, he wondered if Euron's Piku would wish to evolve into Pikachu after all. Take good care of Piku. I believe you will become trustworthy partners, Ryan encouraged with a smile. Now, go train hard and strive to become a knight. I will prepare a gift for you when that time comes. Yes, I will train diligently. Euron responded enthusiastically. After bowing to the two, he returned to the training grounds. Come on, Uncle White, let us not delay their training any longer, Ryan said as he turned to head toward the castle. Very well, White nodded and followed Ryan away from the training area. As soon as the two departed, the knights and squires surrounding Euron bombarded him with questions about what the Lord had said. Upon learning that Ryan had explained Euron's unique abilities, they expressed admiration for Ryan's knowledge while teasing Euron to remember them when he achieved success. Euron scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit shy as he laughed. Once he had dealt with his friends, he turned to the direction in which Ryan had left, silently vowing never to betray the Lord's trust and to become a worthy knight. Meanwhile, Ryan and White were discussing Euron. Uncle White, you were right. Euron truly is impressive and deserves focused cultivation in the future. I understand. I will hold him to stricter standards, White replied. However, don't be overly strict. The training of Aura requires a harmony of body and mind. Ensure he maintains a balance and does not become too tense. Indeed, I will find the right balance. White assured. We must not neglect the training of the other knights and squires either. We should maintain their morale. I will leave that aspect to you. As you are the professional, the knights were trained by you and my father, so I trust your judgment. Ryan turned to White, only to find him hesitating to speak. Do you have something to say? I was pondering the knight selection process. The strength of those from the divine realm surpasses that of the knights and squires. If we only select knights from among the squires, will they not object? White expressed his concerns, aware that while the squires were close to him, the visitors from the divine realm were the true hope and future of the territory. They will not mind. Well, perhaps not entirely, as the title of knight does hold a certain allure. However, do not worry. I have crafted a professional system tailored for them. Seeing White's puzzled expression, Ryan continued to clarify. I intend to establish the trainer profession. Trainers differ from knights. They do not require high standards for themselves and need not engage in relentless training or learn various noble etiquettes like knights do. They merely need to acquire knowledge about magical beasts and possess the ability to train and nurture them. Becoming a knight demands considerable time, and those who achieve merit must be granted lands. As the visitors from the divine realm increase, if they all become knights, where will I find enough land to grant them? Trainers, on the other hand, take less time to develop and do not require land grants. Providing them with certain benefits will suffice. Most importantly, their strength is not inferior to that of knights. After all, we humans must rely on magical beasts in battle, and knights possess far less understanding of magical beasts than trainers do. Ryan had long desired to abolish the land grant system for knights. The noble system in the kingdom of Arad resembled the feudal system of his previous life, where noble landholders wielded complete power over their territories, contributing to the kingdom's current unrest. He understood the dangers of such a system and did not wish to relinquish his land to others. However, fearing that drastic changes might provoke backlash, he decided to retain the system for the time being. Once the squires became official knights, he would cease recruiting more squires, and Euron and his companions would be the last knights of Firefly Town. Will those visitors from the divine realm be willing to accept this? Will there be no more knights in Firefly Town? White still felt uneasy, worried that without knights, he would become a mere figurehead as the knight commander. They will certainly accept it. Besides, we still have Euron and his friends as knights. Moreover, I do not intend to completely abolish the knight system. There will still be knights in the future, but their title will be purely honorary, without significant power. Hearing this, White felt somewhat reassured, as he had genuinely feared that Ryan would eliminate the knight system entirely. Should such news spread, the other nobles would undoubtedly oust Ryan from their ranks, stripping him of the protection that noble status provided. During their conversation, the two had reached the castle. It is getting late. Uncle White, you should rest. Tomorrow, we need to assist Chief Weasel with handling the city's ratatas. Yes, Master Ryan, you should also rest early. You have been busy these past few days and haven't had much time to recuperate. All right then, see you tomorrow. Ryan waved goodbye to White and returned to his chamber. He carefully shifted the sleeping Sweet Bamboo to the side, as the little creature was restless in slumber. Ryan lay beside Sweet Bamboo and gazed at the patterns on his left hand, opening the interface. Oh, this player, One Leaf Nose Autumn, has quietly reached level 10. I recall their Pokémon is Heracross, which has a relatively high starting level of around 13. No wonder their leveling speed is so rapid. As previously mentioned, Pokémon do not gain much experience from defeating opponents of lower levels. However, players are not bound by this rule. Their experience points are determined by Ryan. Each time a Pokémon wins a battle, they gain some experience, provided their level is lower than that of their Pokémon. To prevent them from excessively grinding for experience, Ryan also established rules similar to those in the Pokémon world. For instance, experience can only be gained from a single Pokémon once, and if a player's level is close to their Pokémon's level while battling lower-level Pokémon, the experience gained will be significantly reduced. Nevertheless, these restrictions did not affect one Leaf Nose Autumn, as their level was lower than Heracross, allowing them to gain normal battle experience. Additionally, the experience required to reach level 10 was not substantial, enabling them to swiftly achieve level 10 thanks to the Rattatas. Since a player had already reached level 10, it would be opportune to initiate a version update, allowing players to unlock the trainer profession. With this thought in mind, Ryan rose to edit the interface. Chapter 78. The second update at 8 o'clock in the evening in Blue Star, Chun-Yin removed his gaming helmet, feeling invigorated and entirely at ease, as the fatigue from the game vanished instantaneously. Despite having experienced this sensation numerous times, it still elicited a sense of wonder within him. He gazed at the helmet and murmured to himself. After engaging in countless battles within the game, he had been mentally and physically exhausted. Yet upon returning to reality, his back no longer ached, his legs felt light, and he could easily ascend 6 flights of stairs. His spirits were remarkably high, devoid of any trace of drowsiness. Even so, the game had implemented an anti-addiction system, limiting playtime to a mere 12 hours a day, ensuring that players did not neglect the real world, truly considerate of the developers. There was no need for such meticulous consideration. Each time he returned to the real world, Chun-Yin felt a poignant sense of loss, often unable to suppress thoughts of the game, pondering whether his seeds had been pilfered by the Rattata or if his Oddish had been well fed. Could it be that I am becoming addicted to the game? It seems the anti-addiction system is indeed necessary. Even I find it difficult to log off. For those dissatisfied with their reality, it is conceivable that they might escape into the game, treating it as a substitute for the real world by remaining perpetually online. Shaking his head, Chun-Yin made a concerted effort to quell his yearning for the game and picked up his phone to see what discussions were unfolding in the group chat. The gaming group created by Su Ruofeng had amassed numerous members, including beta testers like him and others who had heard of the game, eager to play but lacking the qualifications. They believed that since the group consisted of closed beta players, including game developers, they might have a chance at securing the next round of beta testing. It was currently the time when players from the night patrol were logging off, resulting in a lively chat. Last night's westerly wind. Ding. You've stolen my monster again. Do you know how much effort I expended to snatch that Rattata from the mongoose? Bells ringing. Sorry. I saw your dream demon entangled with the Rattata and thought I'd lend a hand. But who would have guessed that the round silk spider would take it down with a single toxic needle? Don't be mad. I'll compensate you with a box of duck necks. Last night's westerly wind. Nonsense. My dream demon had already weakened it significantly. I was merely allowing it to absorb some fear, and you swooped in to reap the rewards. Granny Crisps, why does your dream demon need to absorb fear from a Rattata? Haven't you satisfied its cravings yet? What is going on, you little mutt? Last night's westerly wind. I'm more than capable. My fear is sufficient to satiate my dream demon. It simply craves a change of flavor. You can't even support me, and yet you mock me. Have you forgotten who provided your recommendation? Beer cup soaked in goji berries. Indeed, utterly ungrateful. You'd be better off giving that slot to me. Dear brother, don't forget about your little brother next time you have a recommendation. If you can grant me a slot, I'll take care of everything for you. Disco Hall Top. Is it really worth it for a recommendation? I can't stand people like you. Foster father, don't listen to him. What is a mere recommendation? If you grant me the slot, I'll summon a whole dragon to serve you. Your cup soaked in goji berries. Are you out of your mind? Where in the real world is there a dragon? Disco Hall Top. A dozen dragon-themed ladies lined up can be referred to as a dragon, can't they? Beer cup soaked in goji berries. You're quite something. Little chicken stewed with mushrooms. Brothers, can anyone lend me some spirit coins? Or I'm willing to buy them at any price. I really need them to purchase Pokémon food. My Snorlax is starving. A Leaf Nose Autumn. Didn't I just lend you dozens of spirit coins? Have you already spent them all? Didn't Lord Ryan say your Snorlax isn't picky and eats anything? You don't have to buy Pokémon food, do you? Granny Crisps. Exactly. That Snorlax has nearly devoured all the acorns from my place multiple times. It certainly doesn't seem picky. Little chicken stewed with mushrooms. It's not that it's picky, but it can't resist eating a lot. As a chef, I can't just let it rummage through the trash for food. Pokémon food is already the cheapest option available. See ya? I can lend you some. But you'll have to loan me your Snorlax for half a day. Bells ringing. See ya, sister wants to snuggle with the Snorlax, huh? 1 tea your little Eevee get jealous? See yeah. No. Little chicken stewed with mushrooms. No problem. However, I 1 tea provide food for that half day. You'll need to find your own to feed it. Last night's westerly wind. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at how this Snorlax has turned our mushroom brother into a miser. He used to be so generous, and now he is counting pennies. Thank goodness I didn't choose the Snorlax. At this point, Shenyan could no longer contain himself and began typing on his phone. Silent One. What do you mean you didn't choose the Snorlax? It was the Snorlax that didn't choose you, not just the Snorlax. I seem to recall that no Pokémon wanted to follow you, right? Last night's westerly wind. I just wasn't interested in them, alright? Those Pokémon can't compare to my dream demon in cuteness. Besides, I'm not the only one who wants chosen. Lin Mu is in the same boat as me. Isn't. Thin words return to the rain. I'm different from you. I directly told that group of Pokémon that I needed one with great strength to help me move bricks to build a toilet, but none were suitable. Last night's westerly wind. So, you still weren't chosen by any Pokémon. Speaking of which, I already have Pokémon. You better get on it before you find yourself as the only one without a Pokémon among the last 20 beta testers. Thin words return to the rain. Don't worry, I already have a target. Once I log in, I plan to explore the Ironstone Mountain near my territory. I've heard from Lord Ryan that there are suitable Pokémon for me there. I must log in quickly. Silent One, hold on. Wait a moment before logging in. The official website seems to have posted an update announcement. It wouldn't hurt to check that first. Last night's westerly wind. Wow. There really is an announcement. Everyone hurry to check the update announcement, all members. Upon seeing the news, the players in the group eagerly opened the official website and indeed found a bold announcement in black font. Pokémon World Closed Beta Update Announcement 1. 1. Update Contents. 1. New Trainer Profession. Once players and Pokémon reach level 10, they may submit an employment application to Baron Ryan. Upon passing his assessment, they will become honorable Pokémon trainers, enjoying multiple benefits. For specific details, please consult Baron Ryan. 2. New Faction, the Sea God Temple. The Sea God Temple is a religious organization that venerates the legendary Pokémon Lugia, with branches established in various territories of the Arad Kingdom. They have sent a distinguished candidate for a saint to rebuild the branch in Firefly Town, the purpose of which is intriguing. And players may explore the secrets of the Sea God Temple. 3. New Mount System. After capturing a rideable Pokémon, players can forge saddles at the blacksmith shop and register with Clerk White. Upon completing these steps, players can gallop freely in the Pokémon world. Important reminder. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Improper riding leads to daily fines. 4. Optimize certain scenes, further enhancing freedom and fixing existing bugs. Chapter 79. No objections. As the players perused the update announcement, lively discussions erupted in the gaming group. Last night's western wind. Why did the game suddenly update? What does the trainer profession mean? Isn't the game limited to beast masters and knights? Taciturn. The trainer should be similar to those two professions, relying on Pokémon for battles. As for the update, I suspect a player must have reached level 10. Last night's western wind. What the heck? Who reached level 10 so quickly? I've only just hit level 7. A leaf knows autumn. Apologies, that would be me. I didn't wish to level up so rapidly, but my Heracross is incredibly powerful, taking down Rattatas with ease. My experience points soared. And I just reached level 10 before logging off today. Jingle bells, how infuriating. It's one thing for old Leaf to be at a higher level. But why is even Western Wind, that slacker, nearly at my level? I was the first player to capture a Pokémon. Taciturn, there's nothing we can do. Their starting Pokémon are of a higher level, so they naturally level up faster than us. However, their Pokémon's levels Haven T increased significantly, and will catch up soon. A leaf knows autumn. That's true. Rattata's level is too low to provide much experience. My Heracross only leveled up twice after defeating so many Rattatas. I'm considering training in the Luminous Forest. Grainy rice crackers. No wonder the first batch of closed beta testers are so high level. I, as a mere level 5 newbie, hardly dare to speak. Dizzy little top. If the internal testers are hesitant to speak, then I, who Haven T even played the game, should remain silent. Little G. I'm not an internal tester either. Can I speak? Last night's western wind. Whoa, Lord G, you're here. You haven't said anything in the group for days. I thought you had forsaken us. Beer cup with goji berries. Is he the legendary game planner? Whoa, Lord G. Look at me. I'm brimming with energy, perfect for testing games. Dizzy little top. I have drifted through life, lamenting the absence of a wise master. If you would not forsake me, I wish to be your adopted son. Adoptive father, grant me a spot. Little G. I appreciate your support for the game. I can feel everyone's enthusiasm. Currently, we do not require new internal testers, so please be patient for the next round of invitations. Dizzy little top, don't. Adoptive father. I can hardly wait. If I can't play this game, I will. Dizzy little top has been muted by the group owner for 24 hours. Last night's western wind. Lord G instructed you to wait, and you keep going on and on. Do you have something to say? Perhaps an explanation of the update? Little G. There's no need for me to explain the update. It's clearly written in the announcement. I'm here to remind you not to focus solely on the update. We have also added a Pokémon Pokédex. Be sure to check it out. Jingle bells, indeed. I hadn't noticed. The Pokédex has over 200 new Pokémon entries and details on 18 Pokémon types. Last night's western wind. So many Pokémon? I won't fear encountering unfamiliar ones anymore. Taciturn. So, ghost-type Pokémon can immunize against normal-type moves. No wonder so many of my attacks were ineffective against the Dream Demon last time. It seems that type advantages are quite crucial in Pokémon battles. Little G, these 200 Pokémon are merely the tip of the iceberg. Countless unknown Pokémon await your discovery. Additionally, to enhance player engagement, we have not released complete information, only brief introductions. Everyone can contribute to the Pokédex, and we will review the submissions. A leaf knows autumn. Is the game really that extravagant? I thought the Pokédex contained all Pokémon. I didn't realize it was just a small portion. By the way, what does the trainer assessment entail? Could you share a hint, esteemed planner? Little G, I cannot reveal that. Haven T, you reach level 10? Why not try it yourself? A leaf knows autumn. I've maxed out my game time for today. I can only try tomorrow. Little G, then wait until tomorrow for the assessment. Patience is a virtue. Alright, I must take my leave to continue coding. Ryan closed the panel before him and stretched luxuriously. After setting the timed update announcement last night, he had gone to sleep, and with the return of the Meowth, he no longer needed to patrol. At last, he could enjoy a good rest. Upon waking this morning, he opened the panel and connected to Blue Star's network, eager to see the players' reactions. To his dismay, they were engrossed in discussing the game update and had overlooked the Pokédex he and Little Luo had painstakingly worked on. This simply would not do. It was the fruit of their labor. Although the primary editor was Little Luo, he had contributed a wealth of information as well. Thus, he decided to remind the players, under the persona of Little G, not to forget to check the Pokémon Pokédex. Knock, knock. Young Master Ryan. I apologize for disturbing your rest, but the guests at the Sea Goddess Temple are about to leave. Would you like to bid them farewell? White's voice came from outside. Of course, I shall see them off. Please wait a moment. I will be right out, Ryan replied loudly. At your command. Ryan quickly tidied up and made his way to the castle entrance. Apologies for the wait, he said to Aisha and the others. It's no trouble at all. I heard from Secretary White that you've been busy these past few days and Haven T had a proper rest. We should be the ones apologizing for interrupting your much-needed sleep, Aisha said with an apologetic smile. After a few polite exchanges, Aisha and her companions prepared to depart. They produced azure crystals and summoned a Pelipper. Aisha, mounted on the Pelipper's back, waved goodbye to Ryan. Sir Knight Moni will remain here. His strength is formidable. You may seek his assistance should you need help. He will do his utmost to aid you. Understood, Lady Aisha, safe travels. Once Aisha and the Guardians departed, Ryan cast a glance at Moni beside him. Aisha is quite an amiable person, even leaving him a powerful ally. Young Master Ryan, do you require anything? Moni noticed Ryan's scrutiny. Does Aisha mean I can command you? No, I only heed Lady Aisha's commands. However, if you encounter an insurmountable problem, feel free to seek my assistance. I shall do my utmost to repay your kindness in delivering the black crystal to the Sea Goddess Temple. I see. You know, there is indeed a troublesome matter for which I need your help. Please, command me. Moni braced himself for a fierce battle. He had witnessed Ryan's strength and knew it was not far beneath his own. Anything that could trouble Ryan would undoubtedly be challenging. There are numerous Rattatas and Raticates in the town. Could you accompany Detective Meowth to help clear them out? Wait, are you asking me to chase away Rattatas? Indeed. I should have gone myself, but I Haven T rested well and planned to return to sleep for a while. I can only trouble you with this task. What nonsense. I, a knight of the Sea Goddess Temple, shall not be tasked with vermin extermination. Even if I had to leap off the castle today, I would refuse such a request. You have no objections, do you? Ryan turned to Moni. I have no objections. Chapter 80. Beast Tide Alert. Moni felt a deep sense of frustration, yet he found himself powerless to act. Before leaving, Aisha had repeatedly emphasized the importance of maintaining a good relationship with Ryan. They shared a common enemy in the Shadow Church. Thus it was unwise to provoke conflict at this juncture. Without objections, it seems this extermination will not require your intervention. The Mongoose Scouts are more than capable of dealing with the small Rattatas. Your presence is merely a precaution, Ryan remarked, concern evident in his voice. I fear the small Rattatas, if cornered, might pose a threat to the surrounding residents. With you here, I need not worry, for you, Sir Moni, are a formidable knight with vast experience. I entrust this task to you with complete confidence. Upon hearing this, Moni felt a wave of relief wash over him. The previous frustration dissipated, replaced by the joy of being trusted. Rest assured, my Lord Ryan, I shall ensure the safety of the citizens, and not a single one shall come to harm. Excellent. Uncle White, please escort Sir Moni to the Mongoose Scouts, Ryan instructed. At once, as Moni and White departed, Ryan nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that Sir Moni was quite earnest. A few words of praise had lifted his spirits and motivated him to work diligently. Oh, I do feel somewhat fatigued. Perhaps a brief nap is in order before I address the affairs of state later. Ryan yawned as he made his way back to the castle. Afternoon swiftly arrived, and Moni, alongside the Mongoose Scouts, had successfully cleared the majority of small Rattatas from town. The few remaining had fled beyond the town's borders. Once the task was complete, Moni returned to report to Ryan. My Lord Ryan, we have eliminated all the small Rattatas in the town. The Mongoose Scouts have ensured that there are no more Rattatas left, and they have marked the perimeter with their scent to prevent any future incursions. Ryan looked up at Moni, a look of appreciation gracing his face. Well done. You have worked hard, Sir Moni. Did you encounter any difficulties? None at all. The process went quite smoothly. We did encounter 2 Rattatas along the way, but the Mongoose Scouts handled them without needing my assistance, Moni replied. That's good to hear. Thanks to you, the residents of Firefly Town can rest easy from now on. No, it was not my doing alone. All credit goes to the Mongoose Scouts. Your strategy of leveraging the beast's instincts to combat the rat infestation is truly ingenious. And I commend your wisdom. What wisdom is this? Enough of such talk. You have worked tirelessly today. Go and rest, Ryan replied. Yes, my lord. Just as Moni turned to leave, a servant's voice called out from the entrance. My Lord Ryan, a resident requests your presence for a trainer assessment. Do you have time? A trainer assessment? What kind of scheme is Baron Ryan concocting now? Moni mused, his curiosity piqued, causing him to slow his departure. I have time. Let him wait for me at the training grounds, Ryan instructed. Understood, I shall notify him at once. As Ryan rose to depart, he noticed Moni's hesitant expression. Sir Moni, would you care to join me? It would be an excellent opportunity to offer guidance to the aspiring beast tamers. Upon hearing Ryan's invitation, Moni eagerly agreed, relieved that he now had a reason to discuss the matter with Ryan. Pray tell, my Lord Ryan, what does trainer entail? Is it related to the beast tamers? A trainer is a new profession I have established for the beast tamers. As a mere baron, I possess a limited number of knightly positions, thus, I created a new role, Ryan explained openly, knowing Moni would remain in Firefly Town for an extended period and would eventually uncover the truth. Moreover, there was little to conceal regarding the trainer's role. As to outsiders, trainers and beast tamers appeared quite similar. Moni shared this sentiment, especially upon learning of the numerous benefits associated with becoming a trainer, solidifying his belief that this so-called profession was merely a guise for Ryan to provide perks to the beast tamers. During their conversation, they arrived at the training grounds. Oldie rushed toward Ryan upon spotting him. My lord, I wish to undergo the trainer assessment. Let me see. Indeed. You meet the minimum requirements for the junior trainer assessment. Are you certain you wish to proceed now? Ryan inquired. I'm certain. Oldie declared loudly. Very well. Let us commence the junior trainer assessment. The task is quite simple. Defeat me. Not a problem. I will. Wait. What did you say, my lord? Oldie gazed at Ryan in disbelief. The assessment's objective was to defeat Ryan? How could he even consider such a thing? Ryan discerned Oldie's apprehension and continued. Fear not. I will not battle you with my moon bear. Your opponent will be this little one. He held up the sweet bamboo. Mingji Ming. It's me. Oh. It's the sweet bamboo. That's a relief. Oldie exhaled, reassured. The sweet bamboo was presumably the weakest Pokémon in Ryan's possession. And with his Heracross having a type advantage, he felt confident. Mingji. The sweet bamboo, having understood Oldie's words, puffed its cheeks in indignation. What do you mean? You underestimate me, sweet bamboo, do you? I have even defeated the circle bear. Do not underestimate the sweet bamboo. Its current strength is not to be trifled with. Ryan cautioned Oldie, concerned he might become complacent. After all, Oldie was the first player to request an assessment, and Ryan hoped for a promising debut. Wait. The sweet bamboo has reached level 15, the same as my Heracross. Oldie exclaimed, astonished upon checking the sweet bamboo's level. He had not anticipated such a rapid increase in its strength. The explanation was straightforward. The sweet bamboo had participated in numerous battles recently, whether against the circle bear or the small Rattatas, gaining ample experience. Additionally, Ryan had fed it all the experience candies as rewards, facilitating its swift ascent to level 15. Having reviewed the sweet bamboo's level, Old Yi no longer held any underestimation, mentally preparing himself for a prolonged battle. Sir Moni, would you do me the honor of serving as the referee? Ryan turned to Moni. Of course, I would be delighted to assist you, Moni readily accepted, relishing the opportunity to assess Ryan's other beast capabilities. Once both parties were positioned, Moni announced the rules. This assessment will be a one-on-one battle. The victory condition is to render the opponent's Pokémon unable to continue fighting. Are both ready? Ready. Go, sweet bamboo. My Heracross and I are prepared as well. Then I declare the battle. Just as Moni was about to signal the commencement, a deep horn echoed from afar. That is the warning horn. Could it be? The beast tide is upon us again. Ryan's expression turned grave as he gazed towards the distant city gates. Chapter 81. Full combat readiness. The assessment was temporarily halted as everyone entered a state of combat readiness, prepared to engage at a moment's notice. Ryan immediately suspended the examination, instructing the players to prepare for battle. He quickly informed Secretary White to gather the night attendants at the West City Gate. Yes, sir, he replied. Sir Moni, I require your assistance. This horn is only sounded in the event of a beast tide, and it appears that our Firefly town is once again under threat. I hope you will join us in fending off the oncoming wave, Ryan implored. All who worship the sea god are his subjects. Safeguarding their safety is our sacred duty. Moni solemnly responded. I am immensely grateful to you. Let us proceed to the city gate and ascertain the situation, Ryan said. Very well. Ryan, accompanied by Moni and the players, arrived at the West City Gate, yet he found no trace of the magical beasts. Could it be a false alarm? He immediately summoned the militia on guard to inquire about the situation. Who sounded the horn? Report, my lord. It was a panicked resident who rushed to the wall, claiming a beast tide was approaching. Before we could react, he seized the warning horn and blew it. We attempted to reclaim it, but a powerful Pokémon at his side easily threw us aside, making it impossible to approach him, the militia explained, their faces etched with anxiety. A false alarm regarding a beast tide was no trivial matter. Even if they did not sound the horn, they would bear the responsibility for failing to protect it. Where is that person now? Ryan asked, keen to ascertain the truth of the information rather than assign blame. He is still atop the wall, looking quite fatigued. After blowing the horn, he collapsed onto the ground. I understand. You continue your watch, remain vigilant. I shall go up to the wall to check on him. Ryan reassured the militia with a pat on the shoulder as he ascended the wall. Upon reaching the top, he spotted a figure gasping for breath on the ground. Linmu, accompanied by a Machoke. The Machoke immediately positioned itself in front of Linmu, its sharp gaze warning Ryan against any sudden movements. Linmu waved his hand, signaling the Machoke to stand down. Machoke, no need to protect me. He is my superior and poses no threat. The Machoke, sensing Ryan's non-threatening demeanor, reluctantly stepped aside. My lord, I have urgent information to report, Linmu said, struggling to rise. Ryan quickly placed a hand on his shoulder. No need for formalities. Sit and speak. Did you sound the horn? Have you truly discovered a beast tide? I did sound it. I spotted a beast tide gathering at Ironstone Mountain. They are approaching our territory swiftly, Linmu replied from his seated position. After confirming the authenticity of the information, Ryan commanded the surrounding militia. You must immediately transport the catapults and ballistae to the West City Gate. Furthermore, send a portion of you to evacuate the residents near the gate to the castle for safety. Understood. They responded promptly. Ryan then produced a Pokeball, releasing Blue Crow. Blue Crow, fly to the castle and summon Xiao Luo. Together, notify all Pokémon within the territory to cease their current tasks and gather at the West City Gate immediately. Caw. Blue Crow nodded and soared off toward the castle. The rest of you, carry the barricades from the storeroom to the gate. Yes, Ryan recognized that ordinary barricades would hardly impede Pokémon, but they might slightly delay the advance of the beast tide. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. Otherwise, he would have instructed the moles to dig traps outside. Oh, and you visitors from the Divine Realm, I recall some of you have returned to your world. Could one of you return and notify them to come back? I will lift the stay time limit for today. Lowering his voice due to Moni's presence, Ryan addressed the players. Wow, they get to enjoy a full day of play. We did the same during our night patrol a couple of days ago. This must be a special event benefit. As the group leader, I shall log off to inform them. Please watch over my body. Su Ruofing immediately chose to log off, his body collapsing into the arms of a nearby player. What happened to him? Moni asked, puzzled by the sudden fall. He likely became overly anxious. Please carry him away to rest for a while. Ryan offered a vague excuse. Those who had never experienced a beast tide could indeed become easily flustered. However, his mental fortitude was decidedly lacking, leading to his fainting. Cough. It is only natural. By the way, I have yet to see the main magical beast of Sir Moni. Might you release your Pokémon to bolster the warrior's confidence? Ryan swiftly shifted the conversation to Moni's Pokémon. Very well, I shall summon it now. Moni retrieved a deep blue crystal from within his armor and began the summoning process. After a brief moment, a blue figure emerged from the light. It possessed sturdy limbs, a predominantly blue body, black fins on its head and tail, and orange gills protruding like needles, creating a formidable yet endearing visage. Wow, I did not expect your Pokémon to be a Swampert. It appears quite powerful, Ryan exclaimed, delighted at the sight. This Pokémon was exceptionally suited for the impending Beast Tide, which was primarily composed of rock and ground-type creatures, easily countered by Swampert's dual water and ground typing. Coupled with its impressive level of 38, it could effortlessly dispatch numerous lower-level Pokémon. Indeed, my Swampert will not disappoint you, Lord Ryan, Moni confidently asserted. Eager to showcase the true might of their sea god temple. Do not forget to inform your Pokémon of the fierce battle ahead. They must be prepared. Ryan advised the players who were captivated by the Swampert. Understood. We are ready for battle. The players responded in unison. Excellent. Come forth, Scyther, Cacnea, Ghastly, and Teddiursa. Prepare for combat. Ryan tossed 4 Pokeballs into the air, releasing his Pokémon. Moni's eyes widened in amazement as he witnessed Ryan's impressive array of creatures. With the addition of Sweet Bamboo and Blue Crow overhead, Ryan possessed a total of 6 Pokémon. Although their individual strengths were modest, their potential was undeniable. Given some time to grow, they could rival his Swampert in power. Ryan's prowess was indeed formidable. Unbeknownst to Ryan, Moni's thoughts were far from his own. Had he known, he would have corrected Moni, for he had 7 Pokémon, with Masquerain still watering the crops and soon to arrive. Seeing the players and militia prepared for battle, Ryan's anxiety eased slightly. He had done all he could, and now it was up to fate. If this Beast Tide proved as formidable as the last, they might not withstand the onslaught, and even if they did, the casualties could be significant. Damn that shadow cult. Ryan cursed internally. Having deduced the source of this Beast Tide, the Pokémon on Ironstone Mountain are not lacking in sustenance. Most of them feed on minerals. Furthermore, in recent days, no one has ventured to mine there, making conflict with them improbable. Unless someone is deliberately guiding them, a Beast Tide would not arise. By the way, Boyaguemu, could you recount the events that transpired? Ryan turned to Lin Mu and inquired. Very well. This morning I intended to explore Ironstone Mountain, as you mentioned, my lord, that it would be an ideal habitat for my Pokémon. Upon arriving at Ironstone Mountain, Lin Mu succinctly recounted everything he had experienced that day to Ryan. After listening, Ryan couldn't help but clench his fists. Indeed, it was the nefarious deeds of those from the Shadow Church. Chapter 82. The Beast Tide approaches. According to Lin Mu, he arrived at Ironstone Mountain early this morning, eager to seek out a Pokémon suitable for himself. Along the way, he encountered several dangers but managed to navigate through them successfully. He roamed the mountain until the afternoon when he finally discovered a Machoke diligently training with a boulder. The immense strength of the Machoke instantly captivated Lin Mu, prompting him to express his desire to become its partner. However, the Machoke seemed indifferent, continuing its training until Lin Mu presented some Pokémon food, which caught its attention. Ironstone Mountain was largely composed of metal and stone, offering little in the way of suitable nourishment for the Machoke. It spent considerable time each day searching for food, which not only wasted its training time, but also provided minimal nutritional value. As muscle growth necessitates a rich diet, the Machoke found its progress stunted, much to its chagrin. Although the Pokémon food Lin Mu offered was not particularly nutritious, it was certainly an improvement over its usual fare, making the Machoke somewhat intrigued. Noticing the Machoke's interest, Lin Mu hastily revealed a Pokémon cube, which he had purchased at great expense, intending to entice the Machoke further. As expected, the Machoke's eyes widened at the sight of the cube, sensing the abundant nutrition contained within. If it could enjoy such sustenance regularly, its muscles would surely flourish. Recognizing the potent allure of the cube, Lin Mu quickly seized the moment, promising an unlimited supply should the Machoke choose to accompany him. He assured it that he engaged in plenty of physical labor, which would not hinder its training. After contemplating Lin Mu's words and scrutinizing him several times, the Machoke cast aside the boulder it had been lifting and extended its hand towards Lin Mu. Overjoyed, Lin Mu eagerly shook its hand, despite the near fracture of his own from the Machoke's grip, successfully capturing it. Just as Lin Mu was about to return to his territory with the Machoke, he suddenly heard the sounds of battle nearby. Driven by curiosity, he stealthily approached the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he witnessed 2 figures in black robes commanding 2 large hounds to attack a Diglett. Fortunately, he had taken the time that morning to consult his Pokémon encyclopedia. Otherwise, he might not have recognized these 2 Pokémon. Although Lin Mu was unaware that the men in black were affiliated with the Shadow Church, he was aware of a long-term mission at the task office to investigate such individuals. Clearly, they were not up to any good. After the pair defeated the Diglett, they began to bicker, blaming each other for alarming the creature and causing them to lose their target. After exchanging a few harsh words, they turned and departed. With thoughts of the generous rewards for investigating the black-robed figures swirling in his mind, Lin Mu found himself irresistibly drawn to follow them. He soon discovered that the two were scattering black powder on various Pokémon, causing those affected to become agitated and flee down the mountain. Lin Mu sensed something amiss, and overheard one of the men remark that the beast should be sufficient to destroy Firefly Town, while the other insisted they needed to find more powerful monsters. Realizing their sinister intent to incite a beast tied against Firefly Town, Lin Mu dashed down the mountain to warn Ryan. However, his path was obstructed by several boulders. With the frantic Pokémon attacking them, their numbers swelling, Lin Mu understood that the boulders had been placed there by the black-robed men to corral the frenzied creatures, gathering them for an assault on the town. As the boulders threatened to crumble under the onslaught, Lin Mu felt a surge of urgency. The Machoke, sensing his distress, led him to a secluded path down the mountain. Once he reached his territory, he informed the station militia of the impending beast tide and urged them to sound the alarm. However, the militia, having seen no sign of the monsters, hesitated, suggesting they consult Secretary White first. Frustrated, Lin Mu realized that by the time they sought approval, the monsters would already be at the city gates. Thus, he took matters into his own hands, climbing the city wall and, with the Machoke's assistance, seizing the warning horn from the militia. He blew it with all his might, collapsing to the ground afterward, utterly exhausted from the exertion. "You did well. Thanks to your warning, we can prepare for the battle ahead." Ryan praised sincerely after hearing Lin Mu's account. "I will make note of your contribution, and once we successfully repel the beast tide, you shall be heavily rewarded." The mention of rewards invigorated Lin Mu, and he rose to his feet, declaring, "It is my honor to serve the territory. I will fight to protect it. The monsters shall have to cross my fallen body to destroy Firefly Town." "Well said," cried Moni, admiring Lin Mu's bravery. He appreciated such fearless warriors. Though he was already loyal to Ryan and wished he could take Lin Mu as a disciple, the other players nearby exchanged bemused glances, questioning Lin Mu's dramatic declaration about his body, considering players dissipate into light upon death, leaving no corpses behind. "Excellent. Not just you. I will have Xiao Luo record each of your contributions, and rewards will be distributed based on merit after the beast tide," Ryan announced to the other players. As Lin Mu recounted his experience, Su Ru often called upon offline players. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and all 20 players were present. "Hooray! We will defend the territory to the death. My Pokémon is itching for battle. I want to take on 10. No one better steal my kills." The players were ecstatic upon hearing of the rewards, realizing this was a limited-time event with promising bounties. Moni, however, looked puzzled at the jubilant players. He couldn't fathom their excitement, given the imminent threat of the beast tide, which could lead to casualties, especially the loudest of the players, who had just been so anxious he nearly fainted. How could he now be so exhilarated? Before Moni could ponder further, he noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance, followed by Ryan's call, "The beast tide is upon us. Prepare for battle." Understood. The defenders on the walls rushed to their battle stations. Ryan gazed ahead as a multitude of monsters approached Firefly Town, led by a rolling Geodude, flanked by several smaller Pokémon like Shinx and Diglett. Following them were Onix and Graveler, accompanied by a dozen Rhydon. The ground itself seemed to swell, suggesting more subterranean Pokémon were lurking beneath. At a glance, it appeared that at least 50 to 60 monsters were advancing, with more undoubtedly on the way. Fortunately, this wave was smaller than the last. Ryan felt a moment of relief but remained vigilant, aware that Firefly Town's defenses were weaker than before. A fierce battle awaited them. His resolve solidified. Victory would surely belong to them. Chapter 83. Leading the charge. Prepare the catapults. Load the boulders. The militia captain commanded loudly beneath the city walls. The militia swiftly assembled the catapults, transporting massive stones to be placed in the baskets. Pull the ropes. Once the stones were loaded, the militia collectively tugged the ropes, bringing the catapults to a state of readiness. The captain refrained from issuing the firing command hastily, patiently waiting for the beasts to enter the effective range of the catapults. "Now, fire!" With the lever raised, the boulders were launched into the sky, tracing a perfect arc before crashing into a charging rhinoceros, causing it to stumble. However, the creature seemed largely unscathed, merely shaking its head before continuing its relentless advance towards the city gates. "Damn it, these beasts are too tough. The catapults are hardly inflicting any damage." The militia captain clenched his fist in frustration. Previously, the beasts from the tide had originated from the will-o'-the-wisp forest, mere mortals susceptible to the catapult's assault. Yet now, the creatures before him were harder than stone. Some were composed entirely of rock, rendering the boulders ineffective against them. Captain, should we continue firing? A militia member inquired. Keep firing. Any damage we can inflict is worthwhile. Understood. The militia operated the catapults, launching stones into the horde, while the beasts retaliated. A massive rock snake flicked its tail, hurling a stone back at the militia, nearly striking one of them. Is that a deflector falling rock? Regardless, we cannot provide them with ammunition any longer. Command the catapults to cease fire and pull back. Ryan felt somewhat foolish. He knew that this beast tide originated from Ironstone Mountain, populated by rock and ground-type Pokémon. Why had he thought catapults would be effective against them? It was akin to airdropping food supplies to them. Clearly, he was somewhat anxious in the face of the beast tide, unable to think as clearly as he usually did. With the catapults and ballista rendered useless, the battle now depended entirely on the Pokémon. The ballista had also proven ineffective against the horde, its arrows potentially serving as food for some Pokémon. Moni, Ryan said, the beasts in this wave are not particularly strong, so you need not intervene. I will lead the Pokémon trainers out to confront them. Please stay here on the walls, and if you see any trainers in distress, send out Pokémon to assist them. Of course, this is indeed a valuable opportunity for the trainers to hone their skills. Let them fight with confidence. I will send out Wingull to protect them. Moni nodded in agreement, retrieving a cerulean crystal and releasing Wingull. Ryan also issued commands to the flying Pokémon in his teams, instructing them to safeguard the players' Pokémon. As for the players themselves, he would protect them as best as he could, but if it became impossible, he would not insist. After all, they could respawn. Is everyone ready for battle? Ryan turned to address the players. Ready. They responded enthusiastically. Excellent. Your spirits are high. Now, let us confront the beast tied together. With that, Ryan leaped onto the back of his Munchlax, directing it to jump from the city wall and charge towards the horde. Upon witnessing their leader leading the charge, the players felt a surge of adrenaline. Brothers, charge. Keep pace with Lord Ryan. Let us vanquish these beasts. Hey. We said to follow Lord Ryan, not to leap off the walls. Apologies, I got a bit too excited. How do we get down? How did you get up here? By the stairs. Then why are you still chatting? Go down the stairs. By the time the players encountered the beast tide, Ryan had already felled numerous creatures, including several high-level ones like the Rolycoly, which fell swiftly beneath a few strikes from Munchlax. Only the lower-level beasts, around level 10, remained, making them perfect targets for the players. Eagerly, the players launched their assaults on the remaining beasts. Budu, use growth and follow up with absorb. Silkun, use string shot to bind that Diglett. Eevee, use helping hand on her cross. Do not squander Eevee's assistance, her cross. Use tackle to take down that rhinoceros. The players fought either solo or in cooperation, quickly dispatching the remaining beasts. Of course, some players misjudged their targets and found themselves in peril, but with Moni's Wingull present, a water pull swiftly extricated them from danger. Just as the players reveled in their newfound strength, the ground suddenly trembled beneath them. They looked up to see yet another wave of beasts charging towards them, far more numerous than the first. Damn it. I knew that group from the Shadow Church wouldn't stop at just a few beasts, Ryan noted, spotting the approaching creatures. This wave not only boasted greater numbers, but also a wider variety of Pokémon, including Rock Crab, Dugtrio, Magnemite, and even a Salandit. Had the Shadow Church turned over every stone in Ironstone Mountain? Shaluo, inform Masquerain to bring Mariel and the Tadbulb over here. Ryan instructed the Rotom that had been capturing the battle footage. Understood. Soon, Masquerain arrived at Ryan's side. Masquerain, use Rain Dance. Yubu. Masquerain beat its wings. Dark clouds gathering overhead as raindrops began to fall. The rock and ground-type Pokémon in the horde despised the rain, slowing their advance. Some even shook off the black powder coating their bodies, bewildered as they regained their senses. Oh, I hadn't anticipated Rain Dance would have this effect, Ryan noted. Observing the newly awakened Pokémon, he had intended to create a favorable battle environment, but this unexpected bonus was welcome. However, only a few Pokémon had regained their senses. The majority remained under the influence of the black powder, continuing their reckless charge forward. As the beast tide approached, Ryan issued commands to Mariel and Tadbulb. Target the beasts ahead and unleash water gun with all your might. Reliu. Mariel and Tadbulb fired their water guns at the horde, creating a dense wall of water to impede the beast's advance. The players seized this moment to strike. Yet, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and they pressed forward. Undeterred by the water guns, just as the tide threatened to breach their defenses, Moni finally took action. Swampert, use Earthquake. Swampert charged into the horde, its powerful arms crashing down, unleashing a wave of energy that rippled through the ground. As the earth shook violently and cracked, numerous beasts fell, and the battlefield fell eerily silent. Chapter 84. Truly impressive. What kind of technique is this? With just a single strike, so many monsters have been vanquished. The players gazed in astonishment. Moreover, the range of this ability is astonishing. Even from such a distance, we were affected. My acorn fruit was pushed back several steps by this force. They were filled with curiosity about this formidable technique. Ryan, however, was not surprised by its power. As previously mentioned, many of the monsters in Ironstone Mountain possess rock attributes, while some exhibit steel attributes, which the ground-type move, Earthquake, effectively counters. Coupled with the impressive attack power of the Swampert, it was no wonder that it could effortlessly eradicate numerous low-level monsters, a veritable godsend for clearing foes. The only drawback was that it did not distinguish between friend and foe, making it prone to harming allied Pokémon. Nonetheless, Commander Moni had taken this into account, instructing Swampert to engage deeper into the monster horde before unleashing Earthquake. Even with a certain distance established, Ryan and the players' Pokémon still felt the repercussions of Earthquake. Although it did not inflict significant harm, it was evident how immense the move's power and range truly were. What are you all waiting for? Did you not see that several monsters can hardly stand? Seize this opportunity to defeat them. Ryan looked at the still-dazed players. Feeling a sense of disappointment in their lack of initiative, how could they not rush in to claim the glory of a kill? Upon hearing Ryan's words, the players snapped back to reality. Yes, it seems there are kills to be claimed. They hurriedly commanded their Pokémon to attack the monsters, while Ryan and Moni began to eliminate the more formidable foes. Captain, are we just going to watch from here? A militia member turned to the militia captain beside him. What else can we do? This is a battle between monsters, and we cannot assist. Now, quickly put down your bow. Even catapults and ballistae would struggle to inflict much damage on them, let alone your little bow. The captain pressed down on the bow in the militia member's hands. If it were a small creature like Rattata, the bow might have some utility, but aiming it at the monsters before them is rather fanciful. An arrow shot with all your might would merely tickle them. Why waste your efforts? I just don't want to stand by idly. I want to protect our territory. We are protecting our territory right now. Not everyone dares to stand on the walls and face these fierce monsters. You are already quite brave. The captain patted the militia member's shoulder. He looked up at the players engaged in battle with the monsters, feeling a sudden pang of envy. To be honest, he wished to command monsters to protect the territory like these new arrivals. Many others shared the same sentiment. They no longer feared interacting with monsters. Instead, they looked forward to the prospect of fighting alongside them. Change was quietly unfolding. On the battlefield, Ryan and Moni had already defeated a considerable number of monsters. Yet their expressions remained grave. Based on their experiences from the last monster wave, the final wave was imminent. This last onslaught would not feature many monsters, but among them would be a few exceptionally powerful foes. Compared to the previous two waves, this would be significantly more challenging. The Shadow Church is quite intriguing, always placing the strongest monsters at the end, akin to the final bosses in tower defense games. Ryan mused silently. In truth, the members of the Shadow Church wished to gather all the monsters to launch a collective assault on Firefly Town. However, they could only incite the monster's frenzy without the ability to control or direct them. The stronger the monster, the more difficult it is to incite their fury, often requiring considerable time. This led to powerful monsters appearing only at the end of the waves, resembling final bosses in games of yore. Xiaoluo, how is the situation in the town? Near the western gate of the town, a few Diglett and Sandshrew appeared, but they were swiftly taken down by Secretary White and the night escorts, resulting in no casualties. The town is currently safe, the aerial Rotom reported while filming. What kind of monster is this? It can speak human language? Moni gazed curiously at the hovering aerial Rotom. Over the years, he had encountered hundreds of monster types, yet he had never seen one capable of human speech. Where did Baron Ryan find this creature? Had he not known of the deep-seated enmity between Ryan and the Shadow Church, he might have suspected Ryan had the Church's backing. As for the possibility of other factions supporting him, that remained to be seen. However, in the Arad Kingdom, there are not many forces that could provide such resources to a mere baron. Only the Sea God Temple, the Shadow Church, and the royal family could do so. Could it be that Ryan is backed by the royal family? Is he perhaps the illegitimate son of some noble? Just as Moni's mind wandered into the realm of palace intrigue, the final wave of monsters had arrived. With a slight tremor of the ground, the horde charged towards them. This time, the number of monsters was indeed significantly fewer, but two of the beasts in the pack stood out remarkably. One monster stood on its hind legs, its gray skin as hard as armor, adorned with several spikes on its head and back. Its tail was thick and powerful, and the most notable feature was a sharp drill-like horn on its forehead, capable of easily shattering rock. The other was a horse-like monster, large and robust. Its brown fur complemented by a mane of black hair. Its feet were clad in armor made of hardened mud, far more resilient than stone, capable of crushing the ground as it galloped. The Shadow Church certainly holds Firefly Town in high regard, with the Drillhorn Rhinoceros at level 43 and the Heavy Mud Horse at level 35. These two beasts are more than capable of utterly destroying Firefly Town. Ryan's eyes burned with fury. Had it not been for Commander Moni's presence, he would be unable to withstand even one of these monsters. Should either breach their defenses, it would spell disaster for the town. Commander Moni, let the lower-level monsters be dealt with by the Beastmasters and Mosquito King. Our focus should be on those two formidable beasts. Once we defeat them, this wave of monsters will come to an end. Understood. I will take on the Drillhorn Rhinoceros, as Swampert's type completely counters it. Even if its strength surpasses Swampert slightly, I am confident I can defeat it. Moni was the first to choose his opponent. Then I shall take on the Heavy Mud Horse. With Moni voluntarily selecting the more powerful Drillhorn Rhinoceros, Ryan felt immense gratitude. This knight was indeed reliable and kind-hearted. If only he were one of his own subordinates, how wonderful it would be. All right, Swampert, use Water Pulse against the Drillhorn Rhinoceros. Swampert conjured a swirling sphere of water with its arms before launching it at the Drillhorn Rhinoceros. The struck rhinoceros staggered back a few steps, then locked its gaze onto Swampert, letting out an enraged roar as it charged forward. The two Pokémon immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Seeing this, Ryan swiftly dismounted from his Munchlax, quickly removing the beast's saddle, and commanded, Munchlax, use Glare on the Heavy Mud Horse. Munchlax obeyed, fixing its sharp gaze upon the Heavy Mud Horse. Already in a state of fury, the Heavy Mud Horse could not tolerate such provocation and immediately gathered energy to charge at Munchlax. Defend. Faced with the formidable assault of the Heavy Mud Horse, the Moonbear calmly conjured a white shield, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught. Subsequently, it unleashed a playful attack. The Moonbear raised its colossal paw and struck the Heavy Mud Horse with tremendous force, causing it to stagger backward. The Heavy Mud Horse shook its head, the crimson glow in its eyes intensifying. It pawed at the ground, assuming a stance of preparation, its body emanating a metallic sheen before charging once more at the Moonbear. Ryan recognized the technique employed by the Heavy Mud Horse. This was the pound charge. The greater the user's weight compared to the target, the more potent the attack. Just how much did the Heavy Mud Horse weigh? It couldn't be much heavier than the Moonbear, could it? Contemplating this, Ryan issued a command to the Moonbear. Moonbear, utilize the Dash Strike. With a powerful roar, both Pokémon collided with all their might. After a brief stalemate lasting mere seconds, the Moonbear emerged victorious, toppling the Heavy Mud Horse to the ground, causing a tremor beneath them. However, the Moonbear had also sustained considerable damage and was now panting heavily. Ryan glanced at the slightly trembling ground, then at the injured Moonbear, feeling a pang of regret. It seemed he had miscalculated. The Heavy Mud Horse was indeed significantly heavier than the Moonbear, at least 3 times its weight. Otherwise, the damage wouldn't have been so severe. The Moonbear already weighed close to 300 kilograms, which meant, was the Heavy Mud Horse truly a ton? Ryan gazed at the fallen Heavy Mud Horse in astonishment, but he did not let the opportunity for another attack slip away. Continue with the split strike. As the Moonbear's massive claw descended, the Heavy Mud Horse, attempting to rise, was struck once more. This time, however, it did not fall. Instead, its eyes blazed a furious red, radiating an aura of ferocity. Back to this again. The Heavy Mud Horse now resembled the frenzied state of the Circle Bear from days past. Initially, the Moonbear and Heavy Mud Horse were evenly matched, and under his guidance, it could still hold its ground. Yet, once the Heavy Mud Horse entered its berserk state, its capabilities would be drastically enhanced, leaving the Moonbear at a distinct disadvantage. Playing tricks with me, are we? Very well, let us see who can outlast the other. Ghost, cease your antics and cast a curse on the Heavy Mud Horse. Hearing Ryan's command, the mischievous ghost floated over with a grin, and at the cost of half its health, placed a curse on the Heavy Mud Horse. In reality, the effective curse mirrored that of its game counterpart, inflicting continuous damage on the opponent, though the degree of impact varied greatly. In the game, regardless of the opponent's level, even if it were a fully leveled divine beast, the cursed target would lose 1/4 of its maximum health each turn. In reality, however, the damage caused by the curse fluctuated based on the disparity in strength between the two Pokémon. If the cursing Pokémon was stronger, the damage would be more substantial, and the duration would extend. Conversely, if it was weaker, the damage would be minimal, and the curse would not last long. Despite Ghost's strength being inferior to that of the Heavy Mud Horse, it still managed to inflict continuous harm, aggravating the already wounded heavy mud horse. Blue Crow use Peck. Flying Mantis, execute Split Strike. Ryan commanded his 2 airborne Pokémon to attack the heavy mud horse. Employing a guerrilla strategy, attacking swiftly before retreating to deny the heavy mud horse a chance to counterattack. The heavy mud horse, already slow and now burdened by its injuries and the curse, was forced into a defensive position, realizing it was on the brink of losing its fighting capability. In a last-ditch effort, it turned its aggression towards Ryan, perceiving him as the source of its torment under the influence of the dark crystal. Summoning its remaining strength, it charged directly at Ryan, unfazed by the heavy mud horse's fierce advance. Ryan patiently waited until it was within an optimal range before tossing the Sweet Bamboo into the air. Sweet Bamboo used the grass knot on the heavy mud horse. Bewildered, Sweet Bamboo paused momentarily but ultimately complied with Ryan's command, unleashing the grass knot before the heavy mud horse. Blinded by rage, the heavy mud horse failed to notice the trap beneath it and was ensnared, tumbling heavily to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Upon witnessing the heavy mud horse's fall, Sweet Bamboo stood frozen in astonishment. It had vanquished such a formidable opponent, one that had just moments ago overwhelmed the moon bear. To its surprise, a mere flicker of its power had led to the defeat of this Pokémon. I truly am remarkable. Chapter 85, The Mighty Boscador. Well done, Tianshu, Ryan exclaimed, lifting Tianshu into the air with fervent praise. Whether in the previous battle against the Circle Bear or this time against the heavy mud horse, it was Tianshu who delivered the final blow, showcasing its knack for claiming victories. However, this encounter was markedly different from the last. The Circle Bear was already on its last legs, easily toppled with a mere strike. In contrast, while the heavy mud horse was in poor shape, it still possessed considerable stamina. Tianshu's triumph over it was largely attributed to the effect of the skill, Grass Tying, which amplified the power of the move in relation to the opponent's weight. The heavy mud horse weighed nearly a ton, and being ensnared by Grass Tying, inflicted enough damage to render it incapacitated. Tianshu beamed with delight at Ryan's compliments, emanating a sweet fragrance, only to be pecked twice by the Blue Crow immediately after. Tianshu's expression soured at the intrusion, spinning its flower stalk to repel the Blue Crow. After being struck, the Blue Crow regained its composure and apologized to Tianshu. Apologies, you simply smell too delightful. I couldn't resist. I'll repeat myself. I, Tianshu, am not a fruit, Tianshu retorted. Rest assured, I'm no longer tempted, the Blue Crow replied. Make sure to wipe that drool off your face before you say that. Tianshu shot back. Ryan, bemused, glanced up at the hovering camera Rotom. Little Rotom, are you quite idle? Why are you translating their dialogue? If you have nothing else to do, why not capture some footage of Night Moni's battle? My promotional video is in need of material. Understood. I shall do so right away, Little Rotom responded. However, before it could glide over, Moni's battle had already concluded. Giant Swampert, deliver the final blow. With a powerful swing of its robust forearms, Giant Swampert struck the heavily injured Drillhorn beast, which was too weak to evade and could only brace itself for the impact. With a thunderous crash, the Drillhorn beast was sent crashing to the ground, struggling to rise but ultimately succumbing to its injuries, lying defeated. Truly, Night Moni's prowess was commendable, effortlessly overcoming the formidable Drillhorn beast. Ryan gave Moni a thumbs up. I merely capitalized on type advantages. It wasn't without difficulty. The Drillhorn beast is quite ferocious when enraged. And Giant Swampert sustained significant damage, Moni remarked, glancing sympathetically at the wounded Giant Swampert. Here is a healing potion. Use it for Giant Swampert, Ryan offered, producing a bottle of high-quality medicine. No, this potion is far too precious, Lord Ryan. Please keep it for yourself, Moni declined, feeling a bit embarrassed to accept such a valuable item, having witnessed its healing effects surpass even those of their temple's holy water. Ryan, undeterred, tossed the healing potion towards Moni. Once Moni clumsily caught it, Ryan stated, in my view, your assistance to our Firefly town is far more valuable than this potion. Had you not been here today, even if we managed to fend off the beast's tide, we would have suffered considerable losses. Besides, Giant Swampert was injured in the defense of our territory. As its lord, I have an obligation to ensure its recovery. So please, no more refusals. Take it and tend to Giant Swampert. Moni examined the potion in his hands and then glanced at the battered Giant Swampert, finally accepting the healing potion. Thank you, Lord Ryan. I should be the one expressing gratitude. You treat Giant Swampert, and I will clear the remaining magical beasts. Very well, Seagull, you assist as well. Ryan nodded at Moni and turned to command the moon bears to engage the other magical beasts. Come on, brothers, hurry up. The Lord is coming to claim the spoils. Ryan facebombed at the players, who were being chased by magical beasts while still lamenting his supposed claim to their kills. If he didn't intervene, they would surely face annihilation. As Ryan and the players worked together to eliminate the remaining magical beasts, several figures cloaked in black observed them from a distance. One of the cloaked figures, witnessing Ryan and Moni defeat the two formidable magical beasts, turned to the leading figure among them and inquired, "Lord Dick, the Drillhorn Beast and Heavy Mud Horse have been vanquished. With these two beasts out of the way, the remaining ones will soon be dealt with. What are our next steps?" Dick, with a hint of surprise, replied, "I did not expect this young master to possess such strength, defeating the Heavy Mud Horse. No wonder our assassins have gone silent. It seems they fell to his counterattack." He was intrigued by Ryan, the young master of Firefly Town, who not long ago was a coward, easily put to sleep by their dream catcher and nearly drowned in the river. Now he commanded several powerful magical beasts, having not only defeated their assassins but also the formidable Heavy Mud Horse. What had transpired in such a short period to effect such a transformation? Could it be? Dick's gaze shifted to Moni, the knight of the Sea God Temple, diligently aiding a noble. It appeared that this young master had likely allied himself with the Sea God Temple. Only with their backing could Ryan's strength have escalated so rapidly. The more Dick pondered, the more convinced he became that Ryan had indeed aligned himself with the Sea God Temple. He muttered to himself, "I initially intended to use you as leverage against that fool Bach, but it appears you have allied with the false god's followers. In that case, you cannot be allowed to live." If Ryan were privy to Dick's current thoughts, he would surely cry foul. "You shadow cultists think I am with the Sea God Temple, while the Sea God Temple initially believed it was you supporting me. Goodness, I have become the scapegoat in this situation. What are Harvey and Hope doing? Why haven't they lured that magical beast here?" Dick quietly demanded, having prepared a grand surprise for Firefly Town. They should be arriving shortly." "Please wait a moment, my lord," one of the cloaked figures stammered. As soon as the words left his mouth, the black cloaked figures felt the ground tremble slightly. "They're here," the nearby cloaked figure exclaimed with excitement. Two cloaked figures were seen fleeing in disarray, pursued by a massive silver-black silhouette. Upon reaching the designated spot, one of the cloaked figures shouted, "Gas bomb, deploy smokescreen." The gas bomb released a thick cloud of black smoke, obscuring the view, allowing the two cloaked figures to slip away unnoticed. As the smoke dissipated, the magical beast, unable to locate the cloaked figures, grew increasingly enraged. "Curse those humans!" it bellowed, turning its gaze towards Firefly Town, sensing the presence of numerous humans, and charged in that direction. "Lord Dick, we have lured it here," the two cloaked figures reported, still shaken, as the beast's presence had instilled immense pressure upon them. "Well done. Now prepare for a splendid show." A smirk crept across Dick's lips. "I hope you will appreciate this gift I present to you, O fortunate young master. At long last, we have vanquished all these ferocious beasts, and this wave of monsters should now come to a close." Ryan commanded the Moon Bear to strike down the last of the great rock snakes. He surveyed his surroundings, and the battlefield was devoid of any remaining adversaries. "Have we achieved victory? It seems so. Have we not defeated all the beasts? Why linger? Let us celebrate our prowess." The players erupted in cheers, for this was their inaugural experience of a large-scale Pokémon battle. Previously, they had only engaged in skirmishes against minor foes, but now they faced an onslaught of monsters. The diverse array of Pokémon and their myriad moves left them somewhat overwhelmed. Yet it must be said that this battle was exhilarating, offering vast amounts of experience and rewards that could not help but excite the players. Just as the players were reveling in the joy of victory, several rocks suddenly flew in from a distance. The players, caught off guard, had no time to evade, and could only watch as the rocks plummeted towards them. Moonbear, use Rock Smash. Swampert, utilize Rock Slide. Just as the stones were about to strike, Ryan and Moni deftly directed their Pokémon to shatter the incoming debris, sparing the players from peril. What is happening? Where did those rocks come from? Oh no. The ground is shaking again. Could someone consider the feelings of the earth? It's like a game of stop and go. Stop driving like maniacs. Look ahead. Another Pokémon is approaching. Wow, that Pokémon is incredibly striking. I've seen its entry in the Pokédex. ISNT that a Bashadola? It is the final evolution of Ryan's Kecleon. Ryan too noticed the charging Bashadola, and his expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that even Bashadola could be summoned by the Shadow Guild. Instinctively, he checked the level of this Bashadola. Level 48? This is not a fight we can hope to win. Ryan's complexion darkened further. The power of this Bashadola was far too formidable. Even if their Pokémon were uninjured, they would likely stand no chance against it. Not to mention, they had just emerged from a fierce battle, and their Pokémon were not in optimal condition. Engaging Bashadola now would surely lead to their defeat. My lord Ryan, it seems we must fight with all our might. This creature will be a formidable opponent. Moni, the Knight Commander, also sensed the strength of the Bashadola was no trifling matter. Indeed, I will attempt to restrain it. You seized the opportunity to strike with Swampert. Ryan retrieved several sticky bombs and Pokeballs from his inventory, planning to employ the strategy he had used against the Circle Bear against Bashadola. Moni looked at Ryan in surprise. Ryan seemed confident he could ensnare such a powerful Bashadola. It appeared he had other methods up his sleeve. All right. I will have my Pelipper test its strength. Although Moni had already sensed the might of this Bashadola, he still wished to ascertain its true power. No, wait. Ryan barely had time to utter his warning before Moni commanded Pelipper to attack. Pelipper, use Water Pulse. Pelipper flapped its wings and soared above Bashadola, unleashing a swirling water sphere from its beak. Boom. The water sphere exploded against Bashadola, but it appeared to inflict minimal damage, merely causing it to step back slightly. Heyo! Bashadola roared in fury, then hurled several rocks into the air. Pelipper dodged the initial projectiles with agile movements, but was ultimately struck by the final rock, plummeting to the ground, incapacitated. What? My Pelipper was defeated in an instant? Moni exclaimed incredulously. He understood Bashadola was powerful, but he never expected it to obliterate his Pelipper so swiftly. Ryan sighed at the sight. Moni was unaware of Bashadola's true strength, but Ryan was acutely aware. A level 48 Bashadola against a Pelipper below level 30, using a rock-type move no less, how could it not be a swift defeat? Regrettably, he could not prevent Moni's reckless action, resulting in the needless loss of a combat asset. My apologies, I acted impulsively. Moni came to realize his mistake. They were already at a disadvantage, and he had squandered a combatant, further diminishing their chances of victory. Fear not. At least we have gained a clearer understanding of Bashadola's true capabilities. Moreover, we are not entirely without hope. Our main Pokémon have type advantages against it. And this battle is still winnable. Ryan offered words of encouragement. Xiao Luo, please inform Secretary White to bring B-Drill for reinforcements immediately. In our current situation, every additional combatant raises our odds of success. Understood. After watching Xiao Luo's Rotom fly towards the city, Ryan turned to Moni and said, Commander Moni, I am grateful for your willingness to fight alongside me. The battle ahead will be fierce, regardless of the outcome. You shall forever be a friend of our Firefly town. I am honored to battle alongside a warrior such as yourself. Very well. Let us engage in this exhilarating battle. As Ryan prepared to issue commands, Kecleon suddenly dashed forward. Kecleon, do not just stand there. Hurry to support it. Ryan assumed Kecleon was eager to initiate an attack, urging the other Pokémon to assist. Is it this excited to encounter its kin that it disregards my commands? He shook his head in resignation. This had completely disrupted his battle plans, leaving him to adapt on the fly. Wait, why hasn't this Bashadola attacked Kecleon? Could it be softened by the sight of its kind? That seems improbable. It still bears the black crystal on its head. Ryan observed as Kecleon approached Bashadola, dancing and gesturing animatedly, while Bashadola displayed signs of struggle, repeatedly raising its arms as if to attack Kecleon, only to lower them once more. Yet, the influence of the black crystal was too strong. Ultimately, it raised its arm and struck down towards Kecleon. Dodge! Ryan shouted anxiously. However, Kecleon did not evade. Instead, it stood firm and let out a cry, Qua Qua. Bashadola's claws halted midair. Heyo! It lifted its head and roared at the sky, then wrenched the black crystal from its head. What just happened? What did Kecleon say that made Bashadola cease its attack and free itself from the black crystal's control? Ryan was utterly bewildered. Kecleon's final utterance was father. The returning Rotom translated. Oh, so it called out father. Wait, what on earth? Kecleon just called Bashadola father? This Bashadola is its parent.